A gust of cold sea breeze blew past, and I suddenly opened my eyes. The dazzling sunlight made me a little dazed, and there was only the boundless ocean around me, and the sound of waves hitting the rocks was in my ears. The world has changed. The original city has disappeared, the tall buildings are gone, and in their place is an isolated island. I am lying on the beach on the island, still wet from the tide. My mind was in a mess, and my last memory was lying in bed sleeping last night. But now, the world has turned upside down. Food, water, safety, everything has become the key to survival. And there is no telling how many dangers are hidden in the depths of the sea. Prehistoric beasts, unknown sea monsters, and perhaps even beings more terrifying than humans. My heart sank. But at this moment, a cold mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the end of the world blind box system. I was stunned for a moment, and then a virtual interface popped up in front of me. There was only a clickable blind box button with the words, "Blind box exclusive for newbies," written below it. Taking a deep breath, I clicked without hesitation. Open the novice blind box and get S-level fully automatic fishing robot. A blue light flashed, and a silver-white intelligent robot suddenly appeared in front of me. The robotic arm flexibly shuttled through the seawater. In just a few minutes, it caught a large number of fish, shrimps, and clean water from the sea. I stared with wide eyes, looking at the pile of supplies in my hands, and then looking at the sea surface that was still struggling desperately, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. I successfully avoided the predicted end of the world. But I never thought. It was just that the experts translated the time wrong. Now, the real end of the world has finally arrived. I closed my diary, looked at the endless ocean, and sighed. I used to fantasize about traveling into a fantasy world, and I also fantasized about getting rich overnight and reaching the pinnacle of life. But I never expected that when I woke up, the house was gone, the land was gone, and even the happiness was gone. All I had with me was a pen, a diary, and a floating rock that I could barely stand on. The sea was empty, without even a seabird, and it was eerily quiet. No way. Am I the only one alive? Or am I the only one dead? I held the only rabbit-tail grass I had just pulled off the stone in my mouth, lay down and looked at the sunset, my thoughts drifting away. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly came into my sight and I rolled away. Bang! A stone tablet fell from the sky and crashed in front of me. On the top of the stone tablet, there was a golden book embedded, and it was clearly written on it, "The End of the World Communication Manual." This tombstone is quite fashionable, I muttered. But before I could think about it, the book suddenly flashed with golden light and automatically turned to the first page. Then, golden subtitles appeared. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully entering the apocalyptic island civilization. After midnight, a blind box of supplies will appear on the sea, containing essential supplies for survival. Fishing tools, low-quality fishing nets, which have been stored in the temporary storage warehouse of the Doomsday Communication Manual. Please take them out in time. After midnight, your handbook will be randomly matched with a friend, who may be your life-saving straw. Survival of the fittest. Supplies are limited, and those who are capable will get more. I have finished reading. I was used to playing with my phone, so I subconsciously clicked End of Reading. In the final analysis, boom. The pages of the book turned, and a chat interface appeared. The public screen was filled with barrages of comments, and at the bottom were functions such as private chat, friends, trade, manufacturing, warehouse, and information. Just when I was about to click to see the function details, a fist-sized groove suddenly popped up in the manual, and a prompt appeared at the same time. Please insert your fingerprint to activate the Doomsday Communication Manual. The size of this groove? If there was no prompt, I really thought I would have to put my whole hand in it. I hesitated for a second, but still raised my middle finger and tried to insert it. Fingerprint recognition successful. Hello, Leasing. Please enter your username. Real name or information of famous people is prohibited. You're not allowed to use your real name? I pondered for a moment and typed in, Nanshin. The username you entered has been registered. Damn, who's so narcissistic? I tried a few more IDs. Protein is 10 times that of beef, already registered. Starving master, already registered. Start with 3 days of starvation, already registered. I tried hundreds of them, but they were all taken. I was so annoyed. How many people are there in this place? I tried a few more times and finally got a pretty good ID, humble pride. After successfully activating the manual, I immediately opened the warehouse and took out the only survival tool, a fishing net that looked very poor quality. The fishing net appeared out of thin air in my hand, and I couldn't help but sigh. Black technology? But I quickly calmed down. Everything at the moment can't be explained by science. Then, I spent half an hour figuring out the functions of the manual before turning to the public screen chat. Do you think we will die? Death is certain. The only difference is whether we die early or late. The manual says that friends will be randomly assigned at midnight. I hope I can get a beautiful girl. Wake up. Do you think this is a dating app? Female? Don't be ridiculous. In a life or death situation, women are just a burden. I'd rather match myself with a wilderness survival expert. I stared at the scrolling comments and wondered to myself, who will my friend be? I continued to look at the chat area, and suddenly, a comment caught my attention. Dandan Superman, Air Guzzi. Are you there? I'm Air Danzi. The Air Danzi I competed with when I was a kid. Yeah, you can also use this to find people. Thinking of this, I typed on the public screen, Li Sherwin, Li Ro, Wang Chuanxiu, Qin Yi. If you see this, please private message me. The moment the message was sent, it was drowned out by comments. Want to send it again? No way. My manual actually has a cooldown time of 5 hours. Even if a few words are changed, as long as the core content remains unchanged, it will be considered a duplicate message. It seems that this is to prevent spamming. After waiting for a while, the private chat interface was still empty and there was no new message. I sighed, knowing in my heart that the road to finding my relatives is long and arduous. Those 4 names are my family and Qin Yi. It's actually quite ridiculous to still be thinking about her at this time, but there's nothing I can do. I owe her my life, and I can't be ungrateful. Qin Yi was born into a noble family and has never suffered. Although she has a strong personality, she is definitely not as good as me in terms of survival. If I can find her and take care of her, it can be regarded as repaying her kindness. I am still quite confident in my ability to survive. I have watched programs such as Alone in the Wilderness, 60 Days on a Deserted Island, and Man vs. Wild for a long time. Although this is not a deserted island, it is better than nothing. 23:59. After the cooling off time was over, I sent the message again. Midnight, a new day arrives, accompanied by 3 reminder sounds. Ding dong. The Doomsday Blind Box system has been activated. Ding dong. You have a private message that has not been read. Ding dong. The manual has matched a mysterious friend for you. Go and say hello. I immediately opened the private chat interface. Smile at life. I'm Li Ro. Who are you? My heart was shocked and I replied excitedly, Great, I finally found you, sister. Face life with a smile. Are you sick? I don't have a brother. I was stunned for a moment, then I realized something was wrong, and the smile on my face froze. I quickly typed, How old are you this year? Face life with a smile. 43. What's wrong? Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. I ended the conversation hastily and shook my head with a wry smile. The world is too big, and it is too common to have the same name and surname. It seems that I thought too simply. The matter of finding relatives can only be put on hold for the time being. Thinking of my own system, I tentatively called out in my heart, End of the world blind box system, are you there? Ding, Tongzi is always here. What abilities do you have, host? Are you stupid? I'm called the blind box system, and you still think I'm the sign-in system. Of course, the blind box system can only give you blind boxes. However, you can only open the blind box once every 3 days. The first time you open it, you will receive an extra reading capsule, which has been stored in the warehouse. Eat it, and you can read all information. I stopped talking nonsense and said directly, Open the blind box. Ding, opened successfully, obtained the S-level fully automatic fishing robot, and has been stored in the manual warehouse. When I opened the warehouse, I saw a palm-sized robot. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This thing is too small. Its feet are like duck webs. It holds a pocket fishing rod in one hand and a small fish net in the other. There is also an LED screen embedded in its head, showing a small pixel expression. It looked like a toy. That's it? Can it work? Just as I was questioning, the little robot suddenly moved on its own. The black eyes on the LED screen blinked, and an electronic synthesized sound was emitted. Master, please don't doubt Xiao AI's professional ability. Can you still speak? I raised my eyebrows. Okay, then go get the blind box of supplies. Yes. Xiao AI just finished speaking and suddenly jumped up, drew a perfect parabola in the air, and landed accurately on the sea surface without splashing a single splash. I was stunned. Fuck, this diving posture is amazing. Just as I was amazed, the manual's reminder sounded again. Ding dong, you have a friend's private message that has not been read. I clicked it and saw, the devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Sinwei, Hello, little brother. I was stunned. Dai Xiaomei? Ji Sinwei? The female internet celebrity on Shark Live? The manual showed that real name information could be seen between friends. I never thought that the friend matched with me by the system would be a beautiful woman. If I posted this message on the public screen, I would probably be beaten up. But I didn't think much about it and just replied politely, hello? She quickly replied to the message, Dai Xiaomei Devil, Ji Sinwei. Do you know what happened in this world? Can we still go back? I tapped the screen. I don't know either. Only by being alive can you know the truth. Dai Xiaomei Devil, Ji Sinwei. Alive? How can I live? I've been hungry for a whole day, and there's nothing nearby. Didn't I give you a low-quality fishing net? You can use it to fish for blind boxes of supplies. Dai Xiaomei Devil, Ji Sinwei. I tried, but I can't throw it far. I don't have enough strength QAQ. I frowned and said, save your energy first, I'll give it a try. If I can get something, I can lend you some. The dumb little sister devil, Ji Sinwei. No need. I'll wait until the supplies drift closer before trying again. I stared at the screen, smiled, and continued typing. Since the manual specifically matches friends, it means that the road to survival may require cooperation. If you need anything, just come to me. Don't think it's a bother. If you die, I might be unlucky too. The devil of the silly little sister, Ji Sinwei. Okay, got it. After the conversation ended, I suddenly remembered that low-quality fishing nets, *2, can be synthesized into high-quality fishing nets, which has a higher success rate in fishing. Anyway, I have Xiao AI, so I don't need the fishing net anymore. I just open the trading interface and trade the fishing net to Dai Xiaomei. AU, trade, Dai Xiaomei Demon King, Ji Sinwei, poor quality fishing net, 1. Wait for both parties to confirm the transaction. As a result, she rejected the deal and quickly sent a message. Why did you give me the fishing net? You don't need it yourself? No, I have other tools. 2 low-quality fishing nets can be combined into a high-quality fishing net, which will increase the success rate of fishing. Dai Xiaomei Devil, Ji Sinwei. Then I can't take your supplies for nothing. If you fish up the supplies, I'll give you half. I raised my eyebrows, smiled, and typed 2 words, okay. I wanted to refuse, but on second thought, I agreed. Otherwise, this guy probably wouldn't accept my fishing net. Trade again. You trade Dai Xiaomei, the inferior fishing net. *1 wait for both parties to confirm the transaction. Dai Xiaomei trade you. None transaction completed. You gained, none you lost. Inferior fishing net. After finishing the work, I lay down against the tombstone, closed my eyes and rested, recovering my strength while waiting for Xiao AI to bring back the blind box of supplies. As for Dai Xiaomei, I'm too lazy to worry about her. Everyone has their own way of survival, and I don't need to force her to accept help. If she can really protect herself, that would be the best. After all, we are trying to survive, not enjoy ourselves. I will not try to please her just because of her status or appearance. The two of us are only connected by the manual, and we can't touch each other, so there is really no need to bother. The best help she could get now was the fishing net, and everything else depended on herself. 5 minutes later, with a splash, Xiao AI jumped out of the sea, dragging the fishing net. When I saw it, my eyes widened. Fuck, can your net get bigger? The small fishing net that could originally only catch a longan-sized fish has turned into a normal-sized fishing net, and inside the fishing net, there are 3 black blind boxes the size of safes. Master, now you know how powerful I am. A pixel expression with a crooked smile appeared on Xiao AI's LED screen, looking just like the god of war. I casually replied, awesome plus, and couldn't wait to look at the 3 blind boxes. Open the blind box of supplies, get 500 g bread, 250 milliliters pure water, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get 100 milliliters pure water, 1 expansion pumice stone, stored. Open the blind box of supplies, get 2 expansion pumice stones, stored. This island civilization is quite humane. They are even worried about having too many supplies and having nowhere to put them. I opened the warehouse and found that its interface was similar to that of the DNF warehouse, with a 2D grid to distinguish items. Reading capsule bread 500 g pure water, 350 ml, expanded pumice 3. At the top of the warehouse, there is a line of warm reminders. The warehouse is only used to temporarily store blind boxes of supplies and exchange proceeds. Once the items are taken out, they cannot be stored back. Without further ado, I took out all the items. It's hot summer now, and I'm hungry and thirsty. These things are just sitting there anyway, so I might as well use them up. After swallowing the reading capsule, the information of 3 items immediately appeared. Expanded pumice, The pumice area can be expanded by one, which can be operated through the information panel. Ordinary bread, made of wheat flour and eggs, safe to eat. Ordinary pure water, natural and pollution-free, safe to drink. After learning about the uses of expanded pumice stones, I immediately put them all to use. After all, the rocks under your feet are only as big as a Simmons bed, and you might roll into the sea if you turn over. Expanding your territory is the top priority. In the end, I successfully expanded the original 2 by 2 small pumice stones into an irregular long strip of 2 times 3 plus 1, so that at least they can lie horizontally without having to worry about falling into the sea. Having tasted the sweetness, I looked at Xiao AI again. Go and salvage some more blind boxes of supplies for me. But this time, Xiao AI didn't move. Master, there are no more blind boxes of supplies within my scope of work. Huh. I frowned. Do you still have a scope of work? If Xiao AI's working range is only 10 meters, then the fishing net sent out will be a big loss. After all, the fishing net can catch materials up to 30 meters away. But Xiao AI's next words dispelled my concerns. Master, my working range is within 1 kilometer. I was stunned. In other words, all the supplies within a 1 kilometer radius have been salvaged? It seems that this world has intentionally limited the amount of supplies. But without supplies, you can't just sit there doing nothing, right? Then go down to the sea and see if you can salvage some seafood. Xiao AI responded and jumped into the sea. If it can catch seafood, then at least we won't have to worry about food in the future. Immediately, I broke off half of the bread and stuffed it into my mouth and traded the other half in 100 milliliters of water to Dai Xiaomei. This is not a deliberate attempt to please her, but a rational consideration. After all, she may not have eaten or drunk anything for a day, and I don't want her to collapse at the beginning. Of course, this was not charity, but a loan, otherwise she would not have accepted it. So, while I ate the bread, I opened the manual and casually looked at the chat content on the public screen. Maybe the supplies were refreshed at midnight, and not many people were chatting on the public screen at the moment. Oh my god, the supply blind box appeared, but I can't find it online. It's always a few meters away. I'm fine. The blind box was refreshed next to the island. I reached out and grabbed it. It opened 500 g of bread. I envy the brother upstairs. Can you give me some? I'll go out and transfer 100 yuan to you. Are you kidding me? Let's not talk about whether you can get out alive. Even if you can get out, what's the use of money now? And you only give 100? Are you sending away a beggar? I'm so thirsty and hungry. Is there anyone who can give me some food? I'm a student, the flower of the future. What are you begging for? In this survival situation, no one cares about animals, let alone humans. On the top floor, but there are people selling food and water in the trading hall. The price is a low-quality fishing net. If you need it, you can go and challenge it. Seeing this, I was stunned. Someone is selling food and water so soon? Curious, I clicked on the trading hall and was stunned when I saw it. 200 milliliters of adult urine in exchange for low-quality fishing net. Trade. 300 g of adult feces in exchange for low-quality fishing net. Trade. Awesome. I almost laughed out loud. This guy is really talented. However, when I think about it carefully, it is mentioned in the survival program that urine can indeed be reused when the body is extremely dehydrated. But in this situation, who the hell would exchange their only fishing tool for these things? After a while, the barrage gradually became active, and many people showed off their fishing results. Judging from the current situation, the items opened in the blind boxes of supplies are generally drinking water and bread, and no one has opened other food or water sources yet. However, some people did not open the food, but opened the expansion pumice stone. Many people in the barrage were wondering how to use this thing. Excuse me, how do you use this expanding pumice stone? I guess it's used to expand something, but I don't know how to use it. It seems that everyone is still in the exploration stage. They have not read the capsule, so they naturally cannot view the item information and do not know the specific purpose of these things. This is a great opportunity for me. The importance of expanding pumice needs no further explanation. The larger the area of the stone under your feet, the safer and more comfortable your future living environment will be. While most people have not yet realized the true value of expanding pumice, quickly exchange it for other materials at a low price, and you will definitely make a profit. Thinking of this, I immediately divided the only 100 milliliters of pure water left in the warehouse into 10 portions of 10 milliliters each, and put all of them on the trading hall. The exchange condition was 1 expansion pumice stone. 10 milliliters of water may not be much, but for people who have been hungry and thirsty all day, it is definitely a life-saving nectar. They either drank it or died of thirst, and they didn't care about the quantity at all. It turned out that my pricing strategy was completely correct. In the trading hall, many people have already taken the opportunity to stock up, but their pricing is even more outrageous than mine. 1 milliliter of purified water, in exchange for 100 g of bread. 1 g of bread, in exchange for 10 milliliters of purified water. Compared with these peers, my deal was really a bargain. As soon as it was put on the shelves, the 10 bottles of purified water were sold out in an instant. Looking at the 10 new expansion pumice stones in the warehouse, my face broke into a smile. Strike while the iron is hot. I immediately opened the information panel and use all the expansion pumice stones. In an instant, the 2 times 3 plus 1 pumice stone under his feet expanded into a convex shape of 4 times 4 plus 1. But what surprised me most was that as the pumice stone expanded, 2 coconut trees appeared on the island. Staring at the coconut tree, the reading function immediately displayed information. Ordinary coconut trees, vegetation that is generated with a probability during the evolution of the island. You can obtain 10 units of wood by cutting them down, or you can wait for them to mature and produce coconuts for drinking. Island evolution? I was stunned. Isn't this pumice? How did it become an island? Could it be that this is the same as the game setting? When the area of pumice reaches a certain size, it will become an island by default? With this question in mind, I quickly lowered my head to check the pumice stone under my feet. Sure enough, the reading function popped up extremely important information. Small island. Upgraded from pumice group, it automatically becomes an island if the area is larger than 10 and has the conditions for natural evolution. There is a chance of vegetation growing every day. When the vegetation covers 50% of the area, the evolution stops and can be intervened by humans. The larger the island area, the more obvious the evolution effect, and there may even be mountains, rivers, freshwater lakes. I gasped. Mountains and rivers? Freshwater lakes? If the island can be expanded to a large enough size, does that mean there is no need to worry about water sources at all? The importance of pumice is directly maximized. Right now, my most urgent goal is only one: to stockpile and expand pumice like crazy. By the time other people react and realize the true value of pumice, I'm afraid the market price at that time will not be something that can be exchanged for 10 milliliters of water. However, reality is cruel. Now the blind boxes of supplies are limited. If you can't catch supplies, naturally you have no trading chips to exchange for expansion pumice. You can only put your hopes on Xiao AI and Dai Xiaomei. After all, the bread and water that I traded to Dai Xiaomei were borrowed. If she catches any supplies and has bread or water, she should return them to me. If I can exchange it for dozens more expansion pumice stones, it would be a huge profit. Continue to follow the public screen. Tang San uses Xiaoro to wash his hair. Damn it, that guy just now is dead. He said that the way to use expanded pumice stone is to bite it into pieces. I believed your lies and my front teeth broke. Blind people love to watch movies. Piffed, the guy above. You can't blame anyone else for this. Blind people love to watch movies. Although no one knows how to use expanded pumice stone, at least it has the word stone in its name, right? You really dare to chew it? Blind people love to watch movies. With your IQ, even Jesus can't save you. Cricket brother. Oh my God. I just saw someone exchange 10 milliliters of water for this broken stone. Expanding pumice stone. But he didn't get it. If God gives me another chance, I will definitely choose Li Bai. Enchanting sister. You bunch of stinky men. Your hand speed is not good enough. Look at what I have in my hand. 10 milliliters purified water. I just grabbed it. Hee hee. Brother cricket. Sister. Don't drink it. Can I exchange expanded pumice stone for 5 milliliters of water? Enchanting sister. No, broken stones are useless. Living is more important. Bye. Tang San uses Xiaoro to wash his hair. Sister, I'm not greedy. How about I use expanded pumice stone to exchange for a mouthful of your saliva? Tang San uses Xiaoro to wash his hair. If that doesn't work, I'll exchange it for your urine. 100 milliliters, deal? Looking at the comments on the public screen, my face darkened and my heart bled. Oh my God. I thought 10 milliliters of water for expanded pumice stone was cheap enough, but it turns out I was totally overthinking it. These people actually treated pumice as broken stones and used it to exchange for saliva. What will their expressions be when they know the importance of pumice? Just when I was feeling depressed, there was another plop sound. Xiao AI returned with a full load. This time, the net was full of sardines, and my eyes lit up. So many. The reading function appeared. Ordinary sardines, *50 kilograms. I licked my lips. It was a pity that I didn't have any tools to make a fire, otherwise I would have a bowl of fish soup and grilled fish, which would have been a delicious delicacy. However, food cannot be wasted. So I grabbed a 100G fish to test the trading rules, and let Xiao AI continue to soak in the sea with the rest to prevent it from dying. After some testing, I found that the setting of the trading hall was a bit disgusting. Fish can only be traded by piece, not by weight. This means that the transaction price of each fish must be at least 10 to 20 expanded pumice stones to avoid loss. But now is the first day. Who has so many expansion pumice stones? If the price is lowered and one fish is exchanged for one expansion pumice stone, it can be sold, but it also means that the true value of the pumice stone will be exposed in advance. This is obviously not in my interest. It seems that the plan to expand the pumice stone business by making a lot of money from sardines has to be slowed down. I thought Xiao AI had caught the fish and I could continue to implement the expansion plan. Who knew that I would fail? For a moment, I was extremely depressed and could only put the sardine back into the fishing net in Xiao AI's hand, complaining, "Damn it, is this manual targeting me? Shit and urine can be traded by the gram. Why must my fish be traded by the piece? This is too much." However, just when I was feeling depressed, a message notification sounded from my friend list. I opened it and saw that it was from Dai Xiaomei. "Dumb little sister devil, Ji Sinwei. Brother, thanks to your low-quality fishing net. After I synthesized it, the new fishing net is much lighter, and I can throw it farther. The devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Sinwei. I just got 3 blind boxes of supplies online, and got 500G of bread, 150 milliliters of purified water, and 2 expansion pumice stones." Asterisk. Before I could reply, Dai Xiaomei directly initiated a transaction. Dai Xiaomei trades you 375G bread, 125 milliliters purified water, 1 expansion pumice stone, waiting for both parties to confirm the transaction. I was stunned and was about to refuse, but she sent me another message. "The devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Sinwei. Confirm the deal quickly. We agreed that the 250G bread and 100 milliliters water will be returned to you, and the rest will be split in half according to our agreement. The devil of dumb little sister, Ji Sinwei. If you don't accept it, I will never accept any help from you again, even if I die of hunger and thirst." After reading this news, I felt inexplicably warm in my heart, and my favorable impression of her increased a lot. This guy, as her name suggests, is really cute and adorable. However, her attitude is completely different from her image in the live broadcast. I don't know if she is not familiar with me yet, or if she is just like this. I smiled and replied, "Okay, but you can come to me if you have any difficulties." Dai Xiaomei devil, Ji Sinwei, yeah. After the transaction was completed, I summarized my previous experience, divided the bread and water obtained from her into small portions of 5G and 5 milliliters, and put them on the trading hall again. It only took a moment, and all 75 portions of bread and 25 portions of purified water were sold out in seconds. With the expanded pumice stone obtained through trade, I used it directly. The original 4 times 4 plus 1 pumice stone instantly expanded into an incomplete square of 11 times 11-3. Moreover, new vegetation evolution appeared, 2 more coconut trees and some weeds. I looked at my island and couldn't help but sigh. I must be the only one who has developed like this on the first day, right? As the night deepened, I lay under a coconut tree, admiring my own territory and full of longing for the future. The next morning, I was awakened by the scorching sun. I looked at the position of the sun, and it was about 9 o'clock in the morning, but the temperature was already ridiculously high, definitely beyond the normal tolerance range of humans. When I opened the public screen, I saw that many people were complaining about the hot weather, and some even started asking for trades for sunshades. Fortunately, there are at least a few trees on my island that can provide shade. I leaned against a coconut tree and looked into the distance, trying to find other survivors or blind boxes of supplies. However, the sea was clean, with no supplies or traces of people. It seems my guess was correct. I whispered to myself, this civilization is obviously controlled by humans. There are strict rules for the distribution of supplies and survivors. According to feedback from others, only 3 blind boxes of supplies can be refreshed per day, and the distance between the survivors is at least far enough to be beyond our sight. I sighed helplessly. Damn it, I have a fishing robot, but I can't use it to my advantage. It's really frustrating. If supplies were not limited, wouldn't I be able to live a leisurely life from the first day with the help of Xiao AI? Unfortunately, this is just a delusion. Suddenly, a question occurred to me. How did these blind boxes of supplies appear? Could it be that This seawater itself also has information that can be read? Thinking of this, I immediately walked to the edge of the island and looked down. So deep. Even at the edge of the island, it was still bottomless, as if our entire island was floating on the sea. At the same time, the reading function popped up a message: Mysterious Ocean. Refresh the blind box of supplies every 12 hours. The number of refreshed blind boxes of supplies is related to the area of the island and the number of survivors. Basic refresh quantity, 3. For every additional 100 of island area, 1 blind box of supplies will be added. For every additional survivor on the island, 2 blind boxes of supplies will be added. My pupil shrank, and I instantly grasped the key point. Islands can be merged, or humans can go to other islands. Then Dai Xiaomei can also come to my place? But how can we get here? Does the manual have a teleportation function? Or do we have to rely on water transportation? I tried hard to recall that I had studied the manual functions thoroughly yesterday, but did not find the teleport option, and no one mentioned this function on the public screen. Unless, this function is on the next page of the manual, but when I tried to turn the page, the manual actually prompted, "Cannot be enabled at this time." It seems that the only reasonable explanation is water transportation. But this is obviously unrealistic at the moment. Not to mention that they can't find each other's position. Even if they know it, they have to build a ship first. Although knowing these hidden rules makes me excited, the reality is right in front of me, and I can only take one step at a time. I once again posted a message looking for my relatives on the public screen, then leaned against a coconut tree, waiting for the blind box of supplies to refresh. At 12 o'clock, the blind boxes of supplies refreshed on time. 4 black blind boxes floated out on the sea. Xiao AI immediately started fishing. Although the fishing net in its hand was already full of fish, it also had a fishing rod, which it wielded with great ease. In no time, it hooked 4 blind boxes of supplies. Although it is not like a fishing net that can catch everything, there are only 4 blind boxes at the moment. It doesn't matter if I hook them one by one. It just takes some time. After opening the blind box, the harvest this time was new. Open the blind box of supplies. Get 250g bread, 150 milliliters pure water, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies. Get 2 metals, 5 wood, 1 expansion pumice, stored. Open the blind box of supplies. Get 200 milliliters of purified water, 1 metal, already deposited. Open the blind box of supplies. Get 3 wood, 1 metal, 150 milliliters of purified water, already deposited. My eyes lit up. Finally, something new has been discovered. Wood? Metal? It seems that the dream of shipbuilding may not be far away. Metal? Wood? Can I get the materials and supplies already? Looking at the items that came out of the blind box of supplies, I felt happy. Food and water are undoubtedly the most precious things for survivors now, but in the long run, material resources will only become more and more scarce, while food and water will become less scarce. More importantly, with the materials, you can make basic tools in the manufacturing function. Axe, fruit knife. With these tools, I can truly enter the production era. The reason why humans can stand at the top of the food chain is because of their ability to use tools. To put it simply, with the knife, I can finally handle my 50 kilograms of sardines, and putting them on the trading hall is no longer a problem. Thinking of this, I consumed 3 metals and 1 wood without hesitation to make a simple fruit knife. The knife looked rough, but it worked. I couldn't wait to grab a sardine from Xiao AI's fishing net, gutted it, removed the internal organs, and scraped off the scales. When I tried to put it on the trading hall, I found that the processed fish meat had been automatically decomposed, leaving only 80g of pure meat, and it could actually be sold by gram. Good guy. It turns out that I need tools to unlock advanced trading methods. I directly divided it into 16 parts at 5g/part and put it on the trading hall. However, the sales speed this time was obviously much slower than yesterday. It took about 10 minutes to sell out the first batch. TSK, it seems my hunch was right. First of all, the blind boxes of supplies have just been refreshed, and the amount of food on the market is more than yesterday, and the competition is fierce. Secondly, there are not many people who eat raw fish, and no one is willing to eat it raw unless they are pushed to the limit. What's more important is that no one can make a fire now, so it's impossible to cook fish soup. But for me, these are not problems. It takes time for me to process the fish anyway, so it doesn't matter if the sales are slow, as long as I can sell the inventory slowly. As for the bread and purified water that I just opened, I have decided not to sell them anymore. Now I have 50 kilograms of fish to sell, so I should keep the bread and water for myself. After all, I'm really not used to eating sashimi. After drinking 50 milliliters of pure water and eating 100 g of bread, I immediately felt much better. After a short break, I continued to process the sardines. I put them on the shelf as soon as I finished processing them and sold as many as I could while the market price was still low. Who knows, after most people have opened up their supplies, will the price of fish rise to 10 g, 20 g, or even 30 g per portion? Of course, my goal is not just to expand pumice, but metal and wood as well. Since I can provide materials and supplies, others should be able to do so as well. While they still don't value materials, the best thing to do is to exchange them as soon as possible. My pricing strategy is 5G fish meat, trade metal 2, or wood 3. 2 hours later, I barely processed 109 sardines, with a net weight of 9105 g. According to my price, if I sell all of them, I can get expanded pumice *821, metal *1000, wood *1500. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. The supply of trading floors has far exceeded the demand. So far, I have only traded 102 pieces of expansion pumice, 180 pieces of metal, and 459 pieces of wood, and almost no one bought the remaining stock. But this is not surprising. The trading hall is anonymous. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it's idle, and occasionally a few buyers will pop up. Ding dong. The friend list sounded again. Dai Xiaomei sent a message. Dai Xiaomei Devil, Ji Xinwei, brother, the fishing is a bit slow today, mainly because the blind box of supplies is a bit far away. I will wait until it drifts closer before fishing. The devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Xinwei. Today I caught 10 wood, 5 metal, and 100 milliliters purified water, but there is no food. I am crying. After saying that, she directly initiated a transaction and divided the materials she had obtained into half for me as usual. The metal couldn't be divided equally, so she just gave me 3 units. I clicked to confirm the transaction and casually asked, I have a lot of food today, so I'll lend you some first. Don't go hungry. Dai Xiaomei seemed to have understood my character. She didn't refuse this time, but she emphasized again before the transaction, this is a loan. I will definitely return it to you in the future. The transaction was completed. About 2 minutes later, she sent another new message. I guess she was eating during these 2 minutes. The devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Xinwei, brother, have you seen the trading floor? There's a mysterious guy selling sardine meat. Seeing this, I almost laughed out loud. Oh, I'm a big shot now? However, I didn't intend to reveal my identity yet, so I replied casually, yeah, I saw it. What's the matter? The devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Xinwei, someone just said it on the public screen. There is a chance of catching marine life using a fishing net. The devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Xinwei, so many people are trying to catch it now. The devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Xinwei, you gave me your fishing net. I can't catch any fish, right? Do you want me to trade it to you first? You go ahead and catch the fish. I just ate my fill and I'm not in a hurry to use it. Seeing this, I frowned. No wonder my fish sales suddenly stopped. It turned out that a competitor had appeared. I replied, no, keep the catch for yourself, and immediately opened the public screen. Running snail, @Yendi Mr. Yendi, thank you for your reminder. I really caught a salmon. I have applied to add you as my friend. I will give you half of it. Ostrich with broken wings, @Yendi. Yendi is so selfless that he actually shared the secret of catching fish. We will never starve to death again. Emperor Yin, ahem, thank you for being polite. We are Chinese people, so we should help each other. Running snail, yeah. Look at that idiot selling sardines in the trading hall. He's taking advantage of the situation. He must be the first one to discover that there's a way to catch fish. He didn't even tell us. How disgusting. I was immediately unhappy. How could it be considered a sand sculpture if I didn't steal or rob and trade it fairly? Even if Emperor Yin was the first to discover that fishing nets could be used to catch seafood, he only thought of it when he saw sardine meat in the trading hall. I have made an indirect contribution. Besides, who says that we must make selfless contributions? Haha, surviving is the most important thing. I won't accept moral blackmail. At this time, Emperor Yin sent a message. Emperor Yin, ahem, everyone, be quiet, let me say something. Emperor Yin? I sneered when I saw the news on the public screen. Sure enough, it's the same routine. Emperor Yin, after my team and I considered it, in order for everyone to survive for a long time, we plan to establish the Yinming family. After joining the Yinming, we will immediately release survival information and survival rules to the tribe members, and if there is any excess food and water, We will sell it to the tribe members at an 80% discount. If you are interested in joining, please chat privately. The membership fee is 1 expansion pumice stone. I curled my lips in disdain. Haha, this guy really doesn't do charity for nothing. He said he wanted to help each other, but he turned around and asked for a fee to join? To put it bluntly, they just want to collect and expand pumice. But they are a little smarter than the scalpers who take advantage of the situation in the trading hall, and they are covered with a moral cloak. But others don't think so. Yendi had long established his noble image by catching seafood with fishing nets, and now as soon as he opened his mouth, a large number of licking dogs immediately praised him crazily. Running snail. Damn. Yendi is so domineering. The membership fee is just a piece of broken stone. Broken-winged ostrich. Emperor Yin must be thinking about us. He's afraid that we'd feel embarrassed to join for nothing, so he only charges a symbolic membership fee. Smart husky, that's right. I want to join. I won't have to worry about starving to death if I join the Yin League. Tisk. I sneered and shook my head. However, there are some sober people. Xinqing, wake up. How could there be broken stones in the blind box of supplies? Since last night, some people have been exchanging food and water for expanded pumice stones. Do you think those people are stupid? I'm afraid that Emperor Yin and those people in the trading hall who are frantically collecting expansion pumice have long known its importance. Don't be fooled. You are still counting money for him. Against the wind, on the top floor. I don't know how to use the expansion pumice, but from my gaming experience, this must be a key item for expanding the area or warehouse. Of course, I'm just guessing. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Ha, these two are really smart. I leaned against the tree trunk and watched the public screen explode. As expected, everyone immediately split into 3 groups. The dog-licking group, desperately flattering Emperor Yin. The sober group, headed by Xinqing and Nifeng, who resolutely refused to pay protection fees. The melon-eating group, quietly watching to see which side will win. And me? Not participating, eating my own fish and expanding my own island. To put it bluntly, everyone on the public screen has their own agenda. Emperor Yin wants to harvest believers. The sober faction wants to attract people to join the party, and the melon-eating faction just wants to have fun. Anyway, I will not announce the role of the expanded pumice stone. As for creating a family? Oh, I'm not interested. I have a system in Xiao AI, and I don't have to worry about food and drink. Why should I form a faction to cause trouble for myself? At 12 o'clock in the morning, my island was upgraded again and its area became larger. Now I can refresh 5 blind boxes of supplies every day. More importantly, 3 new coconut trees have grown on the island. Great, we can drink coconut juice tomorrow. Xiao AI skillfully ticked all the blind boxes, and I immediately opened them to check 300 g of bread, 50 milliliters of purified water, 5 metals, 3 wood, 200 milliliters of purified water, 1 expansion pumice stone, 200 milliliters of purified water, 1 expansion pumice stone, 1 wooden bed making book. Wooden bed making book? My eyes lit up and I felt ecstatic. I could finally sleep in a bed. Sleeping on the ground all day long is very uncomfortable. To make a wooden bed, you need 1 wooden bed making book, 15 pieces of wood. I had enough supplies, so I immediately made a wooden bed at the manufacturing center. Wow. The moment I lay on it, I felt like I was ascending to heaven. Even though it was just a hard wooden bed, compared to the stone floor before, it was already a paradise-like experience. Great. So great. After feeling the smell of the bed for a while, I used 2 more expansion pumice stones to allow the island to continue expanding. Then I glanced across the trading floor and saw that there was still no demand for sardines. It's time to adjust the price. So, I processed a new batch of fish, took all the 5G fish meat off the shelves, put them up again at the price of 10G per portion, then lay back on the bed and had a good sleep. The next day, 11:30 a.m. This was the first time I woke up naturally and felt refreshed. Yesterday, I moved the wooden bed under the shade of a tree, and finally I didn't get woken up by the sun today. I looked at the manual and saw that there was still half an hour before the blind box of supplies was refreshed. Taking advantage of this time, I posted a missing person notice on the public screen, then opened my friend list and found that Dai Xiaomei had left a lot of messages. The devil of the dumb little sister, Ji Xinwei, brother, I am so exhausted. I waited until 3 in the morning to get the blind box of supplies. Dang, look what this is. Wooden house making book. Huh? Are you asleep, little brother? Then I'm asleep too. See you tomorrow. Good night. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This silly girl is still dangling? How happy she is. Although she didn't send any voice messages, I could already imagine her excited tone. I replied, "Good morning. I went to bed early last night. You were lucky. You got all the books on wooden housemaking." Silly little sister devil, Ji Sinwei, replied immediately, "Hee hee, this is also thanks to your fishing net. But there's only one copy of this crafting book, and I don't know when I can gather all the materials. How about I give it to you first?" I was stunned. This silly girl is really careless. This is the wooden housemaking book, which is definitely a super rare material. But she actually gave it to me directly? No, this thing is too valuable. I replied, "Okay, but you don't have to give me other supplies. On the contrary, I have to compensate you." Without waiting for her to refuse, I directly opened the trading interface, grabbed a dozen fish, 150 milliliters of pure water, and 100 g of bread, and traded them all together. Dai Xiaomei was silent for more than 10 seconds, and finally clicked to confirm the transaction. The corners of my mouth slightly raised. This girl, I guess she is shocked by this luxury package? After all, although 5g of fish meat is not selling well now, the whole fish is still in great demand. If she goes to the trading hall, how much can these fish exchange for? But she still gave me the log house making book without hesitation. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This silly little sister is quite interesting. After I got the log cabin crafting book, I quickly opened the crafting center. As long as you have enough wood and metal, you can build the log house of your dreams. But when I looked at my inventory, it was obvious that there was not enough wood, which was really embarrassing. Thinking of the price of sardines in the trading hall that had been adjusted last night, I hurriedly opened the trading hall, only to see that the fish I had hung had been sold out. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling. I really feel like I've become a big customer, all of a sudden. I already have enough resources in my warehouse. 1,500 wood, 1,009 metal, 719 expanded pumice, 200 g bread, 750 milliliters pure water. These are enough to give me a lot of room for development in the days to come. But to my surprise, although there was enough wood now, I decided to use up all the expanded pumice on hand first. After the expansion pumice was used up, the area of the island increased to nearly 941 blocks. The environment on the island became more and more livable, and even more than a dozen coconut trees grew. Then, I started to think about the construction of the wooden house. The material requirements of the wooden house production book are 600 wood and 100 metal. Although the metal is sufficient, the wood is still a little short. There is no time to wait, so I decided to use up the remaining expansion pumice first, and by the way, expand the area of the island and increase the amount of material refresh. After the expansion was completed, I could finally start making the cabin. After selecting the cabin construction location in the manual, the system gave me an option. Please select a 6m*8m area. I chose a location 4 meters away from the sea, so that I could avoid running too far when handling the fish in the future. After choosing the location, the wooden house was built immediately. It is a simple wooden house, 8 meters long and 6 meters wide, which is enough for people to live in, especially the height of 2.5 meters, which will not make people feel depressed. Although there is no furniture in the cabin except for the bed and the manual, it is empty, but I am satisfied to be able to shelter from the wind and rain. I lay on the bed, ready to take a nap, waiting for the blind box of supplies to refresh at 12 o'clock. Just then, a message alert suddenly rang, interrupting my peaceful lunch break. Dai Xiaomei, little brother, you are the one selling sardines in the trading hall, right? Shut up /.jpg. I was stunned for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Okay, I admit it, it was me. Dai Xiaomei, I knew it. I guessed it when I saw so many sardines just now." I smiled and said, "It's a pity there's no fire, otherwise the fish would definitely fill us up." Dai Xiaomei, it's okay. I can cut it into thin slices with a knife and eat it. Being alive is the most important thing. I nodded. There is no tinder on the island. If there was, we could make a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Dai Xiaomei, yeah, that's right. By the way, I really want to know what you look like. Can we try a video call? Looking forward to it /.jpg. Video call? I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect her to be so proactive. Isn't this an occupational hazard of live streaming? I smiled in my heart and suddenly found it a little funny. I looked at my reflection on the screen in the manual and nodded with satisfaction. I am handsome and have 3-dimensional features. I am even more handsome than Xiaozhanga. Although it has a little beard, let's forget it. I finally decided to reject her request. Let's talk about it later. Dai Xiaomei, aren't you curious about what I look like? I'm a super beautiful girl. I was speechless, thinking, do you think I haven't watched the live broadcast? You are just an internet celebrity. Why do you need me to be curious? Do I have to wait for you to have a show before I'm curious? I replied unhappily. I've watched your live broadcast and I know what you're like. Don't ask anymore. Dai Xiaomei was embarrassed/.jpg. Oh, forget it, it's really boring. Just when I thought the topic was over, Dai Xiaomei suddenly said, I really want to see you. Her words left me speechless. She must have been thinking, Li Tian is so handsome. Doesn't he want me to see him? But forget it, I'm not in the mood to care. Finally, I waved my hands, thinking to myself, but, after all, she is just a silly girl. It's not that complicated. But, this world is really wonderful. 009. Yinming builds momentum. Ah, it's not cold in the hot sun. Why are you sneezing? Li Tianming, who had just finished chatting with Dai Xiaomei, scratched his nose, really confused. However, seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, he did not think about this issue anymore. I've rested for a while. It's time to move around. As he said that, Li Tian stretched his body and walked out of the wooden house. Once again, he caught dozens of fish from Xiao Ai's fishing net and began to gut them. As for the supplies, once the time comes, Li Tian doesn't need to say much. Xiao Ai will consciously tick the box of supplies. This one-stop service is absolutely satisfactory. This busy work. Li Tian was busy until almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he finally processed the dozens of fish. Nearly 4 kilograms of fish meat. However, since many people now catch fish with fishing nets, Li Tian had to raise the selling price again. 15G sardine meat, trade, expanded pumice stone *1. 15G sardine meat, trading, metal *2. 15G sardine meat, trade, wood *3. As for how the sales are, that is not Li Tian's concern, just leave it to fate. If it doesn't sell after a while, just continue to adjust the price. Next, Li Tian focused his attention on the 12 blind boxes of supplies that Xiao Ai had already caught. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain Simple Barbecue Grill Making Book, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get Metal *tin, wood *1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get 200 milliliters of pure water, 2 expansion pumice stones, stored. Open the blind box of supplies, get 500G bread, 1 expansion pumice stone, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get 500 milliliters of pure water, 3 pieces of wood, deposited. A book on making a barbecue grill? Wow, it came at the perfect time. I was wondering what to do with all these fish. Li Tian's eyes lit up when he saw a book on making a barbecue grill. In this damn place, we eat bread all day long and we are almost turning into bread. Nowadays, being able to change the taste is definitely an extremely enjoyable thing. Li Tian quickly took out the production book from the warehouse and went straight to the production center. Fortunately, the materials needed to make a barbecue grill are not special, only 2 parts of wood and 10 parts of metal. Li Tian happened to have some in stock, so he made it right away. The barbecue grill was a rectangular block in shape, about 1 meter long, 0.3 meters wide, and just as high as Li Tian's waist. Under the iron mesh of the barbecue grill is a charcoal trough for storing coal. But how do we solve the problem of coal? Li Tian looked at the coal trough, feeling helpless. Just now I was just thinking about changing the taste, but I ignored the most important ingredient for barbecue, charcoal. Now that the island has evolved into some weeds, if we collect some in advance and expose them to the sun, they should be able to serve as tinder, right? Li Tian looked up at the scorching sun and thought to himself. Afterwards, in order to have cooked food as soon as possible, Li Tian started searching on the island under the scorching sun. Half an hour later, looking at the weeds drying in front of the wooden house window, Li Tian was full of expectations. I hope you can be of some use. Excessive exposure to the sun forced Li Tian to drink a gulp of purified water, directly consuming 300 milliliters. After that, Li Tian lay on the wooden bed and rested. Certainly, the manual is very close to the wooden bed, and the bed is not very high. So Li Tian can still control the manual while lying on his side. After Li Tian posted a missing person notice, he also paid attention to the public screen in the chat area. If you want to live well here, you must master the rules. Therefore, it is necessary to pay attention to other people's news. You never know what you haven't noticed, but others may have noticed it. Especially today, Li Tian discovered that there were quite a lot of people who wanted to make books. I don't know whether this civilization has begun to lead humans into an era of using tools to innovate. The blood gushed out even more as he cut off his hand with a knife. Wooden chair making book? Ha ha ha. God really favors me. I actually got this. Yiming snail. Tisk, what's that? We in Yiming at Yindi already have a wooden bed. Yiming, ostrich. That's right. And let me tell you, our clan leader said that if he has a wooden bed next time, he is willing to sell it to our clan members at a low price. Are you tempted? It's better to take action. Hurry up and join Yiming. Yiming era. Yes, yes, our chief is so kind to us. We can buy 10 of bread with just one piece of wood. Seeing this, Li Tian was stunned at first. He didn't expect that Emperor Yin actually founded a family. However, when they saw the boasting words of these scumbags from the Yin League, they almost died of laughter. Goddamn, that's great. One piece of wood for 10 of bread. Isn't that the current market price? But I have to say that the man called Yin Di is quite good at brainwashing. I don't know if he is the leader of a pyramid scheme gang squatting in the cell. He has gained a new life because of the advent of the new civilization. As for the prefixes of these people's names, Li Tian was not too surprised. When he was studying the manual system, he discovered that the nickname had an opportunity to be changed. However, the nickname before the change will also appear behind the current nickname after you become friends with each other. So changing the name is not very meaningful and it is impossible to achieve true anonymity. Keep reading. At this time, Emperor Yin also jumped out. His subordinates had already built up momentum for him, so naturally he had to come out and show off. Yin Di, ahem, we are all family. We should take care of each other. In the future, I will devote more energy and material resources to give back to my family. Emperor Yin, I repeat, Yinming is recruiting. For the treatment within the tribe, please consult at Yimingden Snail. For the information about joining the tribe, please consult at Yimingden Ostrich. Emperor Yin, also, I will buy all the production drawings at a high price. If you're interested, please chat with me privately. Yiming era, don't miss it. We now have 56 members in Yiming. We can share information and resources and survive better. It seemed as if it had been discussed beforehand. After Era said that, the public screen was suddenly filled with messages from the Yinming family. Yinming farmer, I will never regret joining the Yinming in this life, and I will still be a Yinming member in the next life. Yinming Tyrishan, Yinming is good. Yinming is wonderful. I am happy to join Yinming. Yinming, King Tianchu, in life, I am a Yinming member. In death, I am a Yinming soul. Wow, it's quite a big deal. It seems that this wave of operations will allow that Yin Emperor to trick a lot of people into joining the organization. Li Tian shook his head helplessly, feeling sad for those who were about to be deceived. 010. Successfully made fire by drilling wood. The barrage of comments had been flooding the screen, and there was no meaningful information to be seen at all. Li Tian simply turned away and ignored it. However, one of Emperor Yan's words awakened Li Tian. Li Tian is now busy collecting materials in the trading hall and relying on Xiao AI to catch blind boxes and seafood, but he has ignored the production books. Now, many people should have published production books. After the Yinming gang calms down, I will also go to collect some crafting books. After leaving a word, perhaps because he was too tired, Li Tian fell asleep. The evening breeze caresses the sea surface, creating ripples. Li Tian also woke up amid the protest of his stomach. Even though Li Tian now has a system and has collected a lot of materials, he has never been well fed and watered from beginning to end. As for the fish, he really didn't want to eat them raw. Now, he can only pin his hopes on tinder. With the help of the faint light from the manual screen, Li Tian walked to the window and took down the drying weeds. After touching it carefully, Li Tian nodded with satisfaction. Well, it looks like the moisture has dried up. Maybe there's hope. Then, he walked to the manual with a happy look on his face and clicked on the production hall. He planned to use the most primitive method of making fire by drilling wood, but he currently lacked a cylindrical wooden stick for friction. It happened that among the basic tools in the production center, one piece of wood could be used to make a wooden stick. There was no other way. He couldn't rub the wood directly. His hands would be rubbed raw. No, even bloody. At the same time, Li Tian also made an axe to chop wood later, but it was a bit painful. An axe actually consumes 50 parts of metal and 1 part of wood. No more ink. Take out the stick and 3 units of wood. Li Tian first used an axe to chop the 2 pieces of wood into a flammable state, and then chiseled a groove in one of the intact pieces of wood. Then he stuffed the wooden stick into the groove and rubbed it with his hands. Half an hour later, Li Tian was already sweating profusely, but the wood only produced some smoke, without any sparks. He was in despair. Although both are friction motions, making a fire is much more tiring than doing that. But in order to eat the cooked meat, Li Tian gritted his teeth and continued to rub it. In the end, hard work pays off. After rubbing for more than 20 minutes, Li Tian could already see sparks the size of candy bars. Considering safety reasons, Li Tian made fire by rubbing two sticks together outside. Therefore, at this moment he protected the spark extremely carefully as if he was guarding a priceless treasure. And then with quick eyes and hands he poured it directly onto the tinder. Then he held the tinder in both hands and blew air towards the bottom of the tinder with his mouth. The smoke became thicker and thicker, and the sparks that were originally like sucrose became the size of cigarette butts. Next moment, an extremely stunning scene appeared in front of Li Tian. He dared to guarantee that this scene was definitely the most joyful and touching scene he had ever seen in his life. The fire is lit. Friendly reminder, children, please do not try the operations in the novel, and do not play with fire at home. Safety first. Forget it, children, don't touch fire. Otherwise, I will stop updating. I won't let you read it anymore. Afterwards, Li Tian quickly covered the burning tinder in the pile of wood that had been stacked in advance. Generally speaking, barbecue is done with charcoal, but because Li Tian had no tools to transfer the charcoal fire, he simply stuffed the burning wood pieces into the charcoal slot of the barbecue grill while he could still hold them in his hands. Fish cooked over an open flame should burn, right? Forget it. Never mind. He originally wanted to wait until the wood burned into charcoal before grilling it, but he was so hungry that Li Tian simply didn't care about it. As long as it's cooked. Li Tian directly took out a dozen fish, and after simply processing the internal organs and scales, he couldn't wait to put the fish on the grill. Suddenly, a meaty aroma hit my nose. Li Tian felt that every cell in his body was cheering. Seeing that the heated surface of the fish was gradually turning black, Li Tian hurriedly picked up two thin strips of wood from the firewood he had just chopped to use as chopsticks and turned the fish over. However, due to the strong fire, the pair of simple wooden chopsticks caught fire directly. Li Tianchi rushed back to the wooden house, consumed a portion of metal and wood, and made a pair of iron-wood combination chopsticks. The head is iron, and the grip is wooden. However, even though he had iron chopsticks, which made it easier to flip the fish, Li Tian had no experience in grilling, and the fire was too big, so all of the dozen or so fish looked horrible and burnt black. But this is about survival, not health preservation. Li Tian doesn't care about these. Seeing that the fish were cooked, he transferred the fish to the wood that had been used to make the wood trough and brought it into the wooden house to taste it. Can't wait to take a bite. The skin was a bit bitter because it was burnt, but the fish meat was still quite fresh and sweet. It's a pity there was no seasoning, or it would be even more delicious. For someone like Li Tian who hadn't eaten properly for 2 days, the charred fish in front of him was like dragon meat from heaven. After eating 3 in one breath, Li Tian slowed down his chewing. But thinking that Dai Xiaomei might not be able to make a fire now, he directly took 3 fish and traded them. After the two of them got to know each other, they developed a tacit understanding. Dai Xiaomei did not refuse the transaction, but replied after the transaction was completed, "I will pay you back in the future." At the same time, he also praised, "Awesome. You have even managed the barbecue. We are both trying to survive, but you are already one step ahead of most people." Li Tian replied cheerfully, "Lucky, I found the barbecue grill." After that, the two of them tacitly stopped chatting and focused on eating the fish. After a big meal, before Li Tian had time to lie down to digest the food, a headache problem came up again. Should this spark be preserved or not? You can keep the cooked food, but you have to keep replenishing it with wood, and you don't know how long the wood you have stored will last. If you don't keep it, it will be very troublesome to make a fire next time. For a moment, Li Tian was depressed. Suddenly, Li Tian remembered something and was instantly delighted. That's right. You can try to rent my fire source. The leasing function is another trading method in the trading hall. You can put your own tools up for rent and set the duration and fee yourself. Nowadays, there must be quite a few people who have discovered timber and fish, and they certainly want to eat cooked food. If their fire source could be rented, they might rent it. In this way, not only could they earn rent, but they could also have someone to help renew the fire source. Fuck, I'm such a genius. Li Tian became more and more excited the more he thought about it, and he directly cursed. Thinking of this, he hurried to the manual, entered the trading hall, and clicked on the rental function. The manual finally worked. It can actually be rented out? 011.Tinder for rent. Li Tian was extremely excited to see that burning charcoal could be recognized by the rental system. And after careful study, Li Tian found that he only understood the basics of this rental system last time. This rental system may be designed to take care of the fruits of other people's labor. In addition to setting the rental time and price, you can also set other additional conditions in the rental settings. For example, burning charcoal can be set to be non-copyable. Take the rental for 1 hour as an example. After renting the charcoal fire, the renter needs to prepare another portion of wood for the charcoal fire to burn for 1 hour, and only one portion of wood can be added for burning. If the corresponding amount of wood is not added according to the rules, the charcoal will be forcibly taken back and the rent will not be refunded. If the renter uses it according to the rules, after 1 hour, the charcoal fire will be automatically taken back to the rental area by the system for the next person to rent, and the wood added in advance will be burned out and cannot be retained. This function of the leasing system undoubtedly greatly protects Leasing's interests. You must know that only monopoly can maximize profits. Originally, Leasing was worried that someone would rent the charcoal and get the fire to steal his business. Now, there is no need to worry. Then, Leasing divided the burning charcoal in the barbecue grill into 20 portions without hesitation for rent. Of course, if Leasing wanted, he could divide it into more parts. But considering that the fire was most likely owned by his family alone, he didn't want to waste any more wood. Anyway, Tinder has a monopoly on the industry, so other survivors will be able to earn money from the rent sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Besides, 20 copies are enough for now. Leasing's first purpose in renting out charcoal fire was to ensure that his own fire could be used continuously. If you make too many fires and satisfy other people's needs at once, maybe no one will rent fires in a short period of time, and your own fire may be extinguished. After all, when the charcoal fire is put on the rental area, the rental department also gives a reminder. If no one rents the burning charcoal fire for more than 3 hours, it will be extinguished and taken off the shelf. Leasing could still tell the difference between eating enough at once and eating slowly. As for the rental price, Leasing thought about it and finally set it to 2 expansion pumice stones per hour. Leasing thought this price should be about right. At present, the expanded pumice stone is still a broken stone in the eyes of many people. In order to eat cooked food, you should be willing to consume 2 broken stones, right? The result was as expected. As soon as the 20 portions of charcoal were put on the rental area, they were quickly rented out. And looking at the number of reservations for the charcoal fire, it has exceeded 1,000. This has just been released. I can really make money while lying down in the future. After Leasing smiled proudly, he focused his attention on the chat area, wanting to see what kind of response the appearance of his fire would bring. The captain touched his chest and said, "Fuck, has anyone made a fire? I wonder how they did it. Drilling wood to make fire? But there is no tinder on this bare island." Minotaur, damn it, that guy has figured out how to survive. We are still trying to stay alive, but he is thinking about how to get rich. But what is the use of that broken stone? Is it the currency here? Guan, only read the spring and autumn annals. Who knows? Anyway, I searched the system and couldn't find any instructions or usage for that broken stone. Yiming era. Okay, isn't fire a piece of cake? This was made by our Yindi. Minotaur, oh my god, it turns out to be Master Yindi. I pay my respects to you. I beg Master Yindi to put up a few more pieces of charcoal. My reservation is already scheduled for 1,072 hours. Yiming, ostrich. If you want fire, you are welcome to join Yiming. Not only can you be the first to enjoy fire, but you can also enjoy more favorable prices. Seeing this, Leasing frowned and was a little unhappy. Fuck, someone is pretending to be someone else? But after thinking about it for a moment, Leasing figured it out. This trading system is anonymous in nature. Anyone can claim that the fire belongs to them, and there is no way to prove it. It is in line with Yin Emperor's style for his grandson to use this mechanism to commit fraud, but I'm afraid he will cheat us out of a lot of membership fees again. Of course, maybe Emperor Yin was using this opportunity to find out who created the fire. Therefore, Leasing didn't care about anything. After all, the rent fell into his hands and not into the hands of Emperor Yin. Besides, with Leasing's current influence in the chat area, who would believe what he says? It will only cause people to laugh at you. Ding dong. The friend notification sound rang again. Dai Xiaomei, brother. I saw on the public screen that the group of people said that the fire belonged to Emperor Yin. Your grilled fish appeared first, and then the fire appeared, right? I thought it was your fire. Leasing, it's mine. Those bastards from Yinming are cheating me. Dai Xiaomei, how can this be? How abominable. Angry/.jpg. Dai Xiaomei, no, I'm going to expose them. Leasing, no need. No one will believe it, and I don't want to make it public. There are many ways to deal with those people. Just wait. Dai Xiaomei, since little brother has his own plan, that's good. On another small island of 129 square meters, a burly bald man with flowery arms and wearing a white vest was extremely excited at this moment. Just because of private messaging to join the club, more and more people are paying the expansion pumice. How could he have imagined that just by a sudden inspiration, the number of members who had already been sluggish would increase rapidly again? This person is naturally the Yin Emperor of the Yin League. In fact, during the civilized period of the mainland, he was a death row prisoner in jail and a gangster boss. Who would have thought that God would give him a chance to be reborn? There is no law here, so naturally he went back to his old ways, establishing a gang. When it comes to winning people's hearts and gathering followers, he is naturally quite experienced. Of course, this is also thanks to the stupid friend assigned to him by the system. After his casual trickery, that good friend actually traded his only old fishing net to him. After he synthesized a complete fishing net, he did not share it with the other party as requested. In the end, the other party starved to death, but he lived a more comfortable life relying on the intact fishing net. Of course, having a complete fishing net only increases his chances of catching blind boxes of supplies. He can have his current achievements thanks to the person selling fish in the trading hall. It was when he saw someone selling fish that he wondered if the fish was caught from the sea, rather than from a blind box of supplies. After several tests, he actually caught fish from the sea, which led to what happened next. Spreading survival information, establishing his own image, increasing influence, forming gangs, and recruiting younger brothers. It must be said that he also knows a lot about gang affairs. 012, Class B Distillation Unit. Seeing that his warehouse had been expanded by more than 200 pieces of pumice, the number of people chatting with him privately stopped increasing. Emperor Yin was so happy that he couldn't stop grinning. Ha ha ha! Another 200 square meters of area, and 2 more blind boxes of supplies. Having said that, Emperor Yin directly used 200 pieces of expansion pumice stones in the manual, and distributed the remaining pieces to his younger brothers. There was no way. He actually didn't want to give it. But if you want people to do something, you have to let them get something in return. This is the core business philosophy of the gang. You know, no one is stupid. If there is no benefit, no one will bother you. As for the method of expanding the island area and the fact that the blind boxes of supplies increase as the island area increases, Yin D naturally did not know about it through the system. He was just lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The method of using the expanded pumice stone was that he randomly clicked on it when he was bored and accidentally clicked on the expanded interface. This extension interface is indeed quite hidden. In the lower right corner of the manual system, Island Information, there is an inconspicuous plus symbol. It is a flat graphic and does not look like an icon. Generally, you will not click on it. As for the fact that the supplies increased as the island area increased, he discovered this when he expanded the island area to 100. Before 100, there were always 3 blind boxes of supplies, but after 100, 4 were refreshed. Even primary school students can figure out this pattern. After expanding the area again, Emperor Yin was a little confused when he saw a few more coconut trees on his island. Could it be that the person who rented out the fire had an island that was not small, so some plants that could be used as tinder appeared on the island? But my area is over 300 square meters, and there are only coconut trees. I can't see any other plants at all. Fuck. I must make some fire too. As soon as 12 o'clock in the morning arrives, Li Tian sat up from the wooden bed on time, looking excited. It's finally the 3rd day. I can open the system blind box again. System. Open the blind box. Ding. Opened successfully. Obtained B-level distillation device. Stored in the manual warehouse. Distillation device? Then it can be used to distill seawater. As he spoke, Li Tian quickly took out the distillation device from the warehouse. Soon, a bubble emerged. Class B distillation device can distill seawater. Each time the machine is filled, 500 milliliters of Class B pure water can be distilled. The distillation time required, 12 hours. Water can also have levels? Li Tian was stunned when he saw this. But Li Tian is not trying to figure out what the level actually is. He quickly removed the water tank from the distillation device, filled it with seawater, and started the distillation device. Looking at the water storage area of the distillation device where pure water was slowly dripping, Li Tian finally felt at ease. Before, even though I had Xiao AI, my diet was still a bit dependent on luck. If there is no food in the blind box of supplies for a whole day, Li Tian can indeed solve the problem by eating fish, but water is not the solution. Nowadays, we no longer have to worry about not getting food or water in blind boxes. Even without the blind box of supplies, Li Tian felt that he could live a good life. A few more minutes passed. Xiao AI also successfully fished 14 blind boxes of supplies ashore. Thanks to the rental of the fire, Li Tian arrived before 12 o'clock and earned an extra 120 expansion pumice stones to expand the island. Otherwise, relying on the pumice earned from selling fish today, the maximum area of the island can only reach 1,007 square meters. And now it has 1,127 square meters. When I opened the blind box of supplies, new supplies appeared this time. Open the blind box of supplies, get stone *3, pure water 100 milliliters, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get metal *3, stone *5, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get plastic *1, wood *1, bread *150g has been deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get 200 milliliters of pure water, 1 expansion pumice stone, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get expansion pumice *3, deposited. Stone? Plastic? What can be done with this? Li Tian came to the manual and opened the production center with doubts. Upon closer look, it was indeed the case. Every time new materials appear, there will be updates in the production center. This time, a stone house, a stone table, and a stone chair appeared in the crafting center. But a crafting book is needed. Are the things in this production center refreshed according to the supplies or according to the size of the island? This doubt suddenly popped up in Li Tian's mind. After all, the things in the production center are always increasing, so there must be a pattern behind it. After a closer look, I didn't expect that the production center could also be read by the system. Production center, a hall for human production, where basic/advanced items are constantly updated as materials appear/the scale of the island changes. Oh, both supplies and the size of the island affect the production center? I don't know if there will be new ships in the future. If we have a boat, we should be able to bring Dai Xiaomei to the island, right? But what can she do when she comes? A little cook? Or a bed warmer? Li Tian found himself drifting. The more he thought about it, the more distorted his thoughts became, so he quickly stopped his daydreaming. There is no production book at the moment, and the plastics or stones I got are not of much use, so I might as well just let them collect dust in the warehouse. There are not many people in the barrage now. It's time to collect a wave of production books. Thinking of this, Li Tian posted a message on the public screen. Qianqian Jiaozi, I am buying production books at a high price. If you have any, please chat privately. Bring pictures and prices. I am going to bed now, and I will reply to you tomorrow. By the way, Li Tian also sent out a missing person notice, but no one responded. Why? After searching for so long, they still haven't seen my comments? Or maybe they have already. No, that won't happen. Maybe this island is divided into zones. They are not in the same chat zone as me. After comforting himself, Li Tian lay down on the wooden bed and fell asleep. The next day, Li Tian woke up early. Since having a bed and a wooden house, Li Tian's sleep quality has been getting better and better. He glanced at the manual and found that there were 3 unread messages in the private chat and several messages in the friend notification. First, I opened a private chat. Wandering Rich Second Generation. Will you accept this book on making wooden beds? Just give me food and water. Li Tian, yes, 2 sardines plus 100 milliliters water. If you agree, we can trade. Angel Investor Bing Huang. Wooden basin making book. I want 200 g bread. 200 milliliters water. Li Tian, it's expensive. I can only give you 50 g of bread and 50 milliliters of water. It's up to you. Tang Sen used Xiaoro to wash his hair. Stonehouse production book, boss, do you want this? I see that the production center cannot produce this, and I don't know how the blind box of supplies can be opened. 013. I have coconut milk to drink. Seeing this, Li Tian laughed out loud. This Tang San uses Xiaoro to wash his hair. Li Tian is very familiar with this guy. He is the typical person who eats too much, has too much free time, and spends all day trying to make a presence felt in the chat area. At that time, he was still saying in the chat area that his teeth were broken by the expansion pumice stone. But I have to say this guy is pretty lucky, as he got the stone house making book. But from what he said, maybe the scale of the island has not yet reached the standard for making stone houses, so the production of stone houses is not displayed in the production center. Just because he can't do it doesn't mean Li Tian can't do it. This is a good thing. So Li Tian also responded with a high price. 300 g bread plus 5 sardines plus 300 milliliters water. I want it. Li Tian replied to all 3 of them, but the other party did not reply. He didn't know whether they were busy or resting, so Li Tian didn't waste any more time. Continue to open friend information. Dai Xiaomei, little brother, look what this is. Stone table making book. This thing is useless to me. You take it. You must be asleep, right? Come to me when you wake up. Li Tian. Just consider it as me buying the stone table making book. You don't have to share the materials you caught today with me. By the way, I will give you some bread and water. After Li Tian finished replying, he was about to close the chat box, but he didn't expect Dai Xiaomei to reply again within seconds. Dai Xiaomei, okay. This woman really doesn't need to sleep. How come she is always here? Li Tian smiled and shook his head, then clicked on the transaction. Soon, the stone table making book was obtained, but Li Tian did not have enough stone, so he had to save it for the time being. By the way, what do you do every day besides fishing? Li Tian opened the chat box of Dai Xiaomei and asked. Dai Xiaomei, nothing much, except being in a daze and fishing, but it's so difficult. So far I haven't caught any fish, but I have caught a lot of marine garbage. Li Tian also sighed after reading it and replied, aren't all marine garbage created by humans? In the end, it will harm ourselves. Dai Xiaomei, yes. It's so sad. Our Mother Earth has been destroyed by us. I must protect the environment. Work hard /.jpg. Li Tian, well, it's not too late to start now. Li Tian, since you can't catch any fish, why don't you just stop fishing and work for me? Dai Xiaomei, work? What do you want to do? Have you figured it out? You want me to perform for you live? Li Tian, ==, what are you thinking about? Do you think I have so much free time? Dai Xiaomei, yes. Li Tian. Li Tian immediately had a black question mark. Are you free? It's just nonsense. Making things up. Li Tian, okay. No more jokes, seriously. I have a lot of fish. I'll trade them all to you. You'll be responsible for helping me deal with the fish, right? Li Tian, I can provide you with the tools to process the fish. After you process them and put them on the shelves, we will split the profits in half. Dai Xiaomei, I have tools too. Who am I looking down on? I already made a knife in the crafting center. Dai Xiaomei, but it's not fair to you to split it in half. 73 points, right? Li Tian thought about it and finally agreed. Okay, 73 is 73. After replying, Li Tian directly traded all the remaining fish in Xiao AI's fishing net. At that time, Dai Xiaomei was numb. Dai Xiaomei, how can there be so many? Li Tian, is this too much? You can have more if you want. Dai Xiaomei, you are so Versailles. This is all for now. If there are too many, I can't finish them all. As for these fish, they were Li Tian's final test for her. If she chose to keep it all for herself, Li Tian would never talk to her again and would simply block her. And if she didn't, Li Tian planned to accept her, tell her all the information he knew, and try his best to make her life better. There is no way. It's not that Li Tian is plotting, but he really has to be on guard against others. In today's world, without laws, people's hearts are terrifying without constraints. In order to survive, people can do anything, so Li Tian thinks this test is very necessary. But soon, Dai Xiaomei proved her sincerity to Li Tian with her actual actions. Every time Dai Xiaomei finished processing a fish, she would consciously trade it with Li Tian. For this, Li Tian had completely let down his guard against her. It seems that I am still judging others by my own mean standards. Then, without saying anything, he told Dai Xiaomei how to use the expansion pumice stone. Fortunately, Dai Xiaomei did not use the expansion pumice that she opened to trade for other materials, so the area of her island increased to 13 in an instant. Dai Xiaomei, wow, little brother. How do you even know this? Thank you for telling me. Now, I don't have to worry about rolling into the sea while sleeping. Li Tian, there is also the matter of island evolution. Don't forget, if there is expansion pumice, you should expand it as soon as possible. As the island area increases, the number of blind boxes of supplies will also increase. Dai Xiaomei, yes. Okay, then my boss, I will work hard for you. I will try to earn 100 expansion pumice stones as soon as possible. After finishing the chat, Li Tian walked out of the wooden house. After letting Xiao AI continue fishing, he took a walk around the island. How pleasant. Halfway through his walk, Li Tian came to the first coconut tree that appeared and was stunned. What the hell? There are coconuts so soon? Li Tian quickly ran back to the manual, made a stick, and ran to the coconut tree again. He knocked down the coconuts and shook them. There is actually coconut milk. Could it be that the growth cycle on the island is different from reality? Thinking of this, Li Tian looked at the dozen or so coconut trees around him and couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. Wouldn't that mean there would be a lot of coconut milk to drink soon? After returning to the wooden house, Li Tian couldn't wait to use an axe to knock a hole in the coconut, then picked up the coconut, tilted his head back, and started drinking. Wow, It tastes so good. Drinking coconut milk on a hot summer day is so refreshing. Thinking that Dai Xiaomei was also suffering from the scorching sun, Li Tian bought some coconut milk and traded it with her. The appearance of this coconut refreshes Dai Xiaomei's cognition again. Dai Xiaomei, brother, you are not a god. We started at the same time, and you are already drinking coconut milk. That's amazing. Li Tian, stop talking nonsense and drink it quickly. This is the boss's reward to the employees. You don't have to pay it back. Dai Xiaomei, then I will obey your command. Drool/.jpg. As soon as noon arrives, the message reminder appeared again in Li Tian's private chat information. I guess those people woke up when the blind box refresh time came. When I opened it, I saw that it was Tang San who was washing his hair and Xiaoro who replied first. Tang San washes his hair with Xiaoro. Boss, is 300g bread plus 5 sardines plus 300 milliliters water real? If so, please trade with me immediately. 014. Benefits of grade B water. Seeing this, Li Tiansheng was afraid that the other party would go back on his word, so he quickly clicked on the transaction. After all, the price offered by Li Tian was not particularly high, and his offer gave the other party room to raise the price. But since the other party doesn't raise the price, Li Tian naturally would be happy for it. After the transaction was successful, Li Tian couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, didn't your tooth fall out? Will it leak when you drink water? Tang San washes his hair with Xiaoro. Modest and proud. It's inconvenient to answer. Is that because the front teeth are broken? Tang San washes his hair with Xiaoro. Boss, are you deliberately making fun of me? Modest and proud. No, I'm just curious. Tang San used Xiaoro to wash his hair. It doesn't affect my drinking, but it affects my bragging. My words are a bit leaky. After ending the conversation, Li Tian opened the production center immediately. To build a stone house, you need 2,000 pieces of stone. Li Tian is still far away. Therefore, Li Tian had to focus the trading hall's transactions on stone. Open the trading floor. After looking at the recent price situation, Li Tian adjusted the fish trading price again. Sardine meat 20g, trade, expanded pumice stone *1. Sardine meat 20g trade, wood *3. Sardine meat 20g, trading, metal *2. Sardine meat 20g trade plastic *2. Sardine meat 20g, trading, stone *2. After the price increased, the efficiency of transactions improved significantly. Li Tian no longer paid attention to it. Look at the private chat message again. The other two also accepted Li Tian's offer and initiated transactions. Soon, Li Tian easily took the other two production books. Since there was wood in stock, Li Tian made the wooden bed and basin directly. Li Tian already has a wooden bed, and he is not fat, so he doesn't need two beds. He was planning to give it to his younger sister Dai. When he was in mainland China, he was at least a big internet celebrity. People who are used to living in a comfort zone cannot stand sleeping on the floor every day. The basin can also make it more convenient and easier for Dai Xiaomei to handle the fish. Initiating a transaction, Dai Xiaomei was obviously surprised when she saw these two things. Dai Xiaomei. Li Tian, take it. The bed is an extra one of mine, so I'll lend it to you. Feel free to use it. The wooden basin is your work tool. After Li Tian's explanation, Dai Xiaomei gladly accepted it. Leave the manual and walk out of the cabin. Xiao AI hasn't come up yet. He must still be fishing in the sea. Li Tian was not in a hurry to urge it to salvage the blind box of supplies, since the blind box of supplies would not escape anyway. When we arrived at the distillation device, the tanks in the water storage area were already filled with pure water. When it was taken out, bubbles appeared. Grade B purified water. Water that is higher in quality than purified water. Drinking it can significantly improve your physical fitness. Is it really that powerful? After reading Bubbles' introduction, Li Tian took a sip in disbelief. When you put the grade B water into your mouth, it feels a bit cool at first. However, after tasting it carefully, Li Tian only felt a sweetness and freshness on the tip of his tongue. This is a feeling that drinking any other water can't give him. As the water slides down the throat into the body, its original coolness turns into warmth. The stomach's absorption function is obviously enhanced due to the presence of water. Soon, Li Tian felt an inexplicable power all over his body, and only one thought emerged in his mind. Who else? I want to beat 10 of them. After learning how precious water is, Li Tian was reluctant to waste even a drop of it, and quickly went to the manual production center and used 2 pieces of plastic to make a plastic cup to hold the water. Immediately, he quickly picked up the water tank of the distillation device, walked towards the seaside, filled it with seawater, and started the distillation device again. After a few rounds, Xiao AI appeared on the island with a fishing net. Looking at the fish in Xiao AI's fishing net, Li Tian was slightly delighted. Change species? That's good. This time, the fish in Xiao AI's fishing net were no longer sardines, but salmon. However, it seems that Xiao AI deliberately catches the same type of fish every time he goes fishing. Last time it was all sardines. This time it's all salmon. Considering that Dai Xiaomei couldn't handle the fish very quickly by herself, Li Tian asked Xiao AI to continue immersing the fishing net in the sea. At the same time, Xiao AI used the lifting rod to hook the blind box of supplies again in a very tactful way. In less than 5 minutes, all the blind boxes of supplies were checked out by Xiao AI. After opening it, Li Tian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Open the blind box of supplies, get stone *5, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get plastic *3, stone *3, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get plastic *1, wood *1, purified water *150g has been deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get 100 milliliters of pure water, 2 expansion pumice stones, stored. Open the blind box of supplies, get metal *8, deposited. So many blind boxes of supplies can't even open a production book? It's really unlucky. Li Tian sighed helplessly. Next, Li Tian was idle again. Of course, if he wanted, he could still process the fish to kill time. But there was still a lot of fish meat in the trading hall that had not been digested, so it was enough to let Dai Xiaomei do the job of processing the fish alone. It was boring, but Li Tian wasn't so bored that he wanted to work. He simply ate some bread and drank some grade B purified water, then took a nap. Li Tian slept until dusk. What Li Tian didn't expect was that in just one afternoon, Dai Xiaomei had processed all the fish he had traded to her. This silly girl didn't stop for the whole afternoon, did she? Li Tian felt a little distressed. Li Tian felt really guilty that a well-known internet celebrity was now being forced to do hard labor by himself. But think about it for a moment. I was helping her by giving her a legitimate reason to accept my material assistance, so the guilt in my heart was alleviated a lot. After receiving the processed fish from Dai Xiaomei, Li Tian put it directly on the trading hall. By the way, 30% of the money earned from selling fish in the afternoon was given to Dai Xiaomei, according to the ratio agreed in advance. As for the fish in Xiao AI's fishing net, Li Tian had no plans to trade them now. Dai Xiaomei has been busy all day, so she deserves a break. Let's talk about the salmon tomorrow. Li Tian, who had gotten enough sleep, inevitably had a lot of energy. Coincidentally, there was a new kind of fish, so Li Tian wanted to grill the fish again. Previously, we grilled the fish over an open flame, which was somewhat of a failure. Now, those have all become charcoal and should be grilled better than last time. Thinking of this, Li Tian directly opened the rental function in the manual, but none of his charcoal fires were idle, as they were all rented. So, Li Tian was a bit immoral and forced to take back one of the charcoal. 015. Soldier Brotherly Urbio. The so-called forced recovery means returning the rental fee to the other party and then forcibly taking back the rented items. In fact, the lessee does not lose anything by doing this. On the contrary, he gets to use the charcoal for free for a period of time. It's just a bit disgusting. What Li Tian did was somewhat immoral, but who let Emperor Yin pretend to be the owner of the fire? Since the outside world believes that the fire belongs to Emperor Yin, then if he forcibly takes the fire back, doesn't that mean that Emperor Yin has bad character? Li Tian is still very happy to bring some negative impact to people like Yin Emperor. After taking the charcoal out of the rental system, Li Tianshun took out another piece of wood, chopped it into blocks with an axe, and then put the wood blocks and charcoal into the barbecue grill. While the grill was preheating, Li Tian began to process the salmon. After the salmon is processed, the charcoal fire is cooked to perfection and it is grilled directly. Yeah, not bad. After Li Tian summed up the experience of his last failure, he successfully grilled the salmon this time, but it was not as burnt. It can be considered a kind of progress. After trading a few grilled fish to Dai Xiaomei again, Li Tian started eating. After that, Li Tian sat in front of the manual and read the comments in the chat area. While entertaining himself, he also looked for his relatives and recycled the production books. Modest and proud, Li Sherwin, Li Ro, Wang Chuanxiu, Qin Yi, please private message me when you see this message. Qianqian Jiaozi, I will buy back all the production books at a high price. If you have any, send them to me privately with pictures. But soon, the message sent by Li Tian was covered by the barrage of other people's arguments. Jingheng said, Emperor Yin, what do you mean? It's finally my turn to rent the charcoal, and you can take it back just like that? Jingheng said, come out quickly. Are you pretending to be dead? Yiming era. At Jingheng Yina, don't throw dirty water. Our Yin Emperor is not such a person. Jingheng said, bullshit. You are just like your name. You are destined to be a dog. I finally got some wood and added it to the charcoal fire. I thought I could wash some clothes while grilling the fish and then dry them before wearing them. Jingheng said, what a result. My clothes just got wet, and he actually took the charcoal back by force? Don't you think it's shameful? At Yindi. No wonder this person with the ID, Jinggong Ida, would be so angry. It is still quite cold at sea at night. You definitely cannot wear wet clothes. You may suffer from hypothermia and even be in danger of your life. For a moment, Li Tian also felt that he had committed a great sin. Yiming era, fuck. You dare to offend the people of Yinming? You want to die, right? Yinming era, just wait, I'm going to get some people. At Yinming, ostrich at Yinming, snail at Yinming, Tyrishan, omit hundreds of people, brothers, someone scolded me. For a while, the barrage went crazy. Yiming, Tyrishan, at Jinghong Yina, you want to die? How dare you offend my brother I? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Yinming, King Tianchu, at Jinghong a stroke. Yinming, sweeping monk, at Jinghong Yida, percent, Yuan percent, Yuan percent. It is naturally difficult to distinguish thousands of anuses with one mouth, and although I want to resist, there is nothing I can do. Seeing this, Li Tian immediately left the chat area. A ruffian is always a ruffian. He didn't want to read those vulgar words as they could easily damage his eyesight. However, since Li Tian had planted the seeds himself, he had to give a result, so he chose to have a private chat with Jinghong Yina. Humble and proud, brother, I have a lot of charcoal here. I'll lend it to you first. Jinghong said, you have a lot of charcoal? But brother, forget it. I appreciate your kindness, but you don't know that you can't trade or rent the charcoal you rent to others. Humble and proud, I made the charcoal fire myself. You don't have to worry. Jinghong was shocked and said, what? You also made charcoal fire? That's awesome. Then name a price. As long as it's reasonable, I'll rent it. I will never patronize Yinming's business again. It's disgusting. Seeing that Jinghong was very sensible and did not ask too much about where the charcoal came from, Li Tian did not intend to make any money from him. He simply liked him or wanted to make up for it. So he put the property on the rental area for free with a designated ID. This type of rental with a designated ID means that only people with the corresponding ID are eligible to rent. Qianqian Jiaozi, we are all family. We should take care of each other. I have assigned your ID to the rental area. You can go and rent it. It's free. But you only have the right to use the charcoal. You can't keep it, and I hope you understand. Jinghong said, brother, you are so generous. Without saying anything, I will recognize you as my brother and add you as my friend. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you for this favor. Normally, Li Tian doesn't want to add other people as friends. After all, once you become friends, the other person will know your real name. But the man in front of him dared to offend even the Yin League at this critical moment. Li Tian felt that he was free and easy enough. Although he had a hot temper, it also meant that he was straightforward enough and didn't like to beat around the bush. There shouldn't be any need for intrigue when dealing with this kind of person, so Li Tian gave him the friend status. Anyway, there is still a lot of time in the future, and who knows, as he said, he might be of use in the future. After becoming friends, Urbio's full name was revealed, Li Urbio. He actually has the same surname as me. Maybe they were from the same family hundreds of years ago. Li Urbio, brother, so your last name is Li too. It's fate. I'm 32 years old this year, and I'm a retired soldier. How about you? Seeing this, Li Tian was stunned. Retired soldier? No wonder he was so angry just now, but he didn't say a single swear word. It turns out that the words and deeds of a soldier have been engraved in his bones. Li Tian did not hide it. I am only in my early 20s and I am unemployed. Li Urbio, then I will call you Tiandi. Brother Tian? Emperor Tian? Isn't this more advanced than Emperor Yin? Li Tian gladly accepted the title and replied, okay, then Brother Biao, you should warm up your clothes quickly to avoid catching a cold. Li Urbio, oh, look at what you said. I'm a retired soldier. I've suffered a lot. I was just angry at the style of Emperor Yin. You and he are both Chinese. How can there be such a big difference between you? Hearing this, Li Tian smiled awkwardly, not wanting to judge too much. If he knew that he was the one who forcibly took back the charcoal, wouldn't that be barbecue? Li Urbio, okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'll just dry the clothes first. I can't waste your fire. I'll return them after they're dried as much as possible. Li Tian, don't worry. 016. Killing with a borrowed knife. Just close the private chat interface. Another voice window popped up on the friend interface, which surprised Li Tian a little. This girl is becoming more and more open. She even actively sends me voice messages. But this time, Li Tian did not refuse. In fact, Li Tian knew Dai Xiaomei inside and out. He had seen her voice and appearance through live broadcasts, so there was nothing to be shy about. Li Tian was just too lazy to type. Hello. Li Tian's voice sounded elegant and slightly magnetic. The other party was obviously stunned for a moment, and after a while he spoke somewhat unnaturally. You have a nice voice? Li Tian, what? Why are you so nervous when you speak? Are you afraid that I will eat you? No. I just suddenly heard a nice male voice and I couldn't help myself. Dai Xiaomei retorted quickly. Li Tian, we have known each other for such a long time, and we can be considered as people who have shared hardships. How can we be so reluctant? Tell me, why are you looking for me? Yes, I almost forgot about this. Bro, you're famous now. Check out the public chat screen. Hearing this, Li Tian quickly opened the public chat screen and saw something incredible. Jinghong said, Brothers, Yin Di is a bad person. You have seen the arguments in the comments just now. Facts speak louder than words. You all have your own judgment. Jinghong Yana, what I want to say is that among us survivors, there are also people who have made fire. Burning charcoal. This is what Chen and Jiaozi rented to me for free after seeing what happened to me. Jinghong said, in a crisis, there are not many people who are so wise and righteous, but we can't let good people suffer, right? Jinghong said, so we shouldn't think about renting other people's charcoal for free. After they put it on the rental area, we should take care of their business. Jinghong said, let's forget about the business with Yinming. Otherwise, everyone will end up like me, where the food they roasted was taken back by force. There were quite a lot of people watching the show just now, so when they saw this scene, naturally most of them chose to believe Jinghong Yini's words. For a while, the barrage was extremely hot again, and everyone was talking about it. Chen Jiaozi. Lu Mei QAQ. It Chen Jiaozi, little brother, give you a thumbs up. If you put charcoal on the shelves, I will support you no matter how high the price is. I'm willing to be your sister's hushabo, TSK. To put it bluntly, isn't it just taking advantage of others to advertise for them? The Yinming has 20 supplies of fire seeds. How many do you have? Don't you have to wait in line? If that Jiaozi guy also rents it out, I'll use whoever's I grab. Do Zong Strongman, the one above, if you still dare to use the things of the Yin League, then use them. I have seen through the Yin Emperor a long time ago. He is only good at creating momentum. His character is definitely not good. I can see it from the fact that he charges for joining the club. Angel Investor Bing Huang, the guy above, I haven't become a Do Zong yet. How dare you call yourself a Do Zong? But I agree with what you said. Oh, and I'll tell you a secret. Angel Investor Bing Huang. Before, I offered a production book and sold it to Chen Jiaozi. He was very generous. At the beginning, I asked for a high price just to wait for him to bargain. I didn't expect that the price was still very high after bargaining. This means he must have some strength. Angel Investor Bing Huang. At this critical moment, he spent so much materials just to buy a wooden basin production book. This is enough to prove how far ahead he is of us. Do Zong Strongman, fuck, since Hai Lao said so, I have to support it. Chen Jiaozi. If I can get in touch with him, I won't have to worry about food and drink. Angel Investor Bing Huang. Forget it, people don't want a guy like you. Do Zong Strongman, please rent out charcoal. At Chen Jiaozi. Angel Investor Bing Huang, please rent out charcoal fire. At Chen Jiaozi. Lu Mei QAQ, please rent out charcoal fire. At Chen Jiaozi. With the Do Zong expert taking the lead, all of a sudden the bullet screen was filled with people begging Li Tian to rent out charcoal, and Li Tian was a little amused. This Biao brother is really kind-hearted. Brother, this is great. It helps you advertise, build momentum, and increase your influence. Dai Xiaomei had been on the phone with Li Tian just now, so she replied, well, it's pretty good, but there's no way to limit the amount of charcoal. Originally 20 portions of charcoal were good, but now, I'm afraid I'll have to increase it a bit. Okay, there just happened to be a lot of extra charcoal left from grilling fish. I'll go divide it up and rent it out. Okay, bye little brother. Goodbye. After finishing the conversation, Li Tian came to the barbecue grill and divided the charcoal fire in the charcoal trough into 30 portions with an axe. However, before putting them on the shelves, the prices of the 20 packages of charcoal that were previously on the shelves were adjusted and raised a lot. and then the new 30 packages of charcoal were put on the shelves at the original price. I also posted a message in the manual. Chan Jiaozi. I have prepared 30 charcoal fires and have put them on the rental area. As for the price, I set it according to the price before Yendi. Anyone interested can go and rent it. Dozong Strongman, fuck, awesome. The person Hai Lao praised is indeed right. 30 copies were put on the shelf as soon as the price was raised, generous. And the price remains unchanged. That at Yendi Dog Day, he actually took advantage of the situation and raised the price because there were so many people renting. Dozong Strongman, at Yendi, you are using your lifespan to earn supplies. You will definitely be a short-lived ghost. I no longer have to pay attention to the barrage, and this series of things is considered accomplished. In fact, whether the other party scolded him or rented him money, Li Tian didn't suffer any loss in the end. Not only did he not lose anything, he also damaged the reputation of Emperor Yin, which was pretty good. The other side of the sea. When Emperor Yin saw the comments on the barrage, his face turned hideous and terrifying. The blue veins that suddenly appeared on the bald head were particularly eye-catching. He was not stupid, so he naturally realized that someone was playing tricks on him. He even felt that all this was the plan of this humble gentleman. In the eyes of others, these 20 pieces of fire belonged to him, Emperor Yin. But he knew clearly that the fire originally belonged to someone else. Now that the incident has just happened, the humble gentleman has put 30 copies of fire on the shelves. How could it be such a coincidence? I guess the 20 pieces of fire before were also his. But now that Emperor Yin knew all this, he had no way to explain or clarify it. Yin Emperor's current experience is actually the same as Li Tian's experience at that time. Now he would probably not be convincing at all if he said that those 20 sparks were not his but belonged to a humble and proud son. Humble and arrogant, huh? Your trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife is brilliant. Just wait. If I ever find your island, I will kill you. 017. Stone house completed. At night, taking advantage of the half hour left before 12 a.m., Li Tian quickly opened the trading hall. These days, of the materials he obtained from selling fish and meat, except for the 30% that he took out in advance to trade with Dai Xiaomei, the rest were still deposited in the trading hall and had not been taken out. Now, of course, we have to take it out before 12 o'clock to expand the area of the island. As Li Tian increased the amount of fish he sold, there was not much unsold fish left in the trading hall. Let's leave aside Dai Xiaomei's share. Adding the rental of the 50 pieces of charcoal fires, Li Tian's expansion pumice has now accumulated as many as 1,309 pieces. There were also hundreds of other materials and supplies. Even the stone and plastic, which had only recently been refreshed, had been collected in 823 and 621 pieces respectively. Still expanding outward along the square outline, the area of Li Tian's island has reached 2,436 square meters. However, this time, Li Tian did not foolishly expand outward from the center of the island. But don't forget that when Li Tian built the wooden house, he specifically chose a location 4 meters away from the sea. If you expand outward from the center of the island, the distance between the wooden house and the beach will be more than 4 meters. Therefore, Li Tian specifically expanded outward around the left and right sides and the back of the wooden house. After the area changed, the island evolved again. Not only are there more coconut trees, there are also a lot more palm trees, and even the weeds have been completely covered. Palm trees have tall and straight trees and lush leaves. Not only can they be used for viewing in all seasons, their wood can also be used to make utensils. Even the leaf sheaths can be made into handicrafts such as fans and hats. Moreover, when Li Tian watched the program where Di Yi challenged the wilderness alone, he still saw that Di Yi was eating palm core. Therefore, palm trees can be said to be a plant with a wide range of uses. Unfortunately, even so, the island still failed to evolve into a forest. Without forests, the possibility of animals evolving would be even slimmer. Well, we still need to speed up the collection of expansion pumice. Once everyone discovers the function of pumice, it will be difficult to collect it. After sighing helplessly, Li Tian lay on the wooden bed, counting the stars out of boredom, waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock in the morning. 12 o'clock. A new day is coming. Li Tian took advantage of the fact that the survivors were fishing for supplies, and there were fewer speakers on the barrage, and posted a notice looking for his relatives on the barrage. But still no one responded. So I just walked out of the cabin and watched Xiao AI make the hook. Xiao AI is becoming more and more experienced, and his hook-throwing posture and speed have become much faster. Within a few minutes, Xiao AI successfully salvaged 27 blind boxes of supplies scattered everywhere. Open the blind box of supplies, get stone *3, pure water 150 milliliters, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get. Wood *5, plastic *1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get. Toilet making book, expansion pumice *1, stored. Open the blind box of supplies, get. Stone *5, expansion pumice *1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get. Bread *300g, expansion pumice *2, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get. Ice cellar making book, metal *3, deposited. Hiss. The crafting book is finally out. The probability of it dropping equipment is much lower than that of a legendary one. Li Tian was happy but couldn't help but complain at the same time. Immediately, he took out 2 production books. Toilet making book. Consume 15 pieces of wood to make an adult wooden toilet. Ice cellar production book. Consumes 300 pieces of metal, 550 pieces of ice, and 300 pieces of plastic to make an ice cellar of 4m times 4m times 2m, which can be used for preservation and freezing. Ice cellar? Then we don't have to worry about the fish spoiling? Li Tian thought. But when he saw the materials needed to make an ice cellar, he frowned again. Ice? Where can I get ice in this scorching weather? Can the blind box of supplies be opened? Forget it. We'll talk about the ice cellar later. Let's first make the toilet and stone house with enough materials. As he spoke, Li Tian walked to the manual, took back the wooden house, and then made the stone house. As for the location of the stone house, it was naturally chosen to be in front of the wooden house. When Li Tian entered the stone house, his eyes lit up. This stone house actually looks quite ordinary from the outside, more like an animal den or a primitive man's dwelling. But there is a whole new world inside. Stone tables, stone chairs, stone beds, these simple pieces of furniture were actually ready. In addition, 5 holes are reserved on the walls of the stone house for use as windows, which allow for ventilation and lighting, making it much more airy than a wooden house. What made Li Tian most satisfied was that there was a stone sofa with a backrest placed in front of the manual. With this sofa, you won't feel tired even if you spend a long time looking at the manual. However, Li Tian had no intention of selling or renting the wooden bed. Sleeping on a stone bed during the day is good for cooling off, but at night, it is more comfortable to sleep on a wooden bed. As for the wooden toilet, Li Tian placed it outside after making it. Everything is ready. It's almost 1 o'clock. At this time, Dai Xiaomei also sent a message. Dai Xiaomei, brother, I got some new supplies online today. Li Tian, oh, take a look. Dai Xiaomei, ice cube, black soil. Li Tian, oh, black soil? So this civilization is ready for us to farm? Dai Xiaomei, I think so too, but without seeds, there is no point in talking about it. Dai Xiaomei, I can't use these, so why don't you take them, brother? You are doing better than me. If you plant the land first, don't forget to give me some vegetables. Snicker/.jpg. Li Tian, okay, by the way, I have an extra wooden house. You can use it first? Dai Xiaomei, okay. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian quickly ended his chat with Dai Xiaomei and directly took out the ice and black soil. Ice cube. This is a magical ice cube that will melt only when it comes into contact with water. It is not only a great tool for cooling off, but can also be used as a material. When used to cool off, you need to immerse the ice cube in water so that you can make a glass of iced water. Black soil, ordinary black soil, which can be used to grow crops. 1 unit of black soil is 1. Looking at the reading capsule and the information read by the bubble, Li Tian was delighted. Ice cubes melt only when they come into contact with water, so they are still very easy to preserve. Immediately, Li Tian directly removed a lot of fish and meat from the trading hall and adjusted it to 20g sardine meat, trading, ice cube *1, 20g sardine meat, trading, black soil *2. By the way, now that Li Tian has a distillation device, he is no longer in short supply of purified water. Therefore, he also put the purified water he opened from the blind box of supplies on the shelves. 10 ml pure water transaction ice cube *1, 10 milliliters pure water, transaction, black soil *2, 10 ml pure water trade extended pumice stone *1, 018. Arrived at the wooden boat. After putting everything on the shelves, Li Tian fell asleep. The next day, noon. Because he went to bed late last night, Li Tian woke up from his dream around 11 o'clock. After staying in bed for a while, Li Tian went to the manual and opened the trading hall. It seems that water is the most popular currency nowadays. After looking at the fact that all the water he put on the shelves last night was sold out, Li Tian sighed helplessly because the quantity of water was still too little. Even if all the water was sold out, it still wouldn't be enough to make an ice cellar. As for the fish meat, it remained motionless. Well, those who have survived to this day are probably not that bad, and they have caught some fish, right? We can only continue to increase the amount. Thinking of this, Li Tian increased the weight of the fish from 20g to 25g. After exiting the trading hall, I looked at the chat area out of boredom. Blind people love watching movies. Ha ha ha. Look what I opened. A book on making wooden beds. Dozong Strongman. Tisk. Take a look at my wooden house making book. Angel Investor Bing Huang. Rocking chair making book. Mine is not as good as yours, but the materials are simple, and I can make it and enjoy it right away, which is so cool. Tang Sen washes his hair with Xiaoro. You are all making books, but you gave me this thing, cabbage seeds. Looking at everyone in the chat area showing off their fishing results, Li Tian was honestly a little envious. It was obvious that they could only catch 3 blind supply boxes every 12 hours, while I could already catch 27 blind supply boxes. So why could they all get crafting books or seeds, while my chances of getting them were much lower than theirs? Is my face really that dark? Li Tian couldn't help but complain. But life must go on. In order to live a better life in the future, Li Tian posted a recycling advertisement on the public screen. Qian Jiaozi, I will buy all the production books and seeds at a high price. Some of them are private with pictures. As soon as the message was sent, Tang San, who was washing his hair, received a private message from Xiaoro. Tang San used Xiaoro to wash his hair. Boss, do you want cabbage seeds? My current situation does not support farming. I don't even have enough purified water to drink. Li Tian, yes. Name a price. Because of the previous charcoal fire incident, Li Tian's popularity has also been established. In addition, Tang San had made a deal with Li Tian before to use Xiaoro to wash his hair, so he didn't ask for too much. Tang San washes his hair with Xiaoro. Boss, 30 milliliters of water plus 50g of bread and a fish. Do you think it's okay? Li Tian thought about it and didn't think it was too much, so he agreed. Qian Jiaozi, okay, but I'm out of water right now. Let's wait until 12 o'clock to trade. I should be able to get some water. Tang San used Xiaoro to wash his hair. Con, it's not a big deal, Boss Shui. You can give it to me when you have it. Let's trade directly. I believe you. Seeing this, Li Tian didn't waste any time. Since the other party chose to believe in him, he naturally would not let him down. After the transaction was successful, there were a lot more private messages. Most of them were books on making wooden houses, wooden basins, wooden beds, etc. Li Tian didn't need them, so he refused them. After getting the seeds, Li Tian was not in a hurry to plant them. He had no experience in planting, so he didn't dare to plant randomly for fear of wasting the seeds. Then I'll see if I can find a farmer in the chat area and ask for some planting tips. After saying that, Li Tian walked out of the stone house, went to Xiao Ai's side, and started to process the salmon. There is no other way. If we want to rely on fish to trade for supplies, we can only increase the weight of the fish, which means we can only speed up the processing of the fish. By 10 minutes past 12, Xiao Ai had checked all 27 blind boxes of supplies and brought them ashore. Li Tian has processed 8 fish. After putting them all on the shelves according to the weight of 25g, Li Tian opened the blind box of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain wooden boat making book, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get ice cubes *10, expansion pumice *1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get black soil *1, expansion pumice *3, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get purified water *100 ml, bread *500g, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get rice seeds *3, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get chili pepper seed *1, expansion pumice *1, deposited. Hiss. Could it be that my luck is the kind of if I don't make a sound, I'll make a big splash? I actually found a book on how to make a boat. Seeing this, Li Tian was shocked. In fact, in his opinion, navigation tools will exist in the future, but definitely at some point in the future. Who would have thought that the sailing equipment would arrive just 1 week later? Could it be that this was an instruction from God, asking him to bring Dai Xiaomei to his island? But it seems that we can't confirm the location. Thinking of this, Li Tian woke up from his fantasy and had to face the reality. After, Li Tian didn't worry about the wooden boat anymore. After all, the boat was of little use to him at the moment, so he just let it collect dust for now. Right now, the most urgent thing is to find an experienced farmer and ask him how to plant it. As long as agriculture can be developed, my life will be enriched. After trading the 30 milliliters of Xiaorose water that he owed to Tang San for washing his hair, Li Tian returned to the manual and sent a few more messages while the barrage was inactive. Modest and proud, Li Sherwin, Li Ro, Wang Chuanxiu, Qin Yi, please private message me when you see this message. Qianqian Jiaozi, if you have planting experience, please contact me for paid consultation. Qianqian Jiaozi, collect various precious crafting books and seeds. Soon, a private message popped up. Always loyal to the party, hello, I am a crop researcher. What do you want to ask? Seeing this, Li Tian was delighted. Researchers? Don't they know more about crops than farmers? So he quickly replied, I currently have black soil and seeds, and I want to plant, but I know nothing about planting, so I would like to ask for some basics of planting. Always loyal to the party. What seeds do you have at the moment? Qianqian Jiaozi, rice seeds, cabbage seeds, chili pepper seeds. Always loyal to the party. My current suggestion is that if you want to plant, you should start with chili peppers. Always loyal to the party. Rice requires a lot of fresh water and needs irrigation. I'm afraid no one can support rice cultivation now. Always loyal to the party. For cabbage, the amount of water required varies at different growth stages, but water is equally important to cabbage. Always loyal to the party. As for the chili pepper, you can first 019. Winning over scientific research leaders. Always loyal to the party. The above are the things you need to pay attention to when growing chili peppers. Humble and proud. Okay, thank you. Please tell me the fee. I can't let you teach me for free. Always loyal to the party. No. The purpose of our scientific research is to give back to the country and the people. Always be loyal to the party. If you can successfully grow fruits using the method I taught you, it will be the greatest reward for us. Modest and proud. That won't do. You must accept the reward. Otherwise, I won't be able to ask you next time. Don't you agree? Modest and proud. Why don't I take the initiative and hire you as my planting consultant and be responsible for your diet every day? Modest and proud. And you are responsible for answering my questions. Of course, if possible, it is no problem for you to come to my island to continue doing scientific research in the future. Li Tian naturally didn't want to be a good man, but he understood that future development trends would not be able to survive solely on material resources. Even if the amount of supplies increases, eating bread every day will cause problems. Since the new civilization can now contain black soil and seeds in the blind boxes of supplies, this is enough to show that agriculture will definitely be involved in the future. However, I know nothing about agriculture. If I don't attract talents now, I'm afraid it will cost more materials in the future. I support him now, but in the future it will be his turn to support me. No matter how you calculate it, you won't lose. Seeing that his offensive had worked and the opponent no longer refused directly, Li Tian took advantage of the situation and pursued the opponent. Qianqian Jiaozi, okay, let's just make it a deal. Let's add each other as friends. After saying that, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, Li Tian directly sent a friend request. Soon, the other party agreed to the application. When he saw the real name, Li Tianren was stunned. Wang Guodong? Academician Wang? This academician Wang is a very remarkable person. His deeds have been reported in the news more than once, and his contributions to the field of agriculture have earned him the title of a great man. It is thanks to him that most people can have enough food to eat today. After learning about the other party's identity, Li Tian became even more determined to keep such a big shot in his team. Humble and proud. Academician Wang, it's you? Nice to meet you. Wang Guodong, Khan. What's the difference between academician and non-academician? We treat everyone equally now. You can just call me by my name. Modest and arrogant. No, I can't lose my manners. How about I just call you Mr. Wang? Having said that, Li Tian directly traded 500 g of bread and 200 milliliters of purified water to Mr. Wang. Seeing that the other party was hesitant and unwilling to confirm the transaction, Li Tian replied, Mr. Wang, please accept it. We have agreed that I will take care of your food, and you will solve my problems. We are mutually beneficial. Don't feel any psychological pressure. It is legitimate for you to accept my supplies. After these words were sent, the other party confirmed the transaction. It was not until this moment that Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party accepted my supplies, from this moment on, the other party should be on my side. Li Tian didn't think that a great man like academician Wang would go back on his word. Now, it was just afternoon. Dai Xiaomei hasn't sent any message yet. so she must be still fishing for supplies. With nothing to do, Li Tian started planting according to the techniques taught by Mr. Wang. Once the land has been plowed and the seeds have been successfully planted, the planting work is considered complete. In order to ensure that the seeds germinate successfully, Li Tian deliberately poured 50 milliliters of grade B water. Although he was a little reluctant, it was worth it in order to eat vegetables. By the time I finished everything and returned to the manual, more than an hour had passed. Dai Xiaomei also brought good news again. Dai Xiaomei, little brother, look. B level is sea rice seeds. Wow, sea rice. This is a good thing. And it has grades. Grade B. Li Tian was overjoyed when he saw it. He had heard of sea rice in geography class. Sea rice is said to be a type of rice between wild rice and cultivated rice. This salt and alkali-tolerant rice is commonly grown in coastal tidal flats and has stronger survival competitiveness than other ordinary rice. It is resistant to waterlogging, salt, and alkali-resistant, lodging, diseases, and insects. He quickly replied, "This is a good thing. Name a price, I want it." Dai Xiaomei, little brother, you are being polite. You have taken care of me so much these days and told me so many things. I can even give this thing to you. I don't have the conditions to grow it anyway. Li Tian, do you know what the conditions for growing it are? Dai Xiaomei, rice is just soil and water, right? I don't even have enough water to drink, so I won't use it to grow crops. Seeing this, Li Tian was amused. This girl is so cute. It is clearly stated in the name of the rice that it is sea rice. Hasn't she realized that it can be grown with seawater? However, Li Tian did not intend to hide it from her. After all, this was her thing, and she naturally had the right to know. If she was still willing to give it to him after knowing the conditions for growing sea rice, Li Tian would naturally accept it without saying a word. Li Tian, it's good to use soil and water for sea rice, but seawater is enough. We are on an island, so are we still afraid of not having seawater? Li Tian, so, if you want to plant it, you can do it successfully? Dai Xiaomei, oh, but I'm lazy and I'm afraid of the sun, so you should take it, little brother. Li Tian felt warm in his heart when he saw Dai Xiaomei initiate the transaction directly after she finished speaking. In this situation, people are trying to survive, so how could they be lazy and afraid of the sun? It seems that this girl really treats me as her own, which is why she is willing to give me this treasure. Li Tian didn't act pretentiously and confirmed the transaction directly. Li Tian, okay, I'll go and plant it now, and when the harvest comes, we'll eat rice together. In the conversation, Li Tian first asked Mr. Wang about the relevant knowledge of growing sea rice, and then went directly to the planting area. The so-called planting area is actually an area formed by Li Tian choosing a relatively flat and open place and covering it with black soil. This is also done to facilitate management and planting. Otherwise, if you have a piece of land here and there, it will be very exhausting. Following the method taught by Mr. Wang, after plowing the land and pouring seawater into it, Li Tian began to raise seedlings and plant rice. It was not until this batch of sea rice seeds filled up an area of black soil that Li Tian discovered the pattern. It seems that this civilization deliberately controlled the numbers. Whether it is the chili pepper or the sea rice, the amount of each of them is just enough to fill a piece of black soil. At first, Li Tian thought that planting chili peppers was a coincidence, but now he sees that it was intentional. 020. The scheme of the Flame Alliance. After finishing all this, Li Tian returned to the stone house again. But he wasn't sweating as much as he had imagined. Firstly, there are not many fields, and secondly, the weather does not seem to be as hot as in the past few days. The temperature now is very much like autumn. Of course, Li Tian felt that it was also possible that the B-grade water had changed his physique, so it became heat-resistant. Open the trading floor. After discovering that he had increased the quantity and that the fish he had put on the shelf was almost sold out, he went to Xiao AI again and took out all the fish in the fishing net. Of course, Li Tian also gave half to Dai Xiaomei. It's not that Li Tian is lazy, but he wants to allow Dai Xiaomei to store more supplies as well. Otherwise, if I directly distribute the supplies to Dai Xiaomei, she won't accept it given her personality. Once busy, it's busy until dusk. The salmon has finally been processed and is on the shelves. The good news is that the ice earned from selling fish is now enough to make an ice cellar. The other required materials are already sufficient. Therefore, Li Tian made the ice cellar without hesitation and placed it not far from the stone house. However, what is unexpected is that this ice cellar does not look like a cellar, but more like a giant refrigerator. The outer shell is wrapped in plastic, and you can enter the interior by pushing open a door the size of a normal door. The inside is filled with ice, and it is extremely cold. Li Tian just took a look and immediately jumped out. but the volume is 32 cubic meters, so it should be able to store a lot of fish. Looks like I'll have to trouble Xiao AI again. After saying that, Li Tian walked to Xiao AI and gave her the order to fish. I have to say that Xiao AI is very conscientious, just like a workhorse. It can complete all the orders issued by Li Tianxia very well and quickly. After only a few minutes in the sea, Xiao AI caught another net of salmon. Then, without waiting for Li Tian to give instructions, she dragged the fish straight towards the ice cellar. Li Tian immediately understood Xiao AI's thoughts. Wow, this is really a one-stop service. Xiao AI seemed to realize that Li Tian intended to put the fish in the ice cellar, and without Li Tian's instructions, she consciously dragged the fishing net to the door of the ice cellar. Li Tian was just about to run over to help Xiao AI open the door, but he saw Xiao AI very handsomely aiming the fishhook in his other hand at the door handle, swung it, and pulled it, and the door opened. After about a few seconds, when Xiao AI came out, the fishing net was empty. Master, do you need Xiao AI to fill up the ice cellar? Need it. Li Tian nodded with satisfaction. After watching Xiao AI jump into the sea again, Li Tian returned to the stone house with peace of mind. I have to say that I can live such a good life now, thanks to Xiao AI. Xiao AI is more of a nanny robot than a fully automatic fishing robot. It's really thoughtful. Sit down in front of the manual again. Li Tian was also attracted by the casual chats of many people in the chat area. Brother Cricket, I have recovered in the past few days. It is not hot anymore. At least I am not starving to death. Of course, thanks to the system assigning me a friend. The two of us have combined a fishing net, which makes fishing much easier. Blind people love to watch movies, but I heard that many people just trust their assigned friends too much. After trading the fishing net to the other party simply ignores them and they end up starving to death. Brother Cricket, yes, there are definitely such people. It can only be said to be fate. At least I am very satisfied with the friend assigned to me. From what he said, he seems to like me quite a lot. If possible, he will come to my island in the future. Blind people love watching movies. Good guy. A girl was assigned to you. You are so lucky. Brother Cricket, you are talking nonsense. Don't insult him. He is a man. How can you say he is a girl? Blind people love to watch movies. Blind people love watching movies. Male? Okay, I wish you happiness. Brother Cricket, why are you leaving? Where are you? Come out and chat for a while. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Yiming, ostrich. A bunch of dead gays. Stop occupying public resources. We, the Yin Emperor, have something big to share with you. The Yin League is still so arrogant. It's really disgusting. Li Tian frowned, but did not make any comments. Keep reading. Emperor Yin said, did you notice that the weather is not as hot as it was a few days ago? Emperor Yin, I guess the season changes here are different from those of the previous continental civilization. Emperor Yin, since we entered this civilization, the hottest days have lasted for a total of 5 days. Yin Di, today is the 5th day, and the weather has obviously turned cooler. It should be autumn. I don't think this is a coincidence. Yin Di, so I think the seasons change every 5 days. According to this, it won't be long before winter comes. How many people do you think will freeze to death? Yin Emperor is indeed a genius in brainwashing. Once he said this, it caused panic among many people. M78 Nebula Overlord, fuck, what should I do? I'm wearing short sleeves, and there's no fire or house. It's freezing. Enchanting Sister, yes, I am wearing a bikini swimsuit. It's okay in the summer, but how can I resist in the winter? Blind people love watching movies. Bikini? You thought you were on vacation? How did you get a bikini? Enchanting Sister, do you think I want to wear it? I was on vacation at the seaside and was having fun on the beach when I suddenly lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was on an island. Except for my bikini, all my other belongings were gone. Seeing the growing panic in the barrage, Yin Di seemed to be getting more and more satisfied. He then said, ahem, everyone, be quiet. Stop swiping the screen and listen to me. Emperor Yin, we established the Yin League to help everyone overcome difficulties. Emperor Yin, we, the Yin League, have deliberately prepared wood and charcoal in advance so that we can help everyone tide over the difficulties when winter comes. Emperor Yin, as long as you join the Yin League, you can rent charcoal for free when winter comes. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments instantly boiled over. The group of people who hated Yin Emperor a few days ago turned from haters to fans and started praising him. Dozong Strongman, damn, Emperor Yin is even more righteous. Not only did he share this information with us, he also rented charcoal for us for free. I want to join. Cricket, I want to join too. Looking at the barrage of comments all about joining the Yin League, Li Tian looked a little unhappy. This Yin Emperor is really not a human being. I'm afraid he is desperate and wants to cheat as many people as possible. Others may not know, but doesn't Li Tian know either? Yin Emperor has no fire, and now as for charcoal rental, he only has 50 pieces of charcoal for rent. If Emperor Yin really had charcoal, why wouldn't he put it on the rental platform? 021. Injure the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of your own. After all, the logic is there. If Emperor Yin intended to conceal the fact that he had fire, he would not have said it openly in the barrage now. And if he had no intention of concealing the fact of the fire, would he not come to share the pie if he had the fire? He watched himself earning rent from the charcoal, but he himself didn't rent out the charcoal? If you think about it, you will know that Yin Emperor did not make charcoal fire at all, but he relied on charcoal fire to commit fraud. Maybe Emperor Yin thought that after the winter, those people would freeze to death, so he was not afraid of revenge from them? Li Tian really wanted to stop it. Firstly, I couldn't bear to see those who joined the Yin League die with their beautiful fantasies shattered. Secondly, Li Tian did not want Emperor Yin to become powerful. Li Tian and Emperor Yin must have had a grudge against each other. Although on the surface, the people from the Yinmeng did not cause trouble for him on the public screen. But Li Tian was not stupid. Putting 30 pieces of charcoal on the shelves at that time not only ruined the reputation of Emperor Yin, but also affected the number of people joining the club. How could he give up? If Li Tian wants to have less trouble in the future, besides improving himself, of course he must limit his opponents. Otherwise, can I rent out my charcoal fire for free? Li Tian hesitated for a moment and found that this method seemed to be a more direct and effective one. To put it bluntly, those who joined the Yin League did so for the charcoal fire. It is impossible to say that they fell in love with the Yin Emperor, right? Therefore, as long as they relaxed the charcoal rental, they are not stupid. So why would they be willing to spend materials to join the club? Just do it. Li Tian also quickly sent out a message when not many people joined the Yin Alliance. Modest and proud, everyone, after discussing with my team members, we have decided to provide charcoal fire for free from now on. Modest and proud. At Yindi, if what Yindi said is true, then in winter our team will also learn from Yinming and prepare more fires for free rental to help everyone tide over the difficulties. Li Tian's message specifically at Eddie Yin and claimed to learn from him, which is actually a very spiritual move. First of all, a point of view is expressed, that is, what Emperor Yin said about next week being winter may not be true without confirmation. Secondly, he transformed his behavior of preventing the expansion of the Yin League into a good deed after learning from the Yin League. Since they had said so themselves, the Yin Alliance could only suffer defeat. If he declared war on me on the public screen, it would only continue to damage his reputation and indirectly acknowledge that he had a profit motive in providing the charcoal. By that time, even if war is declared, the rational masses will naturally stand on their side. As expected, as soon as Li Tian said these words, the direction of the barrage changed. Brother Cricket, fuck, luckily I haven't joined yet. At Chen Jiaozi is better. He doesn't even ask for any benefits. This big guy is easy to get along with. If there is any problem, he can really help us. Dozong Strongman, yeah, luckily I didn't have time to pay the membership fee. At Humble Pride Boss, I support you. Enchanting Sister, wow. What should I do now that I have joined the Alliance? At Yindi, can you refund my membership fee? I want to quit the Yin League. After seeing that his words had an effect, Li Tian did not waste any time and quickly changed 30 of the charcoal fires he had put on the shelves to free rental. Then another message was sent. Everyone, our team's charcoal fire has been changed to free rental. Friends who have made reservations before can choose to cancel the reservation, and the system will return the rental to you. As for the other 20 pieces of charcoal, Li Tian did not change the rental price. But don't forget, the time they were put on the coals is indicated on them. Everyone had long regarded these 20 pieces of charcoal as the charcoal of the Flame Alliance. Therefore, even if he did not take the product off the shelves or change the price, no one else could blame Li Tian. On the contrary, after he changed the price of the 30 pieces of charcoal to free rental, the 20 pieces of charcoal that remained unchanged would cause people to criticize Yendi. The most important thing is that not everyone can get 30 free charcoal. Many people who are in urgent need of charcoal might still rent his 20 pieces of charcoal. In that case, in addition to continuing to earn supplies, he can also let Emperor Yin bear the infamy. This is 100 miles without any harm. Soon, those who had grabbed the free charcoal began to praise Li Tian in the barrage, helping Li Tian to stir up trouble and establish a good reputation. As for Emperor Yin, Many people criticized him because the price of charcoal was not changed. Angel investor Bing Huang, at Yindi, you are a blood-drinking guy. All you want is to trick us into joining the alliance. If you have the guts, why don't you make the charcoal of your Yiming free to rent? Do strong man, yes. At that moment just now, I felt a little guilty, thinking that I had misunderstood you before at Yindi. It turns out that you are a real modern version of Yu Buchuan, a complete hypocrite. The other side of the sea, on an island with an area of more than 400 square meters. Emperor Yin was so angry that he punched the coconut tree hard, but the next moment, he grimaced in pain. The combination of anger and pain made his face look as terrifying and ferocious as a devil. Humble and arrogant. It's you again. Just wait for me. In fact, he himself was not sure whether the pattern of seasonal changes he just posted in the barrage was true or false. But he really needs fire right now. Seeing that Qianqian Jiaozi monopolized fire and made a lot of rent, how could he not be jealous? But I don't know if it's because he's unlucky or the island is not big enough. But even though he has expanded to an area of more than 400 square meters, there are still no weeds or other vegetation that can be used for tinder on the island. Therefore, he came up with a plan, thinking of using this as a gimmick to continue to trick people into joining the club. In fact, he also considered his reputation. But he believed that as long as more people joined, weeds would definitely appear when the area of his island expanded to a certain extent. With the weeds, we can make a fire. What if it provides free fire for family members for the whole winter? Anyway, a winter is only 7 days long. During these 7 days, the number of people joining the club may continue to increase because the news of my charcoal supply will spread. By then, the loss of free charcoal supply can be recovered from the membership fee, even if we don't make any profit. But once winter is over, you can take back the charcoal and start renting it out for a fee. Then won't all the losses be recovered? My idea is good and the execution is also good. Seeing that those survivors were thinking about joining the guild, but were blocked by the humble and proud man, how could he not be angry? At this moment, he wished he could tear the humble and proud boy into pieces. Damn it, you do the first day and I do the 15th. No one will have an easy life. The more Yin Di thought about it, the angrier he became. So he simply decided to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and his own 800, and directly posted a message on the barrage. Emperor Yin, ahem, yes, a Qinchin Jiaozi is a good guy. He also knows how to learn from our Yin League. I think that when winter arrives, with the help of Qianqian Jiaozi and Yin League, everyone here will definitely be able to beat the cold. Emperor Yin, by the way, I have a very important news to announce to you all. Emperor Yin, expansion pumice, is used to expand the island area. The method of use is 022. Is winter really coming? Soon, under the guidance of Yin Di, almost all the survivors who were chatting and watching melons on the public screen had understood the purpose of the extended pumice stone. For a moment, the barrage of comments exploded again. Many people who have successfully expanded the area of the island are constantly thanking Emperor Yin. Of course, there are more people who regret it. They had previously regarded such precious materials as broken stones. But it's no use regretting. Of course, they are not the kind of people who would burn bridges after crossing them. As for Li Tian's renting and selling charcoal to consume and expand pumice, it was truly a case of one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. Li Tianka did not use words to trick them into renting. It was all their own subjective will. Moreover, now that Li Tian has rented out the charcoal fire for free, they naturally will not vent their anger on Li Tian. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not thinking more. After all, someone in the public chat area had reminded them that expanding pumice was important, but they just didn't take it seriously. As for Li Tian, there is nothing much to say about this scene. It was only a matter of time before expanded uses for pumice came to light. The most I can say is that I was a little surprised. I didn't expect that Emperor Yin would be willing to sacrifice his own interests in order to fight back against me. In fact, if you think about it carefully, after the expansion of the use of pumice has been exposed, this is actually a good thing for Li Tian. With the exposure of Emperor Yin, I'm afraid the number of people joining the Yin Alliance will not increase explosively. We have sufficient supplies, and the number of fish alone is unmatched by others. As long as he continues to increase the weight, Li Tian does not have to worry about not being able to trade for the expansion pumice. At most, it will become a little more difficult than before. But at the same time, it would become more difficult for Yin Di and even others. After all, they didn't have the ability to catch so many fish and supplies like himself. By comparing in this way, I am always ahead of others. Seeing that the situation had developed to this point, Li Tian no longer had the energy to continue paying attention to the public screen. The trading hall was adjusted again. Salmon meat, asterisk 50G, trade, expanded pumice stone, asterisk 1. Salmon meat, asterisk 25G, trade black soil, asterisk 1. Salmon meat, asterisk 25G, trade plastic, asterisk 1. Would asterisk 1 trade metal, asterisk 2. Would asterisk 1 trade stone, asterisk 2. Would asterisk 1 trade plastic, asterisk 2. This time, except for keeping some supplies for backup, Leasing put all other supplies on the shelves in the trading hall. This is also because more and more books are being made now, and many people are probably starting to pursue a better life and start making things. Then, it is necessary to put these materials on the shelves yourself. Moreover, if you set the prices yourself, you will never lose money. If someone urgently needs one piece of wood, they might be happy to trade it for 2 pieces of plastic or metal. To put it bluntly, everyone gets what they need, and I just play the role of exchanging materials. Because the quantity of supplies was too large, they needed to be put on the shelves and adjusted one by one. After finishing all this, it was almost midnight. Walk out of the stone house and look up at the night sky. The moonlight is hazy and the temperature is chilly. Therefore, Leasing planned to temporarily take back a charcoal fire for heating. But considering that I forced it back last time, it almost caused a big trouble. This time, Leasing did not choose to take it back forcibly, but instead notified in the chat area and said that he would return it soon. After getting back a portion of charcoal, Leasing quickly took out a portion of wood, chopped the wood into pieces, and lit it. All of a sudden, Leasing had more than a dozen pieces of charcoal. Leasing first returned the charcoal he had taken back to the previous render, and then he stuffed the charcoal he had just ignited into the barbecue grill, moved it into the stone house, and placed it next to his bed. Since there are many openings in the stone house, Leasing doesn't have to worry about nitric oxide poisoning. Considering that Dai Xiaomei, Wang Lao, and Li Erbio were also wearing thin clothes, Leasing picked out 3 pieces of charcoal and put them on the rental platform with specified IDs. The rental time is set to 12 hours, which should be enough for them to get through this cold night. After the product was successfully put on the shelves, Leasing notified them one by one. Soon they also replied to Leasing. Li Erbio, Brother Tian, you are too polite. I used your charcoal for free last time, so I can't give it to you for free this time. I don't have anything good on hand right now, so why not pay you with 2 expansion pumice stones? Do you think it's okay? Don't think I'm poor. I'll pay you back slowly in the future. Leasing, brother, what are you talking about? We don't need to be so polite. Charcoal is cheap. Don't freeze yourself. Don't worry, I will definitely need your help in the future. If you really want to repay me, you can do it later. Wang Guodong, young man, what are you doing? Leasing, the weather has changed recently, Mr. Wang. You don't have a place to shelter from the wind. Use the charcoal fire to warm yourself up. Don't get cold. Don't worry. I have plenty of charcoal fire. I will bother you more with questions about planting in the future. On the contrary, Dai Xiaomei was not so polite now and accepted the charcoal very happily. By the way, he replied, thank you. I will return it in the future. This made Leasing a little confused. Why must I return it later every day? Is there another meaning to this must? Later? Forced to return? Bah, what are you thinking about? Thinking of such an unbearable thing. Leasing slapped himself directly on the right cheek without mercy. But Chini was still waiting for him. How could he think of such things that would let Chini down? Take care of it all. The time was already past midnight. Xiao AI had already fished all the blind boxes of supplies ashore. Leasing opened the blind boxes of supplies one by one with anticipation. Open the blind box of supplies and get stone asterisk 3, pure water asterisk 150 ml, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get ice cubes asterisk 5, metal asterisk 1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and get cotton padded clothes making book, which has been deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get expansion pumice asterisk 3, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get wood asterisk 3, expansion pumice asterisk 2, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies, get grade A wheat seeds, metal asterisk 3, deposited. A cotton padded jacket making book? A grade seeds? My lucky goddess, you're here at last. Leasing was almost moved to tears, but after calming down, he couldn't help but frown. But the cotton padded jacket making book has been published. Is winter really coming? 023. Someone died. As for the A-grade wheat seeds, Leasing didn't pay much attention to them. Today's planting conditions are not particularly good, so it would be a complete waste to study these things now. You know, after drinking grade B distilled water, Li Tian felt that his physical condition had improved a lot. If I am not mistaken, the fruit grown from this A-grade seed must also be A-grade. Eating it may have an effect on the body that is higher than B-grade. This is a treasure. It's better to put it aside for a while than to mess with it. After expanding the pumice stone he had on hand, Li Tian fell asleep on the wooden bed next to the barbecue grill. The next day, when Li Tian woke up, the island gave him a big surprise. Perhaps it was because the island area expanded to 2,893 square meters again last night. The vegetation on the island is now becoming more and more dense. I'm afraid it won't be long before they become a dense forest. This is definitely good news. Just like doing daily things, after simply washing his face with seawater, Li Tian came to the manual and opened the friend chat. Dai Xiaomei, little brother, I didn't catch anything good tonight, so I'm crying QAQ. Dai Xiaomei, but it's really warm with the charcoal fire next to it. Thank you anyway. Li Tian, let's store the supplies at your place first. There's no rush. Li Erbio, brother, I have a quilt-making book for my supplies. Do you need it? Li Tian, brother, keep this for yourself. Winter should really be coming. Wang Guodong, I noticed in the chat area that more and more people have open seeds. If your resources allow, I suggest you collect more. They will be of great use in the future. Li Tian, okay, I have this plan too. Replied one by one. As expected, Dai Xiaomei replied immediately. All I can say is that her biological clock is really stable. Dai Xiaomei, then I'll give it to you when I have more. Dai Xiaomei, okay, my boss, let's stop talking. I have to go and take care of your fish. Seeing how diligent Dai Xiaomei was, how could Li Tian allow himself to fall into depravity? Thinking about processing the fish. At present, all the fish in the ice cellar have been stuffed full by Xiao AI. So Li Tian doesn't have to go out of his way to get them from Xiao AI's fishing net. He can just go directly to the ice cellar. Just busy like this. It's 12 noon again. Now, with the increase in the area of Li Tian High Island, 31 supplies can be refreshed. But the opposite happened. More quantity does not necessarily mean better. This time, I still didn't get anything good, except for the materials, bread and water. Moreover, the probability of getting bread and water in these supplies has increased significantly. Li Tian guessed that perhaps this was this civilization's way of preparing food for the winter in advance. After simply eating some bread and drinking some grade B water, Li Tian thought it was time to water the chili peppers and sea rice. So he filled a plastic cup with some grade B water and walked towards the planting area. When he arrived, Li Tian was stunned. Could it be that the plants on this island, whether they are cultivated or evolved, have a very short growth cycle? Who would have thought that in just one day, the chili pepper seeds and sea rice that he had planted at that time had already borne fruit? But the fruit is still in a relatively raw stage and cannot be eaten. But that's already fast. What a day. If it grows to this size in one day, then it can be harvested in 3 days at most, right? Since the growth cycle is so short, we should save more seeds. After having this idea, Li Tian watered the chili peppers and sea rice with some grade B water to promote their growth, then went straight back to the manual and opened the chat area. Qianqian Jiaozi, collect all kinds of seeds, some with pictures, private, prices negotiable, modest and proud. Also, Li Sherwin, Li Ro, Wang Chuanxiu, Qin Yi, please private message me when you see this message. Once the message was sent, there was a steady stream of people sending messages to the private chat window. It seems that what Mr. Wang said is right. More and more people are producing seeds. Li Tian muttered to himself, and then responded one by one. In the end, the harvest was good. Li Tian divided seed pricing into 3 categories. One type is seeds that are not particularly useful, priced at 30G bread plus 50G salmon meat. One type is the seeds of commonly eaten vegetables, priced at 50G bread plus 100G salmon meat. There is another type, which is seeds with grades. However, since the other party is not clear about the role of grades, the price given by Li Tian does not distinguish between A, B, and C grades. They are all 2 salmon plus 20 milliliters of water. Now, Li Tian already has dozens of seeds in his hands, and all he needs is Mr. Wang to guide him in planting. But if Mr. Wang could come to my island, it would be very convenient for me, right? Li Tian sighed helplessly, looking forward to the arrival of these people. Otherwise, sooner or later, something bad will happen if you keep it to yourself. Forget it. There's no point worrying about this. When the time is right, maybe we can bring them here. Having said that, Li Tian planned to get up and go outside to continue processing the salmon. But when Li Tiankai just stood up, he caught a glimpse of a message in the chat area out of the corner of his eye. Brother is proud. Help. I see a man holding an axe and rowing a boat towards my island. Save me. Seeing this, Li Tian quickly sat down on the stone sofa next to the manual again. Before Li Tian could speak, someone had already asked his questions on his behalf. Do Zong strongman, you were kidding, right? Can you make a boat out of the supplies? And I Tian, why are you panicking? Maybe he is here to help you. Brother is proud. Have you ever seen someone come to help with fangs and claws, wielding an axe? Please, save me. Brother is just proud. What I said is true. Someone really built a wooden boat? The next moment, many onlookers were still waiting for the other party to continue to reveal information, but the other party fell silent. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. That person never sent another message. At this moment, people in the chat area clearly realized that something was wrong. And Itian, did that person really get killed? Do Zong strongman, maybe it's true. There's no need to make such a joke at this time, right? Angel investor Bing Huang. I just tried to apply to add brother is proud as a friend, but the manual prompts that there is no such person. It seems that person is really gone. Brother Cricket, what? According to this, some people have already developed to the point of using boats to seize other people's supplies. Samsara Emperor. In today's world, human nature will be exposed. It's not surprising that those who are capable do this. We are now truly trapped in the law of survival of the fittest. The weak will eventually be eliminated or hunted down. 024. Farmhouse theme residence. It seems that the real bosses are hiding in the dark. I thought I was the only one who opened a book on wooden boat making. It turns out that there are more people living in a low-key and secretive way. This kind of person is much more terrifying than Emperor Yin. Li Tian was actually very reluctant to see this scene happen. Competition is fine, but if it harms other people's lives, then it is really a step backwards. Killing innocent people indiscriminately, what is the difference between human nature and animal nature? However, this incident also sounded a wake-up call for Li Tian. It seems that I can't sleep too deeply in the future. Who knows how many orcs there are in the survivors' camp? We also need to remind Dai Xiaomei, Wang Lao and the others. As he spoke, Li Tian also informed Dai Xiaomei and others about these things. After they received the news, they naturally realized the seriousness of the matter. This is like a lottery. No one can be sure that the person who uses a boat to rob people and kill people will not come to their island. Therefore, at Li Tian's suggestion, Dai Xiaomei, Wang Guodong, and Li Erbio also made axes for self-defense. Of course, the axe consumed a lot of metal, and all these materials were borrowed from Li Tian. Li Tian was not stingy. At this critical moment, metal was not as valuable as life. That's all we can do. The rest is up to fate. After dealing with these, Li Tian continued to go outside to process the salmon with a heavy heart. It was not until night fell and visibility became poor that Li Tian returned to the stone house. He picked up the bread again, brought the B-level water, and sat down in front of the manual, wanting to see if similar things that happened during the day would happen again. Fortunately, that seemed to be the only incident during the day. Maybe the villain rowing the wooden boat never encountered any other islands? But I have to say that the ghost of Emperor Yin is really lingering. He goes wherever there is popularity. It's a pity that he didn't become an internet celebrity. Emperor Yin. Today, one of our survivors suffered misfortune, and I feel deeply guilty about this. Emperor Yin. It's my fault for being incompetent. I didn't realize there are such things as ships in this world. Emperor Yin. But don't worry, everyone. From today on, I have called on the members of the Yin League to carefully monitor the surroundings of their island. If you find the direction of the ship, I will inform you in time. Emperor Yin. In addition, the Yin League is recruiting people. As long as you join the Yin League, if you are in danger, you can get our help in the first time. NTI, I am willing to lend the axe I have to the victim for free, so that you can at least have the ability to fight back. Emperor Yin. By the way, in order to ensure everyone's safety, our Yin League is preparing to form a marine division to fight against the evil. We will buy all the crafting books that can be used for navigation at a high price. Looking at the righteous words of Emperor Yin, if Li Tian was a survivor who had just arrived on the island, he would probably be deeply moved. However, Li Tian didn't think that Emperor Yin was that kind. What Emperor Yin said does not stand up to scrutiny. If you think about it carefully, it's full of loopholes. Nowadays, no one can determine their own location. Even if your people from the Yin League track down the ship, can you be sure who it is heading towards? Even if we knew that he was paddling towards the south, who among the survivors knew whether he was heading south or north? As for forming a marine division to fight against the villains, it is even more hilarious. Instead, Li Tian felt that Emperor Yin also took a fancy to the villain's way of survival and wanted to go to other islands to steal supplies. But at this critical moment, at least the words of Emperor Yin played an inspiring role. The enthusiasm of people in the chat area was aroused, so Li Tian didn't need to say anything. You might even be despised by others. Let him go for now. Li Tian doesn't think that the person who owns the navigation production book would be willing to sell such a precious production book to Emperor Yin. Staring at the time on the island, there was only 1 minute left until 12 o'clock. Li Tian felt like every second was a year. 1 minute later, it's a new day. He can open the system blind box again. Opening the system blind box is the best way for Li Tian to improve his strength. The first time I opened a blind box, I gave it to Xiao AI, so that he no longer has to worry about food and drink, and no longer has to worry about the blind box for fishing supplies. The second time he opened the blind box, he was given a distillation device, so at least he didn't have to worry about the freshwater problem. Now that I'm opening the blind box for the third time, what can I get? He became more and more expectant. As soon as the time on the manual reached 12 o'clock, Li Tian immediately shouted in his mind, "Open the blind box." Ding! Opened successfully, obtained A-level farmhouse theme residence, stored in the manual warehouse. A farmhouse-themed residence? Seeing this, Li Tian was a little disappointed. Judging from the name, it seems to be an ordinary house, but in fact, this house is not a necessity for Li Tian. Now I have my own stone house which can meet my daily living needs. Well, it would be better to give me a mobile phone? Although he was reluctant, adhering to the principle that system products must be high quality, Li Tian still opened the manual warehouse. As soon as Li Tian saw the model in the warehouse, he couldn't sit still. Fuck, the system is still the system. I am short-sighted. So he quickly took back the stone house and took out the A-level farmhouse theme house. Please select the location for the construction of the A-level farmhouse theme residence. Needs to occupy a 30m*20m location. Still, an open location near the sea was chosen. After construction, a 2-story building with a yard appeared out of thin air. The yard is surrounded by a bamboo fence, and the length and width naturally correspond to the required area of 30m*20m. However, the buildings within the fence do not occupy such a large area. I estimate it to be about 15m*10m. The exterior is somewhat similar to a house from the 1990s and has a sense of age. However, what shocked Li Tian was not the appearance of the house but its interior. The courtyard alone contained a stone mill, a pig pen, a flower bed, and a wood-burning stove. The 2-story building is fully furnished. Bed, sofa, wardrobe, dining table, bowls and chopsticks, cups, chandelier, coffee table, electric fan, squat toilet, big TV. Wow, I finally experienced the feeling of moving in with just a suitcase. Li Tian suddenly had an illusion that he was not trying to survive, he was here to travel. The atmosphere of this farmhouse is great. But when Li Tian happily pressed the light bulb switch on the wall, the light bulb did not respond. Fuck, I just remembered. There's no electricity. Aren't these just decorations? Li Tian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Being able to see but not being able to use it, is there anything more humble than this? But maybe there will be power generation equipment in the future? Thinking of this, Li Tian became excited and expectant again. If there is electricity, I can live a worry-free life without worrying about food and drink in this place. It seems much more comfortable than the previous 996 life. 025. Meet Master Wang. Due to the lack of lights and poor visibility, Li Tian could only take a rough look at the internal structure of the house. Not bad. The first floor has a living room, a dining room, a private bathroom, and a kitchen. The second floor also has a living room and 4 rooms. One of the rooms is also equipped with a toilet, which should be the master bedroom. Although the details of the decoration of the master bedroom are unclear, it is generally not much different from the other 2 bedrooms, except that there is an additional bathroom and manual. Li Tian couldn't wait to lie down on the Simmons bed. For Li Tian, this soft and comfortable feeling is no less than lying in a girl's arms. That's called bed. It feels so good. Li Tian wanted to fall asleep right now, but when he remembered that he had an extra stone house at hand, he chose to sit up from the bed and came to the manual. I opened the friend list and found Dai Xiaomei. Li Tian, the stone house is for you. It is safer to use charcoal fire in the stone house. If you encounter danger, you can hold on for a while longer. Dai Xiaomei, isn't the stone house used by you, little brother? Give it to me. What are you using? Li Tian, don't worry. I have better ideas. Let's trade quickly and have a rest after the trade. Dai Xiaomei, okay. After completing the transaction with Dai Xiaomei, Li Tian rented the recovered wooden house to Mr. Wang for free. After all, Mr. Wang is not young anymore, and it's only a matter of time before something bad happens to him if he keeps lying on the ground all day. As for Li Erbio, considering that he is a retired Special Forces soldier and has a better physique than the others, he will have to be inconvenienced for the time being. After dealing with all this, Li Tiankai came to the beach and opened the blind box of supplies, but unfortunately there was still nothing good in it. Then, he went back to his room and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, morning. Only then did Li Tian climb out of the bed. Opening his eyes and looking at the sea view outside the window, Li Tian couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Thanks to this system, otherwise I would have starved to death long ago. But, since there was no electricity or running water in the house, Li Tian had to wash up at the beach. After finishing all this, Li Tian ate some bread to fill his stomach and then continued to process the fish. And as for Dai Xiaomei, Li Tian also agreed with her that unless special supplies were obtained, there was no need to give them to her every day, which would be too troublesome. So Li Tian doesn't have to look at the information in the manual from time to time. As for those seeds, Li Tian thought about it before going to bed last night and decided not to plant now. Now that I have no worries about food and drink, I might as well wait until the sea rice and chili peppers are mature, harvest them once, see the results, and then decide to expand my planting. Therefore, the only thing Li Tian can do now is to process the salmon. Li Tian continued to work until 12 noon. Only after Xiao Ai salvaged the blind box of supplies ashore did he stop. Open the supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and get 1 disposable locator, 150 milliliters pure water, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get ice cubes *5, metal *1, deposited. This time it was a good start, with supplies that Li Tian had never seen before. Moreover, this prop called a disposable locator does not require a production book and can be used directly. This is great news. With this guy, wouldn't it be possible to determine the location of Dai Xiaomei and the others? Li Tian said in surprise. As the blind boxes of supplies were opened one by one, Li Tian's mouth was filled with smiles. Wow, 11 locators were opened at once? It seems that Mr. Wang, little sister Dai and brother Biao can all be brought to the island. Thinking of this, Li Tian quickly took out 4 disposable locators from the warehouse, identified and bound them, and then traded them to Dai Xiaomei, Wang Lao, and Li Erbio respectively. Dai Xiaomei and others were also surprised when they saw this thing. But at the same time as being surprised, I was naturally happy as well. Can we finally meet? Living alone is so hard. With the help of the locator, Li Tian discovered that Mr. Wang was quite close to him, only half the width of a thumb away, as shown on the locator. Next came Li Erbio, who was 3 fingers wide. Dai Xiaomei was the farthest away, with a size as big as a palm. Considering that the means of transportation was just a small wooden boat, Li Tian planned to pick up Mr. Wang first. As for Li Erbio and Dai Xiaomei, we can only wait a little longer. But, no matter what, this is good news, so Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio are not in a hurry and are willing to wait a little longer. Li Tian did what he said and quickly made the wooden boat. Then he took some bread and water and boarded the boat with an axe. The wooden boat comes with oars, so Li Tian doesn't have to worry about rowing. And the sea is calm at the moment, so rowing is relatively easy. In this way, Li Tian rowed the boat towards the north marked by the locator. Li Tian rowed hard for the entire afternoon. The strange thing is that Li Tian didn't feel tired at all, and even felt that he was still full of energy. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I have been drinking grade B water these days, and my physical condition has improved a lot. I don't know what earth-shaking changes my physique will undergo when I eat A-level or even S-level food in the future. After saying that, looking at the locator and seeing that the distance between him and Mr. Wang was less than 1 millimeter, Li Tian put all his strength into paddling again. In the end, Li Tian successfully arrived at Wang Lao's island before the sun set. Mr. Wang's island is not very big, only 9 square meters, and it is extremely empty except for a torn fishing net and a manual. Mr. Wang's complexion no longer looked as healthy as it did on TV. His skin was tanned by the scorching sun. The wrinkles on his face were extremely obvious, and he looked weak, as if he would be blown down by a gust of wind. Seeing this, Li Tian felt a little worried. Who could have thought that such a distinguished academician would be reduced to such a state? Upon stepping onto Mr. Wang's island, Li Tian humbly bowed and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Li Tian. I am lucky to meet you in person. Young man, what are you doing? I am just a burden now. As an old man, I should thank you for being willing to accept me. Your attitude makes me ashamed. Old Wong quickly walked forward and helped Li Tian up, saying with a wry smile, "What are you talking about, Mr. Wong? Without your hybrid rice, how could we have solved the problem of food and clothing? You are a great man of your generation, and you deserve this greeting. Okay, Mr. Wong, please disassemble the manual." Good. The so-called manual disassembly is to separate the manual from the island. The island will automatically disappear 10 minutes after the manual is dismantled and will be converted into an expansion of pumice stones of the same amount as its area and stored in the manual's warehouse. The owner of the island can take the manual and find another island. After the disassembly was completed, the two of them started their return journey together, chatting and laughing. 026. Crops are ripe. 2 o'clock in the morning. Li Tian and Wang Lao successfully arrived at Li Tian's island. At this time, Li Tian was sweating profusely and no longer boasted about his strength. The two men got off the boat, tied the boat rope to a coconut tree, and then came to the farmyard with peace of mind. Even though the night is hazy, it cannot hide the wealth of this island. When Mr. Wang saw this, he was stunned. "Li Tian, is this your island?" "Yeah." Li Tian nodded, and was very pleased with Mr. Wang's surprised look. "You are exaggerating, aren't you? Did you come to this world early? It's only been a few days. Not only is your island so large, but even the houses." Mr. Wang still found it difficult to accept the facts and asked, "This is really exaggerated. Good luck, good luck?" Li Tian smiled faintly, and the vanity in his heart was greatly satisfied. "Hey, what is that? Why is it moving?" After hearing the noise at the beach, Mr. Wang looked in the direction of the sound and quickly pointed at Xiao Ai and asked, "The robot that came out of the blind box of supplies is amazing. It's the foundation of my fortune." "Okay, Mr. Wang, you're tired too. I'll take you to rest first. We can talk about everything tomorrow." Seeing that Mr. Wang seemed to want to say something, Li Tian quickly interrupted and made a suggestion. Hearing this, Mr. Wang was stunned and realized that he had said too much. He laughed innocently. "Ahahaha, as we get older, we become more troublesome. Little friendly Tian, please don't despise me. Look at what you said. How could you dislike it? Come on, our room is on the second floor." After settling Mr. Wang in the guest room next to his master bedroom, Li Tian walked out of the farmhouse. "There are dozens of blind boxes of supplies waiting for you to open at the beach. Open the blind box of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and get cotton *5, bread *300 ml, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get ice cubes *5, metal *1, deposited. Cotton? It should be used to make quilts, cotton clothes, etc., right? But after 12 o'clock, the temperature was obviously much lower than before. Today is just the 8th day since I came to the island. Could it be that we have truly entered autumn today? Did Emperor Yin make a mistake in his analysis? The cycle is not 5 days, but 7 days? However, since Li Tian now has a farm stay, he is not worried about the cold. The farmhouse's wardrobe is already stocked with bedding for all 4 seasons. After returning to the room, Li Tian traded the wooden house he had taken back from Mr. Wang to Li Erbio and reported to Dai Xiaomei that he was safe, and then fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, Li Tian found that Mr. Wang was no longer in his room. When he went downstairs, he still couldn't see Mr. Wang. This made Li Tian stunned. Where did Mr. Wang go so early in the morning? It was not until Li Tian walked out of the yard and looked towards the planting area that he discovered that Mr. Wang was squatting there, studying something. This old man Wang is obsessed with these things. Li Tian smiled bitterly and walked up to him. "Mr. Wang, why don't you get some more sleep?" "Haha, I'm old, so I sleep lightly." "But, Li Tian, did you plant these sea rice and chili peppers according to the method I taught you?" Li Tian nodded after hearing this. "Yes, Mr. Wang. Did I make a mistake?" No, you've done a good job. The sea rice and chili peppers are growing well, and it looks like they'll be ripe in the afternoon. This world is really hard to understand." Old Wang waved his hand, replied with a sentence, and then began to observe the sea rice and chili peppers seriously. "I don't know whether this piece of land contains some secrets, or whether the seeds are endowed with some abilities. How come it matures in just 2 to 3 days?" Seeing that Mr. Wang seemed to want to continue studying the secrets of the black soil and seeds here, Li Tian did not disturb him. So Li Tian went straight to the beach to wash up. Then he took out 2 coconuts and 500 g of bread from the warehouse and walked to Mr. Wang again. "Mr. Wang, have breakfast first before studying. You can eat as much as you want here. Don't go hungry." After breakfast, Mr. Wang took the initiative to propose to continue expanding the planting area, and Li Tian naturally would not refuse. Mr. Wang is an expert in this field. Li Tian can rest assured when leaving it to him. He immediately took out all the seeds he had on hand from the warehouse and handed them over to Mr. Wang. When Mr. Wang saw these seeds, he felt like he had seen his own sons. He held them in his hands and ran towards the black soil. Li Tian continued to process the fish. At noon, considering that Mr. Wang was a guest, it was impossible for him to eat bread for breakfast and lunch. Therefore, Li Tian chose to grill the fish and make fish soup. In the past, conditions did not allow it, but nowadays, in new houses, there are all kinds of kitchen utensils, including pressure cookers, frying pans, so it is naturally necessary to expand the recipes. The two of them enjoyed the meal very much. Although there was no seasoning, the sweetness of the fish soup still stimulated their stomachs. This is the first time they have had soup since coming into this world. My stomach is yelling, it's New Year's Day. Of course, Li Tianka didn't just care about himself. There was enough fish, so Li Tian also served 2 bowls of fish soup to Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio respectively. Li Tian also gained a great sense of accomplishment from the praise from Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio. After finishing all this, Li Tian thought about opening the blind box of supplies. But what can we do? They are still just some common supplies like cotton and bread. Even though we are unwilling, we have no choice but to change it. Xiao AI stuffed the ice cellar full of salmon again. Li Tian took out 100 kilograms and traded them to Li Erbio and Dai Xiaomei respectively. They have nothing to do, so it would be nice to ask them for help. Of course, it's still the same temptation. Li Tian did this to see what kind of person Li Erbio was. After all, through verbal communication, Li Tian thought that Li Erbio was a good person. However, people often reveal their true nature when faced with interests. Li Tian still wanted to see whether Li Erbio was as reliable as he thought. The final result. It is naturally very reliable and quite reliable. It may be because he was a special forces soldier and had a lot of experience in surviving in the wild. Li Erbio processes the fish much faster than Dai Xiaomei. In this way, the team that processes fish has now expanded to 3 people, and the processing is still very fast. In just one afternoon, more than 200 kilograms of salmon were processed. All of these are put on the trading hall, and a lot of supplies can be traded. But before Li Tian could get on the shelf, Old Wang ran back to the farmhouse happily and started shouting, "It's ripe! It's ripe! It's ready to harvest!" Hearing this, Li Tian was also happy. Can I finally eat rice? 027. Class C Large Distillation Unit. Follow Mr. Wang to the planting area. I saw that the crops on the 2 pieces of black soil were ripe and of excellent quality. The rice grains are golden and plump, and the chili peppers are tall and bright red. It looks great. Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim after seeing it. The quality of the crops looks much better than those in the fields during the continental civilization. Mr. Wang was even more excited. It's more than just great. It's simply stunning. Not only is the growth cycle shorter, but the quality is also so perfect. If these secrets can be uncovered and brought back to mainland civilization, no one in our country will ever go hungry again. Hearing this, Li Tian nodded, "Yes, but I don't know if I can go back." This is the end of the topic. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly, and then they began to harvest the sea rice and chili peppers in great tacit understanding. After successfully harvesting the rice and chili peppers and placing them in the farm granary in the farmhouse, the two of them had dinner. For dinner, there was also grilled fish and fish soup. As for wanting to eat rice, you still have to wait for some days. The rice hasn't been pounded yet. What is pounding rice? Pounding rice is the process of removing the husks from the harvested millet. The husks that are pounded out are rice bran, and the remaining rice grains are the white rice we eat. As for the tool for pounding rice, it is a bit like a medicine pounding pot, with a mallet and a container, and it can be made in a production center. However, considering the poor lighting conditions, Li Tian and Mr. Wang naturally decided to wait until daybreak. After dinner, maybe Mr. Wang was old, or maybe he was tired after a busy day, so he went straight back to his room and went asleep. Li Tian came to the manual and prepared to put the fish he had processed in the afternoon on the shelf. However, just as Li Tiankai opened the manual, bad news came again. In the chat area of the public screen, people were discussing the appearance of the villain who rowed a boat to occupy the island. Oh my god, didn't 2 more people get killed today? Yeah, what should we do? Judging from their speed, they are obviously getting better at it. Before, they could only grab 1 island a day, but now they can grab 2. This is simply pirate behavior. Damn it. What can we do? Without legal restrictions, he can do whatever he wants. Pirate? This description is quite apartment. Li Tian frowned in agreement, feeling a little uneasy. The main problem is that it is not clear whether this was an individual crime or a gang crime. If some people from this new civilization really formed a group of pirates, then I would probably become a popular target in the eyes of the other side. Secondly, I am also worried about Dai Shumei's safety. Why don't you let Brother Biao come to my place earlier? Thinking of this, Li Tian contacted Li Erbio directly. Li Tian, Brother Biao, are you there? Li Erbio, I'm here. What's the matter? Do you need to handle more fish? Li Tian, no. You also saw what happened in the chat area, right? 2 people got into trouble again today. Li Erbio, well, I've seen it. These bastards are really abominable. If I could know their location, I would definitely eliminate them for the people. Li Tian, there will definitely be opportunities in the future, but right now I want to put your visit to my island on the agenda. Li Tian, it's better to be as fast as possible. Li Erbio, I can do anything. I'm always ready. Li Tian, okay, I'll trade the wooden boat to you directly. How about you row it yourself? Li Tian, when I want to pick up Mr. Wong, it only took me half a day to get to his place. Li Tian, if you calculate it this way, you are only 5 to 6 days away from my island, which is not too long. Li Tian, on the way, you just row the boat, and I'll take care of the supplies. I guarantee you won't starve. Li Erbio, brother, you have thought so carefully, what else can I say? I can set off now, but who is the old Wong you are talking about? Li Tian, Academician Wong Guodong, we'll talk about the rest when you come. Li Tian, by the way, remember to disassemble your island and manual first. After the chat ended, Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The area of his own island is no longer something that can be managed by one person. Now I have more than 500 pieces of expansion pumice on hand, which I use from time to time, and the area is almost 3,500 square meters. If Li Erbio could also live on his own island, it would naturally be much easier and safer. Of course, the most important thing is that only when Li Erbio came did Li Tian dare to pick up Dai Xiaomei. Otherwise, if Mr. Wong was left alone on this island, and if his island was really found by those pirates, he would be basically doomed. Therefore, before Li Erbio came, it was naturally impossible for Li Tian to leave the island to pick up Dai Xiaomei. As for trading the boat to Dai Xiaomei and letting her row it herself, that is also unrealistic. First of all, the distance between the two is extremely far, and the voyage will take at least 10 to 20 days. Secondly, there are too many unknowns at sea. What if Dai Xiaomei encounters pirates while rowing? Can she escape? Therefore, the safest way is to go and pick her up myself and leave Li Erbio to look after the island. Now that I have the nourishment of grade B water, I can't say that I can stand alone against 10,000, but at least I should have no problem fighting 10 against 1. Of course, the prerequisite is that those 10 people are ordinary people. Li Tian is not too worried about this. His own B-grade water was produced by the system, and Li Tian didn't believe that the pirates also had these resources. After telling Dai Xiaomei his idea, Li Tian got busy with the preparation of putting the fish on the shelves. This busy work lasted until almost dawn. Li Tian used up all the expansion pumice stones he had obtained from trading in the trading hall before arriving at 12 o'clock. The island area directly reaches 3509. This is also thanks to the fact that a lot of fish and meat were sold in the evening. Otherwise, there would only be more than 3,400 square meters, and there would be one less blind box of supplies. As soon as 12 o'clock arrived, Xiao AI jumped into the sea as punctual as an alarm clock. Due to the increase in blind boxes of supplies, Xiao AI can't catch blind boxes as fast as before. It took Xiao AI nearly 20 minutes to salvage 41 blind boxes of supplies. Basic quantity 3 blind boxes of supplies plus 35 blind boxes of supplies for an area of 3,500 plus 3 more blind boxes of supplies for the number of people plus 1. After opening all the supplies, Li Tian almost shouted out in excitement this time. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain sea-level large distillation device, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get expansion pumice *3, deposited. I thought the distillation device could only be obtained through the system, but I didn't expect that the blind box of supplies could also be opened. Doesn't that mean that other people on this island may also have been drinking graded purified water? Li Tian was happy, but also a little worried. 028. Pheasants evolved. The reason for concern is simple. If everyone had the opportunity to drink graded water, then their physical advantages would be of little use. This means one less means of self-protection. Secondly, if the blind box of supplies can be opened, doesn't it mean that the pirate also has a chance to open it? Has it even been launched? If the pirates really come at that time, whether he and Li Urbio can defeat them will be another matter. Of course, these are just Li Tian's guesses. Maybe it's because the area has expanded to a certain extent, so the blind box of supplies can open more advanced props. Moreover, I am somewhat worrying too much. Let's talk about the future in the future. Thinking of this, Li Tian didn't think about it anymore and directly took out the large distillation device. As for the appearance, it doesn't look as good as the B-level one signed in by my own system, and there is also some gap in quality. But it's big enough. Through the information read from the system, we know that this sea-level large-scale distillation device can distill 5L of sea-level pure water at a time. The operation time is also 12 hours, which means that 10L of pure water can be distilled in one day. This alone is something that cannot be achieved by Class B. The efficacy of Grade B may be better than that of Grade C, but it is not enough to drink. The amount must be calculated every time. Now it has to be used for planting, and the island population will increase in the future. 500 milliliters is definitely not enough to support it. Today, God has finally blessed us and this large distillation unit has been built. After filling the B and C grade distillation devices with seawater, Li Tian returned to his room and fell asleep. The next day, Li Tian was awakened by the sound of slapping. When I went downstairs, I saw Mr. Wang beating rice stalks in the yard. This is a step before pounding the rice, which requires separating the rice from the rice stalks. However, because Li Tian had no experience in this area, he chose not to help. For fear of making things worse, he started to prepare breakfast. For breakfast, Li Tian wrapped fish in bread, which could be said to be a sandwich or a burger. But the name doesn't matter, as long as I can eat my fill. Li Tian did 4 in a row. He kept 2 for Mr. Wang and himself, and traded the other 2 to Dai Xiaomei and Li Urbio respectively. Looking at the mark on the disposable locator, Li Urbio's speed this evening was not slow. If we estimate based on this speed, we might be able to see Li Urbio in 3 days. After handing the sandwich to Mr. Wang, Li Tian went to pour a glass of grade B water and traded it to Li Urbio. There is no room for saving resources at this time. Although grade B water is scarce, its efficacy is still very significant and can greatly relieve fatigue. To put it in an exaggerated way, if you always have grade B water to drink, you can continue to work at a high intensity without sleeping. Taking into account safety factors, and to enable Li Urbio to reach his own island as soon as possible, Li Tian planned to supply all the grade B water produced these days to Li Urbio. He, Mr. Wang, and Dai Xiaomei just had to endure it for a while and drink grade C water. As for the ordinary water that came out of the blind box of supplies, Li Tian used it to trade supplies in the trading hall. After trading the water, Li Tian left the manual and thought about going down to help. But Mr. Wang was so enthusiastic that he didn't let Li Tian get involved at all. I've been holding it in for so long. It's so rare to have farm work to do, so don't snatch it from me. I can't even get rid of my itch with just this little bit of farm work. Hearing this, Li Tian had no choice but to give up. Then he continued to process the fish. As for the fish in Li Tian's ice cellar, Old Wang was also shocked when he saw them for the first time. But now he has slowly accepted this fact. It seems that nothing can happen to Li Tian, not even noon. Li Tian, who was processing fish, was interrupted by Mr. Wang's call. When I walked over, I saw a wooden basin filled with snow-white rice grains. Li Tian was drooling with greed and wanted to eat it raw. That piece of land actually produced so much rice? After hearing this, Mr. Wang nodded and said, "Yes, the output is quite good. I also saved some unhusked rice and will try to plant it later. If we can, we won't have to worry about having no rice to eat in the future." Li Tian's eyes also lit up when he heard this. He never expected that he would be so obsessed with rice. Thinking back to his time on the civilized mainland, he always felt that rice was cheap and wasted rice, so he felt regretful and wanted to slap himself in the face. Indeed, only by truly experiencing life without food can one understand how sad the saying "every grain of rice is hard-earned" is. Put the rice here to dry for now. I'll go study rice cultivation, and you can go to your own thing. Good. After saying goodbye to Mr. Wang, Li Tian returned to the manual and planned to put all the fish that he had processed in the morning on the shelf. About 10 minutes later, the sound of a rooster crowing caught Li Tian's attention. Li Tian stopped putting the product on the shelf and smiled bitterly. Could it be hallucination? But when he was about to put more fish on the shelf, another round of rooster crows was heard. He was stunned. No, this is not an auditory hallucination. Thinking of this, he quickly ran to the window and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. "Fuck you, you beast. How dare you steal my rice?" Who would have thought that a pheasant would appear in his yard? standing on a wooden basin and eating rice happily. Li Tian was so angry that he rushed out of the door, scaring the pheasant so much that it flapped its wings and ran around. After hearing Li Tian's roar, Old Wang also rushed back. When he saw it, he was also stunned. Li Tian, you also raise chickens? I would like to raise one, but I don't have any chickens to feed. I don't know how this wild chicken appeared on the island. Li Tian explained, then remembered something, looked towards the increasingly dense woods, and felt happy. I see. Maybe this pheasant evolved. Old Wang also heard about the evolution from Li Tian, so after hearing this, he nodded in understanding. Why don't we catch this chicken, raise it, and see if it lays eggs? With Mr. Wang's suggestion, Li Tian also thought it was a good idea. This pheasant's comb is not big, so it should be a hen. If we raise it, we might be able to produce eggs. But ideas are beautiful and reality is cruel. Even though Li Tian had the blessing of level water, his physical fitness became very strong and his reaction was faster, but he just couldn't touch the pheasant. Not to mention Mr. Wang. Now, sudden. Li Tian seized the opportunity and pounced on the pheasant when it was relaxed. He thought the pheasant would not be able to escape even if it had wings. But it actually flew up and avoided Li Tian's pounce. 029. Sea salt extractor. The pheasant that flew onto the fence held its head high and chest out, with a disdainful attitude, as if mocking Li Tian, which made Li Tian very angry. Oh my, you're still pretending, you beast? I still don't believe I can't handle a chicken. As he spoke, Li Tian seized the opportunity and pounced again, but the pheasant flew away again. In fact, if it really flies away, it would be fine. But unfortunately, this pheasant could not fly very far and always stayed a few meters away from Li Tian. This is a provocation to Li Tian. Seeing Li Tian constantly being humiliated, Old Wang couldn't stand it anymore. Li Tian, I think this pheasant is unusual. It should be intelligent. The hard one doesn't work, why not try the soft one? After hearing what Mr. Wang said, Li Tian also came to his senses. Yes, there are no normal creatures on this island. Looking at its provocative posture, it might actually have intelligence. Thinking of this, Li Tian suppressed his anger and tried his best to put on a kind smile. Don't worry, little chicken, I won't hurt you. Just now I was just so excited to see you like a pet of mine, so I wanted to hug you. The pheasant was not happy after hearing this, and it actually clucked a few times, its voice very sharp. It's like saying, you think I'm mentally retarded, don't you? Seeing this, Mr. Wang standing by also covered half of his face and couldn't bear to look at it. Li Tian, if you tell these words to a child, the child won't believe it. Li Tian also smiled awkwardly, glanced at the rice beside him, then quickly grabbed a handful and looked at the pheasant. Do you want to eat this? This time, the pheasant nodded excitedly, as if it was tempted by the rice. You can eat if you want, but you have to listen to me. After hearing this, Yiji tilted his head, not knowing whether he did not understand what Li Tian said. Therefore, Li Tian said again, from now on, you lay eggs for me and I feed you rice. We can benefit each other. What do you think? Hearing this, the pheasant shook its head desperately again. Li Tianzi began to brainwash her. If the eggs you lay are not fertilized, no chicks will hatch. Instead of letting it go bad, wouldn't it be better to exchange it for rice with me? Don't worry. If there is a male pheasant on this island in the future, I will definitely catch it and let it mate with you. Is that okay with you? If you agree, you can just fly onto my arm. This handful of rice will be my token of sincerity. If you don't agree, you can always fly away, but I will place traps near the food in the future, and you won't be able to eat any of it. After saying that, the pheasant finally bowed to the delicious food, quickly flew to Li Tian's arm, and started pecking at the rice. Li Tian also stroked the pheasant's hair, which was quite silky. Okay, since you've eaten my food, you have to listen to me from now on. I will take care of your 3 meals, but you can't eat without my permission, understand? Pheasant nodded. After spending 3 pieces of wood to build a chicken coop for the chicken at the production center, the pheasant was finally settled down. Noon, 12:26. Xiao AI caught dozens of blind boxes of supplies. Li Tian quickly opened them. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain sea salt extractor, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get plastic *6, deposited. Sea salt extractor? Li Tian didn't react for a moment when he saw this coming out of the blind box of supplies. After a while, he danced excitedly and hummed, good luck. Wish me good luck. This luck is really amazing. Yesterday we opened a large distillation unit, and today we opened a sea salt extractor. These are all necessities of life. However, this allowed Li Tian to find some patterns. It seems that these two things were opened only after the area was expanded to 3,500 square meters. Before, no matter how many blind boxes of supplies I caught every day, which was many times more than others, it seemed that I never got anything good. Could it be that the probability of getting good stuff has nothing to do with the number of blind boxes of supplies, but is related to the size of the island? I'm afraid that's the case. If we can expand the island to the size of a country, we might even be able to launch rockets and aircraft carriers. Seeing that his imagination was becoming more and more exaggerated, Li Tian quickly stopped fantasizing. After taking out the sea salt extractor from the warehouse and finding out how to use it through the system's reading capabilities, Li Tian directly filled a bowl of seawater and started the machine. At noon, Li Tian originally planned to cook rice. However, because of the appearance of the sea salt extractor, Li Tian planned to eat rice again in the evening. By then the sea salt will have been extracted, and you can also stir-fry some fish with some chili peppers. Isn't it wonderful to pair tasty fish with rice? After learning from Li Tian that he had obtained the sea salt extractor, Mr. Wang also agreed with Li Tian's idea, so the two of them made do with some bread at noon. Afterwards, Mr. Wang continued to go to the planting area to study crops. After Li Tian traded the food and grated water to Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio respectively, he chose to take a lunch break. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when Li Tian woke up. After looking through the manual and finding nothing special happening, Li Tian went to the eye cellar to get the fish and started processing them together with Dai Xiaomei. However, before processing the fish, Li Tian also looked at the locator and found that Li Erbio was much closer to him, so Li Tian felt relieved. In the evening, the prompt sound of the sea salt extractor rang, and Li Tian stopped what he was doing and hurried over. I saw that the plastic box of the sea salt extractor was already filled with sea salt. After Li Tian transferred the sea salt into a glass cup in the kitchen and filled the sea salt extractor with seawater, he excitedly went to wash the rice. To wash rice, Li Tian uses seawater. But when cooking rice, pure water is used. Li Tian no longer lacks purified water, so he doesn't feel bad about using it for cooking. As for how to cook the rice, Li Tian chose to put the pressure cooker on the grill. Since there is no electricity in the house, I naturally cannot use an electric rice cooker. As for the wood-burning stove, the pot is too big to be suitable for cooking, and the pressure cooker cannot be used on the stove. So, Li Tiankai thought of putting the pressure cooker on the grill to cook. As long as there is enough wood and the fire is always open, it should be possible to cook it. After adding an appropriate amount of wood to the grill, Li Tian took out 10 fish from the eye cellar and ran to the beach to process them. Of course, when it comes to processing the fish at the seaside, Li Tian won't be so foolish as to put the fish directly into the seawater, as this will easily attract sharks. Although he has never seen sharks around the island, it doesn't mean that there are no sharks. Therefore, every time Li Tian processed fish, he would choose to use a wooden basin filled with seawater before processing. 030. The area is greatly expanded, and the treasures are coming. After processing the fish, Li Tian picked up the wooden basin and ran to the kitchen. The kitchen is located on the right side of the house, separated from the living room. The last time he made fish soup, Li Tian also used the kitchen. No way. Although the furniture in the farmhouse is very nice and there is a kitchen, there is no natural gas supply, and those are just decorations. Therefore, the kitchen becomes a very good choice, as cooking only requires burning firewood. To cook, one needs to control the heat, and Li Tian can't light the fire and cook at the same time by himself. Therefore, Mr. Wang came to help and acted as a torchbearer, responsible for adding wood. That's all. With the joint efforts of the two, the fried salmon was ready. With the embellishment of chili peppers and the moisture of sea salt, the fish is fried quite well. The color is lacking, but the taste is good. Very appetizing. After the rice in the pressure cooker was cooked, Li Tian quickly served 4 large bowls of rice and handed one to Mr. Wang. Then he picked up 4 more fishes and placed them in the bowls prepared for Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio and poured the soup on them. It's so expensive. After trading them to Li Erbio and Dai Xiaomei respectively, Li Tian began to eat with relish. Everyone, who rarely had the chance to eat rice, spontaneously started to finish their meals. Even the fish broth and the chili peppers used for seasoning were not spared. The bowl that Li Erbio traded back was even more exaggerated. It was licked clean. If he hadn't said that he didn't wash it, Li Tian would have thought that it was a washed dish. Li Tian enjoyed this meal very much. It's been a long time since I last tasted rice and salt. Moreover, because the amount is larger, Li Tian discovered that eating this B-grade rice brought far more benefits to his body than drinking B-grade water. He clearly felt that his strength had increased a lot. Oh, It would be great if Mr. Wong could really successfully grow sea rice from rice. After muttering to himself expectantly, Li Tian picked up the dishes and went to wash up. Night. Mr. Wong was still the same as always and fell asleep early. Li Tian really didn't have the habit of going to bed early, so he sat down in front of the manual. Dozong strongman. The pirates are quiet today. Angel investor Bing Huang. Quiet? I think we are just lucky that he hasn't discovered our island yet. Yinming brother cricket. It's okay. I'm not too worried now. Yinming is protecting me. Nitian, humph. Naive. You still have to rely on yourself in a critical moment. Even if the Yinming gives you tools, are you sure you can defeat the pirates? Yinming era. At Ni Tan boy, we in Yinming never force others to join us, but we will never tolerate anyone leading the Yinming's rhythm. Yinming ostrich. That's right. If you don't want to add it, then don't add it. You are smearing us. Are you looking for trouble? To be honest, Li Tian was quite happy to see these old faces still active on the barrage. After all, these survivors are all descendants of Yin and Huang, and they represent the future of China. Only if they are alive can the Chinese people's heritage continue. However, the members of the Yin League were still quite disappointed. Li Tian simply chose to turn a blind eye to the incident. After posting a purchase advertisement and a missing person notice, he closed the chat area, opened the trading hall, and take a look. By selling his own supplies, he accumulated more than 300 expansion pumice stones for himself. The rental of charcoal is even more amazing. I haven't checked for a few days and I've accumulated more than 3,000 yuan. Of course, this was also within Li Tian's expectations. 20 pieces of charcoal, the rental is 3 pieces of expanded pumice/hour. If people continue to rent it, you can earn 1,440 pieces in 24 hours. Therefore, these more than 3,000 pieces of pumice are not too many. It seems that the free charcoal supply has affected the rental of charcoal for a fee. After a wry smile, Li Tian took out all the expansion pumice stones from the trading hall in the leasing area and expanded them to the island. The area of the island has reached 7129. Li Tian could no longer observe the evolution of the island with his naked eyes, so he simply did not go out to see the extent of the evolution, and the visibility was not good at night. For Li Tian, what he cares about is when his forest will evolve into a forest, and when more animals and fresh water will evolve. As for what kind of plant will evolve, he doesn't really care. All he needs to know is that there is always enough coconut milk now. With the development of island civilization, the price of fish has been falling. Therefore, Li Tian had to use the free time in the evening to adjust the selling price in the trading hall again. The price adjustment will not be completed until the weight of all fish meat is increased to 60 g. As for transactions between other materials, Li Tian did not change the prices. After all, apart from fish and meat, other supplies are still relatively scarce, so there is no need to raise prices. Especially for purified water, the 10 milliliters amount can still attract many people to buy it. As soon as 12 o'clock arrived, Li Tian instantly got up from the bed and walked to the beach. The autumn wind is bleak and the autumn mood is alluring. Li Tian felt a rare hint of coolness. It seems that we should hurry up and make the cotton-padded clothes. Otherwise, how can we dare to go out in winter? Only after Xiao AI salvaged all 76 blind boxes of supplies ashore did Li Tiankai open them one by one with excitement on his face. If it is true that as the area changes, the things in the blind boxes of supplies will become better and better, then now that my island is big enough, I should be able to get a lot of good stuff, right? Open the blind box of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain B-level solar energy storage panel, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get metal *2, wood *5, expansion pumice *1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain oil press, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get purified water *500 ml, stone *5, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain grade A peanut seeds, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get cotton *10, deposited. Solar energy storage panels, grade A peanut seeds, oil press. Hiss. Looking at the big prizes that were drawn like opening a blind box, Li Tian's heart was pounding and he was extremely excited. Really? The bigger the area, the better the things you can get? I was so stupid that I didn't see this problem before. The B-class solar panels and oil press were quickly taken out from the warehouse, and the system reading function immediately came into play. Class B solar energy storage panel can store 20 kWh of electricity per day, and the peak storage capacity of the storage panel is 200 kWh. How to use. Connect the solar panel's connection line to the main switch to supply power. 031. Seawater rice is successfully cultivated. Can 20 kilowatt-hour of electricity be stored every day? Isn't that 20 kilowatt-hours of electricity a day? That's enough to support the electricity consumption of the farmhouse. Seeing this, Li Tian smiled like a child. Immediately, Li Tian couldn't wait to move the battery panel to the roof and connected the wires to the main power switch of the farmhouse. This series of operations was so easy that even Li Tian himself found it unbelievable. This battery panel looks heavy, but it is easier to lift it by yourself than to carry a baby. It seems that we should eat more of these grated foods. Li Tian quickly found the reason and couldn't help but sigh. Then I went back to my room and fell asleep, looking forward to the rising sun tomorrow. As for the oil press, Li Tian took a look and saw that it was just an ordinary old-fashioned oil press. There was nothing to pay attention to, and there was nothing to press at the moment, so he decided to keep it for now. The next day, Li Tian woke up when Mr. Wang knocked on the door hurriedly. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at the weather outside, and suddenly thought of something, and immediately became alert. Big sun. That would certainly generate electricity. Get dressed and open the door. I saw Mr. Wang standing at the door, his face full of excitement. Li Tian, good news. The sea rice I cultivated yesterday has sprouted. We can really do it in a cyclical way. What? It actually turned out to be a successful plantation. That's great. Li Tian was also surprised one after another. It seemed that he had been very lucky during this period. Then, Li Tian followed Mr. Wang and hurried to the planting area. But, when passing by the chicken coop, the pheasant was still clucking at Li Tian desperately, and Li Tian then remembered to feed it. He had to delay for a minute to feed the pheasants before he arrived at the planting area earlier than Mr. Wang. The planting area at this time. All the black soil has been planted with crops. This is the result of Mr. Wang's hard work in recent days. Especially when looking at the field of sea rice seedlings, Li Tian couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes. This is truly the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen in my life. Mr. Wang, thank you so much. Look at what you said. It's all fate. It has nothing to do with me. Any ordinary farmer can grow it. Old Wang replied modestly, also looking at the large farmland with anticipation. It's a pity that I can't cultivate much land when I get old. If we had help, we could grow much more sea rice. Old Wang glanced around the island, which was now as big as a square, and sighed helplessly. For now, we just need to have enough food for ourselves. In the future, if allowed, we will naturally have to recruit more people. It's just that people's minds are unpredictable right now, and I haven't met the right person yet. Li Tian nodded and explained. Yeah, maybe you don't know yet? Early this morning, I looked in the manual and found that 2 more survivors were killed in the early hours of last night. Also, it is said that they asked for help in the chat area at almost the same time, so it can be determined that there may be more than one pirate. Hearing this, Li Tian was stunned. What? The pirates took action last night? As for the fact that there was more than one person involved, Li Tian had some doubts at the time, so he was not surprised to hear the news. Okay, Mr. Wang, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go back to the manual to find out the situation. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Good. We said goodbye to Mr. Wang and walked into the farmhouse. When passing the main switch, Li Tian glanced at a small screen on the battery panel connection, which showed that the power level was 1%. It means it can generate electricity. However, since the light was bright at the moment and there was no need to use electricity, Li Tian did not turn on the main power switch. After all, winter may be here in a few days, and the air conditioner may be turned on frequently at that time. It is necessary to reserve power for the air conditioner in advance, so it is natural to save as much as possible now. I returned to the room and sat down in front of the manual. The chat area was still discussing what happened last night. Dozong strongman. Fuck, those bastards are playing dirty tricks now. Attacking at night. It's totally unethical. If I meet them, I will make them take my 5-whip lightning blow. Year ring. At Dozong Qiangzhe. Judging from your appearance, you are a martial artist? Dozong strongman. Low-key, low-key. I can't be called a martial artist. I just play SM a lot and have accumulated experience. Annual rings. Equals dash equals awesome. Nitian. It's a pity. I heard that one of them was a high school girl last night. She was humiliated before she died. Angel investor Bing Huang. Brothers, I suggest that in this extraordinary period, we should form an alliance to fight against the foreign enemies together. Yinming era. What's the point of forming one now? Do you have the resources to do it? Join our Yinming, and you will be safe for the rest of your life. Do Zong Strongman. You Yinming are sick, aren't you? You are everywhere, especially you, a silly guy. Your name is a dog name, and what you do is also a dog. Angel Investor Bing Huang. That's right, in mainland civilization, I am a bootlicker. At least I lick women. But you lick men too. There is no one like you who licks men like this. Ever since Li Tian got involved in the expansion of Yinming, Yinming's reputation has become increasingly worse. In addition, since they were not friends, they had no way of knowing the other party's name, let alone the location of the island. So many people became unscrupulous. So what if your Yinming is so powerful? You can't find me and you can't hit me, so what should I be afraid of? Many people hold this attitude and speak rudely to the people of Yinming. Apart from a few verbal insults, the people of the Yin League did not have any actual means of punishment. In the end, you can only admit defeat. After the people from the Yin League were driven into hiding by everyone's anger, the topic remained the same. Do Zong Strongman. I think that forming an alliance is not troublesome, but it is also troublesome. Do Zong Strongman. The most important factor is who will take the lead. We survivors are in such a mess. Even if we order everyone to join, no one will pay attention. Do Zong Strongman. Even if they join, they may not obey our command. So I think we should find a big boss other than Emperor Yin to take the lead. Nitian. Yes, this is very necessary. If there is no one who can control the situation, I am afraid that we will not be able to fight the enemy in the future, but we'll start a civil war first. Nitian. Here. I propose that at Chen Chen Jiaozi Dalal be the leader of our survivors. As soon as these incredible words came out, they instantly set off a wave of enthusiasm. Chen Chen Jiaozi was very popular in the chat area recently because he was extremely generous in renting out 30 pieces of charcoal for free, and he became an idol admired by everyone. Moreover, the Yinming, as powerful as it is, only rented out 20 pieces of charcoal, but Chen Chen Jiaozi could easily take out 30 pieces. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Chen Jiaozi is naturally a real big shot. With a big boss in charge, who among the survivors would not listen? 032. The pheasant laid eggs. As soon as the incredible action of at Chen Chen Jiaozi appeared, many people on the public chat screen also added him. At humble and proud son, sir, the descendants of Yin and Huang are in trouble. I, following the order of the Buddha, ask you to come out and defeat the enemy. At Chen Chen Jiaozi, boss, we all know you can see it. You can be our leader. We are all willing to listen to you. At Chen Chen Jiaozi, yes, boss. The appearance of pirates has made us panic. You must help us. Seeing this, Li Tian was helpless. It's not that he is a coward, nor that he has no ambition to dominate, it's just that the current conditions do not allow it. The personnel are uneven. If we rush to form a team or alliance, it will only become the second Yinming in the end. However, it was difficult to appease the public grievances, so it was impossible for him to remain submerged at this time. I had no choice but to reply in the barrage. Establishing a team is already in my plan, don't worry. But who would have thought that everyone was so worried about the pirate incident that they could not accept Li Tian's answer at all? Boss, how can I not be anxious? Who knows if I will be the one to die tonight? Yes, boss, since you can even rent out charcoal for free, it means you must be a kind-hearted person. Please help us. Oh, these people are really... Li Tian didn't know what to say to them for a moment. But in order to reassure them, I was forced to reply, at present, we don't know each other's location of the island, and there is a limit to what I can do to help. Even if I form an alliance now, what role can we play? How can I help you? You better be patient. All I can do now is to rent you the axe for free as a self-defense weapon. As for the creation of an alliance, I need to do a screening. After all, I don't know if there are any pirates among your group. As soon as the words fell, the public chat screen was in an uproar again. Li Tian's words woke people up. Yes. No one knows the pirate's specific identity. Maybe he is hiding among our group of people, and we don't even know it. This moment, no one wants unity anymore. They even dared not chat with each other, for fear that their information would be exposed to the pirates and become their target. However, Li Tian said this not to cause panic. Noticing that the status of the public screen chat area was not right, he quickly added, "Don't worry too much. I'm just saying that this is why I won't form an alliance for now. I'm afraid the pirates will become our undercover agents. As for whether there are pirates among us, I'm not sure. Besides, you don't need to worry. The pirates don't know the location of your island. They don't even know the location of their own island. So, just survive normally. If conditions permit in the future, I will form an alliance and find a way to bring you to an island. This way, You can take care of each other, and there is strength in numbers, so you don't need to worry about pirates." Seeing Li Tian said so, everyone on the barrage also echoed, saying that if Li Tian created an alliance in the future, they would definitely join loyally. In response, Li Tian just smiled and didn't care. Loyalty is not something that can be said with just words, and he currently does not believe these words. But it would be nice if there was some way to read their loyalty. After replying in the chat area, Li Tian also started to have delusions. At the same time, on Yin Emperor's island, Yin Emperor looked at the messages in the chat area and felt very jealous. Why do I spend all day trying to recruit people to join my Yin League? Not only do they not want to join, they also make sarcastic remarks. This modest and proud man had no intention of forming an alliance, but instead attracted public admiration. Why? Why is there such a big gap between people? What exactly is the difference between me and him? Damn it, in the end, the charcoal fire thing is still unpopular. But my island is already 769 square meters. Why hasn't any vegetation been refreshed that can be used as tinder? It's coconut trees every day. Emperor Yin glanced around his bare island and felt extremely angry. But what he didn't know was that weeds should have appeared in the evolution of an island of his size. But whenever vegetation grew on the island, he would cut it down immediately and use it as wood. Cut it today, and continue cutting it tomorrow after it evolves. If vegetation does not accumulate day after day, how can weeds emerge? Atop the surging waves, the three ships were moving forward side by side. Among them, there was a person on each of the three ships. They looked to be in their early 30s, but their faces were full of ferocity. They are naturally what the survivors commonly call pirates. Brother, look at the chat area. Those bastards are still dreaming of finding a savior. Ha ha ha. At this time, a thin man with a crew cut said happily. The man called Big Brother was in the middle of the three boats. After hearing what his second brother said, he laughed even more wildly. Ha ha ha. Savior? Now we are the saviors of this world. But it was such a pity for that girl last night. She found an opportunity and jumped into the sea to commit suicide. Otherwise, she would have been tied up and used to serve us. The shabby bearded man with glasses on the other side also smiled obscenely. She's just young. What a pity. But if we're lucky tonight, we might even run into a beauty. Besides, it seems that people from our world have also come here. Maybe we can even meet a female celebrity. If we really encounter one, we must keep a close eye on it to prevent them from jumping into the sea again. As soon as noon arrives, Li Tian opened the blind box of supplies on time. But the scene that Li Tian expected did not happen. The supplies obtained this time were all ordinary materials. Damn, it seems that increasing the island area only increases the types of good stuff. The chance of getting good stuff still depends on luck. After complaining, Li Tian planned to go to the chicken coop to feed the pheasants. But as soon as it arrived, Li Tian's depressed mood because he didn't get anything good from the blind box of supplies instantly dissipated. Hey, little thing, you are awesome. You laid 3 eggs for me right now? Very good, very good. Next time, lay more eggs. You will get plenty of food. After hearing this, the pheasant straightened its head again, very proud. After feeding, take back the eggs. Li Tian was delighted when he saw it. This pheasant is grade B, and I didn't expect the eggs it lays are also grade B. Nowadays, as his system improves, Li Tian is becoming more and more interested in these graded foods. This is a good thing. From now on, not only rice and water will be grade B, but even eggs will be grade B. I'm afraid that our physical condition will get better and better. Even in the future, it is not impossible to eat B-grade chicken. 033. S-Class fully self-planting robot. Lunch. Li Tian and others did not eat like they did yesterday, but simply ate some bread and drank a glass of coconut milk. Now because of the ice cellar, even if the farmhouse has no electricity and the refrigerator cannot be used, Li Tian and others can still enjoy a glass of iced coconut milk. As for not eating rice, it's not Li Tianqing's fault. Now that sea rice can be planted repeatedly, he will not save it for just a little bit of rice. He didn't choose to eat lunch, but that doesn't mean he didn't cook. Mainly because he had eggs, Li Tian planned to try the long-lost egg fried rice. But making fried rice with freshly cooked rice is simply soulless. So Li Tiankai planned to dry the lunch and fry it in the evening. As for the oil, an oil press was turned on last night, but Li Tian thought it would be useless at first. After talking to Mr. Wang today, he reminded me of this. Palm trees can be used to produce oil. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the oil problem. Life is getting better day by day. After lunch, Mr. Wang continued to go to the planting area. Li Tian came to the manual and sorted out his warehouse and existing supplies. Only then did I realize that I had forgotten a lot of things in the corner. For example, it was first lent to Dai Xiaomei, and then to Mr. Wang's wooden house. Since Mr. Wang's return still has to go through the system, it has now been returned to the warehouse. And when the business was not going very well at the beginning, Dai Xiaomei gave him the stone table making book. After he made the stone table, he didn't do anything with it. There are many things like this, and Li Tian is really troubled when he sees them. It seems that we need to find a dedicated person in charge to manage these things in the future. There are too many things to do, and it is always easy to forget. Then, Li Tian rented out all these things. Some charge by the hour, and some charge by the day. As for selling, that's unrealistic. After all, Li Tian would not be happy if these things were sold at a low price. But if they were sold at a high price, no one would be willing to buy them, or not many people could afford so many supplies. After briefly chatting with Dai Xiaomei and asking about her recent situation, Li Tian chatted with Li Erbio. I learned that his journey was relatively smooth. The wind and waves were not strong. The weather was good, and he did not encounter any survivors' islands or pirates. It was a close call. Looking at Li Erbio, who was getting closer and closer to him on the locator, Li Tian only hoped that day would come sooner. He found a deck of playing cards in the farmhouse, but there were 2 cards missing, so they couldn't make up the team. The expansion pumice traded in the trading hall and the expansion pumice earned from charcoal leasing were taken out to expand the island area. The island area has reached 8,130 square meters. The increase in the island's area this time has brought the island's evolution to an unprecedented level. On the other side of the woods, there is already a slightly raised hill. Although it is only as high as a valley pile, its structure and material can indeed be called a mountain. It is said that there are mountains, water, and rivers. Now that we have mountains, the next step should be fresh water, right? Just as Li Tian was looking forward to the appearance of fresh water, the long-lost system prompt sounded. Ding, host, are you not going to open the blind box today? Hearing this, Li Tian clapped his hands and said, Oh my God, I almost forgot about this. Thanks to your reminder, otherwise I would have delayed the opening of the system blind box for a day. Hey, now that I'm on the island, I don't have any sense of time. It's easy to forget when I'm busy. Open the blind box. Ding, the activation is successful, and the S-level fully self-planting robot has been obtained. It has been stored in the manual warehouse. System, you are really kind. After all this time, you finally got another S-level treasure. Seeing this, Li Tian hurriedly took it out of the warehouse. As expected, the appearance is not only similar to Xiao AI, but it can only be said to be exactly the same. Only this time, the tools in the robot's hands have become plows and watering cans, and its feet are no longer webbed feet, but tracks. But the height, shape, and color are the same. What? Does this count as pulling Xiao AI's husband out? Li Tian joked. Soon, the planting robot also activated the system and blinked its LED eyes. Hello, Master. Xiaoyi is happy to serve you. I can help my master with anything concerning crop planting. Li Tian naturally believed what this little robot said, and Xiao AI was the best example. Since it belongs to the same category as Xiao AI, it must be a nanny-type robot, so there is no problem leaving the farm work to it. Afterwards, Li Tian took Xiaoyi directly to the planting area. Seeing this, Mr. Wang was stunned. Huh? Why has Xiao AI changed? Li Tian smiled and said, Mr. Wang, this is not Xiao AI. This is my new planting robot, called Xiao Yi. It is good at all farm work. Hearing this, Mr. Wang became obviously more wary of Xiaoyi, always feeling that his fun was being taken away. Is this Xiaoyi really so comprehensive? Asked old Wang. But as soon as Mr. Wang said this, he was slapped in the face by Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi walked to the black soil next to old Wang very skillfully, with 2 beams of light emitting from his eyes. After a while, he said, Black soil quality, average, crops planted, B-grade C rice, current growth stage, jointing stage, expected to enter booting stage in 2 hours, current crop condition, water shortage. After saying that, Xiaoyi immediately ran to the beach and dipped the watering can into the sea. The watering can, which was only the size of a fingernail, should have been filled with water in 1 second, but this guy took nearly a minute to fill it. At first, Li Tian and Mr. Wang thought it was the robot's ink, but in the end they found out that it was actually a Klein bottle. Such a small watering can hold so much water. After Xiaoyi watered all the crops that were short of water, the watering can in his hand did not seem to be short of water. This scene made Li Tian and Wang Lao stare in shock. Moreover, with Xiaoyi's introduction, Li Tian and Wang Lao learned that this kettle can do more than just hold things. It can also purify seawater and reduce the salt content in the seawater as much as possible. Although it cannot achieve the effect of distillation, it is enough to allow crops that need fresh water to grow to survive. That's good. It seems I can really retire now. Old Wong smiled bitterly. He was quite reluctant to leave this planting area. Doing farm work is his lifelong pursuit. And I've been doing this all my life. I'm really used to it. This is much harder than quitting smoking. Seeing this, Li Tian hurriedly comforted him. Mr. Wong, what are you thinking? No matter how powerful Xiaoyi is, he is just a robot. You are the leader. I brought it here to help you, not to replace you. You can still do your research, and it's up to you to decide how to plan it. Xiao Yi is just a practitioner. 034. Egg fried rice. Hearing this, Mr. Wong's complexion improved significantly. Hey, Li Tian, you kid. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you were planning to let him replace me. It makes me anxious. Haha, but Mr. Wong, you should also have a good rest. Why do you work so hard all day? Li Tian smiled but still expressed his confusion. Habits are one thing, but the abilities on this island are really bizarre. I want to study it carefully for China. If I really find the secret and have the honor to return to the mainland civilization, I can make more contributions to China in my lifetime. My life belongs to the country since I joined the party. Hearing this, Li Tian was stunned for a long time, and his admiration for Mr. Wong was beyond words. Now that he knew what Mr. Wong wanted, Li Tian naturally would not try to stop him. It is hard work, but he is determined to do his best, so Li Tian can only admire and support him. The afterglow of setting sun dyed the sea red. Li Tian and Wang Lao squeezed out a basin of palm oil while the sight was still visible. The rice grains are now distinct, so we can start. Li Tian couldn't guarantee that he could make other delicacies delicious, but fried rice with egg was no problem for him. When he was in mainland China, due to economic constraints, instant noodles and fried rice were his regular meals. The basis of survival, how can it not taste good? After a while, the fried rice is cooked till golden brown and has good color, aroma, and flavor, except that it lacks some chopped green onions for embellishment. Hey, I'll go see if I can get some onion seeds later. Li Tian took a bite of the egg fried rice and felt that the taste was a little off. Elder Wang also nodded in agreement. Yes, if conditions permit, it is better to prepare some condiments. By the way, I saw that you had an extra batch of peanut seeds in your warehouse, so I took them out and planted them this morning. There should be peanuts to eat in a few days, and the peanut oil is also very fragrant. As for why Mr. Wong was able to take out things from Li Tian's manual warehouse, it was actually very simple. At that time, Mr. Wong arrived at Li Tian High Island. The two manuals seemed to recognize and relate to each other. Afterwards, Mr. Wong's manual prompted Weather to bind Li Tian's island and become a subsidiary manual under Li Tian's island. Old Man Wong is already on Li Tian's island, so the manual naturally doesn't mind becoming his subsidiary manual. So I agreed. After agreeing, Li Tian's manual also provided corresponding prompts and rights. For example, you can give the subsidiary manual the right to take things from your own manual. Therefore, if Li Tian gets seeds from a blind box of supplies, or trades for seeds, Mr. Wong will mix them himself after finding out. This is also the more humane aspect of this manual. When it came to egg fried rice, Li Tian naturally did not forget Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio. Although the egg fried rice was for 4 people, it only had 3 eggs, which was a bit less. But, perhaps because the pheasant eggs are grade B, the egg flavor is quite strong. Make them feel like they are eating eggs in every bite. Dai Xiaomei even said that she wants to marry a man with good cooking skills like Li Tian in the future. This made Li Tian feel a little shy. But, the future? I'm afraid that I and my group will all spend the rest of the future on the island. Besides myself, who else can make this fried rice? After dinner, Li Tian washed the dishes at the last minute before sunset. Returned to residence. Li Tian looked at the battery panel display on the side and saw that the battery level had reached 10%. Why not try it out? See if the voltage is high enough? Thinking of this, Li Tian turned on the main power switch of the house. The next moment, Li Tian pressed the switch on the corridor beside him. With a loud bang, a warm yellow light came on, illuminating the entire corridor. It works. Why not give Mr. Wong a surprise? Suddenly, Li Tian wanted to bring some fun to the tired Mr. Wong. So he turned off the lights in the corridor and went upstairs. Knocked on Mr. Wong's door. Mr. Wong, are you asleep? Soon, Mr. Wong opened the door. No, I was just getting ready. What happened? Li Tian smiled without saying anything, walked to the light switch in Wang Lao's room, and suddenly pressed it. Dang dang! The sudden brightness startled Mr. Wong at first, and he closed his eyes as if he was a little uncomfortable. Then his eyes almost popped out. How did you do that? How is it possible that we have electricity in our house? I was lucky enough to find a solar panel, and I didn't expect it to be so useful. But the power is not infinite, so I need to use it sparingly. Hearing this, Mr. Wang quickly turned off the lights and said, "Oh, don't waste electricity. We don't do anything at night anyway, so we should save the electricity." But how can you describe yourself as lucky, kid? How can anyone be so lucky as to have a fishing robot, a planting robot, a farmhouse, and now electricity? I think this is not a fluke. Maybe you created this world. Mr. Wang joked that he has become more open-minded these days. These things that cannot be explained by science are actually happening, so he doesn't think these jokes are far-fetched. Li Tian smiled helplessly after hearing this. I do think that if this world was really created by me, I would definitely expand my island according to the territory of China and create glory for us Chinese again. By then, I want us Chinese to live and work in peace and contentment, no longer trapped in 996, war and viruses. Haha, Li Tian, although this world was not created by you, but with your current strength, it may not be impossible to achieve these. Let me ask you, among the survivors today, is there anyone who is living a better life than you? Even the gap between you and the second place is probably huge. But if that time really comes, please don't exclude an old man like me. I don't need to do anything. Just give me a piece of land and let me do scientific research. Ha ha ha, that's a must. 2117. Only then did Li Tian walk out of Mr. Wang's room. If Mr. Wang hadn't been so sleepy, maybe they could have continued the conversation. I have to say that Mr. Wang is also a talkative person, and the two of them had a very happy conversation tonight. After returning to the room, Li Tian was not in a hurry to sleep. First, I have long been accustomed to opening the blind boxes of supplies in the early morning before going to bed. Second, you need to prepare for the creation of an alliance/team. The third is to wonder if there will be another pirate attack in the near future. If I had noticed it in the first place, I might have been able to help that person get through this difficult time. 035. Area of nearly 10,000 square meters. It was just after midnight. Li Tian arrived at the beach. Xiao Ai was nowhere to be seen. She must have gone to the sea to catch blind boxes of supplies. The good news is that, as of now, the pirates have not made any moves. As for what will happen next, Li Tian is not sure. Anyway, the free axe has been put on the rental platform. Li Tian also deliberately emphasized that people who are not in danger should not occupy axe resources, and those who violate this will be blacklisted in the future. Of course, as a qualified businessman, Li Tian did not waste this opportunity. I also rented out 5 axes. A few minutes later, Xiao Ai has delivered the first bag of blind boxes of supplies. It's hard work for Xiao Ai. In the past, there were fewer blind boxes of supplies, so Xiao Ai could catch them all at once using a fishing net. However, as the number of blind boxes of supplies increased, Xiao Ai's fishing net became unable to cope with the situation and could only catch 20 blind boxes of supplies at a time at most. We can only catch them a few more times. While Xiao Ai continued to fish for blind boxes of supplies, Li Tian opened the blind boxes of supplies that had been fished ashore one by one. Open the blind box of supplies and get 5 cotton balls, 150 milliliters pure water, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get expansion pumice *1, long sword *1, deposited. A sword? Li Tian was stunned when he saw the sword opened from the first batch of 20 blind boxes of supplies. Who would have thought that weapons could be opened? Is this because the new civilization detected that we were encountering pirates and deliberately increased supplies for us to defend ourselves? Or is it new supplies refreshed after the area reaches 8,000? However, no matter what the reason was, having a decent weapon made Li Tian feel more at ease. As for the next blind box of supplies, there were no weapons opened, only cotton, bread, and wood. Obviously, these are some supplies for the winter. But if there really is a 7-day season, then doesn't that mean we're only 2 days away from entering winter? How cold is winter in this world? Li Tian was suspicious, but unfortunately no one could answer his question, so he had to give up. Go back inside. Li Tian was not in a hurry to fall asleep. He first looked at the distance between him and Li Erbio on the locator. I found that Li Erbio had already driven 1/2 of the distance, which was much faster than I had imagined. It seems that it is necessary to supply all the grade B water to Li Erbio during this period. So, Li Tian once again put the Class B water distilled from the Class B distillation device into a plastic cup and traded it to Li Erbio. After reminding me again, be careful, I fell asleep. The next day, after Li Tian woke up, the first thing he did was to look at the manual. Seeing that the chat area was relatively quiet and no one reported danger in the historical chat records, Li Tian felt relieved. Maybe the pirates haven't discovered the island where the survivors are? Since everything was safe and sound, Li Tian naturally didn't pay too much attention to the chat area. After washing up, he went to prepare breakfast for the other three. Unconsciously, Li Tian felt that he was becoming more and more like a house husband. Obviously, according to the size of my island, I am destined to be the big brother, but in the end, it is really hard to describe. No, we have to pick up Dai Xiaomei quickly. You can't possibly ask a grown man like me to take care of my daily life. I want to do big things. For breakfast, Li Tian prepared sandwiches for everyone. That is, bread with salmon meat. But now that he has the conditions, Li Tian fried the salmon meat. After breakfast, Mr. Wang continued to go to the planting area. According to him, some crops are ripe today, and we might be able to eat vegetables. Li Tian became more and more expectant. In order to kill time, he went to the ice cellar and took out dozens of kilograms of fish and started processing them. Of course, when dealing with the fish, Li Tian did not forget Dai Xiaomei, and he would give some to Dai Xiaomei every time he dealt with the fish. There were a lot of things to do these days, and the two of them didn't have much to chat about except during meal breaks. However, during the conversation, Li Tian felt that Dai Xiaomei gradually treated him as one of her own and was no longer as wary as she was at the beginning. In the vast ocean, 3 wooden boats sailed against the wind and waves. The man on the boat who was leading the group couldn't help but frown. Fuck, I've been rowing all night and haven't found any new islands yet. I'm almost dead tired. The guy with the buzz cut was also very tired. Yeah, before, we could find an island after paddling for half a day, but now it's gone. Did we choose the wrong direction and are already far away from the densely populated island area? Analyzed the man with glasses. But the eldest brother was unhappy when he heard it. Don't be such a jerk. If that's the case, I'm lonely tonight. So I'll chop open your asshole, believe it or not? When the man with glasses heard this, he was not afraid but showed a hint of hidden excitement. However, due to the boss's authority, he still bowed his head and apologized. Brother, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously, hee. It was approaching noon. Li Tian stopped processing the fish, returned to the manual, and opened the trading hall. The expansion of pumice stones added nearly 2,000 more pieces. Without further ado, all the pumice stones were used. The area of the island has reached an astonishing 10,037 square meters. The small hill that evolved from the island gradually grew in size and was about 4 or 5 meters high. The woods are becoming increasingly dense, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a forest. Seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but wonder. I wonder if there are other animals in this forest now? After all, a 3,500 square meter island was able to evolve into wild chickens. Now that there is an island of 10,000 square meters, there should be some wild boars, bison, or wild Ultraman, right? However, Li Tian would not rashly enter that mysterious area now. As the forest became more and more dense, Li Tian had not entered it for a long time. Usually we dig some coconuts or palm cores at the edge of the woods. Nowadays, the woods are overgrown with weeds, and there is no guarantee that there will be any dangerous poisonous snakes or ferocious beasts. For safety reasons, it would be better to wait for Li Erbio to come and then go exploring together. As soon as noon arrives, Li Tian sat alone on the beach, enjoying the breeze, waiting for Xiao AI to deliver 105 blind boxes of supplies to him. Mr. Wang would usually come back from the planting area only when Li Tian called him when it was time to eat. A few minutes later, Xiao AI placed all the blind boxes of supplies on the edge of the island. Li Tian opened them one by one. Open the blind box of supplies, get concentric card *1, bread *100G, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get plastic *5, wood *5, expansion pumice *1, deposited. 036, building the heavenly palace. 1 heart card? What is this? Seeing that there were new and interesting things in the blind box of supplies, Li Tian quickly took it out from the warehouse. The system's information reading also appears. Heart card. When this card is used, the user's heart will be tied to the user's. If the user has thoughts that are unfavorable to / harmful to the user will explode and die. Note: before using, it is best to communicate clearly with the user. If the user refuses to submit to the user during use, the use will fail and the Tongxin card will not be returned. My goodness, isn't this the same as being bound by a contract? But if we have this, we don't have to worry about betrayal when forming an alliance. Having said that, Li Tian continued to open the blind box of supplies. Final. Li Tian actually opened a total of 23 concentric cards and another hidden arrow. The appearance of this sleeve arrow also made Li Tian feel a lot more at ease. After all, the sleeve arrow is a long-range attack weapon, which is most suitable for self-defense. There are dozens of disposable locators in the recent blind boxes. Why not recruit 23 people to your island first? After opening all the blind boxes of supplies, Li Tian had a plan in mind. With the existence of the concentric card, you don't have to train the survivors one by one or build trust with them. In this case, it would be better to bring these people to our island as soon as possible. As the number of people increases, not only will there be more blind boxes of supplies, but things can also be reasonably distributed and completed. Although the planting area now has Xiao Yi and Old Wang, there is no need for any extra people. However, there is still a shortage of manpower to feed chickens, pick coconuts, and process fish. During this period, Li Tian was almost going crazy from processing the fish. Li Tian has always been a decisive person. If you have a plan, you won't waste time. I went straight back to the manual and started typing on it. Modest and proud. After careful consideration, our team has decided to create the alliance Tiangong. Modest and proud. We need to recruit 23 wise men for the time being. Modest and proud. If you are interested, please chat privately. I will examine and screen each of you. As soon as Li Tian's words came out, the barrage of comments exploded. There is a constant stream of private messages coming in on the private chat interface. Li Tian started talking directly about the familiar ID. The first person, against the will of heaven. Li Tian had a good impression of this man. At that time, everyone in the barrage thought that the expanded pumice stone was a broken stone, but he and a few others had clearer minds and felt that the expanded pumice stone was not a broken stone. If nothing else, this guy can at least think. He is definitely smarter than other survivors, right? Moreover, during this period, judging from the news about him on the barrage, his style of doing things is very low-key and he knows how to restrain himself. This kind of person is far more useful than the cats and dogs in the Yin League. Nitian, hello, sir. I want to join your heavenly palace. Modest and proud. Please introduce yourself first. I need your real information. Modest and proud. But don't worry, even if you fail to join us in the end, I will never disclose your information. Tiangong promises to protect your privacy and security. Nitian, my name is Lu Chunjiang. I'm 23 years old, and I'm a serving Navy officer. Another soldier? Seeing this, Li Tian was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Soldiers must have the highest priority in Li Tian's mind. Not to mention the phrase, military personnel first, displayed on some sides. The main reason is that Li Tian trusts the people trained by the country. In Li Tian's mind, a soldier's habits and character are definitely ahead of others. Moreover, he has received professional training and is strong and healthy, so he can do anything without any problem. Therefore, Li Tian didn't hesitate any longer and replied, "Very good. We at Tiangong welcome you to join us. However, we have had little contact after all. I need to use the heart card on you. Are you willing?" Heart card. Nitian, one heart card? What is this? Modest and proud. To put it simply, as long as you don't betray me, nothing will happen. But if you betray me, the concentricity card will trigger sanctions and you will explode and die. Modest and proud. Have you thought it through? As soon as Li Tian finished asking, and Tian didn't even think about it and replied in seconds, "I've thought it through." And Tian, I have also observed you for a long time recently. I think you are a reliable person. I am willing to follow you. Modest and proud. Okay, then I will use the concentric card on you directly. The concentric card can detect your intentions. If you are not sincere in wanting to follow me, the concentric card will fail to work, and the heavenly palace will never accept you again in the future. After saying that, Li Tian used the Tongxin card, and the next moment, Li Tian felt as if there was an extra connecting line in his heart, connecting to Tian's heart. Of course, Li Tian couldn't feel what Nitian was thinking, but he felt like he was bound to him. This feeling can only be understood but not expressed in words. After the Tongxin card was successfully bound, Li Tian quickly replied, "Congratulations on joining the Tiangong family. It won't be long before I bring you to my island. For now, you should stay alive and ensure your own safety. If you have any difficulties, please contact me in time and I will do my best to help you." After saying that, Li Tian sent him a friend request. After dealing with one, Li Tian continued to look at the private chat messages. Look at the red dot, 999 plus, on the private chat interface. He just felt his scalp tingling. One afternoon, Li Tian successfully used up all 23 concentric cards, but only 22 members of Tiangong were recruited, because one of them was a little clever and made Li Tian very satisfied with the interview. But when binding the Tongxin card, the binding failed. This means that his mind is not submissive to himself. Maybe he didn't expect that the concentric card could have such a great effect. After all, now, only Li Tian has opened the Tongxin card, and no one knows what its specific abilities are. This scheming survivor naturally ended up on Li Tian's blacklist. At the same time, Li Tian also took out the diary that had been with him since he entered the island world, and wrote down the ID of the person who had blocked him in the small notebook forever. He will definitely regret it in the future. As for the other 22 people, they are Nai Tian, Xian Qing, Lu Mei Qaq, Do Zong Qiangzhe, Angel Investor Bing Huang, Samsara Emperor. There are many new faces and many old acquaintances. Li Tian chose them after careful consideration. First of all, as the number of people on the island increases in the future, cooking will be much more troublesome. It will be difficult for Li Tian to prepare meals for so many people by himself. Therefore, in addition to Dai Xiaomei, it is naturally necessary to recruit some female members. Regarding this point, Li Tianke did not treat women differently, nor did he let women do all the dirty and tiring work. The main thing is that when it comes to cooking, women are more careful and reliable than men, right? This is why Li Tian chose at Liu Mei Qaq to join Tiangong. 037. The first expulsion from the Yin League. As for the other Fights Break Sphere duo, Li Tian didn't know much about their abilities. Anyway, since he has sold things to me, he should have some hands-on skills, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get those supplies. However, what Li Tian valued was their ability to liven up the atmosphere. As long as they appear on the barrage, it becomes very lively. Island life is actually quite boring. In order to combine work and rest, Li Tian had to waste 2 places to recruit them. As for the Emperor of Samsara, what Li Tian valued was his mentality. After the pirate attack incident, Li Tian remembered his insights clearly. Yes, now is the true time for natural selection to determine the survival of the fittest. Li Tian felt that anyone who could have this kind of awareness should not be too far behind. Of course, there are substitutes for the people mentioned above, and they were chosen because of their own conditions. At least they are young and can endure hardships. The rest of the people are those who don't chat much in the chat area. Li Tian was not familiar with them either, and he admitted the students based entirely on their introductions and on merit. In fact, there are many excellent people. But Li Tian's Tongxin cards had been used up, so he couldn't be impatient and could only wait for the next approval. Deal with all of this. It's time for dinner. Li Tian went to prepare the meal. Today, some of the crops that were planted earlier have also matured. Therefore, for dinner, Li Tian fried fish and vegetables. During dinner, Li Tian also shared with Mr. Wang, Dai Xiaomei, and Li Erbio the news that he had created Tiangong and recruited 22 members. When they first heard about it, they were also worried that someone might be plotting something bad. However, after learning that they had the Tongxin card, the 3 of them felt relieved. But the 3 of them demanded that Li Tianxia use the concentric card on them next time he had it. No matter what, Li Tian actually already knew them all, and he didn't want to waste the Tongxin card. However, the 3 of them were surprisingly unanimous and forced Li Tian to use it on them. Li Tian had no choice but to compromise. This actually touched Li Tian a little. In Dai Xiaomei's words, "I hope you can trust me completely. I hope you know that I am the first person you can trust, and the person you will always trust." After dinner, as per usual, Mr. Wang went back to his room to rest, while Li Tian washed the dishes and returned the charcoal. After all, there is still no fire on Li Tian High Island. Before cooking every time, he would contact one of the tenants to temporarily take back the fire. With integrity here, how could I not return it? As for washing the dishes, it's not that Mr. Wang is lazy, but mainly because Li Tian doesn't trust Mr. Wang to do it. After dark, visibility is extremely poor. There is no running water in the house, so you need to wash at the beach. Who knows what dangers there were at the seaside that Mr. Wang didn't notice in time. Therefore, for safety reasons, Li Tian took the responsibility of washing the dishes himself. After washing the dishes, Li Tian first rented one of the charcoal fires to the previous renter for free with a specified ID. Then, the remaining unburned charcoal was split into dozens of pieces and rented for free to Dai Xiaomei and members who joined Tiangong with designated IDs. After all, the members of Tiangong are not early veterans like Dai Xiaomei, so they are naturally not qualified to enjoy meals. However, Li Tian was kind-hearted and provided them with fire for free, and also traded 2 fish to each of them. I won't feel hungry anyway. After solving these people's problems, Li Tian took the leftovers from the rice cooker to feed the chickens. This pheasant is now well-behaved and obedient. Even if Li Tian hung the rice next to it to dry, as long as he told it that it couldn't eat it, it would really stop stealing it. And they lay eggs on time. If you go there every morning, you will definitely see 3 eggs. After feeding the chickens and feeling the weather outside, Li Tian poured the dying charcoal fire on the barbecue grill into an iron bucket, added some firewood, and traded it to Li Urbio. Brother, it's cold outside. You've worked hard rowing. Use this to warm yourself up. Li Urbio quickly replied, thank you for your thoughtfulness, Tiandi. I checked the locator, and you are not too far away. I estimate that I can reach you by tomorrow night at the latest. Li Tian, okay, but safety comes first. Don't worry. Take a rest if you are tired. It won't take long. After finishing the chat with Li Urbio, Li Tian returned to the house. At this time, the barrage in the chat area was bustling again. Durian boiled herring. Oh my god, has someone been killed again? Tang San used Xiaoro to wash his hair. Yes and no this time. The victim doesn't seem to be in danger of life. I just searched in the add friends section and it was still found. Durian cooked herring. But she said she saw the pirates rowing towards her island, and she even asked for help, but nothing happened? Could it be that the pirates have reformed? Or did the axe work? Yinming, brother Cricket, the man above, are you too naive? If these pirates can reform, I will shit myself. Besides, if the axe really worked, shouldn't that person have come to report the good news long ago? Why is he silent now? Yinming, brother Cricket, I think the ID of the person who asked for help just now is obviously a girl. I think she was captured and used as a tool to vent her loneliness. Yinming era. At Yinming, brother Cricket, you have been expelled from Yinming? Yinming, brother Cricket. Why? No. Yinming era. Look at what you said above. Standing upside down and shitting on yourself? If this gets out, it will not only embarrass you, but also Yinming. Yinming, brother Cricket. Fuck, I was just joking. Don't take it as a joke. And when I joined Yinming, you didn't tell me there were these rules. Yinming era. The rules have just been drafted. We in Yinming will also start screening personnel from now on. Those who use vulgar language or lack the ability will be kicked out of Yinming. Yinming, brother Cricket. Fuck. You can kick me out if you want? I wasted my only chance to change my name, and I even paid the membership fee. Yinming era. This is all your personal wish. We in Yinming did not force you. As for you being kicked out, it was also due to your personal reasons, so the membership fee cannot be refunded to you. Yinming era. If this matter gets out and causes a huge negative impact on Yinming, we will pursue your responsibility, and you may have to pay us more than 10 expansion pumice stones for reputation compensation. Yinming, brother Cricket. I'm QNMLGB 038. Large sailboat production book. It's really like one thing has not yet been resolved. Another thing comes up. Li Tian looked at the content in the chat area and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Yinming is really detrimental to one's mentality. Not only will the membership fee not be refunded after being kicked out, but the person will also be required to pay compensation for reputation damage. You really take yourself too seriously. However, this move by the Yinming also indirectly indicates that they should also be making internal rectifications. Maybe he saw that he had created the Tiangong and was recruiting the best candidates, so he wanted to follow suit? But who cares? Li Tian doesn't care about these. The Yin Alliance did not pose much of a threat to him, but it was the pirates that kept Li Tian awake at night. Thinking of pirates, Li Tian recalled the incident in the chat area where a girl was attacked just now. He couldn't help but sigh again. Ah, it's a pity for the girl who was killed. That's a pretty accurate analysis, Cricket brother. Maybe it really has become a tool for venting. This is really worse than death. Midnight arrives. Li Tian also walked out of the house. Suddenly, I felt my hair stand on end. This damn weather is getting colder and colder. The temperature at this time is only about 10 degrees. Li Tian, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, couldn't bear it anymore. He thought of something and quickly returned to the room to make 3 cotton coats. He wore one himself, gave one to Dai Xiaomei, and the other to Li Urbio. As for Mr. Wang, he was sleeping soundly in bed at this time, so he didn't have to worry about the cold. When the sun comes out during the day, the temperature is actually around 20 degrees, which is not too cold. A few minutes later, Xiao AI salvaged all the blind boxes of supplies ashore. Before arriving at 12 o'clock, Li Tian expanded the area of the island again. Now it has reached 11,392 square meters. Therefore, the number of blind boxes of supplies has also increased to 118. I just hope to get more locators and concentric cards. After praying, Li Tian quickly opened the blind box of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and get 1 Tongshin card, 250 milliliters of pure water, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get expansion pumice *2, linen *5, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and get large sailboat production book, already deposited. A large sailing ship? Fuck. Li Tian was so shocked that he cursed out loud. The joy of getting a lot of concentric cards and locators was instantly forgotten. Li Tian never thought that he could sail a large sailboat at this stage. I thought it would be a gradual process, from a small wooden boat to a big wooden boat, but I didn't expect the bicycle to become a motorcycle directly. A large sailing ship, although Li Tian didn't know what it looked like specifically because it hadn't been made yet. But a large sailing ship has the word large in it. In an instant, the appearance and structure of a sailboat, often seen in movies, appeared in Li Tian's mind. If it's really that big, wouldn't it be possible to bring all the members of the Heavenly Palace to our island at once? Thinking of this, in order to verify his guess, Li Tian quickly returned to the room, came to the manual, and opened the production center. One look. Everyone is dumbfounded. My goodness, do you need so much wood? Li Tian never imagined that making a large sailboat would require 20,000 pieces of wood, 500 pieces of linen, and 2,000 pieces of metal. Sackcloth? It seems that the blind box of supplies has just been opened, but I don't know if other survivors can open this supply. Regardless of anything, Li Tian directly posted his trading needs in the trading hall. Who knows, other survivors might be able to get sackcloth. As for wood, Li Tian also increased the weight of salmon a bit. There is no other way. Li Tian currently has more than 10,000 pieces of wood on hand, and the quantity is still far from enough. In order to build a large sailboat as soon as possible, he can only increase the weight to stimulate the survivor's desire to consume. Certainly, judging from the current development of Li Tian's island, if all those trees are cut down, a lot of wood should be obtained. But this is not worth the loss. Is there any fool who can really cut down the evolved trees? Salmon meat, *80g, trade, linen *3, quantity, 500. Salmon meat *80g, trade, wood *3, quantity, 3333. Pure water *20 ml, trade, wood *3, quantity, 200. Pure water *20 ml, trade, linen *3, quantity, 200. As for the prices of other supplies, Li Tian did not change them. He is just short of these few supplies now, so he increased the weight a bit, but if other supplies are not in great shortage, there is no need to raise the market price. It would be bad if the survivors' appetites were enlarged. After finishing all these, Li Tian fell asleep. The next day dawned. Mr. Wang had been conducting research in the planting area for a long time, but since Xiaoyi came into being, the area of the planting area has been continuously expanding. Now, the area of his own island needs to be further expanded to meet the needs of black soil. After washing up, Li Tian prepared breakfast for everyone as usual. After the people have finished eating, it is the turn of the poultry. However, when Li Tian arrived at the chicken coop, he was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that there would be a pheasant in the chicken coop? The pheasant had more colorful feathers and a thicker and larger comb, and it was obviously a rooster. At this time, the hen was snuggling next to the rooster with her eyes closed, probably sleeping. This scene is a bit dog torture. Did this evolve after the island became larger? Or was it that hen who seduced me? Li Tian sounded suspicious and approached the chicken coop. Li Tian's action happened to wake the two pheasants from their dreams. The rooster was obviously on guard. He quickly stood up and spread his wings, in an attacking posture, as if he wanted to protect his chicken. It was the hen that clucked a few times before the rooster stopped attacking, but his eyes were still very alert. That's right. I originally said that I would help you catch a mate, but I didn't expect that you would seduce this mate yourself. Li Tian didn't take the rooster too seriously. He teased the hen and poured the chicken feed on the ground. After seeing the food, the rooster let down its guard and pecked at the food on the ground. But the hen remained unmoved and continued to sit in the nest. Seeing this, Li Tian was puzzled. Why don't you eat? The hen understood Li Tian's words and just moved her body slightly, and the 3 eggs under her were exposed. But soon, the hen moved back, and Li Tian understood instantly. Are these 3 eggs fertilized? The hen nodded, very proud. Yes, you are really good. Just hatch it well. I won't bother you anymore. This is good news for Li Tian. If chicks can really be hatched, then chickens will lay eggs, and eggs will hatch chickens, and there will be an endless supply of eggs and chicken to eat in the future. 039. Video with Dai Xiaomei. After completing the morning routine, Li Tian came to the ice cellar and directly took out 1/3 of the fish in the ice cellar and divided it equally among the members of his Tiangong. Of course, as a reward, 10% of the materials obtained from trading fish and meat will be given to them. Those members were naturally very happy. In fact, with the Tongxin card, they can accomplish it even without giving any benefits to the members. But taking advantage has never been Li Tian's style. In his life, except for taking advantage of some female classmates when he was in school, he never took advantage of anyone else. After distributing the fish, Li Tian returned to the manual and continued to post advertisements and missing person notices. Qianqian Jiaozi. The Heavenly Palace is in urgent need of wood. The weight of materials in the trading hall has been increased. Welcome everyone to trade. In addition, those with large quantities can chat privately for transactions. The price is negotiable. Modest and proud. By the way, looking for the following people: Li Sherwin, Li Ro, Wang Chuanxiu, Qin. If you see this message, please PM me. After the message is sent, all you have to do is wait for the survivor to contact you. Soon, there was a prompt for private message. When I opened it, I saw another new face. Bald Week. I have 200 pieces of wood. Will you take them? Bald Week? Why does it feel like I've seen this name somewhere before? When Li Tian saw the other party's ID, he was stunned, but he couldn't remember where the ID came from for a moment, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He replied, "Take it. You decide the price. It's a fair and direct transaction. Bald Week. I need 1 L of water, 500 g of bread, 10 parts of metal, and 20 parts of cotton." Seeing this, Li Tian frowned. In fact, this price is definitely expensive compared to the market price. If he split the materials he needed into parts and traded them for timber, the quantity would be far more than 200 pieces. But this person has a good sense of proportion. It's not too much, and it's not the kind of thing that asks for too much. Li Tian was in urgent need of wood, so he gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal. But at the same time, this person's ID was also written down in the small notebook. If he needs anything in the future, I will definitely earn back from him the extra supplies I consumed today. After that, big timber traders like Guang Turuo disappeared. However, the members of Tiangong handed over all their existing wood to Li Tian. They even cut down all the trees and vegetation on their island and turned them into wood, which they handed over to Li Tian. Seeing this, Li Tian did not stop it. The reason they needed the wood was to build large sailing ships to pick them up and bring them to their island to enjoy life. Their islands and manuals will have to be dismantled sooner or later after they come to their own islands, and the vegetation will be gone sooner or later. There is no waste in cutting them down now. Of course, as I said before, Li Tian would not be greedy for such small gains, and he gave them corresponding supplies according to the proportion. For a long time afterwards, no one contacted me. Sitting in front of the manual was too boring, so Li Tian opened Dai Xiaomei's friend chat box. Li Tian, busy? Dai Xiaomei, what can I do? It's just to prepare fish for you, the big boss. Li Tian, I have good news for you. I opened a blind box of supplies last night and got a book on making a large sailboat. Li Tian, I think we will meet soon. Dai Xiaomei, really? I am your first friend in this world, right? Dai Xiaomei, then when we meet, we must give each other a big hug. Hug/.jpg. Li Tian, then I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. Haha, but after you come here, the responsibility of cooking will be handed over to you. Dai Xiaomei, insidious/.jpg. As long as you are not afraid of being poisoned to death, I don't care. Li Tian, at present, the materials are limited. If you can make food that can kill people with poison, that's your ability. Then you can become our Tiangong's royal poison master, specializing in poisoning our Tiangong's powerful enemies. Snickering/.jpg. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a phone alert tone rang in the manual, startling Li Tian. After I came to my senses, I saw that it was Dai Xiaomei who made the video request. Li Tian also smiled bitterly. This woman hasn't given up yet? Forget it. We'll meet sooner or later. Just satisfy her curiosity. Thinking of this, Li Tian took a deep breath and pressed the connect button. Soon, a beautiful woman appeared in the manual. At this moment, the woman was covering her mouth with both hands, and her eyes were smiling into crescent shapes. Seems excited, but also shy. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei is still as energetic and beautiful as before, but her face has changed from heavy makeup to a pure and elegant one. The only minus point was that her clothes looked noticeably stained. But there's nothing she can do about it. She has no clothes to change into. It's impossible for a woman to get naked just to wash clothes, right? After a while, Li Tian spoke first. You called me via video? It's impossible that you just wanted me to see you trying not to laugh, right? The other side of the video, Dai Xiaomei suppressed her excitement and took a few deep breaths. The waves on her chest rose and fell a few times in the video, attracting Li Tian's attention. Then she loosened her hands, and her bright eyes and white teeth were fully revealed in the video. Looking at Li Tian in the video, Dai Xiaomei's beautiful eyes flashed with love. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. In the video, Li Tian's hair was much longer than when he first entered the island because it had not been trimmed. The length of the bangs is enough to cover the eyebrows, but Li Tian combed his bangs into a 3/7 split, so it doesn't look sloppy, but rather quite handsome. Under his bangs, Li Tian looked gentle and refined, which just met Dai Xiaomei's expectations of Li Tian. It is even worse than before. It is true that the man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. But soon, the good image of Li Tian in Dai Xiaomei's heart was broken by Li Tian himself. Who would have thought that Li Tian would suddenly show a wretched look on purpose and raise his eyebrows? I have always said that I am handsome. Please don't be obsessed with me. I am just a legend. Of course, Dai Xiaomei knew that Li Tian was just teasing her and didn't care. That won't do. You're so handsome, how can I not be obsessed with you? Dai Xiaomei also teased. But rather than saying it is a joke, it is better to say that it is a way of expressing one's true feelings in the name of jokes. The two chatted via video for quite a while. Whether it was Li Tian or Dai Xiaomei, they all felt relaxed at this moment. Especially for Dai Xiaomei, who had been in this world for almost half a month, this was the first time she saw a moving and talking person. Although she couldn't touch him, it did alleviate a lot of the loneliness in her heart. 040. 3 people laugh together, and they are happy. The two of them continued video chatting until after 11:30, when Li Tian ended the video because he had to prepare lunch. Before going to cook, Li Tian deliberately opened the trading hall and took a look. Wood received 3,910 copies. If this trend continues, a large sailboat should be ready tomorrow. I took a look at the rental center. The coals and the axe continued to bring him the benefits of expanding the pumice stone. All the expansion pumice stones for leasing and trading were taken out and expanded, and the island area reached 13,920 square meters. Considering the recent plans, Li Tian is not satisfied with the area of this island. After all, out of the 14,000 square kilometers of the island's area, 7,000 square kilometers are used for island evolution, and Li Tian will not occupy any of this 7,000 square kilometers of area. Then the available area is only about 7,000 square meters. My own residence occupies almost 1/10, and the planting area occupies almost 1/3. In the future, when all the members of the Tiangong crew come to the island, they will definitely have to prepare housing for them. Even if one cabin sleeps 4 people, at least 6 cabins are still needed, not to mention that the number of people in the future may be more than 22. This also takes up a lot of space. Moreover, as the population increases, the cultivated area will certainly continue to increase. How do you think this area will be enough? But there's nothing we can do about it. Today's survivors all treasure this expansion pumice stone. Unless they have no other choice, no one would be willing to use it to trade their supplies. Apart from the stable expansion pumice that can be obtained through leasing, it is now almost impossible to trade for expansion pumice in the trading hall. Of course, if Li Tian is willing, he can still use rice and water to attract survivors to exchange for expanded pumice. The main reason is that their own fish meat has no appeal to them. Those who have persisted until now are no longer lazy. Naturally, they would rather go fishing themselves and get tired than waste expanding pumice to trade for their own fish meat. Forget it. There's no solution to this problem if we worry about it now. We'll see when the time comes. With a sigh, Li Tian chose to let things take their course and then went to prepare lunch. For lunch, Li Tian planned to make stir-fried water spinach and stir-fried potatoes with green peppers, as well as a delicious fish soup. Ever since Mr. Wang and Xiao Yi came to Li Tian's island, Li Tian's diet has become richer. Nowadays, there are more and more kinds of vegetables, including tomatoes, bell peppers, potatoes, water spinach, etc. This is also thanks to Mr. Wang, who took time out of his busy schedule to help me purchase these seeds in the chat area. I have to say that after Mr. Wang's manual became my own supplementary manual, it became much easier for me to purchase seeds and plant them. I have completely become a hands-off boss. Whatever seeds Mr. Wang needs, he will go to the chat area to collect them. As for purchasing seeds and materials, Li Tian gave him the right to use the materials in his warehouse at will, so he didn't need to ask for his permission. Li Tian was naturally relieved to give Mr. Wang such great authority. because Mr. Wang is the kind of person who would save as much as possible. Every time he purchases seeds, he haggles to the lowest price. Now many people in the chat area know Wang Lao's ID and affectionately call him Haidao Pinduoduo. He is really good at bargaining. After lunch was ready, Li Tian followed the old routine and served a bowl to each of Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio, added some dishes, and then traded them. From this, Li Erbio also told Li Tian that he would probably be able to reach Li Tian's island tonight. This made Li Tian and Wang Lao very excited, as they could finally play landlord. As for the other members of Tiangong, Li Tian just said, "I prepared the fish for you. You can eat it when you are hungry. It's not a problem." Then he ignored them. After all, the reason why Li Tian selected them at that time was because of their abilities. If they can't even get enough food and have to take care of themselves for every meal, then there is no need for them to come to their own island. Dai Xiaomei and others are friends of Li Tian, so Li Tian is naturally willing to take care of them. However, those members of Tiangong, at least for now, are just subordinates to Li Tian and naturally do not receive these treatments. After lunch, the beach is already filled with the blind boxes of supplies that Xiao AI had fished ashore, a total of 144 blind boxes of supplies. Open all. Open the blind box of supplies and get disposable locator *1, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get concentric card *2, expansion pumice *1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain B-level upgrade card, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get metal *5, expansion pumice *1, deposited. After all the blind boxes of supplies were opened, except for one item called Level B upgrade card, which was a fresh item, the rest were ordinary supplies. Li Tian took out the card with curiosity. The system reads instantly. B-level upgrade card can upgrade an object/creature to B-level. Although it was just a simple introduction, it had already stirred up huge waves in Li Tian's heart. What a good thing. This is really good stuff. Li Tian repeated it several times and directly used the upgrade card on the C-level large distillation device. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of the C-class large distillation device was completely renewed. In terms of material and style, it was comparable to the B-class distillation device obtained from the system sign-in. Continue to read with the system. Class B large distillation device can distill seawater. Each time the machine is filled, 5 L of Class B pure water can be distilled. The distillation time required 12 hours. It was exactly as Li Tian thought. As the level of the distillation device is upgraded, the level of distilled water will also be upgraded. In the past few days, all the B-grade water has been supplied to Li Erbio. Li Tianka hasn't tasted B-grade water for a long time. To be honest, Li Tian's mouth is already a bit picky. Drinking C-grade water is like drinking sulfuric acid, which is hard to swallow. However, you don't have to worry about this problem anymore. 10 L of grade B water a day is definitely enough for our group to drink. Of course, in addition to the fact that water has a higher priority, the main reason is that Li Tian currently has nothing below grade B that needs to be upgraded. Even the pheasants are grade B. What else can be upgraded besides upgrading this grade C distillation device? Once his mood improved, Li Tian felt physically energized. He went straight to the ice cellar, took out dozens of kilograms of fish, and followed the Tiangong members to process the salmon. The afternoon passed quickly with everyone busy. Night. After dinner, Mr. Wang rarely went to rest. Today Li Tian turned on the power switch. He and Li Tian were sitting on the sofa in the room, chatting, and from time to time they glanced at the disposable locator that Li Tian placed on the coffee table. It looks like he's almost there. Old Wang glanced at the red on the locator again, unable to hide his excitement. Li Tian also showed a hint of excitement. Yes, looking at the distance between the red dot and our island, it can be described in microns. It may arrive in the next moment. The island finally has a new member, and it's gradually becoming more lively. Mr. Wang nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a yo sound from outside the room. Tiandi, are you there? Is this your island? I'm here. Hearing the loud male voice, Li Tian and Old Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at each other and hurriedly walked out of the house. I saw. A small wooden boat was parked at the edge of the island. In front of the small wooden boat, there was a man with a crew cut, about 1.8 meters tall. The man has a crew cut, a thin face, and a very obvious scar on the right side of his cheek. Li Tian knew that it was the trace left by glorious achievements. He has an upright posture, a righteous demeanor, and a typical military temperament. There is no doubt that he is Li Erbio. Brother Biao. Li Tian quickly stepped forward and greeted him. At the same time, he looked at Elder Wang who was following behind him and introduced him. Elder Wang, this is the Li Erbio I mentioned to you. Brother Biao, a retired soldier. Brother Biao, I don't need to introduce this important person to you, right? Seeing this, Li Erbio dared not be careless and quickly stood at attention and saluted. Academician Wang, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Haha, how come you are the same as Li Tian? Today is different from the past. What's the difference between academician and no academician? I am an old man now, and I can't bear the title of academician. You look much older than Li Tian, so you might as well just call me old man. Academician Wang, you are a man of merit. Although I have retired, once a soldier, always a soldier. My representation is no longer just me. I cannot disrespect you. Okay, I can't beat you young people. Then you might as well follow Li Tian and call me Old Wang. Okay, Mr. Wang. Okay, let's go inside and talk. It's cold outside. After Li Tian said this, Li Erbio remembered the shock just now. Brother Tian, you really scared me. The scale of this island is ridiculous. I was thinking that having a few hundred square meters is incredible. What's that light on the ceiling in that room? An electric light? Oh my God. I wasn't paying attention just now and thought it was a bonfire or something, but it turned out to be a light. Brother Tian, you are incredible. You are so young, but you have developed to this scale on the island. Compared with you, I am really a disgrace to the country. Li Tian heard this and smiled, saying modestly, Brother, look at what you said. I am just lucky, but I don't have any ability. I am not as good as you. Don't forget, your ability is to protect the country's territory and ensure that the people live in peace. The peaceful life of our people is all earned by your hard work. At this time, perhaps unable to bear the cold outside, Mr. Wang interrupted, Okay, stop flattering each other here. Let's talk inside. You're freezing me to death. As soon as these words came out, the three of them laughed together, and they were very happy. After entering the house and discovering the decoration, furniture, and electrical appliances in the house, Li Erbio couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Tian did think of these. It's not that Li Erbio has never seen the world. The main thing is that nowadays, everyone is trying to survive on the island. Who would have thought that Li Tian has started to live a healthy life? The three of them chatted for a while, and then Mr. Wang couldn't resist the sleepiness and went back to his room to sleep. Li Tian then took Li Erbio back to the room and bound Li Erbio's manual system, making it a subsidiary manual of his own. Li Erbio's room is located opposite Wang Lao's room. There is an empty room next to Li Erbio's room, which is naturally reserved for Dai Xiaomei. I just don't know how long it will take for Dai Xiaomei to come. Although Li Tian intended to take her over, the location of her island was too far away from him. Even with a large sailing ship, the round trip might take more than half a month. What a headache. Without thinking about it anymore, Li Tian just lay down on the bed and waited for midnight to come. Time is approaching. Li Tian quickly stood up and came to the manual. In the afternoon, in order to expand the area of the island faster and gather materials for building a large sailboat as soon as possible, Li Tian adjusted the price again. Now, let's see if there is any effect. At first glance, it's pretty good. We also traded for more than 4,000 pieces of wood, which should be enough to build a large sailing ship. The cost of expanding the pumice stone, including the rental system, is more than 2,000. Li Tian hurried to use it before 12 o'clock. At this time, the area of Li Tian's island has reached 16,007 square meters. Seeing that the time was almost up and Xiao AI should have salvaged all the blind boxes of supplies ashore, Li Tian pushed open the door. But just as Li Tiankai reached the stairs, Li Erbio's door was pushed open. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Brother, why don't you take a rest? You haven't had a rest these days. I'm going to open the blind box of supplies. Li Tian explained. But Li Erbio didn't understand it that way. He thought Li Tian was going to go alone to cast the net and fish for supplies, so he hurriedly followed. I'll be one of you for this kind of physical work. I've brought my own fishing net too. Li Tian smiled after hearing this. Brother, no need. I can do it alone. I'm not tired. Look at what you said. It's not like I haven't cast a net before. Don't you know if it's tiring or not? Helplessly, Li Tian had to let Li Erbio follow. When the two of them went out and saw the island filled with blind boxes of supplies, Li Erbio was stunned. Does your blind box of supplies near the island have the function of automatic door-to-door delivery? Li Tian was immediately amused. Brother, you really thought of it well and even delivered it to my door. Then, he called out to the pair of LED lights in the darkness. Xiao AI, come out and introduce yourself. Huh? Xiao AI? Are there other people on your island? Leasing was stunned and asked. But the next moment, when he saw a dark shadow suddenly appear under his feet, he was shocked. Oh my God! I thought it was something else. Hello, my name is Xiao AI. Xiao AI didn't care about Leasing's reaction, but just listened to Li Tian's words and introduced herself. Leasing now completely understood how far ahead Li Tian was of the others. As for houses, farmhouses, and the like, it's not that difficult. If there are enough materials, anyone with good hands-on skills can make them. But this robot in front of us is obviously a high-tech product. It takes more than just having hands. 041. Leasing's cooking skills made a big sailboat. After that, the two of them opened the supplies that were salvaged ashore at the same time. However, even if the person was changed, the situation was still bad and nothing good came out. However, just as the two men finished unpacking the supplies and were preparing to return to the house to rest, the sound of gurgling water behind the house caught the attention of Li Tian and the others. Walk out of the fence and go around the back of the house to take a look. Both of them were stunned and looked at each other. I saw that the hill behind the house was about 10 meters high, and a clear stream was flowing down from the hill to the sea. After a while, Leasing squatted down, scooped up the stream water with both hands, and took a sip. Brother, do you even have fresh water on your island? You know what, it's quite sweet. It must be mountain spring water. Li Tian also squatted down, scooped up the water, and drank it all. It's really fresh water. After Leasing learned that the stream had only evolved today, the two of them coincidentally headed straight for the top of the mountain. I saw at the top of the mountain that the source of the stream turned out to be a spring. This is natural, unpolluted spring water. That's great. We won't be short of water anymore. Li Tian was extremely happy. Leasing also nodded with joy. What a gift from nature. Besides, if we have fresh water, we really don't have to worry about other supplies. Water has the highest priority among all supplies. Those survivors have no other way to get fresh water except for the blind box of supplies. Li Tian naturally understood this, so at this time he had already started thinking about how to use these fresh water resources to get rich. But not now. It's so late now. If Leasing doesn't sleep, he will have to sleep too. Okay, Brother Biao, let's talk about the water tomorrow. We should go back and rest. After returning to the room, Li Tian was not in a hurry to fall asleep. Ever since he almost missed the opening of the system blind box last time, Li Tian has been calculating the opening time every day in his mind. It can be opened again today. To avoid any further trouble, let's open it first. Open the blind box. Ding, opened successfully, obtained the home pumping device, and stored it in the manual warehouse. Whatever you think will happen, needless to say, I'll be the one to take care of the dog. Hearing the system's announcement, Li Tian went crazy with joy. He was just worrying about this. I clearly have a house, but it has no plumbing. Even if I have fresh water, I can only fetch it bucket by bucket, which is too cumbersome. Now that's good, the problem is solved. Although Li Tian has not taken the home water pumping device out of the warehouse yet, as long as he can read, he will obviously know what its function is. It was late at night, and Li Tian didn't want to bother with this anymore, so he fell asleep in a good mood. Qin Yi, you're here. Looking at the woman in a pure white dress in front of him, Li Tian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The goddess I've been thinking about day and night finally appears. At this time, Qin Yi was wearing a pure white dress and light makeup on her face, still so pure. But her beautiful eyes revealed endless fear. Li Tian, save me, those pirates are coming for me. Li Tian, save me. Li Tian suddenly woke up from his sleep, gasping for breath, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Fortunately, it was just a dream. After learning that it was just a nightmare, Li Tian was obviously relieved. But I couldn't help feeling a little depressed. I fell asleep in a good mood last night, so why did I have a nightmare? No, piracy is rampant. We must find our family and Qin Yi as soon as possible, or we can eradicate the pirates completely. Although Li Tian is not superstitious and does not think that the dream foreshadows anything, it is somewhat of a reminder. However, since entering the island world, I have been sending out missing person notices every day without interruption, but I have not received any response from them. Why is this? Could it be that they didn't enter this world? Or is my analysis correct? This island world is divided into partitions like a game server, and they are not in the same zone as me? No matter what the reason is, Li Tian will naturally not give up the search. After posting a missing person notice in the chat area, he got up and washed up. Now that he has stream water, Li Tian naturally won't use seawater to wash anymore. There were a lot of plankton in the seawater, and there was nothing we could do at the beginning. Of course, this is not necessary now. Walking out of the house, Li Tian found that Mr. Wang was busy in the planting area, while Li Erbio was jogging alone on the edge of the island. Compared to this, I am really a lazy person. Are you awake? Wash your face, rinse your mouth and eat. Li Erbio stopped jogging, came to Li Tian and reminded him. Li Tian felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Brother, you made me feel embarrassed. You are the guest, so I am the one who prepared the food for you. How can it be your turn to make breakfast? Hey, why should we be polite to each other, brothers? I am used to getting up early, and I made this because I had nothing to do. Don't complain that my cooking is not delicious. Li Erbio smiled. Okay, you're welcome. After washing up, Li Tian walked into the kitchen at the urging of Li Erbio. At this time, there was still charcoal fire burning on the stove in the kitchen. Open the lid of the pot and you will see thick, bubbling white rice porridge inside. There were 2 plates on the side, one containing stir-fried shredded potatoes with green peppers and the other with Chinese cabbage. Looking at the quality of these 2 dishes, I have to admit that Li Erbio's cooking skills are better than mine. He quickly poured a bowl of porridge, blew on it, and took a sip. Li Tian's eyes immediately lit up. This porridge tastes really good. Of course, I deliberately used mountain spring water to make it. Do you think it tastes sweet? Come and try the food. When I was in the army, I spent many nights outdoors, so my cooking skills have been improved. I guarantee you will be satisfied. After hearing this, Li Tian picked up the shredded potatoes and ate them. They were delicious. The potatoes were fried to the perfect texture, not too crispy or sticky, and extremely delicious. Li Tian immediately gave a thumbs up. Awesome, bro. It's delicious. Haha, if it's delicious, eat more. It's enough. I heard from Mr. Wang that you also prepare meals for your other friend every day, so I also made the portion for 4 people. Go ahead and eat. It will definitely be enough. Mr. Wang and I have already eaten. Hearing this, Li Tian felt warm in his heart. How could Li Erbio be so thoughtful? If I were a woman, I would definitely fall for her. At first, looking at the porridge in the pot, Li Tian thought that Li Erbio hadn't eaten it either, so he planned to prepare some for Dai Xiaomei later. But since they have all eaten, Li Tian naturally will not forget Dai Xiaomei. Then he quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, served a bowl of porridge, prepared some dishes, and traded them to Dai Xiaomei. Then he hurried back to the kitchen and started eating. Brother, you are such a good cook. Do you cook at home? Does your sister-in-law cook? During the meal, Li Tian asked casually. But Li Erbio smiled awkwardly. Don't mention it. I'm single. No way. Li Tian was stunned. It was normal for him to be unmarried at his age, but Li Erbio was already in his 30s. As a special forces soldier, he must have good conditions. Logically, there should be a lot of women who would be interested in him. Does my brother have to fool you? I joined the army when I was in college, and I've stayed in the army ever since. After hearing this, Li Tian finally understood and began to admire Li Erbio from the bottom of his heart. He devoted all his most precious time to the country. Such a person deserves admiration. That's easy. I'll find one for you among the members of Tiangong then. Haha. Li Tian joked. Li Erbio also smiled and responded, that would be great, haha. After breakfast, Li Tian remembered the sign-in incident yesterday. He hurried back to the manual with Li Erbio, intending to take out the pumping device and install it. As soon as I clicked to remove it, a pop-up window appeared. The home pumping device includes fully automatic installation services. It is detected that the island owner has a farmhouse-themed residence and a freshwater source. Do you want to install the home pumping device in the farmhouse-themed residence? The pumping device will automatically connect to the freshwater source. Weather. Seeing this extremely convenient installation method, Li Erbio on the side was dumbfounded again. Since he came to Li Tian's island, too many things have broken his cognition. Can this thing be installed like this? Is it so smart? Brother, did you open this from the blind box? It was impossible for him to tell others that he had a system, so Li Tian told a white lie. Yes, they are all opened from the blind boxes of supplies. This world is magical to begin with, so it is normal to open these. If the island is large enough, these high-tech products can be opened. Yeah, you already have 16,000 square meters, so it should be so. Li Erbio nodded without any doubt. The moment Li Tian pressed yes in the manual system, the home water pumping device disappeared from the manual warehouse. The installation is successful already? Li Erbio was surprised again. Then, the two of them walked into the private bathroom in Li Tian's master bedroom and turned on the faucet. At first, there were only some hollow sounds coming from the tap, somewhat similar to the sound of drinking a drink through a straw. Soon, the sound disappeared, and with a splash, pure tap water gushed out from the faucet. Okay, now we have more convenient access to water. We don't have to run to the beach to take a shower or wash up. Having said this, the two of them sniffed their own bodies at the same time. In the next moment, they both acted at the same time. Brother Tion, I haven't taken a shower in these days. I stink. I'm going to take a shower first. That's exactly what I meant. Brother, there's a bathroom downstairs where you can take a shower. 11. Noon. Li Urbio took on the cooking job alone and refused to let Li Tian help. Helplessly, Li Tian returned to the manual to find out about the latest situation. Unfortunately, the number of survivors killed is increasing. 3 more people died last night. And judging from the requests for help made by the victims before their death, the number of pirates seems to be increasing. These victims all successfully rented the axes provided by Li Tian, but they were outnumbered and were defeated. Can the number of people increase? Could it be that some survivors have joined the pirates in order to survive? Thinking of this, Li Tian just felt a headache. If this is true, then the development of pirates will be extremely rapid. When their lives are threatened, the survivors will not care about the condemnation of others and will naturally be willing to join the pirate camp. Li Tian knew very well that he could not let the pirates continue like this. If they grew into a gang of hundreds or thousands of people in the future, he would not be their match. Unfortunately, this group of pirates seemed to have settled down on the ship and had no fixed place to live, so it was difficult to find them. Unless they bring it to you. Li Tian wanted to introduce himself and invite them to come, but unfortunately, Li Tian didn't even know the exact location of his island. When disposable locators were first used, very little information was displayed on the locator. Apart from being able to use the red dot as a reference, there was no other useful information. The only way now is to strengthen ourselves. Li Tian sighed and opened the trading hall. Since I increased the weight of fish meat, sales have improved. In one night, the expanded pumice stone was traded for more than 100 pieces, which was a small amount. Mainly materials such as wood, stone, metal, etc. A lot of them were traded, and the least amount of plastic was traded, 569 pieces. And the rental of axes and charcoal fires also accumulated more than 700 expanded pumice stones. Take them all out, expand. The area of the island has been expanded again, reaching 16,832 square meters. The materials for a large sailing ship were also gathered. Li Tian made it directly. During the production center asked Li Tian to choose the berthing point of a large sailboat, which was right in front of his residence. Therefore, when Li Tian went out, he saw a huge monster appear in front of his house. The ship was at least 10 meters high, over 40 meters long, and about 5 meters wide. The anchor goes straight into the seabed, fixing the position and posture of the sailboat, and there is a rope ladder at the bow for people to climb onto the boat. Li Urbio, who was cooking in the kitchen, found that the originally bright kitchen was covered by a shadow. He subconsciously looked outside and was so shocked that the spatula fell to the ground. He ran out quickly, came to Li Tian's side, and exclaimed, "Brother, is this something you made?" At this time, Mr. Wang couldn't resist his curiosity and ran over. "Li Tian, is this the large sailing ship you mentioned? Has it been made?" "Well, it looks pretty good. It's more than enough to pick up the members of the Tiangong. I just don't know how fast the sailing speed is." Li Tian nodded, then grabbed the rope ladder with both hands and wanted to climb up. Li Urbio hurriedly called out, "Be careful, I'll take the lead." After saying that, he walked straight forward and climbed up. "No problem, it's easy to climb." After reaching the boat, Li Urbio leaned his head out, made an "okay" gesture, and shouted to Li Tian and others. Immediately, Li Tian also climbed up quickly. At this time, Li Tian and Li Urbio were at the bow of the ship, and a huge sail was raised in the center of the hull. Behind the sail were the cabin and rudder. In order to test whether the sailboat is easy to use, Li Tian and Li Urbio decided to put away the anchor and sail it. It is also a 2-in-1 chapter, with a total of 4,000 words, which is equivalent to 2 chapters. Please urge for more updates. 042. Obtain a biogas tank, and you can get 20,000 expansion pumice stones per day. After sailing around the island several times, the 2 men got off the sailboat. This sailboat is not difficult to use. At most, some details require diligent practice to master, otherwise it is easy to cause seasickness for people on the boat. As for being stranded, this world doesn't have that problem. The main thing is that even at the edge of the island, the seawater is so deep that it is difficult to run aground. The only things you need to pay attention to are the weather vane and sails on the sailboat, which are the source of power for the boat. "Oh no, I'm still cooking." As soon as he reached the ground, Li Urbio clapped his hands and wanted to rush to the kitchen. But, at this time, Mr. Wang stopped him and said, Okay, I've already cooked the dishes. Go and eat them directly. If it's your turn, the dishes will have been burnt long ago. It won't happen again. It won't happen again, Leasing said awkwardly, and the three of them went to the kitchen to eat. After lunch, it's time for the exciting blind box opening session again. This time, Leasing and Leasing drove together again. Open the blind box of supplies and get 3 cotton balls, 50 milliliters pure water, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get metal *2, expansion pumice *1, deposited. After opening dozens of them, they were all ordinary supplies. Leasing shook his head helplessly and could only place his hopes on Leasing. Brother, how's it going? What did you get? Leasing, who was busy unpacking the boxes, didn't even raise his head and replied, nothing, just some supplies. As he said that, he opened the next blind box of supplies. Artificial biogas digester system. Hearing this, Leasing was also delighted, his mouth wide open. Methane tank? Then won't we have natural gas to use in the future? The biogas digester is a bit dirty and smelly, but it is also a necessity in life. The methane gas used in ordinary gas stoves is extracted from biogas digesters. Although Leasing's home also has a kitchen and an induction cooker, but the former is more troublesome, and the latter consumes too much electricity. Gas stove is the best cooking tool for the current situation. Unfortunately, we have been constrained by the lack of methane, but now we don't have to worry about these problems. Leasing continued to open the remaining blind boxes of supplies. Leasing hurried back to the manual and took out the artificial biogas tank system. The artificial biogas digester system is the same as a large building such as a wooden house, and a location needs to be selected when it is taken out. Considering the living environment, Leasing did not hesitate to set the location next to the woods, far away from residential areas, planting areas, and mountain springs. After the manual system prompted that the installation was successful, Leasing couldn't wait to rush to that location. After arriving, Leasing was stunned. This system is way too big. There are also various miscellaneous machines inside, and Leasing has no idea what their functions are. Next to the machine is a 3M*3M square biogas tank. Once both eyes lock onto the target, the system's reading function immediately follows. Artificial biogas digester system. This system is a fully automatic methane extraction system that can extract 1.5 cubic meters of methane every 24 hours. When taking out methane, you need to prepare your own gas storage tank. Just extract it directly? After seeing the information extracted by the system, Leasing finally felt relieved. Leasing had some experience in extracting methane in his chemistry class. The main purpose is to remove hydrogen sulfide and impurities such as carbon dioxide and nitrogen from biogas. The equipment next to the biogas digester should be specifically used to remove these. But these machines were not taught in chemistry class, so he didn't know how to use them, nor did he dare to use them. Who knows if something unexpected will happen if I try to figure it out on my own without anyone teaching me and end up exploding and dying. But fortunately, since it is a one-stop service, it makes things much easier. Now all we need to do is prepare the gas tank. This thing happens to be in the kitchen of the farmhouse, where there is a natural gas storage tank, or gas tank, on the gas stove. Seeing that the system was already running automatically, Leasing left the biogas tank with peace of mind and shared the good news with Mr. Wong and Leasing. Afterwards, Leasing returned to the room and sat down in front of the manual. Now that the large sailing ship has been manufactured, it is time for the members of the Tiangong to take it over. The sooner they take it, the better to feel at ease, as there may be no trouble. Therefore, Leasing found the boy at the beach in his friend list. Modest and proud. Are you there? The boy at the beach, Su Huanfeng. I'm here, boss. What can I do for you? Modest and proud. When you introduced yourself earlier, you said you can sail a boat, right? The boy at the seaside, Su Huanfeng, of course. I grew up by the sea and have been to the sea many times. Okay, I'll trade you a large sailboat later, and you can drive it to bring all the members of our Tiangong to my island. The boy at the seaside, Su Huanfeng, large sailboat? Boss, are you so awesome already? Surprised/.jpg. Qianqian Jiaozi, good luck. Okay, I'll trade it to you right away. You can set off as soon as you are ready. Remember to separate the manual from the island. The boy at the beach, Su Huanfeng, I promise to complete the task. After finishing the conversation, Leasing first linked the disposable locators to each other, and then distributed them to all Tiangong members. Only then was the large sailing ship traded. The locator also includes Dai Xiaomei's location. Hopefully they will arrive safely. After praying in his heart, Li Tian closed the chat system. He could not interfere with the rest of the matters and left everything to the boy on the beach. Open the trading hall and leasing system. Looking at these complicated data, Li Tian felt a headache. He suddenly thought, yes, Brother Biao is here. Why should I handle all this by myself? He's bored right now anyway, so I should let him come and share my burden. Thinking of this, Li Tian ran out of the house happily and found Li Erbio, who was observing the planting area. Brother Biao, are you busy? Li Tian approached and started a conversation. What kind of help? I wanted to help Mr. Wang, but he refused to do it. He said that a robot had taken his job and the remaining work couldn't even solve his itch, so he refused to let me do it. I can only watch and kill time on the side. Li Erbio explained with an innocent look on his face. That's perfect. Since you have nothing to do, why don't you help me do something? Old Wang really doesn't need any more people. If you take away his work, he will fight you to the death. Li Tian joked. Okay, as long as there's something to do, I'm almost like a salted duck egg. After Li Erbio agreed, he followed Li Tian back to the manual system in the room. Brother, from now on, you should always pay attention to the materials traded in the trading hall. For example, if the trading volume of a certain material has dropped significantly today, then you can help me find out the reason. Is it because the weight of this material is no longer attractive to survivors? If so, you can raise the price slightly. Then, if you come across someone selling a rare crafting book that I haven't seen, but you can contact me as soon as possible. Of course, if you can determine that the crafting book is really useful, you can also buy it from me directly. I have given you the access rights to my manual warehouse. You can also use your manual to access it. Finally, as for the expansion pumice earned from the trading hall and leasing, you can use it directly for me whenever you have it. Sometimes I'm too busy and always forget to use them, which results in me losing a few blind boxes every time I refresh the supplies. After sharing his daily workflow with Li Erbio, Li Tian became a completely hands-off boss. Li Erbio was also happy to accept the job. He even put forward his own opinions, which made Li Tian admire him even more. Right now, I think we can adjust the price of fish and meat starting today. If it's true as you said, and tomorrow is winter, I don't think we will have trouble selling our fish. People are lazy in winter, and it's cold. How many people would want to fish? Besides, this world can be so hot in the summer, and the winter might be extremely cold. It's not impossible for the sea surface to freeze over. Even if the survivors want to fish again, they will definitely be hindered. People were hungry at that time, so it was not a bad idea to spend a little more money to buy some fish and meat to eat. Anyway, no one knows that the fish meat in the trading hall was sold by you or Tiangong. It will not affect your reputation or that of our Tiangong. Of course, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. We'll raise the price, but we won't take advantage of others' misfortune. We can't do business against our conscience, don't you think? Also, I think we can sell fish meat in a tiered pricing system. For survivors in difficult situations, we can sell them at a lower price, and for survivors like Yen Di, we can charge a slightly higher price. Li Tian very much agreed with Li Erbio's ideas, but he had to point out some problems in implementation. But, brother, with the tiered pricing method, we can't control the purchasing population. Survivors who are living well can also buy fish at a low price. Hearing this, Li Erbio also frowned. This is a problem. The two of them fell into deep thought again. After a while, Li Tian thought of something and said happily, I got it. We can hold an auction to get the materials of Yen Di's people. Fish meat may not attract people like Yen Di, but a whole, oiled, salted, and flavorful grilled fish. Do you think it can attract a survivor like Yen Di? We just need to set a starting price that doesn't make a loss, and the rest will go to the highest bidder, so we'll make a profit anyway. Good idea. You have such a smart brain. It's a pity that you don't become a businessman. Li Erbio nodded and laughed. Li Tian added, but, brother, my ID is already known to everyone because of your promotion of charcoal fire last time. I can't use my own manual to host the auction. It would be better to use you or Mr. Wang. The nickname in your manual has not been changed to Tiangong, S-Vest, and no one can guess the relationship between you and me. It's not a big deal. You can use my manual at will. If you find it troublesome, I can help you with it. Just leave it to me. Li Erbio patted his chest and promised. Well, that's good. After discussing how to earn supplies, Li Erbio went straight back to his room and began adjusting the prices of the goods on the shelves in the trading hall. As for Li Tian, he came to the mountain spring and planned to conduct another test. Can spring water be sold? If mountain spring water could also be put on the shelves for sale in the trading hall, then I wouldn't have to sell fish at all. You know, water is a necessity. As for fish, there are many alternatives. After filling a glass of water with a plastic cup prepared in advance, Li Tian returned to the manual. Open the trading hall, click Sell Items, and then click Identify Items. Is 237 milliliters Mountain Spring detected for sale? Oh my god, it actually works. Ha 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 ha, I'm really going to be rich. Li Tian's laughter directly attracted Li Urbio. He was puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing so happily about?" That's great. That's great, brother. The spring water developed on our island can also be put on the trading floor. Hearing this, Li Urbio's eyes also flashed with golden light. He is not stupid. He naturally understands what it means to be able to sell this water. Great. This is really great. The mountain springs are inexhaustible at present. In time, your island will surely develop into a city. No, the city is too small. It should definitely be better than the island country where people live a good life. No one dislikes hearing these flattering words. Li Tian smiled and said nothing. In that case, brother, please put the price adjustment aside for a while. Let's go get more spring water to sell first. Good. For the whole afternoon, Li Tian and Li Urbio were busy going back and forth between the 2 points. 500 L of mountain spring water is directly put on the shelves in the trading hall. 500 L mountain spring water, 25 milliliters as one portion, a total of 20,000 portions. The pricing is expanded pumice *1 / metal *tin / cotton *tin / wood *20 / stone *20. If all the spring water is traded for expansion pumice, Li Tian can get 20,000 expansion pumice stones. Just by working for an afternoon, the two of them could earn a profit of 20,000 expansion pumice stones. If the shortage of expansion pumice stones is not taken into account, wouldn't that be 7.3 million square meters in 365 days a year, equivalent to 7.3 square kilometers? You know, the island country where people live a good life is only 378,000 square kilometers. Forehead. All right. It seems that in comparison, even if my island expands at this speed for a year, it won't be that big. However, even so, this did not dampen Li Tian's enthusiasm. 7.3 square kilometers is already a large area. At least, these people are able to live well on the island. Besides, his achievement was not as good as others, but better than others. He didn't believe that other survivors could develop the island to 7.3 square kilometers in a year. Be content. Those who are content are always happy. 043. The island is over 20,000 square meters, and wild boars with tusks appear. Dinner. The three of them had steamed sea bass and stir-fried cabbage. Li Urbio is still the chef. Ever since he ate the meal cooked by Li Urbio, Li Tian actually had no intention of competing to cook. Because in comparison, even dogs won't eat what you make. Don't humiliate yourself. After dinner, the three of them finally fulfilled their agreement to play landlord. As for the bet, it's a slap on the back of the hand. Although the bet is a bit childish for their age. But you have to know that this is their only form of entertainment at the moment, so they still have a lot of fun. I forget about time when I'm playing. If it weren't for the fact that old Wong couldn't bear it anymore, they might have fought until dawn. Return to the room. Since having running water, Li Tian can now wash up conveniently in his room. After washing up, Li Tian came to the manual and sat down. Thinking that I had been playing all night and didn't see how the mountain spring water in the trading hall was selling, I decided to take a look. When he opened it, Li Tian laughed out loud. Oh, why sell fish and meat? Just let Xiao AI be responsible for fetching water every day. Courtesy Xiao AI. You? Water sales are really going off the charts. I saw. Of the 20,000 25 milliliters bottles of spring water, 16,207 have been sold. Among them, the expansion pumice was traded for 4,396 pieces, and the remaining other materials were relatively evenly distributed, with each being traded for 3,000 to 4,000 pieces. However, because Li Urbio and Li Tian adjusted the price of fish at the same time as they put the fish on the shelves with Shangquan meat in the afternoon, not a single piece has been sold so far. As for the leasing, Li Tian also earned 840 pieces of expansion pumice. Seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning, Li Tian quickly used the expanded pumice stone. The island area has also reached a terrifying 22,068 square meters. In one day, the area of the island increased by more than 5,000 square meters. 10 days ago, Li Tian would not even have dared to imagine this. Now, it is easily achieved. If in the future, I can create a capital city of my own, develop heavy industry and technology, have cars, electricity, the internet, and beautiful women, that wouldn't be bad. Li Tian couldn't help but look forward to the future. It's 10 minutes past 12 a.m. Li Tian came out of the room and prepared to open the supplies. At this time, Li Erbio also heard the noise and opened the door. Go get supplies? Li Tian nodded. Well, brother, you should take a break tonight. You didn't get enough rest after coming to my place. You are busy during the day and at night. It's too hard. The temperature outside is quite low and the wind is strong. I can go alone. Look at what you said. Am I really that weak? Come on, let's go together. We can drive faster and you can get less wind. Hearing this, Li Tian felt warm in his heart and said nothing more. Come outside. Xiao AI has placed a lot of blind boxes of supplies on the edge of the island, but there is no trace of it. It must be still fishing in the sea. The two of them opened the blind box of supplies from left to right and from right to left at the same time. Open the blind box of supplies and get bandage *5, iodine *10 ml, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies and get antibiotic capsule *1, which has been deposited. After seeing what he had offered, Li Tian couldn't help but be suspicious. After hearing this, Li Erbio asked, What's wrong? I prescribed bandages, iodine, and antibiotics, Li Tian explained. Oh, that's it. Isn't it good? I thought something was wrong. After hearing this, Li Erbio didn't take it seriously and continued to open the blind box of supplies. But Li Tian frowned. Based on his understanding of this world, anything that can be produced from materials will most likely be something that will be used in the future. Doesn't the appearance of bandages and iodine mean that they are likely to get injured? After explaining this to Li Erbio stopped what he was doing and started thinking. Brother, if what you said is true, what dangers will we encounter in the future? But what kind of danger could there be on this island? An attack from pirates? Li Tian shook his head and analyzed. I don't think it's pirates. Often the supplies will be sent out in advance when danger comes, so I can be prepared. If they were pirates, we should have prescribed supplies like bandages before they showed up. And if we really encounter pirates, it will almost mean death for the other survivors, so this bandage will be useless. If it's not pirates, it's impossible that a Godzilla monster would jump out of the sea like in the movies, right? Li Erbio joked after hearing this. After hearing this, Li Tian nodded in agreement. Don't mention it, it's really possible. Have to. After hearing this, Li Erbio didn't want to continue the conversation. Isn't this just a fantasy? Isn't this nonsense? I think you are too worried, brother. Maybe this is just to prepare us and prevent any possible incidents. Why do we have to face some danger to prescribe this kind of medical supplies? Can't we get hurt ourselves? Maybe many of us survivors were injured while chopping trees with axes, so God saw that this kind of situation happened frequently and prepared these for us? Ah, but if that's the case, why didn't this kind of supplies appear earlier? Hearing this, Li Tian immediately understood the hidden meaning and asked, Is it too late to show up now? Aren't we still not injured? I'm not talking about us, but the friends assigned to me by the manual. He injured himself while chopping trees. It was very hot during those days, and his wound became infected immediately. In this case, maybe it could be cured with iodine and bandages. It's such a pity to lose a life. Hearing this, Li Tian also sighed. After we came to this world, we have no choice. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. No wonder I never heard you mention your friend when you came here. It turns out he's gone. What about Mr. Wong? I haven't met any of his friends yet, Li Erbio asked back. After hearing this, Li Tian gave a helpless smile. After learning that Mr. Wong is an old man who is almost 70 years old, Mr. Wong's friends are afraid that Mr. Wong will delay and affect his survival, so they directly choose to block him. This guy is really something. But if he were still alive, he would regret it to death if he knew that Mr. Wong came to your island. If he hadn't been blocked, Mr. Wong might have brought him here together. Li Erbio smiled faintly. His expression seemed to have seen through the darkness of the world. Okay, it's enough for you to know about this. When I saw Mr. Wong mention this to me, he was still quite uncomfortable. Let's not talk about this in the future. Keep opening supplies. Okay. After all the blind boxes of supplies are opened, a surprise emerges again. Specified item triple gain card. One day? Can this be opened? Li Tian was really happy. He had to say that Li Erbio was truly his mascot. Many good things were found by Li Erbio. From the literal meaning, this thing can specify an item to gain 3 times the effect? Li Erbio guessed. I think it's probably true. Li Tian replied, and then said, Okay, the blind boxes of supplies have all been opened. As for what this thing is used for, you will know after reading the manual. Yeah, that's right. It's really cold outside. I feel numb from the cold. But just as the two were preparing to return home, a pig roared, and the next moment, a black shadow jumped out and rushed towards Li Tian and Li Erbio. Fortunately, due to drinking B-grade water and eating B-grade meals for a long time, the two of them had much stronger physical fitness than ordinary people, and they dodged quickly. Li Tianding lowered his body, looked back, and instantly read, B-level tusk boar. This boar is extremely ferocious, likes to appear at night, and will actively attack any living thing it can see. Be careful, its tusks will pierce your body like piercing a piece of paper. This pig can be evolved when the island area exceeds 20,000 square meters. Brother Biao, be careful of this pig's fangs. After Li Tian learned the pig's information from the system, he quickly reminded Li Erbio. Li Erbio also nodded. Considering the speed at which the wild boar rushed towards him, he dared not be careless. If you are not careful, you will be knocked off your feet by it. But how did this thing appear? Is this what you meant by us being in danger and getting hurt? Li Tian shook his head. No, this is something that evolved from the island. Brother Biao, our physical fitness is all B+ level, and this wild boar is only B level. If we fight with all our strength, we should be able to win. I want to try to capture him alive. What do you think? Capture it alive? Li Erbio was stunned at first. Then he thought of something and said, You want to keep it in captivity? Yes, if we can give birth to piglets, we won't have to worry about having no meat to eat in the future. As soon as he heard the word meat, Li Erbio became excited. You know what? He almost forgot what pork was. With pork as a stimulus, Li Erbio readily agreed. Okay, let's capture it alive. Well, I'm faster and you're stronger. I'll be responsible for attracting its attention and you'll be responsible for sneak attacks. Let's see if you can hold it down. Li Tian said as he moved back and forth to dodge the attack of the tusky boar. After all, Li Erbio was a retired Special Forces soldier, so he understood this way of fighting immediately and made an okay gesture. In this way, after the two men had been in a stalemate with the wild boar for nearly an hour, the tusk wild boar was finally controlled by Li Erbio. This was mainly because the tusky wild boar was exhausted after being pulled by Li Tian and Li Erbio for nearly an hour. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to control. Brother, you control it first? I'll go back to the manual to get the concentric card. After Li Tian gave some instructions, he rushed to the house in a hurry. The concentric card, the system introduction at that time said that this thing can be used on any creature, so it should naturally be usable on wild boars. If it weren't for the concentric card, Li Tian wouldn't dare to keep it in captivity. This is a hidden danger. Without the blessing of the concentric card, the wild boar might hurt Old Wang one day. After taking out a concentric card from the manual warehouse, Li Tianshun also took the sword he had caught earlier, making him fully prepared. At this time, Mr. Wang was also awakened by the sharp and piercing pig roars outside the house and pushed open the door. What's going on outside? Are they slaughtering pigs? Old Wang laughed and asked. We didn't kill pigs, but Brother Biao and I did catch a wild boar. Li Tian explained and rushed downstairs. After hearing this, Mr. Wang suddenly lost all his sleepiness and hurriedly followed. I don't know whether he wanted to eat meat or was simply curious. Returning to the wild boar again, Li Tian raised his sword and placed it across the wild boar's neck, saying coldly, I'll give you a choice, either die or surrender. Based on his experience of catching pheasants last time, Li Tian guessed that this creature with a level should have some intelligence and should be able to understand what he is saying. Therefore, in order to avoid wasting the Tongxin card and to succeed at once, Li Tian chose to brainwash it first. But the wild boar had a very bad temper. Even though it was held down by Li Erbio and was breathing heavily, its body and head kept twisting. Even though his neck was scratched by the sword due to twisting, he still did not give up and had no intention of surrendering. Do you really want to die? Li Tian did not give up and asked again. The pigs were still making a fuss. Seeing this, Li Tian became depressed. He actually didn't want to kill the pig. If you kill it, who knows when the next wild boar will spawn. Li Tian wants to eat wild boar every day in the future, not just for 1 or 2 days. But if this wild boar really chooses not to surrender, then Li Tian has no other choice. However, Mr. Wang, who was watching from the side, reminded him, Li Tian, the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way. Didn't you use food to make the pheasant obedient? Hearing this, Li Tian was delighted. Yes, Mr. Wang, don't we still have grade B rice left in the pressure cooker? Bring me a bowl. After hearing this, Mr. Wang did not dare to delay and hurried back to the kitchen, filled a bowl of rice, and handed it to Li Tian. Li Tian took the food and placed it next to the pig's nose, letting the wild boar smell it. The noisy wild boar suddenly became quiet. Its mouth opened wider, and its tongue stretched forward desperately, as if the rice was very attractive to it. There's hope. Li Tian was delighted when he saw this. He looked at the wild boar again and asked, "Do you want to eat it?" The wild boar nodded desperately, drooling all over the floor. Hee hee. It's okay if you want to eat it. Submit to me and use the concentric card. I will feed you these every day from now on. With the temptation of delicious food, the wild boar no longer resisted and nodded. Okay, then I'll use the concentric card on you. You can't resist, okay? Otherwise, I'll kill you. After saying that, Li Tian used the concentric card on the wild boar. The next moment, Li Tian felt that in addition to the connection with the members of the Heavenly Palace, he also established a connection with a pig. It's a shame to say that when Li Tian first came to the island, his mind was full of his goddess Qin. Now, the proportion of Qin in my heart can never reach 100%. Well, be good. This bowl of rice will be your midnight snack. Eat it quickly. Seeing that the wild boar was cooperating with him, Li Tian did not make things difficult for it. He simply poured the bowl of rice on the ground, and the wild boar began to lick it frantically. It only took him a few seconds to finish eating, and his eyes showed a look that made people feel sympathy and pity. Still want to eat? Hee hee hee. 044. Get 3 times the buff and start the fairy system. Now, this wild boar also belongs to our family. We can't let it starve, can we? Helplessly, Li Tian simply poured the remaining rice into the wild boar. Wild boars are so delicious to eat. After eating, Li Tian arranged for it to live in the pigsty in the farmhouse. Afterwards, the group went to rest. Back in the room, Li Tian kept the designated item triple acquisition card, one day in mind. Therefore, the first thing was to sit down in front of the manual and open the warehouse. Specified item triple gain card. One day after use, the income of the specified item on that day will be tripled. This effect lasts for 24 hours and can only be used in the main manual. It is forbidden to use it on card-type materials, and nesting dolls are prohibited. Hiss. Li Tian originally thought that this was just a one-time thing, and it would be gone after tripling in value. I didn't expect that this effect could last for 24 hours. If it were in the past, Li Tian would have chosen to triple the blind box of supplies without hesitation. After all, the trading hall didn't make much money before, so tripling the amount wouldn't be that scary. It would be better to open more blind boxes of supplies. You might get some treasures. But now, there are mountain springs. The sales volume in the trading hall is extremely hot, and it would be amazing if it tripled. Therefore, Li Tian did not hesitate and directly chose to expand the pumice stone by 3 times. Afterwards, in order to collect as much pumice as possible within 24 hours, Li Tian increased the amount of fish and mountain spring water. It's a rare opportunity to have this buff, so Li Tian has no plans to sleep tonight. Now that his health has reached B+ level, it is easy for Li Tian to stay up late occasionally. That's all. Li Tian spent the whole night running back and forth between the kitchen and his room. The reason why it is so troublesome is that I am afraid that getting water in the bathroom in my room will disturb other people who are resting. It is a bit troublesome, but hard work will eventually pay off. In just one night, 2,659 expansion pumice stones were traded. Seeing that the supply in the trading hall was still sufficient, Li Tian stopped putting the spring water on the shelves and went to prepare breakfast for Mr. Wang and Li Erbio. It was dawn. The male and female pheasants crowed. Not long after, Old Wang and Li Erbio appeared in the kitchen at the same time. Oh, you're here so early today? Li Erbio looked very energetic, with water marks on his face, probably because he had just washed up. Li Tian smiled and said, "No, normally I wouldn't wake up so early. I didn't sleep." "Ah, you didn't sleep? What did you do all night?" At this time, Mr. Wang became concerned about Li Tian's health and asked. Li Tian just talked about the triple buff. Hearing this, the other two also expressed their understanding. However, considering Li Tian's health, Mr. Wang suggested, "After breakfast, Li Tian, you should go and have a rest. Let Erbio and I take care of the listing of the spring. It just so happens that we don't have much farm work to do recently." But, seeing that Li Tian was about to open his mouth to say something, Li Erbio also quickly spoke, "Okay, brother, there is no but. Don't you still worry about us? During the day, Mr. Wang and I have nothing to do anyway, so this is a good way to kill time." Helpless, Li Tian had to compromise. After breakfast, Li Tian planned to feed the wild boars and pheasants himself. After all, since Li Erbio came, the task of feeding the pheasants has been transferred to him. If he doesn't go to check on them, the pheasants may not recognize him as their master. But when Li Tian walked to the chicken coop with a bowl of rice, The sound of the chickens calling instantly attracted Li Tian. Oh my goodness, it's hatched now? Looking at the three little chicks jumping around in the chicken coop, Li Tian exclaimed. After hearing what Li Tian said, the hen proudly raised her head, very arrogantly, but she never stood up. From the looks of it, it seems that there are eggs waiting for it to hatch. If we count 3 eggs a day, then the hen will have at least 6 eggs under her butt. Thinking of this, Li Tian couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the rooster. Not bad, working hard at night and crowing so early in the morning. The rooster also raised its head and crowed a few times arrogantly. After Li Tian poured the rice into the chicken coop, he left without disturbing them anymore. Now, we just hope that the hens can hatch some chicks, so that in the future we will have a steady supply of eggs and chicken to eat. It is not impossible to establish a Kinjide brand in the future. Finally, after feeding the wild boar with a basin of rice, Li Tian went directly to the room reserved for Dai Xiaomei to rest. His room was left to Mr. Wang and Li Erbio to sell mountain spring water. At 3:36 in the afternoon, Li Tian finally got up from the bed. He rushed to his room immediately. I saw Mr. Wang squinting his eyes and fiddling with his manual screen. Hearing the noise behind him, Mr. Wang turned around and asked with a smile, "Did you sleep well?" Li Tian nodded, "Not bad." Then he asked, "How many expansion pumice stones have we stored?" After hearing this, Mr. Wang was extremely excited. From the time you went to bed this morning until 11:40, the trading hall and the rental area have accumulated a total of 6,718 expansion pumice stones. If you triple the previous amount, it will be 28,131. He has already used all of the second bid before 12 o'clock. Now our island area has reached 50,199 square meters. As for the afternoon ones, we haven't taken them out yet, but now it's only been more than 3 hours, and we've sold another 3,983. Hearing this, Li Tian was also happy. I really hope this buff can last forever. What a pity. Okay, the food is still in the pot to keep warm. Erbio and I are here to watch over it. Just enjoy your meal first. Okay. While going down the stairs, Li Tian happened to meet Li Erbio. At this time, Li Erbio was carrying 2 buckets of water and walking upstairs. Awake? Li Tian nodded again and responded, "Yes, but brother, why don't you just get water from the toilet in my room? It doesn't have to be so troublesome. I'm just worried about disturbing your rest." "It's okay. It's no trouble. Since my physical condition has improved, this kind of work is really not tiring for me. It doesn't even have the effect of fitness. It's not hard at all. But you should go eat quickly. After dinner, there are blind boxes of supplies waiting for you to open. They are all on the edge of the island. There are 508 blind boxes of supplies in total." Okay. After lunch, Li Tian went straight to the edge of the island. Looking at the slightly shocking blind boxes of supplies that were almost piled up into a mountain, Li Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's been less than 2 weeks, and I have to open so many blind boxes of supplies in one day? In the future, won't the whole day be spent opening blind boxes of supplies? It seems that it is wise to take over those people from Tiangong. After muttering to himself, Li Tian opened the blind box of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and get greenhouse 10M times 20M times 3M stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get metal *2, bandage *1, expanded pumice *1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and get concentric card *1, disposable locator *2, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies and get greenhouse 10M, *20M, bandage *1, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain an ordinary cow, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies and get simple fairy system, which has been deposited. Li Tian was numb after opening all the blind boxes of supplies in one breath. This is really a tedious job. However, due to the expansion of the island area, there are now many new things in the blind box of supplies, and Li Tian is enjoying it. Greenhouse, Mr. Wang should like that thing. But this cow. Now even living things can be opened? I wonder if a wild Ultraman or Godzilla will appear in the future. And the simple fairy system. It seems that the island has begun to transform from the survival stage to the development stage. After analyzing these materials one by one, Li Tian returned to the room and told Mr. Wang about obtaining the greenhouse. When Mr. Wang heard this, he immediately closed the trading hall and took out the greenhouse. "This is great stuff. I was just wondering how to grow it in winter." "Li Tian, I leave this to you. I'm going to do my own thing." After saying this, Without waiting for Li Tian's reply, Mr. Wang ran downstairs directly. He looked so dashing and heroic. Anyone would believe you if you said he was only 18 years old. Oh, it seems that farming is Mr. Wang's true love. Immediately, Li Tian took over Mr. Wang's position and opened the trading hall to take a look. Currently, there is an adequate supply of mountain spring water, so there is no need to rush to put it on the shelves. So Li Tian opened the warehouse and looked at the cow and the simple ferry system. Ordinary cows can produce 1 L of milk per day. If they are fed with high-quality food, their level will improve over time. Simple ferry system. Although it is simple, it is not simplistic. Although it is small, it has all the necessary functions. This is a complete ferry system, including a shipyard, a ferry terminal, a sentry tower, a lighthouse, and a protective fortress. 045. Severe winter, freezing cold. After taking out the cow and the ferry system one after another, Li Tian went out again. Looking from a distance, a magnificent ferry port comes into view. However, when Li Tian took the cow out, he chose to put it in the pigsty. Fearing that the rude wild boar would bully the cows, Li Tian chose to go to the pig pen first and then visit the ferry system. Arrived at the pigsty. Sure enough, the cow was frightened by the wild boar and huddled in a corner, trembling. Fortunately, because the wild boar had been treated with the concentric card, it was not as wild as before and did not cause any substantial attack on the cows. Don't bully the cow. I still rely on it for milk, understand? After hearing this, the wild boar snorted unhappily. That's good. Then, Li Tian looked at the cow again and encouraged, be brave, cow. Don't be afraid of difficulties. Coming to the ferry system. This system occupies a large area. Fortunately, only a small part of it occupies the area of the island, and more equipment is laid on the sea. This area extended by wooden boards near the entrance of the house is the ferry, used for survivors to board and disembark. On the left side of the ferry, there is a repair shop with robotic arms, hooks, cranes, and other equipment. It looks like it should be fully automatic. On the right side of the ferry, there are conveyor belts, transmission pipes, gantry cranes, and other loading and unloading equipment, which can be said to be quite complete. Of course, what shocked Li Tian the most was the fortress. It seems to be made of a hard stone, solid and reliable, giving people a sense of security just by looking at it. The watchtower and the lighthouse are adjacent to each other, but since it is daytime, it is impossible to see whether the lighthouse has a beam of light, so it is also unknown how large the radiation range of the lighthouse is. After that, Li Tian went back to prepare food for the cows. After all, the large sailing ship is already in use, and the specific functions of this ferry system can only be tested when the large sailing ship returns. Returning to the manual, Li Tian continued to be busy with the matter of putting Shangquan on the shelves. However, Mr. Wang and Li Erbio were also attracted by the ferry system and went to visit. Evening, 23:45. At this time, Mr. Wang had fallen asleep. Li Tian and Li Erbio have been busy until now. Considering that the triple buff was about to expire, Li Tian and Li Erbio no longer went to fetch spring water. Today, the warehouse holds 12,307 expanded pumice stones. The moment Li Tian took it out to use, the area of the island tripled and directly increased by 36,921 square meters, totaling 87,120 square meters. The two were ecstatic and waited for the refresh of the blind box of supplies. 12 a.m. The prompt box will pop up on the island on time. After 2 weeks of struggle, I think all the survivors have adapted to island life. From today, the island civilization will enter a severe winter. Please keep warm. In addition, there will be new friends appearing next, so you must be prepared to welcome them. Brother, what do you think the new friend mentioned in this manual is? Li Erbio asked puzzledly. Li Tian also fell into deep thought, and after a while he shook his head, I don't know. But since the manual uses double quotation marks, I don't think they are real friends. Li Erbio also nodded in agreement, yes, I think so too. Forget it, who cares? Let's take it one step at a time. Let's go get the supplies first. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the house. But just as they stepped out of the door, a cold wind blew in, freezing them to the bone, and they both couldn't help shivering. Oh my God, it's so cold? Li Erbio said in disbelief. You know, he already has AB+ physique now. It's just winter, but it's so cold that it's unbearable. Li Tian felt so cold that he opened the door and went in again. Brother, come in quickly. The temperature is probably below zero. Don't catch a cold. After returning to the house, the two put on their cotton clothes before going out again. Even with the protection of cotton clothes, the two could still feel the cold. Li Tian finally understood why the blind boxes of supplies had to be opened so many days in advance so that the survivors could get cotton clothes, quilts, and other supplies. Without these supplies, people would really freeze to death. This island civilization really has 4 distinct seasons. Now, many of our compatriots in the south who have never seen snow are fortunate enough to see it, Li Erbio joked. But Li Tian was worried. It's already so cold since the beginning of winter. If it gets colder, our cotton clothes won't be able to support us to go out. And if the sea freezes, the members of Tiangong will probably be trapped at sea. 046. Prepare for the cold weather. Li Erbio, who was originally relatively relaxed, also frowned after hearing what Li Tian said. Oh, I overlooked this point. Okay, it's freezing outside. Let's get the supplies quickly, and then go back and warm up. As they spoke, the two of them came to the blind box of supplies and opened the supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and get 1 charcoal stove, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies and get quilt *1, expansion pumice *2, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and get ice drill *1, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get syringe, adrenaline, *1, expansion pumice *2, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain upgrade card C, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get B-level poultry and livestock nursery, deposited. After all the supplies were used up, when Li Tian saw the B-level poultry and livestock nursery, he thought to himself, it's broken. Then he hurried back to the house, leaving Li Erbio alone in the cold wind, looking confused. A moment later, Li Tian ran out again. No, what are you doing? I'm so confused. Li Erbio asked. Li Tian didn't stop and went straight to the chicken coop. It's so cold. Our chickens will definitely freeze to death. Hearing this, Li Erbio followed. Come to the chicken coop. Sure enough, the 3 little chicks were shivering beside the hen and the rooster. When the hen saw Li Tian appear, it started clucking as if asking for help. I know, no need to tell me. I will transfer you right away. I will hold your child in my arms, and you too should follow me. As he spoke, Li Tian gently held up 3 chicks whose fur had frozen solidified in his hands and walked towards the nursery. But the hen continued to cluck, then moved her butt, revealing 6 eggs. Okay, got it. Take these 6 eggs with you as well. Li Tian nodded speechlessly, then looked at Li Erbio. Brother Biao, take these 6 eggs. Good. After preparing everything, Li Tian took Li Erbio and the 2 chickens towards the nursery. When the nursery was just taken out, Li Tian deliberately placed it next to the back door of the farmhouse. First, farmhouse houses can help block the wind to some extent. Second, it will be easier to feed the cats in the future. After all, it is so cold outside and no one wants to walk those extra steps. The nursery is only about 20 square meters in size, just like an ordinary room. However, there are several electric heaters similar to bathroom heaters on the top of the nursery, which makes it quite warm. After the chickens, big and small, and the eggs were moved into the nursery, the chicks became full of energy after a while. Xiaotian, do you think the pigs and cows can withstand the cold? After seeing that the chickens were settled, Li Erbio looked at Li Tian and asked. Li Tian showed a bitter look. I don't know about this either. Let's go and have a look. If you can't stand it, bring it here and squeeze in first. By the way, Brother Biao, I can handle everything here by myself. Go and light a fire and prepare some more charcoal. I'll need it later. Good. The troops were divided into 2 groups. Li Tian came to the pig pen. The scene before him almost made Li Xia's jaw drop. Inside the pig pen, the wild boars and the cows were almost hugging each other, giving a sense of cross-species love. By the way, aren't wild boars and cows both female? Thinking of this, Li Tian put away the ridiculous idea in his mind. Maybe they were just instinctively trying to keep each other warm? Are you cold? Do you need to move? Although Li Tian didn't want to disrupt the peaceful scene in front of him, he still asked out of consideration for their safety. As soon as Li Tian finished speaking, the cows and wild boars that were still sleeping were suddenly awakened with fright. The wild boar was so scared that it jumped more than 1 meter high, and then it snorted at Li Tian with a resentful look. Forehead. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. It seems that I really disturbed the pig's sweet dream. However, due to its level, the cow can only be regarded as ordinary poultry. It has no intelligence and cannot understand what Li Tian said. It just hides behind the wild boar tremblingly. Therefore, Li Tian also took out the sea-level upgrade card that he had opened from the blind box of supplies and used it directly on the cow. After using it, the cow's hair became noticeably brighter and their mental state improved a lot. Presumably, as their levels increased, their physical fitness also improved, and they were not so afraid of the cold. Okay, my pig sister, stop looking at me like that. Blame me for disturbing your rest. I'm just asking you this because I'm worried about you, right? After hearing this, the wild boar calmed down a little and then shook his head. Well, you don't need to move? Not cold. The boar continued to shake his head. Okay, what about you? Li Tian stopped forcing it and looked at the cow again. But the cow actually shook her head and then shyly put her head on the wild boar. Okay, I get it. You two can just sit next to each other. It's okay as long as you don't feel cold. When we arrived at the kitchen, Li Urbio had already lit the fire. Li Tian brought 23 iron buckets over. Brother, put a piece of charcoal in each bucket for our brothers in the heavenly palace to use. Don't let them get too cold. Li Urbio did not waste any time. He quickly used tongs to pick up pieces of charcoal from the stove and stuff them into the iron bucket. After all 23 iron barrels were stuffed with charcoal, Li Tian said again, I will trade this charcoal to the brothers first. Brother, you continue to burn more charcoal. We also have to take care of other survivors. After hearing this, Li Urbio did not ask too many questions. He understood Li Tian's approach. In fact, the relationship between Li Tian and the survivors is one of mutual benefit. If Li Tian wants to develop quickly, he must make use of the trading hall. If all the survivors froze to death, there would be no point in the existence of the trading hall. Right now, providing free charcoal fire for the survivors to survive will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages. This is a question of the overall situation. There is no need to lose the big picture for the small. There are 22 members in Tiangong. Li Tian carried 23 iron buckets, and naturally one was prepared for Dai Xiaomei. After selling all the goods to them, Li Tian also gave them a set of cotton-padded clothes and quilts in the warehouse. Cotton-padded clothes and quilts are relatively common supplies. You can get a lot of them by opening blind boxes of supplies almost every day, so there is nothing to feel bad about. After finishing all this, Li Tian returned to the kitchen again. Brother, how many pieces of charcoal have you burned? The stove is small, and it only costs 20 or 30 yuan per time. There's already a barrel of it burning there. There's 24 pieces. Okay, you continue to cook, and I will distribute these 24 pieces to everyone first. 047. The charcoal fire that lasted all night. Back to the manual. Li Tian opened the chat area. The barrage was obviously much more lively. Anti-pornography undercover. At Yindi, at Kianki and Jiatzi, didn't you both yell for charcoal? Where are you? Come out quickly. I'm freezing. A prostitute whore his wife. Do you believe what those people above say? It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Anti-pornography undercover. Rely on yourself? If I could rely on myself, would I need to ask here? People are stiff from the cold. What can I do? Then tell me how you deal with the severe cold. Prostitute C prostituted his wife. Isn't that easy? There were a lot of cold-resistant supplies in the blind box of supplies some time ago. Anyone who has survived until now has caught quilts and cotton clothes, right? Use them all and curl up like a maggot. Anti-pornography undercover. I fucking listen to your words, just like Zhuangzi's purification. What's the difference between you saying it and not saying it? I'm using it. The problem is that I can't get out of bed at all. How can I catch supplies? Drinking Nulinshin. It's okay for the people upstairs to be hungry for a few days. Just stay at home. If you are thirsty, melt some snow for him to drink. Drinking Nulinshin. However, at Yindi at Chanqianjiaozi, you are also big shots in this world. Since you said those words, you should do them. So please rent me a piece of charcoal if you see me. Unknown passerby. That's right. Very famous passerby B. On the rooftop. At Yindi at Chanqianjiaozi, come out quickly. Looking at the contents of the barrage, Li Tian became unhappy on the spot. A bunch of people act like big shots and speak so confidently. He had promised at the beginning that if winter really came, he would be willing to help his compatriots, but Li Tian planned to put these clamoring people directly on the blacklist. What a thing. After adjusting his mood, Li Tian said on the barrage, Everyone, the severe cold has arrived. On behalf of the Heavenly Palace, I am here to donate charcoal for free to help you get through the severe cold. But considering that supplies are limited and demand is high, I will use the designated ID method to rent and try to help those in need first. The elderly, the weak, the sick, and the children please chat with me privately, others please do not disturb. As for those who don't have charcoal, there's no need to worry. We will also gradually put charcoal fires on the shelves for people to rent, and the rental fee for a day is only one expanded pumice stone. Heaven is ruthless, but people are kind. The heavenly palace is willing to share the hardships with you all. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience cheered. Although not everyone can enjoy free charcoal, the rental fee is only 1 yuan per day. Compared to the previous 2 yuan per hour, this is already charity. Those who have managed to survive until now have some supplies stored on hand. They can certainly afford the rent of this piece of expanded pumice stone, and there is no need for them to complain. Of course, not everyone can accept Li Tian's approach. Many people also complained about Li Tian being stingy, but they were quickly swallowed up by the abusive remarks of others. As long as you are not stupid, no one will provoke Li Tian now. If you make Li Tian unhappy and the charcoal supply is cut off, you will really be waiting for death. Of course, Li Tian no longer paid attention to the above comments. Now his private messages are flooded with messages, directly 999 plus, which makes Li Tian dumbfounded. If there really were so many elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and children, Li Erbio wouldn't be able to keep the charcoal even if he burned it all night. Open the private messages in order. The more Li Tian watched, the angrier he got. Sister Milk Tea, hello, little brother, I am a woman. I can chat with you via video. Can you lend me a piece of charcoal? QAQ. Zayashing, boss, please rent me some charcoal. Although I am not old, weak, or disabled, I am really cold. Please, I am willing to be your son or your grandson. Swing, brother. I'm telling you, if you don't give me charcoal, your whole family will die. As he read it, Li Tian almost got so angry that he smashed the manual. It was really infuriating. Basically, out of 10 private messages, only 1 meets the requirements. As for the remaining 9, what kind of people are they? Li Tian blocked him directly without hesitation. At this critical moment, it is really hateful that resources are being taken up and a lot of time is wasted to screen personnel. Maybe because of this delay, an elderly person or a child would have frozen to death. As for Li Tian's method of selecting people, it is also very simple. First, check whether the messages sent by the other party are random or contain any unnecessary information. If they pass this round of screening, Li Tian will initiate a video call with the other party. Of course, Li Tian would not be so stupid as to expose himself. Before starting the video, he had already torn a piece of paper from his little notebook and covered the camera in the manual. In this way, you can see the other person, but the other person cannot see you. Moreover, during the video call, Li Tian did not say anything. He only needed to confirm whether the other party was the elderly, the weak, the sick, or a child, and then immediately hung up the video. It was already dawn after all this. After seeing the number of private messages gradually decrease, Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of accomplishment. In mainland civilization, I am a genuine social animal, and now I can help those in need to the best of my ability. This is also a kind of progress, right? When he walked to the kitchen, Li Erbio was still lighting a fire. It was so cold, but his forehead was covered with sweat. Li Tian felt a little guilty. Brother, I'm sorry. You didn't enjoy anything after coming to the island, but you did a lot of hard work. Li Erbio wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and said with a smile, you are doing good for the society. We soldiers are supposed to serve the people. Why should we be tired? The more we work, the more energetic we are. It's already daybreak. Why don't you have breakfast and then go to rest? Li Tian suggested. Li Erbio nodded. Okay, but what about you? From what you said, you don't want to sleep? I won't sleep. I'm still full of energy. Today is the first day of winter, and a lot of things will definitely happen. I have to read the manual and also keep an eye on the news from the Tiangong members. Li Tian shook his head and explained. Then he continued, besides, we only helped those people tonight, but we haven't made any profit yet. I also plan to burn more charcoal. Anyway, now that we have a biogas tank, we don't have to worry about the fire source problem, and the charcoal doesn't have to be hidden. I plan to make as much expansion pumice as possible during the winter. 048. Daily Challenge. Great White Shark appears. After breakfast, Li Erbio went to rest. Because of the heavy snow outside, Mr. Wong rarely went to the planting area for research. It seems that the only thing that can defeat Mr. Wong is the weather. As for Li Tian, he first contacted the young man Su Huanfeng at the seaside, and after learning that he was safe and had been picked up by one of the Tiangong members, he continued to burn charcoal in the kitchen with peace of mind. Before, Li Tian did not choose to put the charcoal on the shelf at once to meet the needs of everyone, in order to ensure that he would have a long-term and continuous supply of charcoal. But now, He has a biogas digester on the island and no longer needs to worry about the fire problem. So naturally, he wants to make more money as soon as possible. Who can predict that the next moment, someone might get angry and steal your business? In just one morning, Li Tian put as many as 1,309 pieces of charcoal on the shelf. It would be even faster if it wasn't so troublesome for one person to chop wood and light the fire at the same time. Lunch. Considering that it was the first proper meal of winter, Li Tian prepared a rather sumptuous meal. There is delicious fish soup that warms the stomach, as well as stir-fried cabbage with chili peppers that stimulates the appetite. I even plucked 3 eggs from a pheasant that had just been laid today and made a stomach-nourishing steamed egg. Although the 3 eggs were fertilized, there was nothing the pheasant could do. Under the temptation of delicious food, it compromised instantly. Besides, the pheasant hatched 3 more chicks today. Now it seems to be quite annoyed to be surrounded by 6 chicks all day long. After putting the delicious food on the table, Li Tian woke up Li Erbio and ate together. However, what no one expected was that after lunch, bad news came. The blind box of supplies is gone. How so? Looking at the white snow outside the house, Li Tian's face was full of worry. After lunch, he calculated the time and went outside to open the supplies, but found that the area where the blind boxes of supplies were supposed to be placed was now empty. I originally thought that something went wrong with Xiao AI, but Xiao AI replied that no blind boxes of supplies were found within its work scope. Could it be that the refresh time of the winter supply blind box has also changed? Does this civilization also have daylight saving time and winter time? Li Erbio asked suspiciously. Li Tian naturally thought about this problem, but the system readings will not lie. The system still shows that the refresh time of the blind box of supplies is 12 noon and 12 midnight. He shook his head and said firmly, "That's not the reason. Let's go in first. I'll check the manual to see if we're the only ones experiencing this situation." After saying this, he hurried back to the house. The matter of the blind box of supplies cannot be delayed. If the blind box of supplies is really gone, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to Li Tian. No matter how booming the business in the trading hall is, what they can earn are nothing more than some ordinary materials, while those rare materials and even various high-tech products all come from blind boxes of materials. The 3 of them came to Li Tian's room one after another. As soon as Li Tian looked at the manual, he found that a pop-up window had popped up on the screen. Daily challenge mission. Island owners, please use all means to collect 500 kilograms of marine life and 2,000 pieces of wood before 2400 hours. Marine life, 0/500 kg. Wood, 0/2000. Mission completion reward. Restore the refresh of the blind boxes of supplies and double the number of refreshes of the blind boxes of supplies. Penalty for mission failure. Deduction of 10% of the total area of the island, 8,712 square meters. Click. Receive task. Is it so troublesome to get blind boxes of supplies now? Li Tian frowned. Winter already restricts the movements of us survivors, and now even blind boxes of supplies are restricted? What on earth does this civilization want to do? Li Erbio also sighed helplessly. I am at the mercy of others. What else can I do? Fortunately, this task is not difficult. After hearing this, Mr. Wang was unhappy. The task is not difficult? Have you ever thought about it? If we don't have Xiao AI, can you catch 500 kilograms of marine life a day with just fishing nets? Li Erbio was instantly speechless after being refuted, as if it was really the case. After saying that, Li Erbio seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly squeezed forward, opened the chat area of Li Tian handbook, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Sure enough, every survivor has a similar task. It seems that the amount of materials we can trade will be greatly reduced in the future, Li Erbio said with a wry smile. But, after seeing what the survivors posted in the chat area, Li Tian became more open-minded. Analyzed, actually, we don't need to be so negative. From the tasks shared by the survivors, it seems that the difficulty of the tasks depends on the size of the island. For them, as long as they work hard, they can complete these daily challenges. Even if a small number of people cannot complete the task, those who do will receive a task reward. They can open more supplies to make up for those who did not complete the task. Analytically speaking, our trading hall will not be affected. In fact, it may even increase the sales of the supplies we have on the shelves because they are tasked with collecting various supplies. After hearing this, Mr. Wang agreed, yes, I also think this is an opportunity for us. The emergence of this mission will actually promote the development of us survivors. Li Tian nodded and added, in fact, what we need to consider is whether we will use the expansion pumice we earn in the future or not. If we use it, I'm afraid the challenge missions will become more and more difficult. If we fail to complete them, the island area deducted will be larger than the area we expand, which will not be worth the loss. No, then the development of our island will be slowed down. As for the other survivors, we don't have to worry about them. Those who can live won't die, and those who can die, we can't earn any supplies from them. Li Tian pointed out the problem, and Li Erbio and Wang Lao fell silent again after hearing it. It seems to be true. Now that this challenging task has come out, they are caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, all three of them remained silent. Okay, let's finish today's challenge first. We won't need to expand the pumice stone for now. You guys should just do your own things. I'll let Xiao AI catch some marine life first. Li Tian didn't want to put too much pressure on Li Erbio and Mr. Wang, so he stopped worrying about these issues. After answering, he walked out of the room and went straight outside. After giving Xiao AI the order to go out to sea and catch 500 kilograms of any marine life, Li Tian returned to the manual again. I opened the challenge task and was delighted. These people really need to be forced to be diligent, so as to promote the overall development of island civilization. Who would have thought that I only received the task and went out, and actually completed the task of collecting wood? Moreover, it was exceeded. Of course, this is also thanks to the fact that I had previously put on the shelves in the trading hall, stone *1, traded for wood *2, plastic *1, traded for wood *2, and other such commodities. At that time, there was no such challenge task. Li Tian's starting point for putting these supplies on the shelves was to facilitate those who needed to use the production center to make tools but lacked certain supplies. But until yesterday, sales were not very good. After all, it takes 2 supplies to trade for 1 supply, and no one is stupid enough to trade. But now, if they don't collect these supplies, they won't be able to catch the blind boxes of supplies, so they are forced to compromise. Seeing this, Li Tian felt that the emergence of this task was a disguised way for the island civilization to widen the gap between the rich and the poor. Anyway, it's good for me. Next, we just have to wait for Xiao AI to catch 500 kilograms of marine life, and then we'll complete the mission. Immediately, Li Tian opened the trading hall and rental area and took a look. I found that it was just as I thought. The emergence of this task did not limit my development at all. Materials that are usually less popular, such as wood, stone, plastic, cotton, etc., are also selling like hotcakes today. As for the charcoal, those who need it are still rushing to rent it. For a charcoal worth more than 1,000 pieces, basically each piece has been reserved for hundreds or even thousands of people. Of course, since survivors can make repeated reservations, Li Tian cannot be sure how many survivors are still there. However, he also strengthened his idea through the rental of charcoal and the number of reservations. Island civilization should be regional. At least the manual should be divided into different areas. Otherwise, there are 6 or 7 billion people in the world, and it is impossible that only these people make reservations to rent charcoal. If there are zones like in the game, then as time goes by and there are fewer and fewer survivors in a zone, will the zones be merged? I'm really looking forward to that day. Maybe I can find them. Not long after, the pop-up window for the daily challenge task appears again, prompting that the task has been completed. Xiao AI is so efficient. Let's go and get some supplies. Li Tian couldn't help but praise him and walked out of the house. But just as he arrived at the door, Li Tian discovered that Li Erbio and Wang Lao had already stood stupidly beside Xiao AI, looking at the huge thing in Xiao AI's fishing net. No? What the hell is that? Li Tian took a closer look and was also shocked. He rubbed his eyes quickly, fearing that he had seen it wrong. But the next moment, he was sure that he was not seeing things. It really was a shark. What's going on? Li Tian walked up and asked. Li Erbio was also dumbfounded. I'm not too sure. I just heard a loud splash outside the house, so I went out with Elder Wang to see what was going on. Xiao AI, is this the marine life you caught? Li Tian asked. Xiao AI blinked her cute LED eyes and turned her head. Master, did Xiao AI do something wrong? Xiao AI was following the master's instructions to catch 500 kilograms of marine life, which is a marine life weighing more than 500 kilograms. This is the only one found in the area where Xiao AI was working. Xiao AI, I chased it for a long time. Hearing this, Li Tian was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Isn't Xiao AI too cute, stupid? It's also my fault that I didn't explain it clearly. Who told me to say 500 kilograms of marine life instead of 500 kilograms of marine life in total? However, what surprised Li Tian was that this great white shark cub was Class A. The level is actually 1 level higher than that of his group. Xiao Tian, how are you going to deal with this guy? Liurbio asked, looking at the great white shark cub still struggling in the net. Li Tian scratched his head, not knowing what to do. This guy is A-level. Eating it should be very nutritious, but I have never killed a shark before. Can you guys kill it? Mr. Wong and Liurbio took a step back at the same time and waved their hands frantically. The meaning is self-evident. Then see if we can adopt it. After all, it's an A-level creature. If we encounter pirates, it will be more useful than us in the sea. After a while, Li Tian suggested, "This is a good idea, but I don't know if it is willing to compromise." Liurbio nodded in agreement. "Let's try it." As he said that, Li Tian went back into the house and took out the sword, as well as a lot of food and several love cards. "Little guy, don't be afraid. I can give you delicious food. Are you willing to listen to me?" I thought this A-level creature would be more difficult to tame than the previous tusk boar. But unexpectedly, after hearing what Li Tian said, the great white shark actually stopped resisting. It poked its head out of the sea and opened its mouth, just like a child. Seeing this scene, Mr. Wong and Liurbio were completely confused. Originally, when Li Tian just started to say those words to coax the child, Old Wong couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to interrupt. "I didn't expect it to work. This A in grade A, couldn't it be the A in A grade goods? It doesn't look like an A-level product at all." Ignoring everyone's expressions, Li Tian was delighted and without hesitation threw a grade B egg that he had just stolen from the nursery into the great white shark's mouth. Pheasant hen, percent, yuan percent, yuan percent. The next moment, Li Tian felt light, shining in the eyes of the great white shark cub. There's nothing we can do about it. There aren't many creatures with levels in the ocean, and because of their intelligence, those that do are very difficult to capture. Although this great white shark cub is an A-level creature, but it's just a cub, and its abilities may not have reached the normal level of A-level. Afterwards, as expected, Li Tian subdued this little guy with just one Tongshin card. However, considering that it is a marine creature, it is naturally impossible for Li Tian to transfer it to the island. Therefore, Li Tian just agreed on a secret signal with it. As long as Li Tian shouted, "Ali Gu," this little guy will appear. After completing the binding of the Tongshin card, Li Tian asked Xiao AI to collect the net, and then told Xiao AI to go fishing for supplies. But what was unexpected was that this baby shark was so smart and actually joined the team to catch the blind box of fishing supplies. It is not as mobile as Xiao AI, but it can also use its dorsal fin to push the blind boxes of supplies to the island one by one. With the combined efforts of the two, 1,756 blind boxes of supplies were quickly salvaged ashore. This made Li Tian very happy. If he hadn't been stopped by Old Wong, he would have wanted to steal the remaining 2 eggs to feed the shark. Taking into account the increase in blind boxes of supplies, Mr. Wong was not afraid of the cold and joined the team to open the blind boxes. The 3 of them were busy and having a lot of fun. Open the blind box of supplies, get ordinary cow *1, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies and get 2 building production book, which has been saved. Open the blind box of supplies and get electric fence production book, which has been saved. This chapter is a 2-in-1 chapter with 4,000 words. Today's mission is complete. If you haven't seen enough, I hope you can click to urge for more. 049. S-level greenhouse barrier. Li Tian has already opened a cow from the blind box of supplies. So there is nothing surprising about it. We can only say that it is cause for celebration. Maybe we can even produce cowboys and eat beef. As for the tube-shaped buildings and electrified guardrails, this is exactly what Li Tian urgently needs right now. At the beginning, Li Tian's plan was to collect a few wooden house-making books from the chat area after the Tiangong members came to his island. This saves us the trouble for now. The electrified guardrail has a huge effect. Today's civilization is actually a very strange existence. To say that it is backward is because the things in its blind boxes can be called high-tech in the era of mainland civilization. But you say it is developed, but today most survivors are still living in the Stone Age. Therefore, this electrified fence, among other things, surrounding the island makes it impossible for survivors or pirates to cross it, at least for now. Take out these 3 items. The cow did the same thing as the previous one and put it directly in the pig shed. However, Li Tian's action made the C-level cow and the B-level pig somewhat unhappy. It seems that no one wants a third party to interfere with their relationship. The construction of the tube building requires 100,000 pieces of stone and 5,000 pieces of wood. It is quite simple, and Li Tian made it directly. The building is only 3 stories high and has a square appearance. Except for the windows, there are no bumps or depressions on the surface. Each floor has 3 small rooms with an area of 15 square meters each, plus a staircase, a floor toilet, and a public water area. This building brought back Li Tian's childhood memories. Unfortunately, with the passage of time and the development of technology, this kind of building has almost disappeared in the long river of history. As for the production of electrified guardrails, it is even simpler. Only 10 pieces of metal are needed to make a 5 m long guardrail, and the production book of this electrified guardrail is more like a skill book. After being used in the crafting center, this crafting book will exist permanently in the crafting center and can be used to craft unlimited electrified guardrails. In this regard, Li Tian did not hesitate to install electrified guardrails in all living areas on the island. Afterwards, Li Tian, Li Erbio, and Wang Lao, who had nothing to do, started to light a charcoal fire together, just to earn more money from leasing the expansion pumice. Except for a short break during dinner, the 3 of them were busy until 11:55 p.m. Of course, because of Mr. Wang's old age, he was unable to fight for that long and went to bed after 9 p.m. There are more than 10,000 pieces of charcoal for rent, and there are still so many reservations. It seems that the demand is much greater than we imagined. Looking at the information on the rental manual, Li Erbio couldn't help but sigh. Li Tian smiled without saying anything. The more he rented, the happier he was. Nowadays, people take advantage of the winter to make a profit and sell the charcoal at a high price before the spring, and the value of the charcoal is basically squeezed out. Certainly, keeping the ownership of the charcoal and not selling it to others may create a monopoly and earn more rent, but there are too many uncertainties. The main reason is that Li Tian feels that Yindi has been developing for such a long time, and there are more and more survivor IDs with the prefix Yanmeng. Even a pig should not be unable to make a fire tungsten, right? It was winter now and the tinder couldn't dry, so he didn't have to worry. But after the spring, Emperor Yin might use the dry tinder to start a fire, and then he would lose more than he gained. Moreover, if we look at it from a long-term perspective, in the future, even if it is not the Emperor of Fire, there should be others such as the Emperor of Water and the Emperor of Earth who can create the source of fire. Since I cannot achieve a permanent monopoly, no one else can think of monopolizing it. Anyway, I have already earned the supplies I deserved in the past few days. By that time, even if others have a source of fire, they won't be able to cause any trouble, and I will still be the only one in power. Putting these thoughts aside, the 2 of them sat quietly in front of the manual, waiting for the arrival of midnight. 12 o'clock. The scene that Li Tian and Li Erbio thought would appear did not appear. The daily challenge missions did not appear. So it seems that the task is refreshed at 12 noon every day? Li Erbio pinched his chin suspiciously. Li Tian raised his lips and said, "That's even better. We can sleep well tonight." Then, about a quarter of an hour passed. After looking through the window and discovering that there were already a lot of supplies on the edge of the island, Li Tian and Li Erbio went out to get the supplies. Today is the 2nd day of winter. The snow is still falling, and the temperature is probably approaching dozens of degrees below zero. This forced Li Tian and Li Erbio to put on 2 sets of cotton padded clothes before going out. Open the blind box of supplies and get bandages *5, disinfectant 30 milliliters, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get expansion pumice *5, B-level upgrade card, stored. It is worth mentioning that the reward effect obtained from the current challenge tasks still exists, and the number of blind boxes of supplies is the same as at noon, which is 1,756. Presumably, the daily challenge task, the day mentioned, is based on 24 hours. This also explains why the task is not refreshed at 12 o'clock midnight. But unfortunately, among so many blind boxes of supplies, there is nothing worth seeing except the B-level upgrade cards. The 2 returned to their respective rooms with dissatisfaction and could only pray that the challenge task would be easier after waking up. After returning to the room, after Li Tian washed up, he couldn't wait to say in his heart, "Open the blind box." Ding! Opening successfully, obtained S-level greenhouse barrier, stored in the manual warehouse. Greenhouse barrier? Li Tian was stunned after hearing the system prompt, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what the use of this thing was. So, with curiosity, he sat directly in front of the manual and opened the warehouse. S-level greenhouse barrier. After use, an invisible and colorless greenhouse barrier can be added, and the temperature inside the barrier is like spring all year round. It can be closed or opened automatically by the user's voice command. Barrier coverage. Circle with a radius of 150 meters. Oh my god. After reading the information, Li Tian was stunned. This thing was too high-tech. No, that's not right. It can't even be described as high-tech. Can this be a product of this era? Even science fiction movies wouldn't dare to act like this. However, since it is produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. How could Li Tian not trust it? Without hesitation, he used the planting area as the center of the circle. The reason why the planting area is chosen as the center of the circle is also very simple. One reason was to take care of Mr. Wang so that he would not have nothing to do in winter. Secondly, if the residential area is taken as the center of the circle, a lot of area will be in the sea, which is a waste. After using it, it turned out to be true. Li Tian only felt that the temperature around him was rising rapidly. In the area covered by the greenhouse barrier, no snowflakes were seen falling. He then fell asleep contentedly in his pants. 050. Mr. Wang felt very aggrieved. Midnight. Li Tian was having a sweet spring dream when he was awakened by a series of loud knocks on the door. He smacked his lips with a look of unsatisfied interest, put on his clothes, opened the door, and asked, "What's wrong?" I saw that Mr. Wang and Li Erbio were sweating profusely, and their expressions were either excited or nervous. If you didn't know, you would think they saw a ghost. Li Tian, why do I feel like something is wrong in our house today? Just like the heater, asked old Wang. Li Erbio said it more directly. I was covered with 2 quilts and almost got a heat rash. After saying that, Li Erbio subconsciously glanced at the bed behind Li Tian, but when he saw that there was only a thin sheet on Li Tian's bed, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Did you set this temperature? Li Tian smiled awkwardly after hearing this. It was quite late at that time, and I didn't tell you because I didn't want to disturb your rest. Afterwards, Li Tian told them about the greenhouse barrier. Of course, Li Tian chose to conceal the origin of this thing. He would naturally keep the matter of the system to himself. But when Mr. Wang and Li Erbio learned about the function of the greenhouse barrier, they couldn't sleep anymore. One is to roll up your sleeves, take off your cotton clothes, and go straight to the planting area. One is to go running at night. Okay, identification completed, 2 lunatics. Li Tianka has no interest in joining their camp. Staying up late will make you bald. The next day, when Li Tian woke up, breakfast had already been prepared. As usual, Mr. Wang planted himself in the planting area. Li Erbio was burning charcoal in the kitchen. After the conversation, I learned that he had been burning for a whole night and had put more than 2,000 pieces of charcoal on the shelf. This also made Li Tian somewhat embarrassed. His own island was managed by others. After much persuasion, Li Erbio was persuaded to take a rest, and then Li Tian took over Li Erbio's position. This continued until almost noon, when meals for the entire family needed to be prepared. So Li Tian gave up on the charcoal fire. He first went to the nursery to feed the chickens and found that there were 3 more chicks. Li Tian had to give a thumbs up to the rooster. Moreover, Li Tian discovered that the 3 chicks that were hatched first now had fuller wings and their bodies were half the size of a hen. But now, because of the greenhouse barrier, Li Tian let these guys out. It's better to have free-range chicken, which makes the soup more flavorful. After, Li Tian checked the manual, put on the B-level card he had just opened last night, and walked towards the pig pen carrying 2 buckets of vegetables and a bundle of sea rice stalks. Inside the pig pen, the 3-way confrontation that Li Tian expected did not appear. Now, the C-level cows and the B-level pigs are in one camp, jointly resisting and despising the ordinary cow. Li Tian felt distressed when he saw the ordinary cow huddled in the corner and shivering. Did you 2 bully others? Li Tian asked the pig and the cow who were huddled together. But who would have thought that they both raised their heads and called out at the same time in tacit understanding, which was so cool. No, you 2 are obviously both female and different species. Are you so closely related? Li Tian was very puzzled, but he couldn't get any response from them. Well, don't regret it. After saying that, Li Tian directly took out the B-level upgrade card and used it on the ordinary cow. The next moment, the ordinary bull's spirit and energy changed. The cow's horns became sharper and thicker, and its hair looked much better than that of the C-grade cow. A handsome cow indeed. When the cow saw this, her already round eyes widened even wider. She quickly moved away from the wild boar, looked at the B-grade cow, and mooed. But the B-grade cow just glanced at it indifferently and ignored it. This made Li Tian laugh. It turned out that cows could be so snobbish. As for the great white shark cub, Li Tian thought about it and decided not to feed it for the time being. He didn't have that many eggs to feed it, so he had to let it suffer for the time being. After finishing all this, Li Tian went to cook. After lunch, the 3 of them walked towards Li Tian's room and looked at the manual screen. Daily challenge mission. Please, island owners, use all means to expand the island area by 1,000 square meters and reclaim 20 pieces of black soil before 2,400 hours. Expanded island area, 0/1000. Reclamation of black soil, 0/20 blocks. Mission completion rewards, 1. Restore the refresh of the blind box of supplies, 2. Give an additional island area of 1,000 square meters, 3. Give an additional 20 pieces of A-grade black soil. Penalty for mission failure, deduction of 10% of the total area of the island, 8,712 square meters. Click Receive Task. Today's task is not difficult. Li Tian accepted the task with a faint smile. After hearing this, Mr. Wang's eyes lit up. It's not difficult at all. I wish I could do this task every day. I won't say any more. I'll go get 20 pieces of black soil and plow the land. Looking at Mr. Wang's departing back, Li Tian and Li Erbio looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. As for the task of expanding the island area, it is extremely simple. There is a lot of pumice stored in the expanded pumice warehouse, so just use it directly. Next, after Mr. Wang has cultivated the black soil, we can start to get supplies. Let's continue to burn charcoal first, Li Tian suggested. But just as the two of them walked into the kitchen and lit the fire, old Wang walked in with a sullen face. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Tian asked with some concern. After hearing this, Mr. Wang just sighed and said nothing. This made Li Tian and Li Erbio even more anxious. Mr. Wang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Old Wang smiled bitterly and said, Alas, I am old after all, and I cannot compete with machines. I just plowed one piece of land, and Xiaoyi has already plowed the 19 pieces of black soil that I just used. Don't even mention that it's too satisfying. It doesn't even cure the itch in my hands. Alas. Old Wang looked as aggrieved as a child at this moment, but fortunately, he was fine, which made Li Tian and the others breathe a sigh of relief. However, in order to stabilize Mr. Wang's mentality, Li Tian gave both comfort and reminder. He said, Mr. Wang, don't forget that you have been rewarded with 20 pieces of grade A black soil for completing the mission. Go and take them out and see what a plan to get the most out of it. Sure enough, after hearing this, Mr. Wang was full of energy again. Okay, I'll go right away. After completing the task, Xiao AI and Aoli Gay quickly salvaged the supplies ashore. Li Tian and Li Erbio stopped their work and went to open the blind boxes of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain B-level water wheel generator *1, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies and get 5 expansion pumice stones, 10 metals, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. 051. Sea surface frozen, S-level upgrade card. Water wheel power generation device? This is a good thing. Li Tian smiled, then took it out and installed it in the freshwater stream evolved from the island. The water is flowing, which can drive the water wheel to turn. The installation of the water wheel generator is exactly the same as the previous tap water system. It can be automatically installed after being taken out. It is directly connected to the main power switch of the farmhouse residence. Moreover, according to the system reading, this water wheel generator can store electricity for the solar panels when not using electricity. This also makes up for the embarrassment of solar energy being ineffective when the weather is bad. The following afternoon, Li Tian and Li Erbio continued to light the charcoal fire. Li Tian also contacted the boy at the beach and learned that he was fine and was on his way to pick up the 5th member. At exactly 12 o'clock midnight, everyone welcomed the 3rd day of winter. It is a bitterly cold winter and a thin layer of ice has appeared on the sea surface. I am afraid that it will not be long before the sea surface is completely frozen and people can even walk on it. This is good news for any survivor, as they can easily walk to the surface of the sea to get supplies. But for Li Tian, this was nothing short of bad news. Not to mention that this will limit Xiao AI and Aoli Gay's fishing supplies. It will also affect the Tiangong members who are sailing on the sea. Something bad is happening. Li Tian sighed as he looked at the world outside the barrier filled with falling snow. Li Erbio also had a worried look on his face. It's only the beginning of the 3rd day, and there are still 4 days left. I'm afraid the temperature will get lower and lower in the future. I don't know if the guys in the Tiangong can handle it. Let's keep in touch with them first, and then we'll take turns sleeping and make sure to meet all the needs of the Tiangong members at all times. Li Tian suggested. Li Erbio nodded repeatedly. Okay. The good news is that even if the sea is frozen, Xiao AI can still work normally, but Aoli Gay can't help Xiao AI anymore. This result was naturally acceptable to Li Tian, so he didn't complain. After Xiao AI brought all the blind boxes of supplies ashore, the two of them divided the work and opened the blind boxes of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and get Ice Drill *1, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies. Get S-level upgrade card. Deposited. The goddess of luck has finally opened her eyes. Li Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw such a treasure coming out of the blind box of supplies. But the use of the S-level upgrade card stumped Li Tian and Li Erbio. This kind of thing naturally cannot be used casually. After all, it is too rare. Up to now, Li Tian has developed a lot, and there are only a few S-level things on the entire island. Only reasonable upgrading can make it play its greatest role. The first thing Li Tian ruled out was poultry and livestock. B-level cards were fine for them, but S-level cards would be a waste of resources. The two power generation devices are currently able to generate normal amounts of electricity and do not require upgrading. As for those crops, now they have 20 pieces of A-grade black soil. Using A-grade black soil to cultivate them, they will soon have no shortage of A-grade crops. After eliminating layer by layer, the options left are nothing more than water resources and one's own quality. Li Erbio suggested that Li Tian improve his quality to S-level so that he could deal with some dangerous situations. But Li Tian rejected it. Their bodies are now at B+ level, and they haven't used any upgrade cards during this period. Therefore, this means that eating foods with levels can also increase your own level. In that case, why not use the S-class upgrade card to upgrade the large distillation device? In this way, everyone on the island can rely on S-grade water to improve their physical fitness, which is undoubtedly the best choice. After telling Li Erbio about the idea, he naturally agreed. The next moment, a brand new S-class large-scale distillation device containing many high-tech elements appeared in front of the two people. S-grade large distillation device. 10L of S-grade pure water can be distilled every 12 hours. Unexpectedly, the amount of water that can be distilled daily has doubled, which surprised Li Tian. 20L of S-grade water a day is more than enough to meet their consumption. Next, they just need to wait for the S-grade water to be distilled. Go back inside. Considering that Li Erbio did not get enough rest yesterday, Li Tian let Li Erbio go to sleep. He just needed to watch tonight, and Li Erbio didn't act pretentiously. He just nodded and left. With nothing to do, Li Tian went to the kitchen to burn charcoal. It was a quiet and peaceful night with no unexpected incidents. Even the pirates who were extremely rampant some time ago have become silent after the coming of winter. Maybe they froze to death, or maybe the cold just hampered their movements. But no matter what, Li Tian will not let his guard down. In today's world, everyone is a dangerous creature. After hearing the rooster crowing, Li Tian stopped burning charcoal and prepared breakfast. Because it seems that Mr. Wang and Li Erbio wake up almost every day when the rooster crows. After the three of them had breakfast, Li Tian was not in a hurry to fall asleep. He had been looking forward to what it would feel like to drink the S-grade water all night. Now, after a night of distillation, there is already a lot of S-grade water in the jars in the water storage area. Li Tian was not stingy and took out all of it and divided it equally between Mr. Wang and Li Erbio. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank together. Suddenly I felt that my body was changing. I became stronger and my vision improved significantly. Is this the power of S-grade water? Li Erbio clenched his fists and tested the strength. It was completely different from B-grade water. Li Tian smiled and said, "We are only at a level now. If we want to reach S level, I'm afraid we will have to drink for a long time." Ah, this is only A level? How powerful would an S-level physical fitness be? Li Erbio was extremely excited after hearing this. Will the answer be revealed then? Okay, I'll take a nap first, as I have to continue my shift tonight. On the island of Emperor Yin. At this time, the size of his island had reached more than 1,200 square meters, but the houses he lived in were just stone houses. The advantage of the stone house is that it is ventilated in summer, so there is no need to worry about burning charcoal. The disadvantage is that it is too ventilated. When the cold wind blows, he shivers under the quilt. Not to mention the daily challenges, he has not left the stone house since winter began. Fortunately, he stored a lot of supplies before winter, which is enough for him to survive the winter safely. Achio. Damn it. It's over 1,000 square meters, and there's still no vegetation that can be used as tinder. How developed is Qianqian Jiaozi's island? If you don't have a fire source, why would you rush to reserve even a charcoal fire? I'm freezing. Humble and arrogant, I'm not done with you. 052. Polar bear appears. When Li Tian woke up, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Today's challenge task was completed early by Li Erbio. It seems that the 2,000 square meters of area added to the island yesterday did not affect the difficulty of the task, which also made Li Tian have a guess in his mind. Could it be that the difficulty of this challenge task is stepped? One difficulty for 80,000 square meters, and one difficulty for 90,000 square meters? However, despite having this idea, Li Tian did not dare to expand the island area to 90,000 square meters in order to verify this hypothesis. If the task really becomes difficult, then we are doomed. After a quick meal, I joined the charcoal burning group. While chatting with Li Tian also learned that the sea surface was completely frozen today. Many people in the chat area have already stepped onto the ice and successfully picked up the blind boxes of supplies. But God is fair. When you gain something, you will also lose something. According to the survivors' feedback, the ice was too thick and the blind boxes of supplies were firmly embedded in it. It took a lot of effort to get them out by breaking through the ice. Some survivors even described how they encountered polar bears and other creatures while fishing. In fact, Li Tian had anticipated the problem of blind boxes of supplies being embedded due to the thick ice layer. But the matter of the polar bear did surprise him a little. "Brother, did that man really say that?" Li Tian asked while chopping wood. Li Urbio nodded in conviction. "Yes, that person spoke very clearly and described almost the entire body of the polar bear. He doesn't seem to be fooling people. Besides, it's so cold today, there wouldn't be anyone so bored as to make up these stories, right? Then we have to be careful. Since polar bears have appeared, I don't think there is only one. There may be some near every island. Don't worry, our electrified guardrails are not just for show." Midnight has arrived. Li Tian and Li Urbio came to the beach again and waited for the blind box of supplies. In one afternoon and one evening, they rented out more than 3,000 pieces of charcoal. Judging from the number of reservations for charcoal fire today, the market is not yet saturated, and there are still many people in need. From renting out charcoal during this period, plus the supplies sold in the trading hall and blind boxes, Li Tian has accumulated more than 30,000 pieces of pumice just from expansion. If it weren't for the intervention of the challenge mission, Li Tian would have wanted to use them all directly. What is worth praising here is that Xiao AI is indeed a versatile and powerful robot. Even though the blind box of supplies was embedded in the ice, it did not affect the speed of its salvage. Although it can't use the net now, its lifting rod and rope completely form a crane. As long as the hook hooks the blind box of supplies, it can pull the blind box of supplies out of the ice with great ease. Perfectly presents the aesthetics of violence. Afterwards, the two of them open the blind box of supplies together. Open the blind box of supplies and get 250 g of bread, 150 milliliters of purified water, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get metal *2, wood *5, expansion pumice *1, deposited. Unfortunately, there was nothing worth taking a second look at in this blind box of supplies. The two looked at each other, sighed helplessly, and walked towards the house. The same old rules apply tonight. Li Urbio is resting and Li Tian is on duty. As the weather got worse and the temperature dropped, many people complained in the manual chat area. Even those who are usually active in the chat area have rarely appeared recently. It seems that the severe cold in winter has really dealt a heavy blow to the survivors. As a result, many survivors may lose their lives. Suddenly, Li Tian, who was putting charcoal on the fire, heard a message reminder. When I opened it, it turned out to be sent by Dai Xiaomei. During this period, Dai Xiaomei was actually feeling very cold. Apart from 3 meals a day, there is no extra communication with myself. However, she will still try her best to complete the challenge tasks and catch supplies every day, and she will share the supplies she has worked hard to catch with Li Tian as promised. This made Li Tian look at him with new respect. But at this moment, why did she send me a message? Li Tian felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Open the chat window and take a look. Really? Brother, a polar bear appeared on my island, right at the door of my stone house. I blocked the door with charcoal fire. It didn't dare to come in, but it didn't mean to leave either. Li Tian quickly traded the hidden arrow he had opened earlier. Use this to drive it away? But I don't know how to use it. QAQ. Dai Xiaomei replied immediately. Although Li Tian's heart began to get nervous, he remained calm. He comforted Dai Xiaomei and explained the usage techniques to her. Attack its head if possible. Kill it with one blow. Let me try. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. There was no movement from Dai Xiaomei, which made Li Tian feel uneasy. Isn't it true that something has happened? Li Tian paced back and forth in the room anxiously, hoping that Dai Xiaomei would reply to him quickly. After a long while, Li Tian's heart was beating in his throat, and he finally heard the message alert sound. Dai Xiaomei, brother, it's dead? Li Tian, you scared me to death, I hope you're okay. Dai Xiaomei, thanks to the fact that I played PUBG a lot during live broadcasts before, my aim is pretty good. That guy has thick skin and flesh, and the first arrow I shot actually made him more excited. Dai Xiaomei, but it was a close call. I guess it was because I ate a lot of B-level food and water. The polar bear's reaction was not as good as mine. It chased me and I ran. It chased me and I ran. I wore it to death. Day/.jpg. Li Tian was about to say something when a transaction pop-up window popped up. It turned out that it was Dai Xiaomei who traded the polar bear's corpse. Little brother, take this and decide whether to eat it or sell it or whatever. Anyway, I don't dare to deal with this thing. Li Tian gladly accepted it and checked it through the system. It turned out that this polar bear also had a B grade. Now Li Tian has eaten B grade water, B grade vegetables, and B grade rice, but he has not eaten B grade meat. As the ancients said, you can't have your cake and eat it too, so polar bear meat shouldn't be too bad to eat, right? Thinking of this, Li Tian went straight to the beach to have his stomach cut open. Although it's a bit cruel, this is the way the world is. Before, when Li Tian handled bloody things at the beach, he had to be very careful for fear of attracting sharks. But now, he doesn't have to worry about this problem. Instead, he calls out Alajai and feeds the polar bear's internal organs directly to Alajai. It really kills two birds with one stone. Set a goal, island area, 276686553. 053. A-level dog overlord. After processing the polar bear's carcass, there is still about 400 kilograms of edible meat left. And Ali Gay also ate his fill at the buffet and was very satisfied. Afterwards, Li Tian used a kitchen knife to dismember the polar bear meat and stored it in the ice cellar. It was late at night, so Li Tian naturally couldn't eat alone. Seeing the ice cellar full of previously caught sea fish, Li Tian looked at the world outside the barrier again and muttered to himself, "Is it about time to sell the fish now?" Thinking of this, Li Tian took out the 100 kilograms fish and started to gut it on the beach. However, the residues of these fish cannot attract Aoli Gay at all. Ali Gay didn't even seem to bother to smell it, so he used his tail to sweat the residue into the seawater. A hint of paleness gradually appeared in the sky, and pheasants were crowing diligently to signal the arrival of a new day. Up to now, Li Tian has processed about 300 kilograms of fish meat, and all of it has been put on the shelves. The price is set to 50g fish meat in exchange for expansion pumice *1 or other materials *20. The sales volume is booming, and many people in the chat area even hope that more products can be put on the shelves, as they are all starving. Of course, Li Tian also understood that this was only a small portion of the revenue. The big portion would depend on the sales during the day and the auction of the grilled fish. A few minutes later, the rooster crowed. Mr. Wang and Mr. Li left the house at the same time. After the three of them had breakfast, Li Tian also explained the work to them. Mr. Wang, winter is coming and there is a lot to do. Let Xiaoyi handle the crops. I hope you can help with the fish and try to process all the fish in the ice cellar. Brother Biao, you just need to work harder and keep the charcoal burning. Old Wang and I will deal with the fish first and then come to help you. Naturally, Mr. Wang and Li Erbio would not refuse. Although Mr. Wang usually stays in the planting area, he still has a sense of teamwork. If there is something more important to do, he will join in. In this way, the three of them divided the work reasonably and got busy. In one morning, 300 kilograms of fish were processed and the charcoal fire was rented out for 2,000 yuan. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, Li Tian asked everyone to stop and take a break. Li Tian went to the ice cellar and took out some polar bear meat to cook. The quality of polar bear meat is not comparable to pork, mutton, or beef. It is basically all lean meat. Although I haven't eaten it yet, it looks like it should taste quite good. Li Tian planned to stir-fry the bear meat with Hangzhou peppers and then make soup with the bear meat. Now, thanks to methane, both the stove and the kitchen can be used. The dishes are stir-fried in the kitchen, rice is cooked in an electric rice cooker, and soup is cooked in a pressure cooker on the gas stove. All of these processes are carried out in multiple threads, and the food is cooked soon. Today, Li Tian prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup for everyone. Stir-fried bear meat with Hangzhou pepper, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried cabbage, steamed fish, and bear meatballs and mushroom soup. The ability to make these delicious foods is also due to the contributions that Mr. Wang has made to the island. Basically, he will grow whatever the island lacks, so there is no shortage of peanut oil and salt. And I heard from Mr. Wang that he has also planted condiments such as cumin recently. When they are harvested, we can get more seasonings. As for the eggs, this was also an agreement between Li Tian and the pheasants. He would occasionally take a few to use, and the pheasants did not refuse. Including today, the pheasant has hatched 9 chicks. The first 3 hatched have grown up and laid eggs. As for whether those eggs are fertilized, Li Tian didn't dare to ask more. What do you think? After all, the roosters are all family members. It just depends on how the chickens treat this relationship. After lunch, the challenge mission came. Daily challenge mission. Please, island owner, use all means to subdue a creature above level A before 2400 hours. Capture A-level creatures. 0/1. Mission completion reward. The refresh of the recovery material blind box, and an additional A-level creature of the same gender as the original will be given as a gift. Penalty for mission failure. Deduction of 10% of the total area of the island, 8,712 square meters. Click. Receive task. This task is a bit difficult. Li Urbio said frankly after seeing it. Li Tian also gave a bitter smile. The process of subduing him is not difficult, but where to find him is a problem. But since this mission has been issued, could it be that A-level creatures will appear on our island soon? Old Wang mentioned. Let's take a look. After receiving the task, the three of them continued to do what they had been doing in the morning. After all, for this challenging mission, there is nothing you can do even if you are impatient. A-level creatures are not so easy to appear. If you really can't do it, the mission will fail. 16:24 in the afternoon. Li Tian, who was processing fish with Old Wang on the beach, suddenly heard a dog barking from the woods on the island. Li Urbio, Wang Lao, and Li Tian became nervous instantly. A-level creature appeared? Li Urbio asked. Li Tian did not answer, but just thought about the sound. It's the sound of a dog barking. Could it be a wolf? Old man Wang was old at heart. He picked up his hoe and gestured. Shall we go over and take a look? Li Tian shook his head. The forest is outside the barrier, and the temperature is very low. I think we should just wait here. Who knows, the creature might come over on its own. As he spoke, Li Tian looked at Li Urbio again. Brother Biao, turn off the power of the electric fence and prepare your own weapons. After that, the three of them continued to work on their tasks absent-mindedly, but they paid more attention to the movements around them. Another 10 minutes passed. The roosters kept crowing. Li Tian ran towards the crowing direction with his sword in hand. Oh no, that thing is destroying our chickens. Hearing this, Li Urbio and Wang Lao also followed Li Tian with a machete and a hoe respectively. After running for dozens of meters, I found myself at the back of the farmhouse. I saw a black and white dog chasing the pheasants desperately. Fortunately, the pheasant's level is not low, and it still has some reaction ability. Oh my god, a wolf! Li Urbio said in surprise. On the contrary, the more Li Tian looked, the more he felt something was wrong. I always feel that this creature gives people an inexplicable sense of affinity and joy. It wasn't until the dog was chasing the chicken and lost consciousness and bumped into the wall, howling in pain, that Li Tiankai remembered what this was. This is a Siberian husky. A husky? To be honest, Li Tian was confused at this time. The A-level creature is actually a husky? Isn't this a challenge task that's easy to get points? Originally, Li Tian was worried that it might be a ferocious wolf or even a wild dog. It turned out to be a sled dog. It shouldn't be difficult to tame it, right? Li Tian took a step forward and came to the front of the husky and subconsciously whistled. It's true, after hearing this, the husky became interested and wagged its tail as if it wanted to play with Li Tian. Wang Lao and Li Urbio were even more dumbfounded. It really is a husky. 054, fish auction. Seeing this, Li Tian squatted down, picked up a stone, shook it in front of the husky, and then threw it. The husky really ran over happily, but couldn't find the stone no matter how hard he looked. He was so anxious that he scratched the ground with his front legs. But when Li Tian showed the stone in his hand to Li Urbio and Wang Lao, the three of them couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This is a purebred husky. Brother Biao, go to the ice cellar and get a piece of bear meat and get a Tongshin card. Li Urbio understood immediately, nodded, and walked into the house through the back door. 2 minutes later, Li Urbio appeared with bear meat and concentric cards. That stupid husky was still digging a hole, as if it wanted to dig through the island. Xiaotian, what do you think this dog can do if we tame it? Seeing that the dog could be so stupid, Old Wang asked a soul-searching question. Li Tian was unable to answer for a moment. I don't know if this guy can take care of the house? Guard the house? I think it's good enough that they don't destroy the house. Besides, the challenge task says that there will be an extra reward of a creature of the same kind. Li Urbio curled his lips. So what do you think? Should we tame it or not? If you find it annoying, then we won't tame it, and we'll just kill it and eat it. The worst that can happen is that today's mission will fail. Li Tian shrugged indifferently and said jokingly. Old Wang waved his hand and said, forget it. Dogs don't like to eat. They are very loyal. Let's just keep them. Li Tian was just joking. He never eats dog meat and couldn't bear to eat it. Then, Li Tian took the bear meat and the Tongshin card from Li Erbio and walked towards the husky. Little guy, how about following me from now on? Li Tian kept waving the bear meat in front of the husky, while also looking at the husky's crotch. After finding out it was a male husky, he added, I can also find you a wife. In fact, when Li Tian showed it the meat, the husky was already willing to follow Li Tian. Who would have thought that he could also introduce a wife to it? It was so excited that its limbs moved in an extremely uncoordinated manner, as if it was cheering. In this way, Li Tian easily tamed an A-level husky. The next second after the task was completed, a female husky also appeared in the farmhouse. Moreover, this female husky comes with a concentric circle card when it leaves the factory. Li Tian doesn't even have to go through the trouble of binding it. Next, Li Tian fed them and let them play by themselves. Of course, he also reminded them not to bully the pheasants, otherwise he would lock them up with wild boars. This scared them both so much that they trembled with fear. After all this was done, Xiao AI just happened to salvage the blind box of supplies ashore. Today, the island has a total area of 89,120 square meters, and 898 blind boxes of supplies can be salvaged. However, since he enjoyed the doubled supply blind box on the first day of the challenge task, Li Tian no longer thinks that the 898 supply blind box is too much. Alas, I don't know when the blind box of supplies will double again. Of course, no one can predict these things for sure. We can only leave it to fate. With the combined efforts of the three, the blind box of supplies was quickly opened. Apart from some common materials, food, and medical supplies, the only thing that makes sense is this multifunctional kitchen utensil making book. Although this thing is precious, it seems to be just an ordinary kitchen utensil. To say it is ordinary is indeed the first time that Li Tian has seen an integrated production book. You can also think of it as an encyclopedia of kitchen utensils, which is rich in production books of various kitchen utensils, and they are all permanent. It can be said that owning it means owning the entire kitchen. So, Li Tian made 2D scaling tools without hesitation. They looked similar to planers and were very good at scraping fish scales. It's worth it if it can be put to good use. With the help of the descaler, Li Tian and Mr. Wong were able to process the fish much faster. It was not very convenient to use a fruit knife to remove the scales before. Now it basically only takes a few seconds to scrape off the fish scales, then use scissors to cut open the fishes and pull out the internal organs in the belly, and the fish is ready. It takes less than 20 seconds to process a fish. If you get used to it, it will be even faster. By dinner time, Li Tian and Mr. Wong had processed 350 kilograms of fish in just over 2 hours, which was more than their workload for the whole morning. As for Li Erbio, he prepared more than 2,000 pieces of charcoal in an afternoon, and now he has nearly 25,000 pieces of charcoal for rent. This is equivalent to accumulating 25,000 pieces of expanded pumice in one day. If we include trading halls and the like, the number would be even more incalculable. After dinner, Li Tian brought out the barbecue grill that had not been used for a long time. After lighting the charcoal fire, they placed 20 whole fish on the grill, while Mr. Wong and Li Erbio took out a piece of bear steak from the ice cellar and were cutting and marinating it. Li Tian quickly grilled 20 fishes. Considering the repeat customers, Li Tian generously coated each fish with peanut oil and chili water. The so-called chili water is a soup made from chili peppers. There is no other way to do without seasonings such as cumin, so this is the only way to add some flavor to the fish. After roasting this batch of fish, Li Tian asked Li Erbio to take them to auction. Li Tian and Wang Lao continued to grill the bear chops. However, grilling bear chops is a long process, and during this period Li Tian asked old Wang to help look after it, while he went to Li Erbio's room to watch the auction of fish and meat. You know what? The effect is pretty good. When Li Tian arrived at Li Erbio's room, Li Erbio had already auctioned off 3 fish, with the transaction prices being 20 pieces of expanded pumice, 24 pieces of expanded pumice, and 25 pieces of expanded pumice. If compared with the rent, this expansion pumice stone of dozens of dollars is really not interesting. But don't forget, fish is already very cheap. The price of 50 g of fish meat in the trading hall is 1 piece of expanded pumice, and a fish weighs about 100 g after processing. If it is not roasted, one fish will only be worth 2 pieces of expanded pumice, but now it can be increased tenfold by simply roasting it. In comparison, this is a huge profit. The only drawback is that it cannot be mass-produced. Of course, this auction was actually just a trial and error exercise for Li Tian. I want to see how many survivors today can afford the cost of this auction. so that I can earn supplies and do a market survey at the same time. The fourth fish started shooting. Those who didn't get the grilled fish before no longer hide. Yin Di was quite supportive of Li Tian's business and was the first to offer 20 expansion pumice stones. Demacia, 21 expansion pumice stones. Azure Bull Python, 22 expansion pumice stones. Emperor Yin, fuck, if anyone dares to snatch it from me again, you will be making enemies with the Yin Alliance. Yin Di, 23 expansion pumice stones. Longzi, Yin your mother, you, the Fraud Alliance, how awesome do you think you are? Didn't you say you would provide charcoal for free? Prodigal son, why didn't I see you providing it? The Heavenly Palace is really good at keeping its word. It's a pity that they are not accepting people right now, otherwise I would definitely go to the Heavenly Palace. Prodigal son, 24 expansion pumice stones. 055, attendance, SS level intelligent AI helicopter. Fuck, now anyone dares to offend me? Just wait, there will always be a chance to deal with you. Prodigal son? I'll make you my grandson then. After Emperor Yin cursed in his heart, he directly made a domineering bid, 50 expansion pumice stones. Once this price was announced, no one dared to bid. It's not that I succumbed to the threat from Emperor Yin, I just simply think that Emperor Yin might have some problems. A grilled fish, even one with seasoning, shouldn't cost 50 pieces of expanded pumice, right? Moreover, according to the auctioneer, there is more than one of this fish. If you didn't win it this time, you can probably get it next time, right? Wouldn't it be stupid for anyone to continue bidding? In this way, Yin Di successfully bought the grilled fish at the affordable price of 50 yuan. After the transaction, Emperor Yin quickly took out the grilled fish. Touching the still warm grilled fish, tears of emotion welled up in Emperor Yan's eyes. It's really salty. Oh my god, that's great. After all the grilled fish were successfully auctioned off, Li Tian had accumulated more than 500 expansion pumice stones. As for the transaction price, except for Yin Di, a fool with a lot of money, the others are generally between 20 and 30 yuan. Of course, Li Tian's original intention was to see how much these survivors could eat. Now there is also judgment. It seems that such auctions can be held frequently in the future. Afterwards, Li Tian went back to the grill and started grilling bear meat. It's 12 midnight. Li Tian has become accustomed to silently saying in his heart, "Open the blind box." Ding, opening successfully, obtained SS-level intelligent AI helicopter, stored in the manual warehouse. After learning about the items he would receive for signing in, Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise even though he was mentally prepared. Oh my god, SS class? Helicopter? Are you kidding me? Thinking of this, Li Tian took it out directly and placed it in an open place outside the farmhouse. Immediately, he called Li Erbio to witness the surprise. No, Li Tian, can you make this thing too? Are you a god? Li Erbio touched the fuselage of the helicopter with both hands, his face full of shock. Although he had witnessed countless impossibilities that Li Tian had brought to him since he came into contact with Li Tian, every time he thought that Li Tian could only produce these good things at most, he would end up slapping himself in the face and taking out something that transcended the times. Li Tian didn't expect that this guy was even more exaggerated than he imagined. It is made of aviation materials and is solar-powered, so it doesn't consume oil or even require charging. After reading the system, Li Tian discovered that the helicopter was so exaggerated that even its driving was fully automatic. The two boarded the helicopter and looked at the display indicating that the helicopter had a range of 100,000 kilometers. Li Tian exclaimed, "Wow! Brother Biao, now that we have this, we can't let our brothers in Tiangong suffer. Why don't I go and fetch them all now?" Hearing this, Li Erbio nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Anyway, this thing is fully automated, so we don't need to know how to drive it. Then go ahead. I'll wait for your good news here. By the way, Brother Biao, remember to open the blind box of supplies later. Good. After Li Erbio got off the plane, Li Tian followed the instructions and turned on the voice command, "Take off." I saw the helicopter's rotor slowly turning. After more than 10 seconds, the sound of rotation was deafening. The speed was astonishing, and it raised a lot of dust. The next moment, with just a shio sound, the helicopter disappeared from Li Erbio's sight. Li Erbio, who was on the island, was stunned. Wow, I have never seen such a powerful helicopter in the army. Is it supersonic? Inside the helicopter cabin, Li Tian was startled by the sudden takeoff of the helicopter. This kind of pleasure was something he had never experienced before. If nothing else, it's definitely more exciting than jumping off a building. Li Tian's first goal was to fly towards the coordinates closest to his island. Although the specific coordinates will not be displayed on the disposable locator, the east, south, west, and north can still be determined. Li Tian only needs to order the helicopter to keep flying to the left. In less than 10 minutes, the two red dots overlapped and Li Tian knew that he had reached his destination. After giving the helicopter the order to descend, the outline of the island where the Tiangong member was located appeared in Li Tian's sight. It was not very large and seemed to be only about 10 square meters in size. There was not even a wooden house. There was only a ball of charcoal fire burning faintly. The member was leaning near the charcoal fire, wrapping himself tightly in the quilt. However, due to the darkness, Li Tian couldn't recognize who he was. The loud noise from the helicopter successfully attracted the attention of the Tiangong member. He quickly stood up and stood there stupidly, seeming a little confused. Li Tianzi turned on the loudspeaker on the helicopter and said, "I'm Li Tian. Please come up the gangway." Hearing this, the members of the Heavenly Palace were delighted. "Boss, it's you." Then, he followed Li Tian's previous instructions, separated the manual from the island, tied the manual to his back with a piece of linen as a rope, and began to climb the gangway. A few minutes later, the member successfully boarded the plane. Only then did Li Tian see his true face. It turned out to be the angel investor Bing Huang. Looking at his red cheeks and ears from being frozen and his frozen snot, Li Tian felt both pitiful and funny. If I have to find something to describe it, the image of the angel investor Ice Emperor at this moment is probably the same as the look of Brother Deng when he went to the snow mountain to collect debts in Bad Angels. After a while, he finally calmed down and said, "Boss, do you have this thing?" "I got it from a blind box of supplies by luck." Li Tian responded with a faint smile. In today's island civilization, it seems that in the eyes of everyone, nothing that comes out of a blind box of supplies is surprising. This is just right for concealing the matter of his own system. Just say that everything came from a blind box of supplies. It was still dark, and there were already 10 people on board Li Tian's helicopter. However, due to limited seats, Li Tian had to return to the island first. Now, the only members left outside are those who are farther away and the 8 members on the young boat at the seaside. There is no need to rush, especially for the teenagers at the beach, where you can pick up 9 people at a time, which is quite convenient. On the way back, Li Tian also got to know everyone better. At least judging from his conversation, he's not bad and I didn't choose the wrong person. However, the members of the Heavenly Palace were in surprise throughout the whole journey. Who would have thought that my boss was so young and even had a helicopter? This is not just about survival. This is a big shot that is hard to reach even in the mainland civilization. Suddenly, they felt that joining the Heavenly Palace was the wisest choice. On the return voyage, since we didn't have to go around in circles and could only follow a straight line between 2 points, it didn't take long and we arrived at the island in just an hour. 056. Members are all present. When the helicopter was landing, Li Erbio and Wang Lao heard the noise and rushed out to greet them. For a moment, the island was bustling with activity. As for entertaining guests, Li Tian naturally handed it over to Li Erbio and Mr. Wang. He started the helicopter again and flew towards the other members. Now, except for the 9 people led by Su Huanfeng, the only members who have not yet been received are Dai Xiaomei, Lu Mei Qaq, and I Tian and X Ian Qing. There are 13 people in total, and Li Tian plans to take them all in one go. Although it is overloaded, it shouldn't have any impact, right? It's impossible that there are air police on an island like this to check for overloading, right? After deciding the route, Li Tian flew towards the right side of the island. Half an hour later, they arrived over a member island again. Slowly descending, the other party's appearance appeared in Li Tian's sight. I saw a pure girl with a ponytail, wrapped in a cotton jacket, standing there, ready to greet everyone. Today, all members of Tiangong have received notification from Li Erbio and learned that Li Tian is on the way to pick them up. She is Lu Mei? Among the members of Tiangong, the only female member besides Dai Xiaomei is Lu Mei, so it is easy to distinguish them. Considering that the other party was a girl, Li Tian deliberately let the helicopter fly as low as possible. After all, climbing the gangway is somewhat dangerous. Lu Mei is a girl after all. Even though Li Tian lowered the helicopter's altitude a lot, it still took her several minutes to climb the several-meter-high gangway. The whole process was shaky, but it's good as long as the result is good. "Hello, boss." After Lu Mei got into the warm cabin, she exhaled a breath of cool air and hurriedly greeted him. Li Tian also turned his head and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work during this period. When you go to my place, you will be able to live more comfortably." That is Li Tian's look back. Lou Marin was stunned and was extremely surprised. Oh my God, the boss is so handsome. After a while, she recovered and nodded stupidly, saying incoherently, oh, okay, thank you, boss. Seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but smile again. What a lovely girl. More than another hour passed. At this time, there were already 3 people in the cabin of the helicopter. In addition to Lu Mei, they were Nitian and Xinqing. These 2 guys are top students, currently studying at 985 universities. They look very gentle and both wear glasses. The 2 of them were the type who spoke little. They just sat there quietly, not chatting with each other or talking to Lu Mei. Only when Li Tian asked a question would they reluctantly answer. Compared with the previous group of people, Li Tian still felt that he was very wise. Fortunately, the Angel Investor Ice Emperor and the Do Zong Strongman joined the Tiangong. Without them, the atmosphere would not have been possible. The previous batch of people, thanks to the Angel Investor Ice Emperor, who was a big talker, had a very harmonious atmosphere in the cabin with everyone talking and laughing. When Li Tian arrived above the large sailing ship, it was already bright. Below the helicopter, on the deck of a large sailboat, Su Huanfeng and 9 others had already lined up, ready to board the plane at any time. Because of the large number of people, the helicopter hovered for about 20 minutes before the 9 people all boarded the plane. With more people around, it became noticeably more lively. However, the topic of conversation was all about survival and being surprised at Li Tian's helicopter. The last stop is Dai Xiaomei's island. That island is also the farthest from me. I can only say that my little sister is really good at choosing her place of birth. It took about 2 hours to drive. Hearing the sound of the circling wings, Dai Xiaomei walked out of the stone house, smiling and waving. In the cabin, many men were stunned after seeing the appearance of the silly girl. Boss, is this person Dai Xiaomei? One of them asked in surprise. Li Tian understood what the other party meant and nodded with a smile. Not bad. I even arranged for you to live with an internet celebrity. When this was mentioned, Xinqing, who usually didn't speak much, responded, It's a pity that there is no computer, otherwise it would be fun to play together. Since we can even develop a helicopter, I think we will be able to develop a computer in the future. Nitian also started to analyze. Listening to everyone talking, Li Tian finally understood what attraction between the opposite sexes meant. This is the attraction between the opposite sex. This silly girl just appeared and hasn't even gotten on the helicopter yet, but it's already so lively. But thinking of this, Li Tian couldn't help but get a headache. Judging from Dai Xiaomei's character during the live broadcast, wouldn't she just do the pendulum dance after boarding the plane? Fortunately, what Li Tian worried and expected did not happen. Dai Xiaomei acted like a graceful lady today, just sitting quietly and responding to others with a smile from time to time. This reminded Li Tian of Sister Zhou. If Sister Zhou didn't say anything, it would probably be even more popular, right? That's going too far. Now that all the people had been picked up, Li Tian and the others took a helicopter back home. When the group arrived at Li Tian's island, Mr. Wang and Li Erbio had already set up a banquet. Although there were no decorations, the sumptuous dishes on the round table were enough to express the warm welcome. Under Li Tian's instructions, bear meat, fish, eggs, and various edible foods were brought in. It can be said to be quite rich. When the members of the Heavenly Palace saw this, their eyes dropped to the ground. Is this still survival? Is it about survival? You don't know until you compare. You'll be shocked when you do. There is a huge difference between the two. While everyone was still eating bread, I didn't expect that my boss was eating delicious fish and meat. While everyone was still taking small sips of water, they didn't expect that their boss had an endless supply of water. At this moment, they were all glad that they followed the right person. If I had been bewitched by Emperor Yin and joined the Yin League, I might only be able to chew my toes to replenish salt now. After the banquet, then came the issue of housing allocation. A tube-shaped building, inhabited by men. The remaining room in the farmhouse is occupied by Lu Mei and Dai Xiaomei. No one had any objection to this allocation. The main thing is that Li Tian's island has a greenhouse barrier, which makes it warm in winter and cool in summer, so it doesn't matter where you live. After everyone had packed their personal supplies, Li Tian gathered everyone together for a brief meeting. The general content is to explain some future arrangements. It's nothing more than male compatriots have to complete training under the supervision of Li Erbio in the morning. After training, they have to work together to complete the tasks, and they can rest freely if they don't have any tasks. The female compatriots are responsible for everyone's meals, feeding the poultry, and the hygiene of the farmhouses. This is just a general schedule, and the specific details will naturally be based on the actual situation of the day. After the meeting, Li Tian went back to his room and fell asleep. 057, S-Class, Polar Bear. When Li Tian woke up, it was already afternoon. The current scene on the island is harmonious and joyful. Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei quickly started playing together and were busy walking the dog. The other male members of the Tiangong were divided into two groups at Li Erbio's request. A group of people were processing the fish in the ice cellar. Another group of people helped to burn more charcoal. Awake? Seeing Li Tian coming to the kitchen, Li Erbio greeted him and said, "Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I didn't go into your room for fear of disturbing you. So today's challenge task hasn't been completed yet. Can you go check it out later?" Li Tian smiled and said, "You don't have to do this in the future. If you need to use my manual, just use it directly. When I sleep, I am like a dead pig and you can't wake me up. Then I'll go see what challenge mission is today. Come and sit down in front of the manual." Discovery challenge missions are missions to collect supplies. After receiving the task without any pressure, I just had to do a little bit of fiddling in the trading hall and the task was completed. At the same time, those blind boxes of supplies were also refreshed in the waters around the island. After a while, all the blind boxes of supplies were salvaged ashore. Now that there are quite a few people on the island, Li Tian no longer monopolizes the tedious and complicated task of collecting supplies. It also allowed Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei to join the camp of opening supplies. This was the first time that Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei had come into contact with so many blind boxes of supplies, and they couldn't help but feel excited when they opened them. It seemed that for them, if they could get one or two good things from the blind box of supplies, Li Tian would take a second look at them. With the cooperation of the three people, all the blind boxes of supplies were opened quickly. My luck today is pretty good. I got an A-level upgrade card and a triple card. There is no need to introduce the functions of these two cards in detail. Li Tian directly used the A-level upgrade card on the B-level solar power panel. After the upgrade, the total capacity of the solar panels doubled. The daily storage capacity has also doubled, and with the water wheel generator generating electricity continuously, Li Tian no longer has to worry about running out of electricity. Forehead. But at this stage, electricity only makes things brighter at night. With the greenhouse barrier, the air conditioner has become a decoration, and the TV can be used, but there is no channel. As for the triple card, Li Tian was not in a hurry to use it. It wouldn't expire anyway, so he would keep it and use it when the situation permits. At dinner, there is a clear division of labor. Lu Mei and Dai Xiaomei are both in charge of the kitchen, and they both cook their own specialties. As for the other male compatriots, since they had been busy for the whole afternoon, Li Erbio did not ask them to do anything in the evening. After all, they haven't eaten much grated food, so their physical fitness is not very strong. But I can't keep working. After dinner, Li Tian gathered everyone and started playing cards, which was a combination of work and rest. However, since there is only one deck of cards in the farmhouse, playing landlord is of course not possible. Li Tian created a way to play, dealing 2 cards to each person, similar to the game of poker. The pair is like a leopard. Consecutive numbers are like a straight. The same color is the golden flower. The bet is how many frog jumps we can do during tomorrow morning training. The gameplay is simple and the stakes are childish, but in this island civilization, it has become a very interesting pastime. Of course, the reason why Li Tian organized this event was that he hoped everyone could integrate into this big group as soon as possible. The night passed in laughter and joy. Early morning. As usual, Li Tian and Li Erbio went to the edge of the island to salvage supplies. But before the two of them could start, they heard a rustling sound coming from behind the mountain of blind boxes of supplies. The two looked at each other warily, walked around the blind box of supplies, and took a look. It turned out to be a polar bear, licking its fur. S-level polar bear. It has strong killing power. Please stay away from it if you encounter it. It can kill you with one blow. Looking at the prompt on the system, Li Tian quickly signaled Li Erbio to retreat. The two of them ran back into the house with light steps and discussed countermeasures. This guy is just bigger than the one Dai Xiaomei dealt with. Dai Xiaomei can deal with it alone, so it should be no problem for the two of us, right? Li Erbio asked suspiciously. Li Erbio did not have the ability to read information, so it was normal for him to make such remarks without knowing the polar bear's level. But Li Tian knows its level. But it's S level. At present, Li Tian and Li Erbio have just started drinking S-grade water, and their physical fitness has barely reached A-grade. It is naturally impossible for them to be an S-grade opponent relying on brute force. Naturally, he rejected Li Erbio's proposal. No, we can't force it. This guy is S-level. Although Li Erbio didn't know how Li Tian judged the levels, Li Tian's words had never been wrong. Therefore, Li Urbio believed it without a doubt. What? S level? No way. Li Urbio, who already possesses an A-level physique, knows very well what this level means. He also revealed a bitter look. Hey, actually you should have listened to me at the beginning and used the S-level upgrade card on yourself. Now, we have encountered S-level creatures, and there is no solution. If it refuses to leave, our place will probably be destroyed beyond recognition. Li Tian didn't regret his decision. He just didn't expect an S-level creature to appear so soon. Brother Biao, go to my room and get the sword and arrows, and take out a few heart cards. I'll go prepare some food and see if the same method can subdue that big guy. Good. When everything was ready, Li Tian and Li Urbio walked out of the house again. However, perhaps it was the smell of food that attracted the polar bears. The polar bear suddenly jumped out from behind the blind box of supplies and roared. This sound was like a lion's roar, and the two men almost fell down. All of a sudden, the members in the tube building, as well as Mr. Wong and others, all came out. Oh my god, boss. Why is this polar bear so big? The Ice Emperor asked in surprise. When Dai Xiaomei saw this, her eyes widened. This is much bigger than the one I killed that time. But even so, the crowd had no intention of backing down, and they all picked up the things around them that could be used as weapons. Boss, we'll help you. Just stand by and watch. No one else should come up. Li Tian hurriedly explained, his tone sounding extremely gloomy. Now is not the time to act on impulse. It is enough for the Tiangong members to have this intention, but asking them to help? This is undoubtedly more unhelpful than helpful. Li Tian and Li Urbio looked at each other and walked towards the polar bear. Are you hungry? Eat something? Li Tian said as he threw an egg on the ground. Seeing this, the polar bear roared again, and after scaring everyone away, he began to lick the eggs on the ground frantically. But after licking it, he looked ferocious again and roared. 058. Successfully subdued the S-class monster. This guy seems difficult to approach, Li Urbio said with a frown. Li Tian was also very solemn. He thought that soft tactics would not work on this guy. Brother Biao, get ready for a tough fight. Li Tian looked directly at the polar bear without any distraction and reminded him softly. Li Urbio also clenched his fists and took a defensive stance. Tell me, how do you fight? I'm faster. Let's follow the same old rules. I'll use my hidden arrow to attract it, and you try to attack it from behind, injure it, and then subdue it. Of course, safety is everything. If it resists violently, just kill it. Li Urbio nodded to show that he understood. Although this fighting method was exactly the same as the one used to tame the wild boar before, there was no trace of calmness on Li Urbio's face. After all, the wild boar was level B before, and they were also level B, so they were fighting on the same level. Now, this is a confrontation across levels. The two exchanged glances again, and then Li Tian shot out with his sleeve arrow. The sharp and swift sleeve arrow whooshed towards the polar bear. But at the moment when it hit the bear, the sleeve arrow seemed to have hit some steel or iron plate, and it bounced back with a bang. Li Tian naturally did not expect that this sleeve arrow would work on the S-level creature. Now that he had attracted its attention, that was enough. The angry polar bear ran towards Li Tian without saying a word. As it ran, the bear's paws splashed on the ground, raising gravel and dust, as if shaking the earth and breaking the sky. Li Tian also ran as fast as he could, while the polar bear chased him while roaring behind him. This scene once again refreshed everyone's cognition. They had never had the chance to witness the explosive power of an A-level body before, and seeing it now was like seeing a ghost. Boss's speed. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Nitian asked tactfully. The Ice Emperor was blunt. Is this an exaggeration? Can this be described as exaggeration? This is amazing. What is amazing? Stunning. After hearing this, Mr. Wong began to explain. This is all thanks to the food on the island. Those graded foods can improve a person's physical fitness when eaten. This is how Li Tian's physique came about. You will be able to do the same in the future. I have to say that Mr. Wong is quite good at brainwashing. Saying the right words in the right occasion can immediately stimulate the emotions of everyone. Who doesn't want to be a Superman? Of course. We will definitely swear allegiance to the boss until death. Also, Mr. Wong, since those foods may improve our abilities, starting tomorrow, we brothers will help you farm the fields when we are free. But who knew that this flattery would hit the donkey? When Mr. Wong heard that his farm work was going to be taken away again, he quickly cursed, "Get out! No one of you touch my farm work." Let me explain this on two sides. Li Tian has attracted the polar bear to an open space 100 meters away. Li Urbio followed closely behind, holding a sword in his hand, like a death warrior. Seeing that the distance between him and the polar bear was getting shorter and shorter, Li Tian controlled the sleeve arrow and shot it at the polar bear's head. Don't mention it. Such a shot. Li Tian successfully found the polar bear's weakness. It seemed that the hair on the polar bear's head was relatively thin and not as strong as a solid wall. Then he fired several more rounds. The polar bear roared continuously, as if it was hurt, and became even more irritable. The footsteps of those chasing Li Tian were even heavier, enough to shake the earth. But at this moment, a silver blade emerged, flew across the sky, and hit the polar bear's butt. The sword was made of good material, and because of Li Urbio's A-level physique and his full-strength attack, the explosive power seemed to have exceeded that of the sleeve arrows, and it actually cut into the polar bear's body. The polar bear roared again, and blood immediately flowed from its buttocks. The injury seemed to have affected its hind legs, so its speed dropped. Li Urbio decided to go all out and slashed the polar bear's hind legs with his knife again. Now, the polar bear was able to lie down due to the uncoordinated limbs. However, it seemed that its physical condition was not weakened by the two slashes, and it was still roaring wildly. Seeing that Li Urbio was about to strike again, Li Tian hurriedly stopped him. "Brother Biao, stop it. Let's see if you can subdue it first. You'll chop it down in a while, so there's no point in taming it." After stopping, the two men walked towards the polar bear. In order to intimidate the polar bear, Li Tian adopted an extremely bad attitude. He took the sword from Li Urbio's hand and placed it on the polar bear's testicles. "Either you surrender, or I'll kill you. You'll be a bear eunuch before you die." It would have been better if he hadn't said it. Once he did, the polar bear was a little scared. He immediately curled up into a ball and protected his crotch tightly. Seeing this, Li Tian was also very happy. It really worked. It seems that intelligent creatures are more concerned about passing on their lineage. "So, do you surrender or not?" Li Tian moved again, pointed the sword directly at the polar bear's anus, which could not be protected, and threatened again. The polar bears were dumbfounded at this time. "Maybe I am not a human, but you are a real dog. Picking on people's weaknesses?" But, perhaps because S-level creatures are all arrogant, even so, the polar bear did not compromise, but just remained silent, as if it was determined to die. "Since you won't compromise, there's nothing we can do. Brother Biao, go get some hot water. Let's cut off the bear's raw testicles, blanch them, and share them with the brothers." After hearing this, Li Urbio immediately understood and quickly cooperated. "Well, I heard that bear eggs taste good, but they must be cooked well to be delicious. Of course, this polar bear is not a bear raised in a zoo greenhouse, so the eggs must be cooked." Li Tian replied. Li Urbio also nodded. "That's right. This polar bear is not comparable to those green hands in the greenhouse." As he spoke, Li Urbio actually came over with a bucket of boiling water. At this moment, the polar bear was really scared. Death is not scary, but eating your own eggs in front of yourself? This won't work. This is worse than death. It is precisely because of its high level, more complete intelligence, and more human thoughts that people value these more. The next moment, it stood up obediently and slowly lowered its head towards Li Tian to show its submission. Seeing this, Li Tian gave Li Urbio a devilish smile. "It's done." Li Urbio did not take any further action. Li Tian then took out the heart card and said to the polar bear, "I'll only give you one chance. Submit to me in your heart and let me use it successfully. Otherwise, not only will I lose your balls, I'll also eat your penis." The polar bear was so scared that it kept nodding its head, just like a pug. In the end, as expected, the polar bear successfully surrendered, and Li Tian's team also welcomed a heavyweight member. With it, the safety level of the island will be raised to a higher level in the future. Li Urbio said happily. Li Tian also smiled and nodded, then ran back to the manual, took out bandages and other materials for treating injuries, and bandaged the polar bear. 059. Spring is coming, and I have a villa. The whole process of conquering the enemy was safe and sound. After helping the polar bear treat its wounds, Li Tian fed it some leftover food from the night before to help it recover, and then let it move freely. I thought that if the polar bear was allowed to move freely, it would leave this greenhouse barrier. But I never thought that this polar bear is not afraid of the heat, but rather likes it here very much. This is naturally better, and you can be there whenever you call. Ignoring the polar bear and urging others to go back and rest, Li Tian and Li Urbio continued to open the blind boxes of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and get Challenge Card *1, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies. Get Linen *20, plastic asterisk tin, deposited. After opening all the blind boxes of supplies, except for a few challenge cards that I had never seen before, the rest were seeds and basic supplies. Return to the room. Take out the challenge card and its effect will appear. Challenge card. You can avoid the challenge and directly obtain the daily challenge reward. With this, can we increase the island area without restraint? If you encounter a challenge that you can't complete, can't you just use a challenge card? This is definitely a treasure for Leasing at the moment. After all, after the challenge mission appeared, the area of his island has stagnated at more than 80,000 square meters for a long time. Thinking of this, Leasing no longer had any worries and used all of the nearly 40,000 expansion pumice stones stored in the warehouse. In a blink of an eye, the area of the island broke through the 100,000 square meters mark and expanded to 128,000 square meters. After that, Leasing fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Leasing was awakened by a knock on the door. The reason is nothing more than the expansion of the island area. However, after Leasing's explanation, everyone was no longer so worried. Today, as the island area expands again, the previous hills have become larger. The stream also seems to be turning into a river, and the water is flowing much faster. It also drives the water wheel power generation device, which can store more electricity every day. After being woken up, although it was just past 6 o'clock, Leasing had no intention of continuing to sleep. Today is the first day of morning training, and Leasing also wants to experience how Leasing will train everyone. After washing up, he followed Leasing to an empty spot on the island. At this time, all members of the Tiangong have arrived. Among them, Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei. Although they were not required to participate, they still came. Only Mr. Wang did not participate because of his age. But he was not idle either. He went to the fields to work early in the morning. The entire training, starting with warm-up, lasted for an hour and a half. After a set of exercises, the members were all sweating profusely, but not to the point of exhaustion. I guess Leasing spent a lot of time to formulate these. However, for people like Leasing and Dai Xiaomei who often eat low-quality food, these exercises have little effect. Therefore, they left the team midway and prepared breakfast for everyone. After breakfast, life went on as usual, with one group of people processing the fish and another group making charcoal. Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei were cleaning the house. Leasing kept putting fish, meat, water, and charcoal on the shelves in front of the manual. Ends at 11 o'clock noon. More than 5,000 expansion pumice stones have accumulated in Leasing's warehouse. If all are used, the island area will exceed 130,000 square kilometers. The next step is to wait for the challenge task to appear. Leasing was curious. Now that the area had increased by nearly 50,000 square kilometers, how much more difficult the challenge mission would become. After lunch, Leasing couldn't wait to return to the manual and take a look. Daily challenge mission. Please, island owner, use all means to plant 10 S-level crops before 2400 hours. S-level crops, 0 out of 10. Mission completion reward. Refresh of the supply blind box will be restored, and 10 additional S-level crop seeds will be given. Penalty for mission failure. Deduction of 10% of the total area of the island, 13,029 square meters. Click. Receive task. Really? When Leasing saw the content of the task clearly, he was glad that he had a challenge card. This task seems easy, but it is actually very difficult. Leasing had never seen seeds of S-level crops so far, so how could he plant them? Not to mention planting 10 of them. Without hesitation, he used the challenge card. In the next moment, the mission was completed. Immediately afterwards, 10 S-level seed packages were also stored in Leasing's warehouse. It was actually given as a package? As he said that, Leasing opened the package. Open the S-level seed gift pack and get S-level strawberry seeds, S-level tomato seeds, S-level cucumber seeds, S-level watermelon seeds, S-level pumpkin seeds, S-level winter melon seeds, S-level water spinach seeds, S-level garlic seeds, S-level white ginger seeds, S-level shallot seeds. Wow, are all the onions, ginger, and garlic here? Leasing had been looking forward to the seeds of these condiments for a long time, and finally they arrived. Moreover, we even have fruit seeds, so we will never have to worry about food. I found Mr. Wang with this good news. When he heard it, he was so excited that he lost all his composure and started dancing with joy. Immediately, he ran back to the manual, took out 10 pieces of black soil, and started planting. However, having learned from the previous experience, this time, Old Wang also deliberately reminded Xiao Yi not to interfere in these matters, otherwise he would smash it. Xiao Yi was so scared that he cried for his parents and ran to Xiao Ai to act coquettishly. Time flies like an arrow. Unconsciously, 2 days passed in the busyness of everyone. January 11th, 2023, 12 o'clock midnight. Li Tian welcomed a new day in front of the manual. During the last 2 days of winter, Li Tian and others lived a relatively peaceful life. Except for the challenge task of planting S-level crops the day before yesterday, which used challenge cards, yesterday's task returned to collecting supplies, so Li Tian completed it easily. After 2 days of development, the island area has reached 150,000 square meters. It is now 12 o'clock midnight, which normally is the first day of spring. However, due to the melting snow, this early spring is not spring at all and is still as cold as winter. At this time, Li Tian couldn't help but feel a little excited because he could open the system blind box again. Open the blind box. Ding! Opening successfully. Obtained S-Class luxury villa, stored in the manual warehouse. Villa. In fact, even the helicopter was signed for when signing in, so the value of this villa is naturally not as high as that of the helicopter. But Li Tian was still ecstatic. The villa seemed to have fulfilled his dream. In mainland civilization, who doesn't want to live in a villa and become a rich man? Now it has been realized. So even though this sign-in prize is not as valuable as the previous helicopter, he is much more excited than last time. 060. Merging of sea areas, transmitting messages over thousands of miles. When Li Tian was about to open the manual warehouse, a pop-up window with a message on the manual attracted him deeply. Kind tips. 1. From today on, Sea Area 29 will be merged with Sea Area 69. 2. In order to facilitate you to release important information, the manual provides a function to pin messages to the top, i.e. the 1,000 miles voice transmission function. 3. At present, all island owners must have adapted to island life, so the challenge has been upgraded. In addition to the daily challenge tasks, sea beasts will regularly attack the island every day. But don't worry, the sea beast will not attack humans for the time being, they will only destroy the island area. Depending on the development level of the island, the destructive power of sea beasts is also different. But human beings can stop their destruction. I have finished reading. What? Tian, did you play dirty tricks on me? Li Tian was originally quite happy when he saw the merging of the sea areas, as it meant that he might have a chance to find his family. But as he continued to read, his face darkened. Sea beasts destroying island area? Can't afford to play, right? Can't we humans just develop well? I really don't know what this civilization wants to do. Does it want us to develop, or to restrict our development? Do you really think we are NPCs in the game and can be manipulated at will? Li Tian couldn't help but complain a few more times, but the outcome was already decided, and he could only face the challenge. Immediately, Li Tian went out and opened the blind box of supplies with Li Urbio. Among them, Li Tian also told Li Urbio about the sea beast attack, but Li Urbio was open-minded about it. He replied, "That's just in time. Otherwise, wouldn't our physical fitness be improved in vain? Now we can put it to good use. Besides, didn't you tame the great white shark and polar bear in order to prevent these emergencies? Since they won't attack us, why should we be afraid? At most, we will just have to expend some energy to drive away the sea beasts." Hearing this, Li Tian agreed with Li Urbio's opinion. People always need some oppression to grow. There is still nothing good in this opening of supplies. However, a lot of challenge cards were opened. This may be due to the appearance of sea monsters, and it is a special benefit provided to take care of the survivors. After returning to the room, Li Tian didn't rush to sleep. Now that the seas have merged, it's natural to try to find my family. Thinking about this, Li Tian opened the chat area of the manual. Be good. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Nowadays, barrages of comments are flying all over the island. Most are looking for someone. The densely packed fonts kept scrolling, and Li Tian felt dizzy. It's just the merging of two sea areas, but the number of bullet comments is more than twice the previous number. It seems that those people who were diving before are now out looking for people. At this moment, Li Tian finally understood why the manual system provided the 1,000-mile sound transmission service. Even without the 1,000-mile sound transmission, I'm afraid even the sharpest eyes wouldn't be able to see the missing person notice I posted. So, Li Tian clicked on the speaker-shaped icon in the upper left corner of the public chat screen. 1,000 miles of message transmission. With the golden list, the whole world will know. A 15-second banner can be erected in the center of the public screen to help more people see your message. Single consumption. 10 expansion pumice stones? Damn, 10 expansion pumice stones? No wonder no one gave them out. This is too extravagant. Li Tian sneered, but he still had to be the scapegoat. After paying 10 expansion pumice stones, An editing box like the ancient imperial model appeared. Please enter the content you want to transmit. Up to 150 characters are supported. Needless to say, the content is still the same old routine. Li Sherwin, Li Ro, Wang Chuanxiu, Qin Yi. If you see this message, please private message me. Click send and see the next moment. A golden light flashed in the chat area, and then the imperial edict spread out to both sides, announcing it to the world. If nothing else, this is a very good card. Especially on the notice that was transmitted thousands of miles away, it was also marked, Zhaoren, modest and proud son. This is the first case of sound transmission over 1,000 miles, so it is still extraordinary. Li Tian's reputation as the humble and proud son became famous again. Wu Qian, fuck, this boss is from another sea area, right? He is so extravagant. I worship him. My Fulong. The above poster has never seen the world, has he? At Chen Jiaozi is the best person in our sea area. He even created an alliance called Tiangong. I think now that the sea areas are merged, he should recruit more people and notify you in advance. Don't miss it. Emperor Yin. Extra news. The Yin League is recruiting members. Please chat privately to join. Seeing an old acquaintance on the barrage, Li Tian smiled again. I didn't expect that Emperor Yin still wouldn't give up. But Li Tian didn't care much about it. Gold shines everywhere, and he was not afraid that no one would join the Heavenly Palace. Immediately, Li Tian stopped paying attention to the public chat screen. Because of the emergence of 1,000 miles voice transmission, many people began to send him private messages. Of course, the content of the private messages is basically words of worshipping the boss, asking for support, etc. Li Tian just skipped it. However, when Li Tian saw the message sent by a person with the ID Roaching Thursoi, he was shocked. Finally found it. Tender as water. Are you Li Tian? This person didn't add me as a friend, so I can't know my real name. Since he was able to say his name through his own missing person notice, he must be someone who is familiar with him. At this moment, Li Tian was excited, but he didn't know which relative of his was the other person. He couldn't wait to send a friend request to the other party, but the next moment, Li Tian's mood was like a roller coaster, falling into the abyss again. Wang Li. Li Tian almost clenched his teeth as he pronounced the name. Li Tian is also quite familiar with this person. It can even be described as engraved in mind. Of course, this is not love, but hatred. This Wang Li was my girlfriend during my freshman year in college, but just 2 months into the relationship, I discovered that she was dating multiple men. But I happened to be the most inconspicuous ship among her ships, and could only serve as a dining ship. Li Tian was devoted to this relationship, but all he got in return was a green grassland. Especially when he learned that Wang Li and other meal tickets had all checked into a hotel room, but he had never touched her hands. He not only turned green with anger, but also with anger in his face. It seems that I am so insignificant in his eyes that he won't even let me touch his hand. She was able to guess that it was her because she probably saw her parents' names. After all, when they were talking, Li Tian also told her about his life experience. The more he thought about Li Tian, the angrier he got, and he wanted to block him. But the other party was one step faster than Li Tian and sent a message. Li Tian, you must still remember me, right? I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? 061. News about my sister. This chapter is a little sad. Please be prepared and read it to the end. The rest is exciting. Seeing this, Li Tian cursed in his heart. Forgive you, M. But when Li Tian's finger had already moved to the block button, the other party's next words forced Li Tian to give up the block operation. Tenderness. But, you are looking for Li Ro, right? I have news about her. When Li Tian was dating Wang Li, he took her to dinner with her sister Li Ro, so Li Tian did not doubt that Wang Li knew Li Ro. However, Li Tian still had doubts about the fact that Wang Li had news about Li Ro. You have? Then tell me. I'm willing to pay you if you can help me find my sister. Tender as water. Li Tian, you are not a child anymore. It is meaningless for you to say that. Tender as water. First, give me 500 milliliters of water and 1 kilogram of bread. Show your sincerity. Tender as water. No. I want 1 L of water too. Still so greedy. Li Tian frowned, and he hated Wang Li more and more in his heart. In fact, after breaking up, a more mature mindset is to treat the other person as a stranger and not let it affect your mood at all. But Wang Li is still great at disgusting people. But at this time, Li Tian would rather believe it than not, so he agreed to the gentle request. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian urged, go ahead. But Wang Li had no intention of turning the topic to her sister Li Ro. Li Tian, I can't tell. 1 L of water, 1 kilogram of bread. I'll give it to you right away. It turns out those people on the barrage weren't lying. It was this island that gave you a new life, turning you from an unknown person into a big shot. How about we get back together? In fact, the person I love most in my heart is still you. Do you know why I didn't even let you touch my hand? It's because I really like you that I feel shy. This is because Wang Li is not in front of him. If she were, Li Tianfei would have slapped her a few times. But in order to find his sister, Li Tian chose to endure it. These words are meaningless. I just want to know about Li Ro. Tell me everything you know. Don't waste time. Wang Li, oh, sorry. This 1 L of water and 1 kilogram of bread don't seem to be enough to support me to think about these things. Wang Li, why don't you give me another 2 L of water and 20 expansion pumice stones? Maybe I can remember it. Looking at the contents sent by Wang Li, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He finally saw what it meant to be shameless to the extreme. If you're like this, then we have nothing to talk about. Just treat the supplies I gave you as feeding the dog. Blacklisted. Seeing this, Wang Li became anxious. She had finally found a cash cow, so naturally she didn't want to lose it. In order to calm Li Tian down, Wang Li quickly said, "Hey, I'm just teasing you. Why are you so angry? I'll tell you now. Humph, when you were with me, I didn't see you caring about me so much. I feel wrong/.jpg." Seeing this, Li Tian was so angry that he laughed out loud. How can she have the nerve to say anything? I almost gave her my heart back then, and yet you still don't care about her? Of course, these were meaningless. He just replied coldly, then just tell me. At that time, I saw the person claiming to be Li Ro posting a message in the chat area, also looking for family members, and your name was included in it. But I was starving at the time, and didn't have time to care about others, so I didn't pay attention to it. I only glanced at her ID, but now I really can't remember it, I swear. But if she posts a message in the chat area again, I will definitely remember it and be able to identify her. Hearing this, Li Tian's mood was relieved a lot. Although it is not certain whether the Li Ro that Wang Li is referring to is just someone with the same name as her sister. But at least the other person happens to be looking for someone with the same name as his. With so many coincidences, maybe she really is his sister. These are at least some clues. When searching for someone in this vast ocean, we must adhere to the principle of rather killing someone by mistake than letting the person go. But why didn't she send me a private message when I used 1,000 miles voice transmission just now? Didn't you see it? Or has something happened? Li Tian asked anxiously again. When did you see the news? Wang Li, in our transaction just now, I only mentioned the news about Li Ro. I also completed the transaction and told you her news. Wang Li, as for when I saw it, I have no right to tell you, right? I'm tired, hungry, and thirsty, and I don't want to waste my energy thinking about things that have no benefit to me. At this time, Li Tian clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles made a crackling sound. He really felt that he could kill a cow with one punch now. But, having come to this point, Li Tianjin was unwilling to give up. Tell me, what do you need before you tell me? Wang Li, love/.jpg, you are the best, hehe. Then give me another 5 L of water and 5 kilograms of bread. After the first attempt, Wang Li probably understood Li Tian's determination and financial resources to find Li Ro. Since he cares so much about his sister and can easily afford 1 L of water and 1 kilogram of bread, the price I offered this time should be acceptable to him. In fact, it was just as Wang Li thought. Li Tian hasn't eaten bread for a while. Every time he got bread from a blind box, it would gather dust in the warehouse. 5 kilograms of bread is really not worth mentioning. As for water, you can just use a bucket to collect water from the tap, so there is nothing to worry about. It's mainly because of Wang Li's behavior that makes people very annoying. After taking another deep breath, Li Tian traded 5 L of water and 5 kilograms of bread to Wang Li. Wang Li knew her limits and didn't push her too far. After getting what she wanted, she started talking about it. I saw this news about 4 days ago at noon. However, those few days happened to be the coldest time of the year, and I don't know if Li Ro could handle it. Covering her mouth and laughing/.jpg. After reading the news, Li Tian's face became terribly gloomy. At the same time, I regret it. He even began to doubt his life. Why did he end up with such a person? At this critical moment, let alone helping each other. What was the point of that smirking expression when she mentioned whether Li Ro could survive the winter? Gloat? Has this woman's heart become so sinister? But Li Tian suddenly felt that this was an opportunity for revenge. Now that he knew that his sister had merged into his sea area, he actually didn't need Wang Li to provide anything. He should be able to find her just by relying on the 1,000 miles voice transmission and sending it a few more times. Therefore, Wang Li's role is not that big, but we can keep her hanging under the pretext of looking for her sister, and then find a way to find out her location. Now that I know her position, I can teach her a good lesson. Let her know how dangerous society is. 062. This villa is not cheap. A few minutes later, seeing that Li Tian ignored her, Wang Li sent another message without any self-awareness. Wang Li, don't worry. I'm taking money from people and helping them get rid of bad things. If I see that ID in the chat area again, I will report it to you in time. Wang Li, but before that, you don't want me to die of hunger or thirst, right? Li Tian, I understand. Let's do this for now. After finishing the chat with Wang Li, Li Tian felt unwell all over and couldn't fall asleep at all. However, in order to find out her location and take revenge on her, he could only keep her temporarily. After thinking for a while, Li Tian decided to hand this difficult task to Dai Xiaomei. Dai Xiaomei is also a woman, so she should be immune to Wang Li's disgusting behavior, right? Thinking of this, Li Tian didn't waste any time and knocked on Dai Xiaomei's door. Dai Xiaomei opened the door very quickly, and it was obvious that she was not asleep either. What's wrong? Dai Xiaomei poked her head out from behind the door and asked suspiciously. Li Tian stretched out his index finger and hooked it, motioning her to come out and talk. After all, there was a Sister Lu in her room, and he was afraid of disturbing her rest. As for Dai Xiaomei, she didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face suddenly turned red. Are we going too fast? Li Tian? No, I just want you to help me with something. Why hurry? Li Tian rolled his eyes and replied. This made Dai Xiaomei's face even redder. It's nothing. After the two of them came to Li Tian's room, Li Tian was fine. But Dai Xiaomei's expression was clearly not right, and she kept avoiding eye contact with Li Tian. Well, tell me what's going on. Li Tian didn't go into it further, but just opened the chat box in the manual and displayed the content of his chat with Wang Li. See for yourself. A few minutes later, Dai Xiaomei finished reading the chat history. Although he was not as angry as Li Tian, he still said in a sympathetic tone, "How can this woman be so shameless?" Li Tian smiled bitterly. There is no other way. She is still valuable at the moment, so I have to keep her. But I really don't want to have too much contact with her. You can handle this matter on my behalf every day. Dai Xiaomei quickly patted her chest, which could be A or B, and assured her, no problem. By the way, when you contact her, try your best to get her to use a disposable locator to bind to us. Once she's no longer valuable, we'll tear down her island and make her spit out everything she took from me. Upon hearing this, Dai Xiaomei expressed her understanding and even approved of Li Tian's approach. It is not a pity for such a person to die. Besides, in this world, there are no laws at all, no right or wrong, only wanting or not wanting. I want you to die, then you die. After assigning the tasks, Li Tian finally had the mind to work on the new villa. After hearing that Li Tian opened a new villa, Dai Xiaomei was no longer sleepy and wanted to go for a visit. Li Tian naturally did not refuse. Take the villa out of the manual warehouse. In addition to a pop-up window for selecting a location, there was also a prompt informing Li Tian that the power supply of the villa had been recognized. After selecting the location, the wiring would be automatically connected. As for the location of the villa, Li Tian chose an open space next to the farmhouse residential area. But because this villa covers an area of 50m*40m, 2,000 square meters, this also means that the greenhouse barrier can only cover half of the villa. Fortunately, it is spring now, and it won't be that cold after the snow melts. The scale of this villa is somewhat similar to that of a farmhouse. There is also a yard. However, the yard that matches the villa is not as simple as being surrounded by a wooden fence. The courtyard is made of bluestone, and there are two lifelike stone lions on both sides of the door leading into the courtyard. The door is an induction solar-powered sliding induction electric door. When the electric door was retracted, the two entered, and the scene in the courtyard was a completely different world. Corresponding to the electric door is a welcoming gravel road. Every 1 meter on both sides of the road, there is a solar induction streetlight. When the road extends to the center of the courtyard, it surrounds a circular fountain and branches into multiple roads. There is a rockery in the center of the pond, and there are many red and white carps in the pond. The road extending to the right from the fountain is a small garden filled with brightly colored flowers and plants. When the sea breeze blows, they sway and emit a faint fragrance. The road extending to the left from the fountain also belongs to a garden, but there is a small pavilion on the basis of the garden. There is also a rocking chair in the pavilion, which must be very comfortable to lie on. Passing the circular fountain, the gravel road leads to the gate of the villa. Push the door open and turn on the light switch on the wall. Suddenly, brilliant light was released from the crystal chandelier on the top. They both closed their eyes slightly. When they opened their eyes again, the luxurious decoration in the villa aroused their admiration. Oh my God, this villa is so luxurious. This villa, even in the mainland civilization, can't be bought without hundreds of millions, right? Next to the entrance hall is the dining room and kitchen. The equipment inside is basically the latest model, and many of them have never been seen on the market. There is a very spacious corridor next to the restaurant, which connects to the lobby of the villa. Walking into the hall, they were amazed again. Oh my God, there are leather sofas, rosewood coffee tables, and even 6 electric massage chairs. Wait, what is that? Home theater? The two men were like bumpkins who had just arrived in the city, fumbling around in the hall. Even when the two were testing the home theater function, they found a USB flash drive under the screen with the words "Film and Television Resources" marked on it. Without thinking, the two of them inserted the USB drive into the projector. The next moment, the contents on the screen appeared, and the two of them exclaimed, "Wow!" Although most of the resources in the USB drive are movies that Lee Tian has already watched. But on this deserted island, with no way to entertain oneself, being able to watch a movie is definitely a wonderful thing. The villa has 2 floors. The first floor is nothing more than a living room, toilet, and dining room, and there is no living room. There is a circular staircase leading to the second floor. The handrails are exaggeratedly inlaid with jade and feel extremely soft to the touch. There is no need to introduce much about the second floor. It has 4 guest bedrooms, 1 master bedroom, a gym filled with fitness equipment, and a shared toilet. The only thing worth mentioning is that there is a valuable piano in the public area on the second floor. Unfortunately, Lee Tian can't play the piano, and no one knows who can. If no one knows how to do it, it's just a decoration. 063. See Beast Attacks, Charcoal for Sale. After getting to know the villa, Lee Tian went directly to the farmhouse and prepared to transfer the manual to the master bedroom of the villa. This villa is like a farmhouse, equipped with all the necessary furniture and home furnishings. Even simple items like pajamas and swimsuits fill the closet. When Lee Tian returned to the villa again with the manual, Dai Xiaomei's words also caught Lee Tian's attention. Lee Tian, that's not right. The first floor has such a large area, but there are only a few rooms on the second floor. The area is at least half that of the first floor. Only then did Lee Tian realize that something was wrong. Looking at the villa from the outside, it is not square, but it is definitely not a triangle. The area of the second floor is smaller than that of the first floor, but not this small. With this doubt, the two began to grope around on the second floor again. It was not until they discovered a more hidden entrance that the true appearance of the second floor was completely revealed. Wow, this is big enough to host a pool party, right? It turns out that the secret entrance corresponds to the balcony on the second floor. But this balcony is not simple. Rather than calling it a balcony, it is more like an open-air entertainment venue. Half of it is a swimming pool, and the other half is filled with potted plants, tables, chairs, swings, and so on. I finally know why there is a swimsuit in the closet. Lee Tian smiled faintly. Dai Xiaomei also showed a hint of anticipation, but to be honest, I haven't swum for a long time. Okay, it's not too late. Let's go to bed first. We can have a party tomorrow night. Good. After finishing the conversation, Dai Xiaomei returned to the farmhouse to sleep. As for the fact that Dai Xiaomei did not choose to move into the villa, Lee Tian did not force her. After all, he was the owner of the island and could move in without consulting anyone else. But Dai Xiaomei couldn't do that. She had to wait until other members were present to discuss and allocate rooms together. The next day, no surprise, Lee Tian also woke up when everyone knocked on the door. There is no way around it. It would be a lie to say that such a luxurious villa appeared on the island, and it was not attractive. After finishing morning training with the Tiangong members, Li Erbio couldn't wait to enter the villa. At this time, Li Tian had just finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom when Li Erbio hooked his hand on Li Tian's shoulder and said, "Brother, you really know how to do things? You built a whole villa. When will the entire palace come to live here?" After hearing this, Li Tian glanced at him and joked, "Just think about it. The Imperial Palace. It would be great if you could live in the White House in the United States someday." In the morning, Li Tian gave everyone a day off. After all, winter is over, and the ice almost melted in one night. The survivors can continue fishing, so they don't have to worry about processing their own fish meat. As for water, a lot of it has been put on the shelves in the past few days, so there is no need to worry about it selling out in a short time. So, Li Tian gathered everyone in the villa to watch a movie. The movie is starred by Jijiao, a superstar who is both beautiful and intelligent. It's called Island Health Trip, and it was released in theaters before, but it directly broke the 100 billion box office. The most popular comment on the hot searches at that time was, "I hope I can live on an island." Now people all over the world have got what they wanted. After watching the movie, some enjoyed themselves, some exercised, while Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei went to prepare lunch. But just at this moment, there were unexpectedly bursts of alarm bells coming from the manual. Li Tian was stunned. This ringtone had never appeared in the manual before, and he didn't know what was going on. Immediately, he quickly ran to the room and took a look. Emergency notice. The east side of your island is being attacked by sea beasts. If they are not dispersed within 10 minutes, the area of the island is expected to decrease by 500 square meters. 11 o'clock? Is this the time when the sea monster is scheduled to attack? After muttering, Li Tian picked up his weapon and ran towards the east of the island with the members of Tiangong. From a distance, you can see waves on the sea in the east, as if there are quite a few sea beasts. But when you get closer and take a look, isn't this sea beast a little too frivolous? In Li Tian's mind, even if a sea beast isn't as huge as Godzilla, it should at least look like a beast, right? The result is a group of human-faced piranhas? That's not right. They didn't eat people. They just kept biting the soil of the island. Let's call it a human face-eating mudfish. Is this group of sea beasts mentioned in the manual? Li Erbio was also confused. Li Tian scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. I guess so. Brothers, go. Defend our territory.
Yes.
In just 1 minute, Li Tian and his team successfully dispersed the group of sea beasts. There is strength in numbers. If the daily attacks were limited to this extent, we would have been worrying for nothing. From now on, we can just let Aoli Gay and the polar bear watch over us. Li Erbio shrugged disapprovingly and suggested. Li Tian did not dare to take it lightly and reminded, everything on this island is often layered. Think about the winter. It gets colder day by day. Who knows, this sea beast's attack may become more and more ferocious day by day, so we'd better be cautious. But you're right. Ali Gay and the polar bear should come in handy. Brother Biao, I'll leave this matter to you. Good. After lunch, the challenge mission is also to collect supplies. Li Tian naturally completed it very quickly. However, winter is over, and Li Tian plans to put the sale of charcoal on the schedule. Nowadays, the number of charcoal fires for rent is much lower than in winter. Not only did no one make reservations for tens of thousands of charcoal fires, but more than half of them were even extinguished because no one rented them. Li Tian gave the blind box of supplies to Li Erbio to open. He came to the manual and put the charcoal on the trading hall at the price of 20 expansion pumice stones. There are 27,927 pieces of charcoal left. If we sell all of them, won't we have 558,540 pieces of expansion pumice? After the listing was completed, Li Tian posted a message on the public screen. After careful consideration by the Tiangong team, in order to promote common development and progress, we will no longer monopolize charcoal fire. It is now on the trading hall. Please purchase if you need it. First come, first served. After the two sea areas were merged, the purchasing power is still very good. As soon as the message was sent out, 6,309 pieces were sold in a short while. At this rate, they will be sold out soon. However, those survivors who bought the charcoal were smart. After lighting the firewood, they also started selling charcoal, which somewhat affected Li Tian's sales. However, all these were within Li Tian's expectations. Since he was eating meat, he would at least let others drink some soup. Anyway, due to the large quantity, the charcoal I put on the shelf is placed at the center of the trading hall. Unless some people are bored and scroll down, most people will choose to buy their own charcoal. 064. Promoted to Intermediate Island, skill book appears. Above the vast ocean, under the blue sky. On another island, Emperor Yin looked at the new vegetation on the island with a look of excitement and shock on his face. How could he have imagined that he hadn't gone out to cut down the vegetation the entire winter, and now when he went out, he would find some weeds that could be used as tinder? I can finally make a fire. You arrogant one, right? Charcoal fire is no longer a monopoly of your Tiangong family. After venting a few arrogant words, Emperor Yin happily went to pick weeds. After finally picking the weeds, he went to the outrageous extent of drying the weeds artificially in order to make a fire as quickly as possible. That is to say, he stuffed them into his crotch and rubbed them continuously. You know what? It's really useful. The water is flowing. Seeing his pants becoming increasingly wet, he realized that the moisture in the weeds was being lost through friction. At the same time, He returned to the manual and found his member of the Yiming era. Send, issue a notice to me. From now on, anyone who enters the Yin League will directly obtain the right to rent the charcoal fire for free. But Era responded with an embarrassed expression. Boss, are you serious? Emperor Yin, nonsense. The reputation of our Yin League has fallen to this point. To put it bluntly, it's because we have no charcoal fire. Emperor Yin. But now that new sea areas have been merged, there are still many newcomers who don't know much about our Yin League. We can dig them out. Emperor Yin. I can really make charcoal fire this time. You should spread the word as soon as possible. The power of our Yin League will surely be further expanded. Yiming era. Burning charcoal. Boss, look what this is. Yin D. How do you have charcoal? Did you rent it? Yiming era. Boss, you really don't know? Haven't you read the manual yet? Tiangong is already selling a lot of charcoal. Now charcoal is basically a cheap thing that everyone has. Its value is not as high as food. After the conversation, Yin D couldn't believe his eyes. But he looked again and again, and he was sure he was not mistaken. That idiot Qianqian Jiaozi really gave up the monopoly on charcoal fire and sold it to everyone. Fuck. Qianqian Jiaozi. I'm GNM. At this moment, Emperor Yin was in tears. He had finally got some weeds, and in order to start a fire quickly, his crotch was almost rubbed raw, and this was the result. He can't accept it. He really can't accept it. Achio. Who else is thinking about me? Li Tian, who was adjusting the prices of water and food in front of the manual, sneezed again for no apparent reason, but he didn't care. Nowadays, most of his charcoal fire has been sold out. This shows that after the two sea areas merged, there are still quite a few living people. Knowing how big this market is, future planning can naturally be more accurate. Because of the challenge card, Li Tian naturally didn't worry about the expansion of the island. Therefore, do not hesitate to use all the expanded pumice stones in one. Li Tian only felt that the island was shaking slowly. After a few seconds, the vibration disappears and a manual pop-up window appears. The island area has exceeded 800,000 square meters, and it has been promoted to a medium-sized island. The island evolution speed has accelerated, and the island material blind box will refresh the skill book. When he first entered the island civilization, Li Tian used the system to read the information of his island. At that time, the island was still a small island and only had the function of evolution. Now that it has an area of 800,000 square meters, the small island has been upgraded to a medium-sized island. Many survivors may not be able to complete these promotion conditions in their lifetime, right? But what made Li Tian even more curious was this skill book. Based on Li Tian's understanding of this island, this skill book must not be an ordinary thing. Maybe it's just like in the game, where you can learn a skill just by using it. Of course, these are just Li Tian's guesses. He can only wait until he opens the supplies in the evening to find out what the specific skill books are like and what their uses are. Ding dong. Another friend notification sound rang out. Li Tian instantly felt nauseous and almost vomited out what he had eaten at noon. Wang Li, baby, I'm hungry. As promised, you should be responsible for my diet, right? Wang Li, otherwise I'll starve to death, and no one will help you keep an eye on your sister. Li Tian directly called Dai Xiaomei over. He didn't want to say another word to Wang Li. But before that, Wang Li also indirectly did something helpful by reminding Li Tian to look for his sister. Maybe it was too late last night, so Xiaro didn't see my voice transmission? Try to send it again now? Thinking about this, Li Tian purchased the 1,000 miles voice transmission service again, which read, Li Ro, contact me immediately if you see me. Unfortunately, after the post was published, I received quite a few private messages, but none of them were from my sister. Hey, Li Ro, please don't get into trouble. After comforting himself in his heart, Li Tian sat up from the manual and handed the important task of chatting with Wang Li to Dai Xiaomei. Dinner. According to the agreement last night, Li Tian held a party on the balcony of the villa. Although there is no wine, drinking coconut milk and eating grilled fish creates a nice atmosphere. The only pity was that there were only 2 women at the pool party, and they didn't put on swimsuits, so it didn't look that good. It has become a pure bragging conference. 12 o'clock midnight. Li Tian finally waited for the refresh of the blind box of supplies. After learning that the island was promoted to a medium-sized island and had skill books, Li Erbio was extremely excited. The two of them fantasized about it for a long time, both hoping that the skill book would be of great use. Now, in addition to Xiao AI and Aoli Gay, polar bears have also joined the blind boxes of fishing supplies. Whenever they brought some blind boxes of supplies ashore, the two of them would quickly open them. But so far, no so-called skill book has been released. Li Tian couldn't help but frown. Oh my god, no way. At least 3,000 blind boxes of supplies have been opened? There's not even a single skill book? Li Urbio was also suspicious. Brother, did you read it correctly? Did the manual really mention that there are skill books? Really? How could I lie to you? Li Tian rolled his eyes speechlessly. Then let's just keep going. There are still a lot of blind boxes of supplies to come. Finally, when Li Tian opened the 5069th blind box of supplies, a golden light flashed. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain Skill Book Architect Mastery, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. 065. Silent Spring Rain. After opening the skill book, Li Tian couldn't wait to run towards the villa, leaving Li Urbio alone opening the blind box of supplies. Go to the manual and take it out. Skill Book Architect Mastery. After using this skill, the user will gain the corresponding ability, and the corresponding function will also appear in the user manual. It's just as I thought. But according to the architect, does it mean that the island is planning to let us build the infrastructure ourselves? It seems that this skill book should be used with caution. At least choose the right person. According to the explanation of the skill book, various skill books can definitely be found in the blind material box. At this time, Li Tian would not be stupid enough to learn everything by himself. If it is in the mainland civilization, the more skills you have, the better. But here, too many skills can be fatal. By then, I will know everything. So won't I be able to do everything by myself? I have become a servant instead. Returning to the blind box of supplies, Li Urbio was still busy opening the supplies. Li Tian returned to the team again and asked, Brother, how is it? Did you get anything during this period? Li Urbio sighed, shook his head and said, No, they are just some common supplies. But another triple card was opened. Hearing this, Li Tian felt really disappointed. Only then did he remember that he still had a triple card in his warehouse that he hadn't used. Fuck. Today, I got over 500,000 expansion stones, and I forgot to use the triple card. After hearing this, Li Urbio also felt it was a pity. But since things had come to this point, he could only offer comfort. Well, it's mainly because of the villa and the sea beast attack. It's easy to forget things. I forgot to remind you of this. We are all responsible. But it's okay. This card won't run away. We can always find another opportunity to use it next time. It's the only way. After the two of them opened all the blind boxes of supplies, they were lucky enough to open another skill card. And it is a skill book for communications technology engineers. This is an ultimate treasure. This means that one day in the future, the island will have electricity and internet access, and people will not only be able to make phone calls but also surf the internet. Of course, every line echoes each other. In order to meet the above requirements, it is also necessary to produce mobile phones and computers. Thinking of this, Li Tian felt that those things seemed a little far away. Soon, the two went back to sleep. Now, the housing allocation issue on the island is tentatively decided that Li Tian, Dai Xiaomei, and Lu Mei will live in villas. Among them, Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei also lived in the same room. However, Li Urbio and Mr. Wang still chose to stay in the farmhouse. As for Mr. Wang, he doesn't want to get involved in the world of young people. Li Urbio was afraid of disturbing Li Tian because of the morning training. As for the two vacant rooms in the farmhouse, they were occupied by Nitian and Xinqing, two younger members of the Tiangong group. It can be considered as preferential treatment for top students. A night of silence. Early morning. Everyone woke up to the sound of pheasants crowing. Li Tian is no exception. But when he looked out the window, he frowned. It's actually raining. Does this mean that the rain, a symbol of spring, has finally arrived? This is not what Li Tian wants to see. Now I rely on water and food to trade for the expanded pumice stones in the hands of the survivors. As a result, once it rains, no one will be short of water for a short period of time. Unless you are a brainless person, you don't know to collect rainwater to drink when it rains. Hey, it seems that my biggest enemy is the weather. Another part of the sea. On an extremely desolate island, a ragged girl with long hair had a look of joy on her face. My prayers worked. It's really raining. That's great. We have water to drink. Mom, Dad, brother, you must be so happy now. This is a gift from God. But, are you guys doing well? I really miss you guys. I'm so afraid I'll never see you again. The girl, who had originally been looking happy, suddenly had red eyes as she spoke. She leaned against a tree, curled up, her tears attached to the rain and slid to the ground. The grievances in my heart and the longing for my family. All of this I have to bear alone. These days, no one knows how she got here. If it weren't for her obsession with her family that kept her going, She might have died in the cold wind. 066. Explore the island and collect your own resources. Noon. After lunch, Li Tian purchased the 1,000 miles voice transmission service again, but still did not get a reply from his sister. Sighing helplessly, Li Tian looked towards the trading hall again. Sure enough, not a single ounce of water has been sold so far. This damn weather, now we can only survive on bread and fish? Looking at the warehouse and the hundreds of expanded pumice stones, Li Tian now had no intention of even using them. However, today's challenging task did give Li Tian some motivation. Daily challenge mission. Island owners, please use all means to explore your own island before 2400 hours and search for 10 types of island-produced resources. 10 self-produced resources, 0 out of 10. Mission completion reward. Restore the refresh of the blind box of supplies and grant an additional 10 types of self-produced A-grade items found. Penalty for mission failure. Deduction of 10% of the total area of the island, 80,317 square meters. Click. Receive task. It's a good mission, but the weather is a bit bad. Li Tian had many concerns, but there was no way he would fail to complete the mission. It just so happened that there was no need to put water on the shelves, and the fish and bread on the shelves had not been sold out, so everyone had nothing to do. Fortunately, we have organized a spring outing for everyone. However, considering the rain, Li Tian used plant leaves and linen to make 26 sets of raincoats in the production center, which meant that all staff were mobilized. At Mr. Wang's age, he shouldn't be involved in this. But to put it bluntly, the resources produced on the islands are either animals or plants. But no one knows which plants are more valuable except Mr. Wang. In addition, since Mr. Wang insisted on coming along, Li Tian did not force him. First time in the woods. Now this place is becoming more and more dense, and once you enter, you can't see the sun at all. During the journey, Li Tian encountered a lot of frogs, but Li Tian had no intention of catching them. According to the instructions of the task, you can grab/pick up any materials you want, and the task will automatically identify them, and the levels will be assigned accordingly. Li Tian would not be stupid enough to assign levels to frogs. However, the appearance of the frog also made Li Tian realize a problem. Island evolution should be based on ecology. There are frogs, and it is possible that there are poisonous snakes. Everyone should be careful. After these words came out, the others were fine, but Lu Mei and Dai Xiao Mei, who were originally carefree and liked sightseeing, immediately stopped their steps, fearing that they would really step on these long and soft things. After groping in the woods for about a few minutes, Mr. Wang stopped and squatted down. This is mugwort, which can be used as medicine. It has the effects of warming the meridians, removing dampness, dispelling cold, stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, relieving asthma, relieving cough, stabilizing pregnancy, and resisting allergies. This is a good material, and we can use it in the future. Pick it up. With Mr. Wang's reminder, Li Tian did not waste time and reached out to pick the plants, but he only picked one. After all, the task only requires the type, not the quantity. Mugwort has good value, but it is not used at present. Besides, the mission rewards will give them A level, which cannot be given if you pick them up. This is a pure waste, so it is better to keep them. Continuing forward, under the leadership of Mr. Wang, the group came to a cuckolded plant and stopped. Li Tian recognized this thing as a taro tree, and its root is the taro that ordinary people often eat. When he was a child, he always confused it with lotus leaves. Later, when he broke off a few taro leaves because of an itch, his whole body became itchy and numb. Only then did he learn the difference between lotus leaves and taro leaves. However, not to mention other things, the value of a single taro. Taro is an important vegetable and food crop with high nutritional and medicinal value. It is a nutritious product suitable for people of all ages. And it is very soft and sticky, and tastes similar to sweet potato when chewed in the mouth. It can be used to make soup or as sweet soup. It is a delicious edible material. Well, this is also a good self-produced resource. Brother Biao, go dig one out. Li Tian still had some psychological trauma regarding taro leaves, so he did not choose to take credit for such a glorious task, but let Li Erbio do it. When entering the woods, everyone prepared the corresponding tools. He had a shovel, a saw, a sickle, etc., and because the ground was moist due to the rain, Li Erbio dug out a few taro in no time. Okay, let's continue. If anyone notices valuable supplies that you recognize, please report it.
Yes.
A little after 4 p.m., everyone returned with a full load. Among them, with the help of Mr. Wang, Li Tian selected 7 types of plants, 2 types of animals, and 1 type of aquatic products from the stream. The plants are mugwort, taro, mushrooms, wild blueberries, wild pickled cabbage, sunflowers, coconut trees. The animals are goats and quails. The aquatic products are grass carp. The above options are also chosen by Mr. Wong based on everyone's dietary health. However, the sunflower option made Li Tian wonder if it was Mr. Wong himself who wanted to eat some sunflower seeds. Explore the island through this time. Li Tian also discovered that the evolution of islands is really important. I haven't explored it properly before, but now I see that, in addition to the 10 self-produced supplies selected by my group today, even some other animals, such as hares, turtles, soft-shelled turtles, and many unprecedented birds, appeared with the evolution. Only when species continue to enrich can their lives be better. After completing the challenge mission, Li Tian and Li Erbio continued to open the supplies. Lume and Daxiaomii went to prepare dinner. After all, it was already past 4 p.m. and it was almost time to cook. Unfortunately, the rain has been falling all day, and there is no sign of stopping. It's really a headache. This time, open the blind box of supplies. Li Tian opened the skill book again. Skill book, digital product mastery. After using this skill, the user will gain the corresponding ability, and the corresponding function will also appear in the user manual. Yesterday, Li Tian still felt that even with communication technology, it would be useless without equipment. Now the equipment has arrived. It seems that we can select talents to learn corresponding skills. I haven't played with my phone for more than half a month, and I'm really itching to do that. Muttering to himself, Li Tian took out the skill book E-Communication Technology Engineer and skill book Digital Products Mastery and walked towards the farmhouse where Ni Tian and Xin Qing were. 067. Find my sister and take revenge on Wang Li. If I remember correctly, you two are top students, right? After calling Xinqing and Nitian to the living room, Li Tian went straight to the point. This question also made Nitian and Xinqing stunned, and they both smiled at the same time. Xinqing, boss, we can't afford top students. Nitian, we are just ordinary first-class university students, not top students. And Tian, but the boss asked this, what's the matter? Hearing this, Li Tian raised his lips and took out 2 skill books. This is a new skill book I opened. After using it on you, you will have the skills in the skill book. You two won't let me down, will you? Listen. Xinqing and Nitian's eyes lit up. They never thought that the boss would be willing to use such a precious item on them. Suddenly, I was deeply moved, and I was determined to complete the task excellently no matter what. Boss, we promised to complete the mission. Okay, then you guys study this on your own. I heard that after using it, your manual will also have corresponding functions added. Study it carefully. Yes. After dinner, taking advantage of the fact that there were many people chatting on the public screen, Li Tian bought a long-distance voice transmission service. Li Ro, please contact me if you see me. Originally, Li Tian didn't hold out much hope. After all, he had sent messages more than once since the merger of the sea areas. But unexpectedly, as soon as he sent the message, an extremely familiar ID appeared in front of him. Mu Zairu, I'm Li Ro. Who are you? Mu Zairu, why are you looking for me? Mu Zairu, Mu Zairu. Li Tian's heart was beating fast, and he felt like he was dreaming. The ID Mu Zairu is the ID my sister likes to use on social software. I even laughed at her for almost writing her home address on the ID. Now, seeing this ID again, it would be a lie to say I'm not excited. Without hesitation, he sent a friend request, and the moment it was accepted, both parties were stunned. After a while, Mu Zairu, you are my brother? Mu Zairu, are you my brother? Li Tian, I am. After seeing Li Tian's reply, Mu Zairu directly sent a video invitation. When he answered the call, Li Tian's heart broke. Although it sounds a bit harsh to describe the girl in the video as miserable as a dog, it is an indisputable fact. Behind the girl is an empty island. Her only way to avoid the rain was to curl up under a tree, but the effect was only so. At this time, her body was soaked, her bangs had already stuck together due to being wet, and raindrops would occasionally slide down her bangs. However, in the video, the smile on her face at this moment is as bright as a flower, which seems extremely abrupt in this tragic scene. This is being strong and calm. It makes people feel heartbroken. Brother, long time no see. Hearing this, Li Tian felt grief-stricken, his nose felt sore, and tears welled up from the corners of his eyes. But he also showed a forced smile. You little bitch, still pretending to be so deep? It's been a long time since we last met. You are the only one who can be so patient. You don't blame me for being late, do you? It's not too late, not too late. I'm not dead and you're still alive. Isn't everything just right? Li Rose still tried hard to hold back her tears, squeezed out a dimple and smiled. She didn't want to make her brother sad. Life on the island was already difficult enough for everyone now. If her brother still felt sad and upset because of this, then she would really feel like a waste and couldn't do anything well. You are such a talkative girl. After taking a few deep breaths, Li Tian adjusted his mood and quickly traded the remaining wooden houses. He also traded bedding, clothes, food, and the bound disposable locators. Xiaoro, use these supplies I gave you first. Don't catch a cold. In the video, Li Ro was stunned. Brother, how can you be so generous when you just pick it up casually? Are you different from us? You're not on the island? Li Tian was amused by his sister after hearing this. I'm afraid you're the only one who doesn't know my ID. Humble pride? I'm on an island. I'm just doing better. Let's talk about this later. Take out the supplies first. Also, turn on the locator. I'll pick you up later. After hearing this, Li Ro was stunned. Ah, brother, you came to pick me up? Why are you here? You didn't lie to me. When she met her brother before, she thought she was lucky to see him again through the handbook. How could she have thought that her brother would come to pick her up? Isn't it possible that the brother and sister are about to meet? But everyone in the manual was complaining, and some even said there were creatures like sharks in the sea. How could his brother pick him up? Has he really developed to a point beyond his imagination? Silly girl, why would I lie to you? Li Tian interrupted Li Ro's thoughts and said, Okay, I'll leave now and give you a surprise later. Hang up the video. As luck would have it, Wang Li also sent a message, Baby, I just saw you looking for your sister again. How did it turn out? Li Tian, I didn't find it. Wang Li, hey, I want to help you find her too. Unfortunately, she never sent messages again. I can't help her. Wang Li, however, according to the agreement, my dinner should be. This time, Li Tian did not call Dai Xiaomei to chat with her. Now that my sister has been found, this woman is of no value anymore. The evil that you have committed with your own hands must be eliminated with your own hands. Li Tian, of course no problem. I'll give you food in a while. Oh, and I'll give you a locator in a while. I want to take you to the island. Wang Li was still a little alert. Huh? Why did you come to pick me up? And you want to see me? Why don't I believe it? Li Tian, I have a wooden boat. I can see if we are far apart. If not, I can row the boat to pick you up. As for why I want to see you, don't you understand? Wang Li, understand? Understand what? Li Tian, if you want to understand, let's meet. I have a lot of good things on my island. Wang Li, good deal. What is it? The supplies you offered? Li Tian, what supplies? It's more exciting than supplies. You'll know when you come. Wang Li, no. If you don't explain clearly, I can't turn on the location. This woman is quite cautious. Li Tian curled his lips. So, he had to continue making up excuses. I am a grown man on an island. It would be a lie to say that I don't need a woman. I am now able to support you, and you as a woman can satisfy me. Why not? Now you should understand, right? In fact, to be honest, when Li Tian said these words, he was afraid that he would be struck by lightning. It was too against his will. But in order to lure this woman into the trap, he could only respond as sincerely as possible. In the end, I don't know whether the woman was attracted by the food or simply had physical needs, but she agreed to turn on the locator. When he looked at the locator and found that it was not too far away from him, Li Tian immediately became excited. Just wait. After finishing the chat, Li Tian called Li Erbio and Dai Xiaomei and boarded the plane, flying towards Wangli Island, 068, killing the heart and receiving the sister. 17 minutes later, a helicopter hovered over an island. Below, of course, is Wang Li's island. At this time, Wang Li was looking at the helicopter above her head in a daze, feeling as if she was dazzled. Are there any survivors flying helicopters now? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Just now, that bitch Li Tian said he would pick me up in a wooden boat. As a fellow survivor, Li Tian is still too weak. Instead of following Li Tian, why not try to curry favor with this helicopter boss? Thinking about this, Wang Li waved her hands before the helicopter descended. Hey, can you see me? Save me. I'm a woman. I know a lot. Please take me. It can slowly descend as the helicopter increases in altitude. A man's face slowly emerged. One look. Wang Li was dumbfounded. Why is it you? She could never have imagined that Li Tian, whom she had never thought of, now even had a helicopter. Thinking of the way she had treated him poorly, Wang Li felt a wave of regret. If we were still together now, he would definitely still lick me like a dog. But fortunately, it's not too late now. At least in the chat records just now, Li Tian also showed that he wanted to have a relationship with me, and now he has indeed come to pick me up. My skills in bed will surely win back Li Tian's love for me. Why can't it be me? Didn't I just say I came to find you? Li Tian jumped off the plane and responded with a sneer. Bang! Another sound of landing was heard, and Li Erbio also jumped down. Li Tian. Who is he? You damn thing, you don't want me to serve 2 men at the same time. No, you have to pay more. After hearing this, Li Erbio couldn't help but twitch his lips and spit. Bah, a piece of shit like you. You still want to serve me in Tiandi? It's not even as good looking as the wild boar in my house. Tusky boar. I feel insulted. Along the way, Li Tian and Dai Xiaomei also talked a lot about Wang Li. Li Erbio was so angry after hearing this. How could he have thought that there would be such a woman? Therefore, naturally, he didn't have a good face towards her now. Wang Li was not stupid. After hearing Li Erbio's unfriendly tone, she realized that she might be in danger. Li Tian, what's the attitude of the person next to you? You don't care? Do you still want to find out about your sister? No need to bother you. My sister has been found. I came to you to settle accounts with you. Li Tian responded with a faint smile, his eyes gradually becoming colder. For a dying man, there is no need for Li Tian to hide these things. Wang Li was also a ruthless person. Knowing that things were not going well, she quietly reached out her right hand for the knife hidden behind her. This was the backup plan she made after learning about the pirates. She didn't expect it to come in handy today. Li Tian, stop kidding. You still love me, right? Please don't kill me. I will definitely serve you well. As she spoke, Wang Li had already approached Li Tian. It happened in a flash. Just as she was about to get close to Li Tian, Wang Li suddenly pulled out her right hand from behind her back, and a sharp blade appeared, slashing towards Li Tian's neck. Li Erbio couldn't help but yell, "Be careful." Wang Li is just an ordinary person. Li Tian has an A-level physique now. How could he not react at such speed? Li Tian dodged the blade by simply moving his hand slightly, and then he lightly slapped his hand, and the blade broke free from Wang Li's hand and fell to the ground. Li Erbio was quick and ruthless, and he threw Wang Li over his shoulder. I have never hit a woman in my life, but today, for you, I am making an exception. You really are a disgrace to the identity of a woman. Wang Li, who was knocked to the ground, was hit hard. She kept twisting her body and wailing in pain. But in order to survive, she begged for mercy with tears on her face. Li Tian, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't kill me. Actually, Li Tian never thought of bullying the weak, nor did he think of killing any survivor. But Wang Li really pissed off Li Tian. There's no need to show mercy to a woman like this. Therefore, he ignored Wang Li and went straight to Wang Li's island manual. After trading all the supplies inside to himself, he kicked the manual directly into the sea. Little sister Dai, it's time to put down the gangway. Soon, the little sister Dai, who stayed on the plane to pick up Li Tian and the other man, lowered the gangway. Li Tian and Li Erbio climbed up. As for Wang Li, she is already dead. There is no one around in this vast ocean. Once the manual is separated from the island, it will disappear in 10 minutes. Li Tian didn't need to kill her at all, as it would dirty his hands. If you are a mean person, God will punish you. Even if Wang Li can swim and dive, can she deal with sharks or even other sea beasts in the sea? She has entered the countdown to death. In the helicopter, Dai Xiaomei clenched her fists. It's so cool to watch. Women like this deserve to die. I was so angry when I was chatting with her. How shameless. Li Erbio also sprayed some medical disinfectant on his hands and said, I just knocked her down and touched her with my hands. I'm really worried that I might get some skin disease. But, Li Tian, wouldn't it be too easy for her if we did this? After hearing this, Li Tian revealed an intriguing smile. How can it be cheap for her? For us, death is not the most terrible thing. The most terrifying thing is that you know you are going to die, but you are powerless and can only watch death coming. The psychological blow at this stage is much more painful than killing her directly. We must kill people and destroy their hearts. Hearing this, Li Erbio took a deep breath and said, what a great move that kills people and breaks their heart. Fortunately, he did not become an enemy of Li Tian. This kid is much more terrifying than I imagined. Another half hour was spent on the road. Li Tian finally arrived at his sister Li Rose Island. At this time, the younger sister also poked her head out of the wooden house and looked at her brother's smiling face beside the cabin door in the sky. His expression became mixed. First, there was a hint of disbelief, and then tears of joy. Elder brother. It's my brother. I heard my sister calling me. Li Tian also jumped down and hugged his sister tightly. Ro, you have suffered a lot during this period. It's not bitter. After seeing my brother, I just feel sweet. Silly girl, let's go to Brother's Island and enjoy life. Immediately, Li Tian began to pack up the supplies on the island for Li Ro. But during the cleaning process, Li Tian felt his heart bleeding. The supplies here are basically what I had traded to my sister before. In other words, if these supplies were removed, the people on Sister Island would be so poor that they couldn't even be considered as having nothing at all. At least I have a home even though I am poor, but my sister has nothing. Xiao Ro, what have you been eating during this period? Li Tian asked, looking at his sister's haggard face. Li Ro replied nonchalantly, this period of time is a blessing from God. I am full just by drinking water. I am not hungry. Now my stomach is full of water. 069. Similar upgrade card, car manufacturing industry. Finish everything. Following Li Tian's instructions, Li Erbio jumped off the plane and picked up the manual. Then, Li Tian squatted down and gestured, okay, Rurk, come up. I'll carry you up. Yeah, okay. 2009. Arrival at the island. Wait for the plane to come to a complete stop. Everyone got off the plane. Li Ro turned into a curious baby and kept looking at the island. Brother, your island is so big. Brother, is that a farmhouse? Brother, that's actually a villa. Hey, why are there two huskies? Brother, are you really trying to survive? In this regard, Li Tian happily introduced it to his sister. However, when my sister saw the pigs and cows pressed together in the pig pen, she said it was an eyesore. Forehead. Li Tian didn't know how to explain this scene, but it seems that there is an inexplicable relationship between pigs and cows. Return to the villa. Li Ro went straight to take a shower. Li Tian personally cooked a sumptuous dinner for his sister. After Li Ro finished eating, she was full of energy and had no intention of resting at all. Everyone watched the movie with Li Ro and chatted about family matters. It was not until after 11 p.m. that Li Ro, under Li Tian's urging, went into one of the guest rooms in the villa and fell asleep. Now, my sister has received it. Li Tian's wish has been fulfilled by 1/3. The rest are the parents. As for Qin Yi, Li Tian also thought about it for a long time and decided to just rely on fate. There was no need to look for it deliberately. If we are destined to meet, we will eventually meet. Besides, she is much smarter than me and may have already made a name for herself in other seas. 12 o'clock midnight. Li Tian and Li Erbio already have a good understanding of each other. Even if Li Tian did not inform Li Erbio chose the right time and arrived at the island. At this time, the rain had not stopped and the wind was gradually picking up. Li Tian couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the situation, it will continue to rain in the next few days. Li Erbio also frowned. I just looked at the transaction data, and our sales are only better in bread and fish. We should be thankful that the expanded pumice can now trade at 1,000 or more per day. But once spring is over, people who were short of water during the summer will get better. We can only wait a little longer. It's the only way. After saying that, the two of them opened the supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain the same type of upgrade card which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get expansion pumice *3 deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain skill book, car manufacturing industry elementary, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get plastic *2, lime *5, expanded pumice *1, deposited. All blind boxes of supplies have been opened. The two of them had no intention of sleeping at all. Building cars? Could it be that we will be able to drive a car soon? Li Erbio was very excited and subconsciously gestured to turn the steering wheel with his hands. However, Li Tian was more concerned about the same type of upgrade card. Upgrade cards. The upgrade cards that Li Tian had come into contact with before were those with levels, which could upgrade the level of the selected target. But, if we understand this kind of upgrade card according to its name, wouldn't it be able to upgrade the level of the entire target type? Thinking of this, Li Tian and Li Erbio went straight back to the manual. Take both out. Same type upgrade card. All selected target types will be upgraded by 1 level. Skill book, car manufacturing industry elementary. After using this skill, the user will gain the corresponding ability. After understanding the uses of the two rare materials, Li Tian did not hesitate. I plan to use the same upgrade card on B-level sea rice. Sea rice is now an indispensable food on the island and is also the most widely grown crop. You can't go wrong by upgrading it. Moreover, during this period, many members of Tiangong who had big appetites had already reached B-level physique, but due to the shortage of high-level food, they still could not reach A level. After upgrading sea rice to grade A, this problem will be solved. As for the S-grade water, Li Tian didn't let those members touch it at all. Although a lot of water is distilled every day, it is not enough for daily use. Because Li Tian asked Mr. Wang to use most of the water to grow crops. Since S-grade water can gradually improve a person's physique to S, it may be possible for crops as well. So, Li Tian didn't feel bad about this. If you spend some S-grade water now to upgrade the grade of crops, once the crops reach S-grade, they will give you more in return. This deal won't be a loss. So except Li Tian and Li Erbio, everyone else was still drinking low-grade water. Therefore, if other people want to improve their physical fitness, they naturally cannot rely on S-grade water, but can only rely on food. However, Li Tian was not in a hurry to use this card right now. According to Mr. Wang, he still has a lot of B-grade sea rice seeds. Naturally, he has to wait until all of them are planted before using the same type of upgrade cards to maximize the benefits. As for the skill book, Li Tian saw that Li Erbio was very interested in it, so he gave it to him directly. Li Erbio did not hesitate and accepted it readily, and promised to build the car as quickly as possible. Seeing that Li Erbio was not sleepy and planned to study car manufacturing tonight, Li Tian was curious and followed Li Erbio to his room. After Li Erbio used the skill book, in Li Erbio's words, my brain suddenly exploded with knowledge about car manufacturing. But Li Tian had no idea what the specific feeling was. At this time, Li Erbio opened the manual according to the instructions, and A, Skills, section that Li Tian had never seen before appeared on the function section of the manual. Open Skills, and a secondary option will appear again. Skills A, Automobile Manufacturing Industry, Primary. Open again. The car manufacturing interface also appeared. After a closer look, Li Tian discovered that this interface was actually similar to the interface of the production center. However, the tools in this interface are all related to car manufacturing. For example, a wheel hub can be made with just 20 pieces of metal. For example, a car suspension can be made with only 50 pieces of metal. This doesn't seem difficult. Li Tian exclaimed. I thought I was using a skill book, and after acquiring this skill, everything would have to be created by my own hands. In other words, the manual can complete the production of parts, and Li Erbio only needs to assemble the parts in the last step. 070. New materials, new business. But a lot of materials are needed to complete the production and installation of an entire vehicle. Many of the supplies were things that even Li Tian had never seen before. There's no way it could be finished tonight. So Li Tian went back to his room to rest. The next day, morning, after breakfast, the first thing Li Tian did was to hand over the same type of upgrade card to Mr. Wang, asking him to open up new farmland and plant the sea rice as soon as possible. Mr. Wang was naturally eager to do this, and even wanted to take on all the farm work by himself. But he was stopped by Li Tian. It is the rainy season now. Greenhouse barriers only have a heat-insulating effect, but cannot block rain. In order to prevent Mr. Wang from working for long hours and catching a cold in the rain, Li Tian arranged for everyone to participate. Even that girl Li Ro insisted on coming to help. As the saying goes, when many people are united, they can accomplish anything. The speed of land reclamation and planting was still very fast. Before 11 o'clock, all the sea rice was planted. Lu Mei and Dai Xiaomei went to cook on time. Li Ro was also a person who couldn't sit still, so she went along to help. Li Tian had nothing to do, so he came to the manual. After taking a look, he sighed helplessly again. Hey, I thought the pirates had frozen to death, but it turns out they were just biding their time. It turned out that in the manual, many people were discussing the information about the survivor who asked for help yesterday. Those pirates are really going too far. Yes, they are simply not human. From yesterday to today, we know that 15 people have been killed. Among them, 8 male compatriots were all brutally killed, and the female compatriots were abducted. The consequences can be imagined. God, please send someone to deal with those pirates. They just couldn't eat well, but now they can't even sleep well. I'm afraid they'll get their kidneys choked if they're not careful. Deal with them? How can we deal with them? Pirates live on ships and have no fixed place to stay. Who can determine their exact location? We can't even confirm their location, let alone deal with them. Judging from the survivors' discussions, it seems that the pirates' power has grown a lot. Before, there might only be one fatal accident a day. Now, the number can be as high as 15. Li Tian also had a headache about this. Originally, we wanted to restrict the development of piracy, but now piracy is becoming more and more rampant. Moreover, what Li Tian is most worried about is his family. Since pirates have appeared in my own sea, there must be some in the sea where my parents are. If my parents encountered pirates, how could they defeat them? Unfortunately, my parents' lives are not in my hands now. If the next time the sea areas are merged, and I still cannot merge my sea area with my parents' sea area, then I will be powerless and can only pray to God. After lunch, the daily challenge task has returned to collecting supplies. Fortunately, it's not a task to collect expansion pumice stones, otherwise another challenge card would be wasted. After completing the challenge, Li Tian was not in a hurry to open the supplies, but called Li Erbio to the room. Brother Biao, I want to continue to expand the Heavenly Palace. Please go and help me recruit some people later. Well, why do you suddenly want to expand? Li Erbio asked. The unknown enemies are quietly improving the team's strength, while we are just constantly promoting the development of the island. If the number of personnel cannot keep up with the area, we may not be able to defend ourselves if we are attacked. Li Tian analyzed with a wry smile. Hearing this, Li Erbio suddenly thought of something and asked, "Are you worried about pirates?" Yeah. Li Tian nodded without hiding anything. That's right. The enemy is in the dark, and we don't know the scale of the pirates. We have to be cautious. Okay, I'll go get it ready. We still have more than 200 Tongshin cards. Do you want to use them all? Just do as you see fit. Good. After finishing the conversation, Li Erbio went straight back to his room to prepare for staff expansion. Li Tian, on the other hand, opened the blind box of supplies. Open the blind box of supplies and obtain lime *1, rubber *3, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get plastic *5, silicon *10, deposited. Open the blind box of supplies and get Captain Jack *1, which has been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the blind box of supplies, get expansion pumice *3, magnet *1, deposited. This time, a lot of supplies that Li Tian had never seen before were opened in the blind box. Among them, the appearance of silicon was the most surprising to Li Tian. Silicon is not a common material, but its function can change the world. Generally speaking, the chips in our mobile phones, computers, and other electronic products are basically made of silicon. Of course, the above statement is not accurate. To be precise, it is the property of silicon that allows it to be used as a semiconductor. The capacitors, resistors, diodes, and transistors inside the chip are all made of semiconductors. The appearance of these materials should be because the skill book has been used, right? Li Tian thought secretly. Continue reading below. The warehouse now has an additional mechanical captain. Take it out and read it in the system. Captain Jack, a robot captain who can drive sailboats and above instead of humans. Seeing this, Li Tian started thinking about how to make use of this captain. Now that I have my own helicopter, I don't need to rely on boats to pick up members. But his sailboat has been empty for a long time, and now a robot captain has appeared. It seems that it is time to put them to use. But what can it be used for? Thinking for a long time, Li Tian suddenly had an idea. I got it. How about starting a pickup and drop-off business? Nowadays, except for himself and a few others definitely still have no boats. Without a boat, even if they have a locator and find their family or allies, they will not be able to reunite. And I can let the robot captain do the pickup and drop-off without spending any manpower and make a profit. Besides, if I help more people gather together, they will not be powerless to resist the pirates. This is absolutely killing two birds with one stone. I'm such a genius, but how do you calculate the price for pickup and drop-off? This again stumped Li Tian. So, Li Tian directly called together the idol members to discuss the matter. In the end, Li Tian also integrated the suggestions put forward by everyone. Roughly speaking, the boarding fee per person is 5 expanded pumice stones. After boarding the ship, the final charge for each passenger is related to the distance to the passenger's selected destination. An extension pumice stone will be added for every 50 kilometers. If the distance is less than 50 kilometers, it will be calculated as 50 kilometers. Of course, Li Tian will also launch VIP services. Passengers who are in a hurry to meet their family/friends can also pay extra fees to become VIPs, and the ship will give priority to sending them to their destination. Li Tian's sailboat was fully loaded, so it had no problem carrying 50 people at a time, not to mention that it could continue to carry passengers along the way. With this calculation, it is not difficult to earn thousands of expansion pumice stones in one round. 071. Universal copy card. After the maritime transportation business was discussed, Li Tian handed over Captain Jack and the sailboat to Su Huanfeng, the boy on the seaside. Now, as things are getting more and more complicated, Li Tian naturally has to arrange the manpower reasonably. The main reason is that my manual is too well known. He didn't want people to think that he had a monopoly on everything. This is different from the mainland. There is nothing to show off when living on an island. It is better to hide your strength in a low profile. Li Tian understood the principle that a big tree attracts the wind. Moreover, allowing Su Huanfeng to open this business with his idea of the boy by the sea would give everyone the illusion that another new force had emerged, which would also disrupt the enemy's plans. Of course, all of this is also because Su Huanfeng understands offshore operations better. When it comes to transportation, it is not as simple as sailing, stopping, and carrying passengers. After receiving the payment from the passengers, the flight path should be reasonably made according to the passenger's destination. After all, it is impossible to send passengers to their destination in the east and then turn around and send passengers to their destination in the west, right? This will waste a lot of time. In the following time, except for Su Huanfeng, who was busy with the transportation business, and Li Erbio, who was busy recruiting members of the Tiangong, the others were leisurely and had nothing to do. Of course, they also drove away the sea beasts during this time. In the blink of an eye, it was already 12 o'clock midnight. Li Tian didn't rush out to open the blind box of supplies this time, mainly because 3 days had passed again. You can open the system blind box. Thinking about it, Li Tian silently recited in his heart, "Open the blind box." Ding, opening successfully, obtained the universal copy card, and stored it in the manual warehouse. When he took it out of the warehouse and took a look at it, Li Tian almost laughed to death. Universal copy card. Can copy any stationary object? Although the introduction of this all-purpose copy card is simple, its functions are extremely powerful. But can it really copy any stationary object? Li Tian's first thought was to make a copy of his own island. Thinking about it, Li Tian did so. Unexpectedly, after using it, the system actually prompted that the copying was successful. Copy successful, please select the location to place it. At this moment, Li Tian's breathing was rapid. Originally, he was just guessing and didn't think it could be copied. After all, islands are no different from other things. In this civilization, it can be said that islands are the highest authority. Unexpectedly, my system is better. To copy the location of the island, Li Tian chose the opposite side of his own island without hesitation, forming a strait between the two islands. The reason for doing this, in addition to facilitating personnel exchanges, is naturally to resist foreign enemies. In the future, if a military base is built on the replica island, it will be basically impossible for foreign enemies to attack the front of the island where Li Tian lives. After all, Li Tian's current residential area is on the edge of the island, only 4 meters away from the beach. If we attack from the front, it will be easy for the enemy to land. However, with the addition of an island directly opposite to serve as cover, foreign enemies would have 2 additional lines of defense if they wanted to attack from the front. First, either capture the duplicated island or bypass the duplicated island. Both of these points have given Li Tian enough time to respond. Of course, the enemy can also attack from the back of Li Tian's main island. However, the non-residential area behind Li Tianju Island belongs to the evolution zone. There are dense trees there, and there are many snakes, insects, and animals. There are also huskies and polar bears helping to keep an eye on the area, and there are even electrified guardrails to serve as barriers. It is not so easy for foreign enemies to approach residential areas. As long as the external enemies cannot directly access the residential area and harm the people on the island, Li Tian will be able to respond. Walk out of the villa and look into the distance. The sea directly ahead was previously empty and boundless. Now a black shadow has stood up, which is naturally the island copied by Li Tian. However, Li Tian has not yet seen it, so he has no idea what exactly is on the island. It would be great if even the buildings on the island could be copied, Li Tian muttered. Immediately, he planned to fly a helicopter over to take a look. At this time, Li Erbio was already driving supplies outside. "Oh, you're not on time today. You came down just now?" Li Erbio joked. Li Tian smiled and said, "Okay, don't open the supplies yet. There are more important things to do." "What's the matter?" Li Erbio became excited when he heard it. Li Tian pointed straight ahead. "Look, do you see anything?" Li Erbio looked in the direction Li Tian pointed. He didn't react at first, but then he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Hey, when did an island appear in front of our island? What's going on? Did you do this?" Li Erbio exclaimed. Li Tian still had a smile on his face and nodded. "Let's go and take a look." "Okay." Li Tian parked the helicopter next to the farmhouse. When passing by the farmhouse, Li Tian discovered that there was still light in Xinqing and Nitian's rooms. Maybe they are still working diligently on those high technologies. As for the details, Li Tian didn't pay attention to them. He had limited knowledge about that kind of thing and wouldn't understand it if he asked. They boarded a helicopter and flew towards the replicated island. This copied island is about 1 kilometer away from Li Tian's main island, which is not far. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at our destination. Got off the plane. The scene on the replica island is clear at a glance. Unfortunately, he didn't copy the buildings from his main island, but this island actually has a manual as well. When I walked to the manual, I found that it was an unactivated manual. Now I need to enter my fingerprint for identification and create an ID activation. Since Li Tian's international middle finger had already activated a manual, Li Tian had to raise his index finger to enter it. The ID is directly named after Tiangong, called Tiangong Command Center. At first glance, Li Erbio instantly understood Li Tian's thoughts. You want to separate the islands? One for living and one for military use. Li Tian smiled slightly and nodded, yes, but you will still need to worry about this island in the future. Li Erbio was so excited when he heard this that he patted his chest and said, no problem. Although he retired from the army, he still missed the military life. There is no way around it. It's an old problem of this soldier. For them, once they enter the military camp, it is a lifetime mission and there is no such thing as retiring or not retiring. However, if this island also has a manual, doesn't that mean that the supplies on this island can also be refreshed? Li Erbio analyzed. His words reminded Li Tian, yes, but you have to bear more accordingly. Daily challenges and preventing sea beast attacks will also be carried out twice. 072, end of spring. After a brief tour of the replica island, the two returned to the main island. Currently, there are no buildings on the copied island, so it will take a long time for people to live there. This needs long-term consideration. After returning to the room, Li Tian fell asleep. 3 days later, 2023.1.1700:00. Spring has quietly entered its last day. This period of time, Li Tian's island fell into a period of slow development. The area of the island has only increased by a few thousand square meters, and there has not been much progress. The culprit is naturally the spring rain. However, everything will be fine again at the beginning of tomorrow. At present, the maritime transportation service taken over by Su Huanfeng has been officially opened and set sail, which is also a good sign. According to Su Huanfeng's estimation, after one trip, he would earn more than 2,000 pieces of expanded pumice. Still good. As for the Tiangong members, Li Erbio has already recruited 239 people. If the Tongxin cards had been gone, the number of people would have been even greater. However, considering the housing problem, Li Erbio was not in a hurry to bring them here. Right now, Li Tian did not open the blind box of supplies as usual. 3 days have passed and a new sign-in is coming, so naturally sign-in is more important. Open the system blind box, Li Tian said in his heart with anticipation. The next moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, open successfully, obtained, similar S-level upgrade card, stored in the manual warehouse. Same S-level upgrade card? To be honest, Li Tian was somewhat disappointed when he heard the system announce the system blind box rewards. This thing, you say it is precious, but it is of no use at the moment. It is far less practical than the system directly giving him another copy card. The biggest advantage of the same type of upgrade card is that the more similar items there are, the greater the upgrade benefits. If you only upgrade individual items, then there is no difference between it and the S-level upgrade card. But unfortunately, Li Tian doesn't have any materials that need large-scale upgrades right now. Seawater rice has been upgraded from B to A. During this period, Mr. Wong has also been using S-grade water to cultivate it. Who knows when seawater rice will be able to be upgraded from A to S again. Then naturally he cannot use the same type of S-level upgrade card. There is no need to upgrade other vegetables. As for food, a high level of sea rice is enough to improve the physical fitness of other members. Upgrading vegetables would be a complete waste, and it is impossible to eat only the same kind of vegetable every day. It's a real headache. It would be great if this guy could upgrade that stream. Thinking of this, Li Tian was stunned. Yeah, it hasn't been used before. Maybe it can upgrade the level of the stream. So, after Li Tian took out a similar S-level upgrade card, he ran towards the stream that evolved from his main island without saying a word. One use. Done. It actually works. While talking, Li Tian did not care whether the stream water was clean or not. He held it in his hands and took a sip. Sure enough, It tastes as good as the 105-degree distilled water distilled from an S-level distiller. Afterwards, Li Tian happily shared his joy with everyone. Family, this is S-grade spring water, clean and hygienic. Now there is no need to worry about S-grade water. As for the problem of selling spring water, Li Tian has also thought of a countermeasure. Of course, he couldn't be stupid enough to use S-grade water to trade for supplies. By then, everyone would have an S-grade physique, and he would have no advantage at all. Anyway, he has a replica island, which also has spring water. In the future, he can just sell water supplies on that island. Of course, Li Tian would not wake everyone up just to share his joy. But nowadays, everyone has joined the ranks of opening blind boxes of supplies. There is no other way. There are now 2 islands. On the 2 islands of more than 800,000 square meters, after the blind boxes of supplies are salvaged on the main island, Xiao AI will be sent to the copy island by helicopter to salvage them. After all the blind boxes of supplies refreshed on the 2 islands are salvaged and opened, if Li Tian and Li Erbio are still the only ones to open the supplies, then the 2 of them will basically have to open until dawn. Therefore, Li Tian's arrangement now is that after Xiao AI, Aoli Gay, and the polar bear have finished fishing out the blind boxes of supplies on the main island, Li Erbio will drive a helicopter to lead 10 Tiangong members, and Xiao AI to the replica island to salvage and open supplies. The remaining people will stay on the main island to open supplies. The process will be carried out in 2 threads, and with the participation of everyone, the speed will be much faster. After opening the blind boxes of supplies, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. But Li Tian is always one step ahead of others. Because more and more people are opening blind boxes of supplies now, Li Tian will not ask whether any rare supplies have been opened during the period. He will wait until all the supplies have been opened and then go directly to the warehouse in the manual to check. One look. There is a new item called Layout Reset Card. Take it out and read it in the system. Layout Reset Card can reset the island building layout. One-time item. Expires after use. This thing arrived just in time. Li Tian nodded with satisfaction. He really liked this thing. Now, with the development of the island, the increase of farmland and buildings, the layout of his island has long been in chaos. Half of the villa is still outside the greenhouse barrier. Wouldn't it be half cold and half hot in winter? With this thing, this problem can be solved very well. However, it was already late at night and everyone had gone to bed, so Li Tian was not in a hurry to use it. He went to bed and planned to talk about it tomorrow. After waking up, good news came with the sunrise. The rain finally stopped. I thought the rain would stop tomorrow. It's good news that the rain stopped early. After muttering to himself for a few words, Li Tian went to wash up. After breakfast, Li Tian gathered everyone together to discuss the rearrangement of the island layout. Finally, after discussion, it was roughly divided into 3 areas. Planting areas, residential areas, livestock areas. In the residential area, Li Tian moved all the buildings back. Previously, the buildings were 4 meters away from the sea, but now they are 10 meters away. On the side of the residential area is the planting area, which is also for the convenience of Mr. Wang and allows him to walk as little distance as possible. As for the livestock area, considering factors such as environmental odor, it was naturally moved to the side of the planting area, away from the residential area. After all, the wild chicken couple now have quite a few chicks, taking care of their husband and children. When the chicks mature, they lay eggs, which hatch, and the number of chickens increases, and the number of chicken droppings also increases. What Li Tian remembers most is the male husky. When playing with the female husky, the male husky rolled on the ground and was covered with chicken shit. Finally, it jumped into his villa, but he was disgusted to death. Therefore, it is necessary to move the livestock area away. Although you have to walk quite far to feed the fish, it is better than being unhygienic. 073. Summer is coming, new pop-up reminder. After the 3 areas are laid out, there will probably be no changes to the rest. The location of the ferry area remains unchanged, and electric fences still surround the 3 areas to prevent attacks from evolved wild animals. The greenhouse barrier is still designed to cover as much of the planting area as possible while still covering the entire residential area. This way, when winter comes, Mr. Wang won't be idle. After everything was adjusted, Li Tian gave everyone a day off today. Apart from opening the blind box of supplies after completing the challenge task at noon, there was no other arrangement for everyone to do. It's a little vacation before summer hits. After all, when summer comes, since water resources can only be sold by replicating islands, there will be no running water system and no way to rely on faucets to get water. People will need to carry water bucket by bucket. At that time, they had worked hard. 12 o'clock midnight. The previous second, you could still feel the gentle spring breeze, and the next second, the wind suddenly stopped and a feeling of heat arose. The weather changes so quickly. Unfortunately, the greenhouse barrier only has the function of keeping warm, but not the function of insulation. Hearing Li Tian's words, Li Ro's face became even hotter, as if she had put on blush. No, I have to go back and take off my coat. It's too hot. Okay, brothers, let's finish this quickly. It's summer now. Finish your work as soon as possible and rest early. Tomorrow, everyone will start carrying water.
Yes.
After opening all the blind boxes of supplies, Li Tian returned to the room as usual and opened the warehouse. Unfortunately, no rare supplies appeared this time. However, some new materials have emerged, such as liquid crystal, fine sand, fiber, and so on. These supplies should be related to the use of skill books. Li Tian did not go into the details. Anyway, he could not use these supplies at the moment. As for whether you can get rare materials by opening the blind box today, it all depends on Li Erbio. Since Li Erbio had already gone to the replica island to open the blind box of supplies, Li Tian also asked Li Erbio to check to see if there were any precious supplies later. If so, tell yourself. Unfortunately, what Li Tian finally got was just a sentence. They are just ordinary things. So, he fell asleep. The next day, Li Tian was awakened by the sun. It's just past 7 in the morning, and the sun's temperature is already so exaggerated. Li Tian was also very depressed. Fortunately, my window was made of flat glass. If it was a convex lens, the light that would have directly hit my crotch would have probably set it on fire. After lazily facing the sun and stretching, Li Tian took a rare look in the mirror. He found that his figure was much better than a few days ago. His 8 abdominal muscles became more and more obvious. Could it be that he has reached S-level physique? Thinking about it, Li Tian used the system to read his own data. At first glance, it was a bit of a pity. It was only a plus. However, he was not discouraged. After washing up, he went to have breakfast. After breakfast, while the temperature had not yet risen completely, Li Tian arranged for everyone except Mr. Wang to go to the replica island to fetch water. And Mr. Wang stayed on the main island to be responsible for the reception. Whatever supplies are needed over there, Mr. Wang will trade them over there. One morning, 26 people carried a total of 720 L of water. However, the capacity of the bucket is 15 L/bucket. So a total of 1,248 buckets of water were carried. Of course, it is enough for now. Li Tian arranged for the others to go back first. He endured the heat and opened the trading hall of the Copy Island manual. Today, although the rainy season has just passed, there is not much water among the supplies sold in the trading hall. In fact, think about it, water resources are so scarce, and it is rare for God to give them rain. It is not enough for them to drink. No one would be stupid enough to put it on the shelves unless they have no other choice. Therefore, the price Li Tian set for selling water was based on the current selling price. The water source currently on sale is pure water 40 milliliters, trading, expanded pumice stone *1. Li Tianza decided to trade, mountain spring water 50 milliliters, expanded pumice stone *1. Today is the first day of summer, and many people must have water reserves, so Li Tian didn't expect to sell a lot today. But it won't be long before the spring water that we put on the shelves will start to sell well. So Li Tian contacted Li Erbio and asked him to pick him up and take him back to the main island. During lunch, Li Ro's casual words almost made Li Tian spit out the food he was chewing. Brother, now a quarter is 7 days. We survivors all know this. Do you think someone has collected enough water during the rainy season to last until the next spring? Everyone who was enjoying their meal was stunned when they heard Li Ro's doubts. Especially Li Tian's mouth twitched. Oh my God! I overlooked this point. Li Tian originally thought that once the rain stopped and summer came, the sales of his spring water would become popular again, but he really didn't consider that other survivors had collected enough water. Li Tian dares to guarantee that there is no fool among the survivors who have managed to hold on until now. Except Emperor Yin. Basic tools like wooden buckets can be made easily by the production center. It is possible that those survivors actually collected enough seawater. You know, it only takes 21 days to get through the next 3 quarters. A normal person, if you use it sparingly and drink 2 L of water a day for 21 days, will only need 42 L of water. This means that storing 3 barrels of water will be enough to last until the next rainy season. Li Erbio's expression also became solemn. The reason why they were able to develop so fast before was because they had sufficient water to sell. If we really can't sell it now, then we can only rely on fishing every day to increase the area of the island? That would be a lot slower. Li Tian was so angry that he lost his appetite. I'm full. You guys continue. I'll go back to my room and think of a solution. After saying that, Li Tian returned to the room. I sat down in front of the manual, intending to read the chats of other survivors to see if I could get some useful information. But I just sat down. The time was exactly 12 o'clock and a pop-up appeared. Dear survivors, congratulations on having spent another quarter in the island world. Next, the challenge will continue to escalate. In addition to sea beast attacks, you must also pay more attention to your new friends. By the way, God has blessed you with a lot of water, right? Remember to enjoy it early. With the current temperature, it only takes 24 hours for the sun to dry up a bucket of water. In addition, rainwater does not support listing on the trading floor. 074. Attack at sea. Seeing this, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This island civilization is killing all the survivors. If you leave the water outside, it will dry out. If placed in a dark place for a long time, it will become smelly. This is a situation where you are in a difficult situation and have no choice but to drink it, otherwise it will be wasted sooner or later. But putting aside the water source issue, Li Tian was quite interested in the new friend mentioned in the manual. The last time I mentioned new friends was when the sea areas were merged. This time, I don't know whether it is an enemy or a friend. After clicking to finish reading, the daily challenge task will appear. There are still some tasks of collecting supplies, which can be left to Leroy. These days, I have also handed over some of my daily work to my sister. Of course, it is to let her learn more, practice more, and have the ability to stand on her own. You know, the development of the island is far from limited to this. In the future, there will always be places that we cannot control. At this time, we will need more help from people around us. Leroy was also quite efficient and completed the challenge task in just over an hour. Leerbio had already solved the daily challenge of copying the island. Next, everyone joined in the work of opening blind boxes of supplies again. But all the supplies had just been opened, and before Li Tian had time to see what had been opened, Su Huanfeng anxiously knocked on Li Tian's door. Boss, something bad has happened. Hearing Su Huanfeng's anxious tone, Li Tian quickly opened the door. What's wrong? Boss, we've encountered pirates. What? Pirates? Li Tian was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Yes, one of the passengers said we are being besieged by pirates. Boss, it's all my fault. I didn't consider the pirate problem when I set sail. You entrusted me with such an important task, and I failed to do it well. I feel so ashamed of you. Seeing that Su Huanfeng was feeling more and more guilty, Li Tian hurriedly comforted him. Okay, this has nothing to do with you. We will run into the pirates sooner or later. Now, can you still contact the passenger? Su Huanfeng nodded repeatedly. Yes. The passengers on the sailboat all have manuals with them, so we can keep in touch. We also know their locations. That's much easier. Let's go. Let's go check out your manual first. Good. But when they arrived at Su Huanfeng's manual and started a video call with one of the passengers, they were stunned again. Looking at the humans who looked like Indians, paddling bamboo rafts closely behind his sailboat, Li Tian couldn't help but ask, are those guys pirates? Su Huanfeng was also a little uncertain. Aren't the pirates played by us survivors? These people don't look like yellow people, do they? No, I think this is the new friend mentioned in the manual. After thinking for a while, Li Tian had an answer in his mind. These people look like natives. They are probably not very smart. They may not be as powerful as pirates. Wait a moment. After saying that, Li Tian quickly returned to his manual and took out the bow and arrow he had opened from the blind box of supplies the day before yesterday. The power of this bow and arrow should be higher than that of the sleeve arrow, and it should have no problem intimidating those natives who are still using stone tools. Of course, this group of passengers were also carefully selected by Su Huanfeng. Li Tian asked Su Huanfeng to check their character and identity before allowing them to board the ship. So Li Tian was not worried that someone would take the bow and arrow and use it to harm other survivors on the ship. Even if there are some fish that slip through the net, Li Tian can forcibly take them back at any time. Return to Su Huanfeng again. In order not to reveal his identity, Li Tian conveyed his words to Su Huanfeng first. Afterwards, Su Huanfeng made another video request to the passenger. Same as before when I was video chatting with people. When video chatting, Li Tian covered the camera with something, so the other party couldn't see what was happening on his side. Su Huanfeng quickly conveyed Li Tian's instructions. Passenger, ask if anyone on the ship knows how to use a bow and arrow. Okay, I'll ask right away. On the other side of the video was a middle-aged man who looked very nervous. After hearing Su Huanfeng's words, he nodded quickly and asked the others on the boat, "Captain, ask who among us can use a bow and arrow." As soon as these words came out, a female voice soon rang out, "I can. I'm a bow and arrow shooter." Then, the middle-aged man in the video quickly turned the manual's camera towards the woman who was speaking. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with a cold gaze, but she was obviously much calmer than the other survivors. Su Huanfeng looked at Li Tian. When he saw Li Tian nodded in agreement, he quickly said, "Okay, tell me your manual ID, and I will rent the bow and arrow to you with the specified ID. You can use the bow and arrow to fight off those people. Don't worry, everyone. These people are not pirates. They are indigenous people. 075. Fight off the indigenous people. To prevent accidents." After renting the bow and arrow to the archery athlete, Li Tian did not let Su Huanfeng hang up the video. After getting the bow and arrow, the girl did not waste any time and quickly came to the side of the boat to take stock of the current situation. There were 2 rafts following each side of the sailboat. There were 3 natives on each raft, 2 of whom were rowing desperately. Forehead. In fact, even if we don't repel the other party, I'm afraid we will be able to shake them off in no time. However, in order to stabilize the passengers' emotions and state, repelling the natives is not a meaningless thing. After finding the target, the next moment, I saw the girl holding a bow in her left hand, her feet shoulder-width apart, and her body slightly leaning forward. Then she placed the arrow in her right hand on the arrow rest, with the monochrome feather facing herself and the arrow tail groove buckled on the bowstring and arrow nock. One set of operations goes smoothly. Judging from this, she should not be lying. Even if she is not a professional athlete, she must have practiced archery. When she pointed the bow at one of the natives rowing the boat, she pulled the bowstring with her right hand, and in the blink of an eye, a lightning-fast arrow flew out and hit the native directly. The natives who were hit by the arrows fell directly into the sea. The other natives were startled and chattered about something. But the girl didn't give the other natives a chance to discuss. She shot another arrow and shot down another native. Suddenly, the natives panicked, as they had never seen such weapons before. Among them, a fat black man with 5 chicken feathers stuck on his head looked at the weapon in his hand, which was a wooden stick tied with a stone, and he said, "Pooh," and threw it directly into the water. Maybe it's because of the comparison that he found his weapon is not as good as before. Immediately, he raised his hand to signal. The other natives also stopped and no longer followed. Presumably, the fat man is the leader of this group of natives. Seeing that the natives no longer pestered them, everyone on the boat breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. Li Tian retracted the bow and arrow and expressed his gratitude to the archer. "Thank you. 100 steps to shoot the target. You're welcome. I just happen to have this skill." Having said that, Li Tian still gave her 500 g of bread and 500 milliliters of purified water as a reward. After all, I have received the money, so I should solve all the problems I encounter by myself. She has no obligation to help herself solve these troubles. This is the first voyage of my transportation business. If anything unexpected happens, it will naturally affect future business. Therefore, these rewards still have to be paid. Of course, Li Tian did this to establish a good relationship with her. People who have archery skills are considered talents nowadays. Li Tian was actually interested in recruiting him into his team, but since they had just gone through all this, it wouldn't be appropriate to say it now. So, I can only add her as a friend first, and then make plans after sending her to her destination. After all problems are solved, Li Tian returned to his manual and checked what was in today's blind box. Unfortunately, they are just some ordinary supplies. Afterwards, Li Tian stopped paying attention to it. For the rest of the afternoon, there was no news from the flight, which made Li Tian completely relieved. Before, Li Tian was afraid that the natives would make a counterattack, but now it seems that he was worrying too much. However, during dinner, Nitian and Xinqing brought another piece of good news. That is, the two of them have worked together to develop a walkie-talkie. Although this thing doesn't seem to be of much use and has distance limitations, and is not as practical as the communication function in the manual, it is also a kind of progress in civilization. We are now able to develop our own communication equipment, and as it is gradually improved, mobile phones are just around the corner. However, what Li Tian did not expect was that he heard from Nitian that there was a signal frequency in the island civilization itself, and the connection between the manuals was probably achieved through this signal frequency. If we can penetrate it and make use of it, we can save the research and development of signals. However, due to his lack of cultural knowledge, Li Tian was unable to give any advice. After replying, "Do a good job," Li Tian returned to his room. At this time, the manual's public chat screen was very lively. Many people seem to have encountered natives today, but fortunately no one was injured or abducted. According to those involved, the weapons of the indigenous people were probably not as sharp as the axes and hoes made by the manual production center, so they were scared away. Many warriors inflicted heavy damage on the natives. However, based on the nature of this civilization, Li Tian did not let down his guard. Since the manual indicates that the challenge has been upgraded, it is naturally impossible to resolve it so easily. If those natives are really cowardly and weak as other survivors said, then their appearance becomes meaningless. However, Li Tian had no idea of the details, so he could only take it one step at a time. 076. Emperor Yin captured the native women. 12 o'clock midnight. Today's midnight is a little cooler than usual. This is extremely abnormal. But Li Tian didn't care. Maybe God sympathized with the survivors and lowered the temperature? Open the supply box. This time, Li Tian was lucky enough to get 2 rare materials, synthesis card and aboriginal plum. Take it out and read it in the system. Synthesis card. You can combine targets of the same level and type into a 2-in-1 synthesis to increase their level. The target used must have its own level, and it is invalid for living creatures. Aboriginal plum. After eating it, you can acquire the ability to speak the Aboriginal language within 30 minutes. The introduction was concise, and Li Tian understood their purpose at a glance. There is no need to say much about the indigenous plum. When you need it, just eat it directly. Unfortunately, the synthesis card cannot synthesize living things. If it were possible to merge living things, he would really like to merge the 2 cows. Anyway, those 2 cows are not very good. 1 male and 1 female. They have been together for so long. No babies born yet. Look at the pheasant couple next door. Sooner or later, they will be able to invest in and start a chicken business. Certainly. The most outrageous thing is that now both cows have a particularly close relationship with the tusk boar. This kind of cross-species phenomenon is the first time Li Tian has seen it. But there was nothing Li Tian could do. I thought about breaking them up. But after the pigs and cows were forcibly separated and kept in separate pens, all 3 animals went on a hunger strike. How cruel. No, let's go to the woods tomorrow to see if there are any wild boars. At least we have to catch a boar to chisel the corner of the wall. Allowing them to go is not a solution either. The more Li Tian thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. If he didn't separate the pig and the cow, he might really give birth to a pig-cow monster in the future. After making a decision in his heart, Li Tian fell asleep. As for this synthetic card, Li Tian planned to give it to Mr. Wang and let him use it. Because the limitation of the synthesis card is that it can only be 2 targets of the same type and level, living ones are not allowed, and they must have their own levels, then Li Tian basically has nothing that needs to be synthesized. It would be better to synthesize a certain seed and upgrade it to a higher level. Even if there is only 1 plant, it can become countless plants under Mr. Wang's technology. However, as it is late at night, it can only be handed over tomorrow. The night is thick. 6 rafts have been placed on an island of more than 2,000 square meters. There were 18 natives in total, holding stone axes, axes made of wood tied to stone, and sneaking towards the stone house with flames. On the stone bed in the stone house, Emperor Yin was sleeping soundly, with his shape, tie, formed. I wonder what sweet dream he was having. The next moment, a dark shadow appeared. The leading native stepped into the stone house cautiously. The black shadow was reflected by the firelight, flickering like a ghost. However, all of this was an illusion created by Emperor Yin for the natives. Yin Emperor noticed all this as early as when the natives landed. The appearance of the natives during the day had already alerted him, so he had no plans to sleep tonight. Unexpectedly, he was able to seize the opportunity by just sitting back and waiting. It only took him a moment to pick up the axe that had been buried under the quilt and raised it to chop. A black head fell down, but he was not afraid of it. He had killed people before in the early days of the mainland civilization, so he was quite experienced in these matters. And the group of natives, seeing that their companions were gone, were not afraid but angry. They chirped in bird language and rushed towards the stone house, waving stone axes in their hands. Seeing this, Emperor Yin was also stunned. Fuck, so many? It was dark at the time, and Emperor Yin thought there were only a few people, but he didn't expect there were more than a dozen. However, there are actually 2 women. These 2 female natives were only wearing animal skins, covering the parts that needed to be covered. His posture is extremely good due to years of running and hunting, and he even has a 6-pack. At this moment, Emperor Yin felt that he was full of fighting power. If I kill these natives and capture the women, wouldn't I no longer have to worry about loneliness? Adhering to the principle of strike first, gain the advantage, Emperor Yin did not hesitate, aimed at a native and struck him with an axe again. The native reacted very quickly and immediately held the stone axes in his hands horizontally with both hands. However, the axe sticks were made of ordinary tree trunks and broke with one strike. Another head fell to the ground. The more Yin Emperor killed, the more excited he became, and the group of natives also realized the gap between us and the enemy. The opponent's weapons are much more powerful than mine. The natives just exchanged glances and then reacted by running away. How could Emperor Yin fulfill their wish? Chase after him outside. In the end, they did get something out of it and successfully captured a female native. As for the other natives, they all boarded the raft and left. However, when leaving, the natives on the raft were still communicating with the female native who was hugged by Yin Emperor. But Emperor Yin couldn't understand it either. After the group of natives walked away and no longer posed a threat, Emperor Yin dragged the captured female native into the stone house. "Hey, I won't be lonely tonight." As he spoke, Emperor Yin showed excitement and took off his clothes. The character Tai also directly became the character Jin. The female natives were frightened upon seeing this and quickly shrank back. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. The Emperor Yin directly pressed on her and peeled off her animal skin. The following plot is not suitable for children. Please use your imagination. 077. Indigenous people may come from multiple territories, 1/4. The next day, when he woke up, Li Tian found that the manual was very lively. After finding out more about the situation, I found out that many survivors were ambushed by the natives last night. This just happened to confirm Li Tian's guess at the time. The indigenous people are definitely not that easy to deal with. It seems that the native is good at ambushes and knows how to launch sneak attacks at night. And the so-called challenge upgrade should refer to this, right? In fact, the degree of attack of indigenous attacks and sea beast attacks is similar. If it is a head-on confrontation, the survivors can basically resist with the advantage of weapons. But the difficulty lies in the fact that the natives are more thoughtful than sea beasts. They are also human beings and will plan and kill you by surprise. It's impossible that you wouldn't sleep the whole day just to guard against the natives, right? Even if you persist in not sleeping for a whole day, how many days can the average person keep doing it? I'm afraid if this continues, people will die suddenly before the natives show up. Another key piece of information is that the natives described by each survivor seem to be different. Some wore animal skins, some wore grass clothes, some were shirtless with their faces showing, and there were even white people. This made Li Tian wonder whether the natives also had territories. That group of indigenous people, they came from different territories. If this is true, the risk factor will increase greatly. Think of this. Li Tian didn't waste any more time. After washing up, he gathered all the members on the island and told them what he had analyzed. When everyone heard this, they immediately became worried. If the natives really have multiple forces, then the island where he is located will be discovered by them sooner or later. If the natives discovered how luxurious their island was, they would probably gather all their strength to attack it. Although the physical fitness of our group has improved, 2 fists are still no match for 4 hands. If the other side came with thousands or even tens of thousands of people, even if we could defeat them, we would be exhausted to death. At this time, Li Erbio also expressed his opinion. In that case, why don't I go and bring the Tiangong members I recruit later to the island now? Of course. Li Tian nodded, but then said, but housing is a problem. In the early stages, they can sleep on the floor, or multiple people can sleep in one room. But I believe that the number of our Tiangong members will be much larger in the future, so the housing problem will have to be solved sooner or later. Hearing this, Li Erbio also fell silent. Up to now, the warehouse has produced many books on making stone and wooden houses, but there are only dozens of them in total, which is far from enough for the members to live in. If we don't solve this problem, we can't let them sleep on the floor, right? Although, when everyone first entered the island, they spent their time outdoors. But things are different now than they were before. Nowadays there are villas, farmhouses, and tube-shaped buildings on the island. It is really not fair to let the friends who come in later to sleep on the floor while we are enjoying ourselves. After a while, Li Tian remembered something. Didn't he give out a skill book for architects at that time? Li Erbio also clapped his hands and agreed, yes, I forgot about this. With the ability of an architect, building a house shouldn't be a piece of cake. But we have a lot of houses to build, and one person is not enough. After that, Li Tian looked at Li Ro again and said, Ro, go to the manual chat screen and look for a carpenter, or someone who can build a simple mud house or a wooden house. We have plenty of materials, but not enough blueprints. Since we can't rely on the production center to build the house, we can ask someone to do it. Now that the two sea areas have merged, I still don't believe that among the tens of thousands of survivors, there is not a single person who can build a house. After hearing this, Li Ro nodded and ran towards the villa. Li Erbio also nodded in response. That's a good idea. Okay, Brother Biao. You can drive the helicopter to pick them up. It will take a lot of time for more than 200 people. Those in front, make do with the wooden and stone houses for now. When you bring all the people here, maybe Ruru will find a carpenter or someone who can build a house. Okay, I'll leave right away. After the meeting was dissolved, Li Tian handed the architect's skill book to the Dozong expert. The Dozong strongman, whose real name is Su Yao Qian, is 25 or 26 years old. When he was in the civilized mainland, he was a typical social animal. Although he looks cheerful on weekdays, he has done a job that most young people are unwilling to do, moving bricks. Although moving bricks is not a technical job, among the current members on the island, his previous career is the closest to construction. After moving bricks for a long time, he would be more familiar with construction, right? Therefore, it is most appropriate to give him this skill book. Of course, considering that construction is a physical job, Li Tian did not let him bear it alone. He also arranged for the angel investor Bing Huang to help him. After hearing this, the Ice Emperor exclaimed, "Wow!" The two Dozong masters were naturally flattered to receive such an important task, and they bowed and promised to complete the task. After everything was explained clearly, I had some free time again. After remembering his plan to find a breeding boar for the tusky boar last night, Li Tian took his sword, the polar bear, 2 huskies, and a few love cards and went into the woods. There are 3 more chapters to come, so stay tuned. 078. A+ grade tusk boar, 2 of 4. Today, the exact area of the island is 842,097 square meters. It was also mentioned during the evolution of the island that if there were no human interference, the area of the island evolution would be half of the total area, which is 421,048.5 square meters. If you dig its roots out, its length and width are less than 650 meters each. Although it is not very big, the forest is extremely dense. If you want to get in, you basically have to clear the way manually. A famous person once said, there was no road here originally, but when more people walked, a road was formed. Today, for the happiness of wild boars, to correct the orientation of cows, and to have plenty of pork to eat, Li Tian resolutely became a pioneer. Go deep into the woods. Li Tian really regretted not wearing a coat when coming in, as there were insects and ants everywhere. The good news is that Li Tian's skin is no longer delicate and tender, thanks to the nourishment of high-quality ingredients. Ordinary insects and ants can't bite it at all. But those insects and ants kept crawling on his body, which made Li Tian very itchy. When the pigs give birth, we must eat a roast suckling pig to replenish our blood. Li Tian waved his sword in one hand and slapped insects and ants on his body with the other hand, and couldn't help but start to slander them. However, the polar bear and the 2 huskies nearby were not affected by this at all. Instead, they enjoyed eating. The next moment, hard work pays off, and Li Tian actually found pigs' footprints in the mud. The footprints looked like they had just been made and were heading deeper into the woods. Li Tian immediately became excited. Finally found it. We walked forward about another 100 meters. I saw a more robust wild boar with tusks rolling in the mud, seemingly bathing. Through its rolling, Li Tian also successfully saw the penis under his belly. Male. However, the system recognized and read it. Wow, it's an A+ grade tusk boar. Li Tian didn't feel confident. At the same level, it seems that humans are no match for wild boars. It's really a headache. Although there were 2 huskies and a polar bear beside him. But Li Tian glanced at the husky who was having fun nearby and couldn't help but shake his head. Just pretend that the polar bear is your only helper. Can you subdue that guy? Li Tian looked at the polar bear and asked softly. The polar bear actually shook his head and pointed at the sharp fangs of the tusk boar. Are you afraid of those fangs? Li Tian asked again. The polar bear nodded. Seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but curl his lips. An S-level beast can't beat an A+ wild boar. How shameful. But the polar bear was very smart and ignored Li Tian's provocation at all. Then I have to go back first. Li Tian sighed helplessly. Originally, it was thought that it would be easy for me, a bear and 2 stupid dogs, to catch a B-level wild boar. But if you encounter an A+ grade one, you have to take a long-term view. At present, the medical equipment on the island is not complete. There are only some simple medical supplies. If the injury is serious, there is a great risk of death. Thinking of this, Li Tian turned around and prepared to leave. But they never thought that these two stupid dogs would bark a few times while playing, which instantly attracted the wild boar's attention. The wild boar just grunted and charged forward. Li Tian dodged quickly and barely avoided the wild boar's attack. The wild boar that dodged the attack crashed directly into a tree. The next moment, there was a crack, and the tree, which was as thick as a thigh, was broken. Oh my god, so fierce? Li Tian was stunned when he saw this. If you get hit by it, the result will be the same as being hit by a car. You can't hide away. Let's go together. Li Tian turned his head, preparing to explain the battle plan to the polar bear and husky beside him. Worth a look. Fuck. You beasts. You can run faster than me? How could he have imagined that these guys were even more cowardly than him? In the short time it took him to turn his head, they had actually run dozens of meters away. Now that he had no help, Li Tian naturally couldn't force his way through. So he could only hold his breath, keeping his eyes fixed on the wild boar, looking for a chance to escape. Soon, the time was right, he clapped his hands and jumped up. Gaia! Frightened by Li Tian's actions, the wild boar took a few steps back, thinking that Li Tian was preparing to use a big move. But who knows? Li Tian found the right moment and ran away. A plus physique is no joke. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian successfully left the wild boar 10 meters away. But right now, it's not a question of whether you can escape or not, but where to run. In the residential area, the physical fitness of those members is not as good as his. If the wild boar is led into the residential area, there will probably be heavy casualties. Although there is an electric fence, Li Tian can't guarantee that the electricity will be effective against this A-plus wild boar. If it is useless, then Li Tian didn't dare to gamble with his companions' lives. After much thought, Li Tian could only lead the wild boar towards the livestock area. There were not many people in that area. Although there were some livestock, this was already the best result. There are 2 more chapters to come, so stay tuned. 079. A desperate fight, 3-4. Those beasts. Even if you use the concentric card, you can run faster than a rabbit. Once I get rid of this wild boar, I'll make you starve for a few meals. Li Tian was running and cursing, just like a nagging woman. The wild boars were chasing madly, just like warriors. Because he was running at his best, Li Tian consumed a huge amount of physical energy. After a few minutes, sweat appeared on his forehead. The high-intensity exercise also caused Li Tianxia to feel some soreness in his limbs. As time goes by, Li Tian's breathing gradually became rapid, and he finally escaped from the woods. However, what Li Tian didn't expect was that what he feared would come true. It turns out that the polar bear and the husky ran away in order to ask for help. At this time, everyone was waiting here with weapons, such as machetes and hoes. No need to think. If you can know in advance where you will appear, it must be the route led by Era. Only their noses were sharp enough to tell where they were escaping. This bastard is more likely to cause trouble than to help. Li Tian was so angry that he wanted to have dog meat hot pot tonight. I tried my best to lead the wild boar towards here because I was afraid that it would hurt other people. Now that everyone is gathered together, the wild boar can play bowling. Wouldn't this just cause everything to fall down with one collision? Brother, come here quickly. Li Ro frowned, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and waved at Li Tian worriedly. And old Wang, who was still as sharp as a knife, took the lead with a hoe in hand. Xiao Tian, come here. Watch me hoe this pig to death. Yes, boss, come behind us. We have more people and can definitely kill this wild boar. After hearing this, Li Tian felt like crying but had no tears. Could you please stop causing trouble for yourself? Certainly. Li Tian didn't blame them. They worry about themselves and that's a good thing. Moreover, they were unable to read the wild boar's level, so they didn't take it too seriously. Right now, Li Tian understood that he had no way to escape. If they continue to run away, others will definitely get hurt. So, he stopped, turned around, raised his sword and swung it over. Tian Indi, let's fight. The wild boar was very smart. It did not use its body to block the knife, but instead used its fangs to block the knife. The collision between the blade and the fangs actually created sparks, which was quite exaggerated. Even Li Tian's strength was not enough to defeat it, and the sword in his hand slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. This moment, everyone also understood the wild boar's strength. You know, Li Tian is the strongest person on the island, but he couldn't even hold the knife after just a collision. This pig is probably not ordinary. Mr. Wang quickly put away his previous impulse, hid the hoe behind him, and frowned into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. Li Ro was weak to begin with. When she saw this scene, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, Run. Don't fight it. Silly girl, I don't want to fight it either. Li Tian responded with a wry smile, and then reminded, hurry up and disperse. No one should get close to this pig. Hearing this, the crowd dared not disobey and dispersed. This is not the time to act on impulse. If you force your way in, you will end up making things worse. Only then did Li Tian breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately, he rolled on the ground and picked up the sword again. Come on, beast, let me see how strong you are. After saying that, he clenched the sword with both hands this time and swung it again with all the strength he had using his D-cup breasts. Wild boars also used their tusks to block. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. Li Tian felt that his hands were numb from the shock. This wild boar was too abnormal. Every time I tamed wild beasts before, it went smoothly, but I didn't expect to hit a wall this time. This wild boar is completely unreasonable. They keep launching attacks, not giving people any chance to breathe, let alone make peace. But Li Tian also gained something. In this confrontation, he managed to cut off one of the wild boar's tusks. The wild boar groaned in pain a few times, but showed no intention of giving up. Instead, it looked even more ferocious. Come again? Seeing that the wild boar seemed to be preparing to attack again, Li Tianren was dumbfounded. The previous blow was already the limit of his physical strength, and he thought the wild boar would return to the woods. It looks like this is a fight to the death. Seeing that her brother was already breathing heavily, Li Ro became very nervous. He looked at the polar bear beside him and roared, "Little bear, what are you standing there for? Go save my brother." However, the polar bear just showed an innocent expression and still pointed at the wild boar's fangs. Ro, forget it. This wild boar is really hard to deal with. Without weapons, it's easy to get hurt by hand-to-hand combat. Then, Li Tian took a deep breath, held the knife with both hands, and kept his eyes focused on the wild boar. He couldn't be careless, it was fatal. For Li Tian, the only way at the moment is to cut off the only remaining skewer of the wild boar. No, it is the tusk. This way, at least the polar bear can join the battlefield to help him. But can I really do it? My hands are still numb, so I have no choice but to fight to the death. There is one more chapter, so stay tuned. 080. Finally tamed the A+ wild boar, 4 out of 4. It happened in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths, the wild boar scratched the ground twice with its hind legs, as if gathering strength, and the next moment it rushed towards Li Tian's body. Li Tian also chopped at the wild boar's fangs head-on. There was another bang, but unfortunately, the force this time was much smaller than last time and it did not cut through. At the same time, Li Tian had no time to dodge and was knocked away by the wild boar. Li Tian flew several meters away and felt a burning sensation in his throat after landing. He then spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. "Elder brother! Boss! Shout Tian!" Everyone shouted at almost the same time. No one expected that after being on the island for so long, the only danger they encountered was not pirates or natives, but a wild boar. Li Ro subconsciously wanted to run towards Li Tian, but fortunately she was stopped by Old Wang. "Girl, don't go. It's dangerous. My brother is injured. Let me go." Li Tian was not unconscious at this time, but he felt that his internal organs were churning, and maybe several of his ribs were broken. He endured the pain and raised his hand to stop her. Ro, don't come over. It's dangerous." But animals are merciless. Seeing that Li Tian was injured, the wild boar became even more excited. It aimed its fangs at Li Tian's head and dug up the ground with its hind hooves again, as if it wanted to cut Li Tian in half. Li Ro tried desperately to break free from Wang Lao's restraints. "Wang Lao, please let me go. I want to save my brother." "Can." Just as the wild boar was gathering strength and its limbs were about to move forward, a "emo" sound was heard, and the next moment, a sturdy cow jumped out of the pig pen and hit the wild boar's side directly, knocking the wild boar several meters away. "Brave cow." Li Ro smiled happily. Li Tian also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was really going to die here. It seems that it is not a waste to use the B-level card for it. Yes, this cow was exactly the ungraded male dairy cow that was taken out of the supply box. At that time, the male dairy cow had no grades, but it was excluded by many B-grade sows and cows. If Li Tian had not given it the B-grade card at that time, it would not be able to turn the tables and sing now. The polar bear was also quick-eyed and quick-handed. It roared and rushed over, pinning the wild boar down. The disaster only stopped at this moment. "Brother, are you okay?" Li Ro had already run to Li Tian's side and asked worriedly, but she didn't dare to support Li Tian for fear of causing him secondary injury. Li Tian forced a smile and responded, "Fortunately, your brother is lucky." After saying that, Li Tian covered his abdomen with one hand and slowly stood up. But as soon as he stood up, Li Tian felt his body churning again, and he couldn't help but spit out a lot of blood with a puff. "Elder brother. Silly boy, it's okay. Just spit out some blood." Li Tian comforted, but he already had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he didn't dare to rest at this time. The wild boar was only subdued temporarily, and he still had to deal with it as soon as possible. "Boss, this pig has hurt you so badly, you might as well kill it." Su Yaoqian, a dozong master, said indignantly. Li Tian waved his hand. "No, I want to tame this wild boar. Although this behavior belongs to wild boars, no matter how many times I have been abused by wild boars, I still regard wild boars as my first love." But Li Tian had no choice. If we just ate it, then almost everyone in our group would only eat a few pieces of meat, and the pig would be gone, and our physical level would not be improved. Then there is absolutely no point in getting hurt. Li Tian experienced the wild boar's ability firsthand, and after taming it, he would definitely be a good opponent in the future. Moreover, given the wild boar's violent temper, it might actually be able to separate the pig-cow combination. So, with the help of Li Ro, he came to the wild boar and said, "I'll give you a chance to submit to me." The wild boar that was pinned down by the polar bear was quite unconvinced and kept groaning, as if it felt that Li Tian was using his superior numbers to bully the weak, which was not a gentlemanly act. "I'll say this one last time, surrender to me." Li Tian spoke again with a cold tone, and at the same time looked at the polar bear and signaled him to increase his strength. Humph! After being pressed by the polar bear, the wild boar felt unprecedented pressure and cried out in pain a few times. There is no way. The polar bear is an S-level beast, while the wild boar is only A+. If there is no need to worry about the wild boar's fangs, the polar bear's strength will naturally defeat the wild boar. But even so, the wild boar did not surrender, but just howled in pain. At this point, the polar bear didn't know what to do and looked at Li Tian for instructions. "Keep increasing your efforts." Li Tian showed no mercy and spoke lightly. After hearing this, the polar bear increased its downward pressure a little more, and the ground on the island was compressed a lot. This time, the wild boar began to wail. Li Tian then asked again, "If you are afraid of death, then surrender." The wild boar nodded quickly. "Okay, then I'll only give you this one chance. I'll use the concentric card on you. Don't resist." After successfully taming the wild boar, Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, his body could no longer hold on and he fainted, falling backwards. Today's fourth update is over. Thank you for your support. 081. Nurse Meng Jiao. 12 o'clock midnight. Villa. Li Tian's room. Li Tian is still in a coma. There were 4 people guarding his bed. They are Li Erbio, Li Ro, Dai Xiaomei, and another unknown girl with a ponytail. Now, their faces were full of worry because Li Tian had been in a coma for more than 10 hours. Is it normal for him to be unconscious for so long? I hope nothing will happen to him. Li Erbio looked at the ponytailed girl with a worried look on his face. The girl with ponytail sighed helplessly after hearing this. "Brother Biao, I am a nursing student, not a professional doctor. Besides, there are no instruments here, so it is difficult for me to make a judgment." The woman who spoke was named Meng Jiao, and she was also a member of the Heavenly Palace. He is one of the first 10 members Li Erbio picked up today. At the beginning, Li Erbio hired her because of her nursing knowledge. After hearing this, Li Ro and Dai Xiaomei's faces turned unhappy. Li Ro's eyes were already swollen from crying. "Sister Dai, nothing will happen to my brother, right?" "Yes, definitely not. He is the Superman in my mind." Dai Xiaomei nodded firmly and comforted. No one expected that Li Tian would be injured so badly that he had been unconscious until now and had not even opened his eyes. Li Erbio also felt regretful. "Hey, if I hadn't gone out and stayed with Tiandi, I would have been able to subdue the wild boar and he wouldn't have been so badly injured. Blame me. Blame me." Li Tian naturally couldn't hear the idle chatter of people outside. But at this moment, his mind was unusually active. Ding! The host's vital signs are detected to be weak. The system enters emergency state. Ding! The system will decide on behalf of the host and use today's system blind box in exchange for the host's life. Ding! The system blind box has been consumed successfully and the host's damaged organs are being repaired. 1%, 2%, 100%. Ding! Repair successful. The host is out of danger. As soon as the system sound fell, Li Tian opened his tired eyes dazedly. raised his right hand, and subconsciously said, "Water?" Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Leroy quickly picked up the cup of water that had been prepared at the side and handed it over. "Brother, woo-woo-woo, you finally woke up." But Li Tian's current condition made it impossible to answer. His mouth was so dry that it seemed like smoke was coming out of it. "Take the water." Li Tian took a sip and the dryness in his throat improved. He immediately thanked the system in his heart. He could hear everything the system had just done in his mind. "Thank you, system. Otherwise, I would be dead." "Host, rest assured, with Tongzi here, you will have a worry-free life." After hearing this, Li Tian smiled and said no more. Although he was unconscious, he remembered everything that happened today. The timely help from the system, the timely action from the cow, and of course those two stupid dogs. "Brother, how do you feel now?" Leroy asked impatiently. Li Tian picked up the water cup again and took a sip, then looked at his sister. "Silly girl, I'm fine. I just feel a little tired, nothing serious. You've become ugly after crying so much, and you won't be able to get married." Without waiting for Leroy's reply, when Li Tian found the strange woman standing next to Li Erbio, he was stunned again. "Who are you?" When Meng Jiao arrived at the island, Li Erbio immediately arranged for her to be with Li Tian to try to treat and take care of Li Tian. So she also knew that the young man in front of her was the owner of this island. Therefore, Meng Jiao did not dare to be careless. He quickly bowed and greeted, "Hello, boss. My name is Meng Jiao. I'm a nurse, and now I'm also a member of Tiangong." "Nurse? Thank you for your hard work in taking care of me." Li Tian nodded and responded with a faint smile. Meng Jiao felt ashamed after hearing this. "Boss, you were joking. This is all thanks to your good physical fitness. I didn't do anything. If you want to talk about hard work, it's not as hard as your sister and brother Biao. From day till now, they haven't even eaten. They just stayed by your side." Hearing this, Li Tian felt warm in his heart again. He glanced at Leroy and Li Erbio, but didn't say much. Sometimes, some words don't need to be said, just a look at each other can make both parties understand each other. "Okay, Meng Jiao, don't be so modest. Aren't you busy and haven't eaten yet?" "If you ask me, I'm the one who played the least role." Seeing Li Tian waking up, Dai Xiaomei finally let go of the worry in her heart and started to joke. "Since you haven't eaten yet, why don't you guys take the trouble to make a meal? I'm hungry too." Considering everyone's health and to ease the current atmosphere, Li Tian joined in the joking group and said, "That's no problem. Bro, you just rest here. I'll do it." "Hey, I'm going too." "And me." In an instant, the three girls rushed out to cook. Li Erbio and Li Tian were the only ones left in the room. "Brother, are you really okay?" Seeing that there was no one else around, Li Erbio asked again, fearing that Li Tian was deliberately acting like this because he wanted to make everyone worry. Li Tian knew what Li Erbio meant and nodded. "Brother Biao, I'm really fine. It may be because of my improved physical condition. My injuries healed while I was sleeping. Just take a break, and you'll be able to move normally tomorrow." "Huh." Li Erbio was relieved after hearing this. "That's good. We were so worried. Mr. Wang didn't eat much because he was worried. If I hadn't forced him to sleep, he would have wanted to stay by your side." "Oh, it's my fault. I was too confident in my own abilities. There's no rush to find the wild boar. I'll wait for you to come back and we'll go together. There's nothing to worry about." After hearing this, Li Tian felt guilty. In fact, all of this is his own fault. Not only did it make people around me worry, but it also wasted an opportunity to open a system blind box. "Okay, let's not talk about the past. Since you are really okay, I will continue to pick up the brothers from Tiangong. I took one trip, but when I came back I found out something happened to you, so I didn't go. They were all waiting." "Okay, go ahead." After the midnight snack, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep at Li Tian's order. And Meng Jiao was dragged into Li Ro's room. Of course, she is still worried about her brother. After all, Meng Jiao is a nurse, so she might be of use. Now that her brother's injuries have not fully healed, it would be best to leave her in the villa. Final. As the summer came, everyone fell asleep quietly and entered a sweet dreamland. 082 planned to launch monthly subscription service. The next day, Li Tian woke up before dawn. It could be said that he had slept for almost a whole day and was not at all sleepy. "My body felt a little numb from lying there. I went to the manual and took a look. It was already past 4 a.m., so I decided to go out for a walk." What Li Tian didn't expect was that a lot of people had already gathered outside the house. The leader was Li Erbio. Li Erbio was also surprised to see Li Tian appear. "Why did you get out of bed? Why don't you rest for a while?" "I'm fine. But you? When did you come back?" Li Tian asked back. I just arrived and have already received 40 members. Now we are letting them get to know each other. In a moment, I plan to finish morning training before picking up the other members. After saying that, Li Erbio looked at the others beside him and said, Many people here don't know him yet. He is humble and proud son, the founder of our Tiangong. After the words fell, everyone immediately cast admiring glances at Li Tian and stood more upright. Even many people's eyes flashed with surprise. Who could have thought that such a huge island and such a well-known force were created by a young man? That's why the first impression Li Tian gave to everyone was that of a mysterious and unfathomable person. He is so young and has achieved so much. He must have something extraordinary about him. If Li Erbio hadn't been here, they would have probably already started talking about it. Seeing this, Li Tian was neither arrogant nor impatient, and always had a humble smile on his face. Hello, everyone. Welcome to join the Tiangong family. When you come here, just treat it like your own home. I can't guarantee anything for you, but you won't have to worry about food and drink. From now on, you will train well with Brother Biao and protect our homeland together. Okay, keep busy with your work. After saying this, Li Tian walked towards the livestock area. After taming the A-plus Tusky boar yesterday, I didn't pay any attention to the follow-up. He wanted to know if the A-plus wild boar could break up the pig-cow combination. Arrived at the livestock area. At this time, there was no trace of the polar bear. It must have gone to the sea to fish. As for the two huskies, don't even mention them. They were soundly sleeping. As dogs, they didn't have the alertness that dogs should have. These two dogs are too spoiled. Li Tian muttered in his heart, thinking about how to punish them. Come to the pigsty. The pigsty seemed particularly crowded at this time. The two pigs and two cows could basically only support them to turn around. Hearing the noise, they all woke up. The good news is that it seems that my countermeasures are working. With the appearance of the wild boar, the female wild boar no longer hung out with the female bison. At this time, the two pigs were sticking close to each other. However, the two cows clearly had some grudges against each other. The bull and the cow always keep their distance. Are you okay? Li Tian looked at the bull and asked with a hint of gratitude. What he was asking about was, of course, the incident yesterday when the bull stepped forward to charge the wild boar. After all, it was just a B-level cow. It was impossible for it to be unharmed after forcibly ramming into an A-plus level wild boar. The bull just shook his head. Although the two could not communicate, they understood each other. That's fine. Li Tian looked at the A-plus pig again. Don't bully others here. You are all family now. Oh, come on. Help me make it give birth to a few piglets, and you will get the benefits. After saying that, the boar acted decisively and rode on the sow with his backhand. Hee. Forehead. The scene was so exciting that Li Tian simply didn't bother him. However, at the time of parting, Li Tian discovered that the cow seemed reluctant to leave the wild boar. She was so angry that she kept screaming. Unfortunately, she was no match for the A-plus wild boar and could only talk but not take any actual action. It seems that we will be able to eat pork soon. Li Tian walked towards the villa with full of anticipation. During breakfast, seeing more and more members crowding in the residential area, Li Tian became more and more eager to expand the island. Currently, the available area of the main island, excluding half of the evolution zone, is only 421,048.5 square meters. This string of numbers sounds big, but in fact it is just that. It can be understood as a square with a length and width of about 650 m. Livestock area. A pig pen, a nursery and a fence occupy 80,000 square meters, 200 m * 400 m. Even with this layout, Li Tian still thinks it is not enough. In the future, Li Tian plans to turn this land into a ranch. After all, there are more and more chicks, and there may be ducks in the future. The pigs are now on track and should be able to give birth to piglets soon. If we include cattle, the number will be quite large. The most important thing is this island civilization. These creatures grow very fast. They can grow up in just a few days. The reproduction period is very short. It won't take long before one gives birth to two gives birth to 4, and the livestock area is filled with them. As for the planting area, in order to ensure the supply of food, and because Mr. Wong was diligent, he directly used an area of 250,000 square meters, 500 m * 500 m. If Li Tian hadn't stopped him, Mr. Wong might have continued planting. Of course, Shaoi also played a very important role in this. Otherwise, Mr. Wong would not be able to take care of such a large piece of land as he is old. That's the calculation. Excluding the areas of roads and building spacing, The usable area of the residential area is less than 90,000 square meters. Although the residential area has not been fully utilized at present, the remaining area is naturally insufficient to support subsequent housing expansion. Even if it is just a small wooden cabin, it covers an area of 48 square meters. If there are more than 200 people, 2 people in a room, more than 100 small wooden cabins will be needed, and some space will have to be left for them to move around, which requires a lot of space. Therefore, Li Tian started to think about how to use the triple card in his hand. The triple card is undoubtedly the best way to quickly and significantly expand the area of the island. The more expansion pumice stones you get in a day, the better the results. However, the water still could not be sold, and there was always a limit to the bread and fish, which really stumped him. He suddenly had an idea. Monthly subscription. We can launch a monthly subscription service. The more Li Tian thought about it, the more he felt there was a way to do it, and he gradually became excited. Li Ro, who was standing by, was puzzled after hearing this. Monthly subscription? Why should we subscribe to a monthly subscription? Brother, do you think you are 10,086? Li Tian smiled and expressed his thoughts. Currently, many survivors are still worried about food or water sources. My idea is to launch a package that provides a month's supply of water or a month's supply of food. All he needs to do is pay me a monthly fee, and I can provide him with water or food for the entire month. 083. Promoted to a large island, opening a new era of blind boxes. But brother, after the survivors finish drinking the rainwater, we can still sell our spring water. Not only does it cause trouble, but it also affects the sales of our spring water. What's the point? Li Erbio quickly expressed his opinion after hearing this. Yes, and brother, if we do this, what if the monthly customers take our water out of the shelves? Li Ro also interrupted. Li Tian had long expected that everyone would say this. He just smiled with confidence and began to explain. First, we have the triple card in our hands. If we use it with the triple card, we will definitely not lose money. Secondly, doing this can make the survivors dependent on us. As for the issue of monthly customers reselling their water, I have also considered it, so you don't have to worry about it. We can arrange special members to connect with monthly customers. When they want to drink water, the prerequisite for us to trade with them is that they have to turn on the video and swallow all the water in front of us. No water can be left. If you violate the rules, can't you just cancel the monthly subscription? Hearing this, Li Erbio nodded. It's a little troublesome to do this, but it seems to be a good solution. Now that you have made up your mind, just do it. We all support you. Well, but Brother Biao, I need to borrow some people from you. Look at what you said. You are the boss here. Just give me instructions if you need anything. Then, Li Tian didn't waste any time. 50 people were directly selected from the members of Tiangong to serve as customer service for the monthly service. After everything is ready, Li Tian came to the Doomsday Communication Manual and spent 10 expansion pumice stones to purchase 1,000 miles voice transmission. From now on, Tiangong will provide monthly subscription services to all survivors. Monthly water subscription, 50 expansion pumice, monthly food subscription, 50 expansion pumice, monthly diet subscription, 90 expansion pumice. Survivors who do not have enough expansion pumice can go to the trading hall to exchange for other supplies and then activate the monthly subscription service. As soon as the message came out, the people on the public chat screen couldn't sit still anymore. Fuck. The Heavenly Palace is so awesome that they are confident in doing this. Are their food and water resources already so abundant? You are from another sea area, right? The Tiangong is very powerful here. Almost all the water and food in the trading hall were sold by the Tiangong. I don't doubt the ability of the Heavenly Palace, but how dare I start a monthly subscription when I am incorruptible? This monthly subscription. Open it. Definitely open it. We have to open it, even if we have to sell everything we have. Why do we salvage blind boxes and complete daily challenges every day? To put it bluntly, it's for water and food, so that we can live well here. If you open the monthly subscription, you don't have to worry about starving or dying of thirst for at least a month, and you may even become prosperous during that time. I agree with what the above person said. I am still short of a few pieces of pumice for expansion. I will trade the bread in my hand for pumice for expansion. Anyone want to exchange? For a moment, the barrage of comments filled the entire screen, making people dizzy. This is the first time the chat area has been so lively since the merger of the sea areas. Based on Li Tian's many years of experience in watching live broadcasts, the speed at which the barrage scrolled was at least hundreds of thousands of people, or even more. The more living people there are, the happier Li Tian will be. Only when the base is large can you earn more. After all, your supply is sufficient, and you are just afraid that no one will buy it. After a while, more and more people are chatting privately. Li Tian was like a splitter, connecting all those who were chatting privately to the 50 Tiangong members who had been selected previously. But who would have thought that more and more people would send private messages? So Li Tian quickly called Li Ro over to help. He took the opportunity to take out a triple card from the manual warehouse and directly chose the expansion pumice as the target. If 10,000 of the more than 100,000 people can afford the monthly subscription service, there will be at least 500,000 expansion funds. With the addition of the triple card and the scattered expansion pumice in the warehouse, maybe we can accumulate millions of expansion pumice today. Li Tian was thinking about it and became more and more excited. Of course, this is a hypothetical result. Li Tian cannot guarantee how many people will successfully subscribe to the monthly plan. After all, 50 pieces of expansion pumice are neither too much nor too little. The most urgent task now is to open all the blind boxes of supplies before noon. Last night, I was unconscious, and Li Urbio and the others did not open the blind box. Now the blind boxes on the main island and the copy island are piled up like mountains. Brother Biao, let's open the blind box together first. Li Tian found Li Urbio and got straight to the point. Li Urbio nodded. I'm just getting ready. Old rules? After the conversation ends, Li Urbio followed the old rules and summoned the rest of the Tiangong members. He took half of them to build the copy of the island, and the rest stayed to help Li Tiankai. Thanks to everyone's efforts, more than 10,000 blind boxes were successfully opened before 12 o'clock. As for the monthly service, 1,221 survivors have signed up for it. Among them, 239 people have signed up for monthly food packages. This also made Li Tian realize a problem. That is, there are still many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the sea. Anyone who can take out 90 expansion pumice stones at once is definitely not an ordinary survivor. It seems that there are still many silent bosses who are developing quietly. With the support of Triple Card, the original income from the monthly subscription service was 70,610 expansion pumice stones, and after doubling it was 211,830 expansion pumice stones. As for the blind boxes, although the quantity is not large, but with the triple buff, Li Tian has accumulated 19,823 expansion pumice stones. In other words, in just one morning, 231,653 pieces of expanded pumice were collected. Without hesitation, Li Tian used them directly. The island area has also reached an astonishing 1,073,750 square meters, breaking the 1 million square meter mark. It was at this time. The Doomsday Communication Manual flashed again and automatically turned to the second page. If the island area is greater than 1 million square meters, it will be promoted to a large island, and the second page of the manual will be opened successfully. Material blind box type setting. Island area, 1,073,750 square meters. The number of ordinary blind boxes that can be refreshed, 10,737. After upgrading to a large island, the number of blind boxes is only related to the area of the island, and the number of people no longer affects the number of blind boxes. Please set the type of blind box to be refreshed each time. Ordinary material blind box. Please enter the refresh quantity. Intermediate material blind box. Please enter the refresh quantity. Advanced material blind box. Please enter the refresh quantity. Supreme material blind box. Please enter the refresh quantity. P.S. Ordinary blind box, *100 equals intermediate blind box. Ordinary blind box, *500 equals premium blind box. Ordinary blind box, *1000 equals supreme blind box. In other words, I can now set the types of blind boxes refreshed on the island myself? After roughly understanding the functions of the second page of the manual, Li Tian was extremely satisfied. Who would have thought that breaking through 1 million square meters would bring such benefits? With this function, you won't have to open so many blind boxes in the future. Taking the current area of the island as an example, that is to say, you only need to set it up as 10 supreme blind boxes, 1 advanced blind box, 2 intermediate blind boxes, and 37 ordinary blind boxes. This is much easier. Many old readers may be confused after reading this. What is a blind box? What is a manual? The plot was changed last night. You can go back to the first chapter and read it. The general plot has not changed, so it will not affect your continued reading. Only the system and island monument have been changed. You can understand it after reading the first 3 chapters. 084. Open the Supreme Blind Box. After setting the type and quantity of blind box refreshes, All that's left is to wait for the blind box refresh at 12 o'clock. At present, what Li Tian can be sure of is that blind boxes have levels, and the materials inside will definitely change with the level of the blind boxes. But Li Tian really couldn't say what exactly could be taken out of it. However, this alone makes Li Tian look forward to the next island upgrade even more. Now, the second page of the Doomsday Communication Manual adds an unprecedented function. Wouldn't the opening of the third and fourth pages be even more outrageous? Of course, 1 million square meters is enough to open the second page. If you want to open the third page, the island area must be at least 2 million square meters, or even more. This cannot be rushed. After lunch, Li Tian couldn't wait to come to the manual. With the upgrade of the island, the daily challenge tasks have become more difficult. Daily challenge mission. Please, island owner, use all means to catch 100 marine creatures with levels before 2400 hours. Marine life with levels 0/100. Mission completion rewards. Restore the refresh of blind boxes of supplies and add new types of marine life around the island. Penalty for mission failure. Deduction of 10% of the total area of the island, 107,375 square meters. Click. Receive task. 100 marine creatures with levels? You're not kidding me? Li Tian frowned, thinking that this task was too outrageous. Since he started fishing for sea fish, he has never seen any sea fish with any grades except aioli gay, let alone catching as many as 100. Although Li Tian has a challenge card, he can skip this challenge. The problem is that challenge cards are not infinite, and you can't get them every time you open a blind box. If the next tasks are all similar, the challenge cards will run out sooner or later. By then, wouldn't the island area be completely deducted? Brother, what's wrong? At this time, Li Erbio also rushed over after finishing his meal. Seeing that Li Tian was in a bad mood, he asked out of curiosity. Li Tian shrugged and pointed to the manual beside him. Hey, you should read it yourself. One look. Li Erbio also curled his lips. This challenge is really bold. 100 marine creatures with levels. I think we should just use the challenge card. Let's give it a try. We have Xiao AI and Aioli Gay. Even though we haven't caught it before, it doesn't mean it's impossible. Aologi was also caught by Xiao AI at that time. So, the two of them came to the beach one after another and called Ali Gay over. Then, he gave instructions to Xiao AI and Aioli Gay at the same time. I have a mission for both of you. Catch 100 marine creatures with levels for me. After hearing this, Aioli Gay was very happy and dived directly into the sea. But Xiao AI didn't quite understand what Li Tian meant. Master, what are the marine creatures with levels that you are referring to? Forehead. For a moment, Li Tian was speechless and didn't know how to describe it to Xiao AI. But the next moment, Aioli Gay jumped out of the sea again. But this time he had a tuna in his mouth. After reading it, it turned out to be Class B, full of energy, and still flapping its body constantly. So easy? Li Erbio was stunned. He never thought it would be so easy to catch one. Xiao AI's LED eyes instantly looked at the tuna that was thrown ashore by Aioli. After scanning it, he said, Master, Xiao AI understands what you need. After saying that, Xiao AI also jumped into the sea. In the next few minutes, Xiao AI and Aioli Gay continuously threw up a steady stream of finely graded sea fish. But most of them are C-grade, and there are no A-grade ones at all. But this already surprised Li Tian. Could it be that the island upgrade has also affected the surrounding waters? How come Xiao AI has never caught these fish before? With this doubt, Li Tian used the reading function again and looked at the sea. Mysterious ocean. The power emitted by the large island has attracted many rare fish. Sure enough, Li Tian smiled knowingly and waited for the challenge task to be completed. Another 10 minutes passed. Challenge mission completed. Among those 100 fish, they can be roughly divided into only 3 categories: tuna, sardines, and salmon. As for grade, except for one tuna that reached grade A, the remaining 80% were grade C. Not bad, can be saved for the new members. After all, the new members' physiques are still average, and the effect of eating sea-level food is equally significant. Afterwards, Li Tian went to submit the task, and Li Erbio distributed the fish with grades to the members. Now that there are more people, Dai Xiaomei, Lu Mei and her own sister are naturally too busy to handle it. Therefore, Li Erbio also divided the members of Tiangong into teams. Each team consists of 10 people, and a captain is selected from them. They prepare their own meals, but the ingredients are provided by Li Tian. Task submission completed. Li Tian immediately ordered Xiao AI to go fishing. After Xiao AI finished fishing for the blind boxes of supplies on the main island, Li Erbio took Xiao Ai and some Tiangong members to the replica island. No way. The area of the main island has exceeded 1 million square meters, so it can be set to refresh the Supreme Blind Box, but the copy island is still only more than 800,000 square meters, so it can only refresh ordinary blind boxes. Hearing that new types of blind boxes have been added, quite a few people have gathered around Li Tian. Even old Wang, who turned a deaf ear to the world outside and focused on tilling the soil, came over. Hey, is this the Supreme Blind Box you mentioned? It looks really good. There were 10 gold blind boxes, 1 red blind box, 2 blue blind boxes, and 37 black blind boxes on the ground. Everyone knows the black blind box, which is an ordinary blind box. As for those 10 golden blind boxes, needless to say, everyone has guessed that they are naturally the Supreme Blind Boxes. Li Tian came forward and opened the first one. I saw a flash of golden light. The blind box disappeared, and then a sword with a white body and a red and black hilt appeared in the air and disappeared the next moment. Open the Supreme Blind Box, obtain A-level skybreaking sword, stored in the manual warehouse. Ahem, just take a symbolic look at it. Li Tian is still very handsome. It's just that my drawing is not good. 085. Just bring me the drinks, instant noodles and cigarettes. The sword disappeared and was actually stored in the manual warehouse. This is normal. This phenomenon occurred as early as when opening ordinary blind boxes. However, it must be said that the special effects of opening the Supreme Blind Box are much more high-end than those of opening an ordinary blind box. It gives people a feeling of watching fireworks. Continue to turn on. Open the Supreme Blind Box and get Kangshu Fui Iced Black Tea 550 ml, asterisk 150 bottles, Chungi Laut and Pickled Cabbage Beef Noodles, asterisk 200 packs, which have been stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box, get Advanced Expansion Pumice Stone asterisk 88, Xin Shimin cigarettes asterisk 10 packs, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box, obtain A-level Haotian hammer, stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box, obtain B-level Huangzhong crossbow, stored in the manual warehouse. After the remaining 9 Supreme Blind Boxes were opened one by one, everyone stayed where they were. A total of 500 packs of instant noodles, 350 bottles of drinks, and an outrageous 30 packs of cigarettes were opened. Is this the feeling of oppression from the Supreme? I'm afraid other blind boxes will have to hide in the corner and tremble after seeing this. Although 10,000 ordinary blind boxes were consumed to exchange for 10 Supreme Blind Boxes, the quantity of materials opened is not large, but the quality is really amazing. Who would have thought that this Supreme Blind Box even contains cigarettes? Li Tian burst into tears after seeing this. I was forced to quit smoking, and suddenly cigarettes popped up again. This moment, everyone cried with joy. However, considering that there were other blind boxes to be opened, I didn't join in the fun. Open the advanced, intermediate, and ordinary blind boxes again. What I got was not as amazing as the Supreme Blind Box. However, through reading the information, Li Tian also roughly understood the specific differences between several blind boxes. The Supreme Blind Box has a high probability of opening high-level weapons and daily necessities that are closer to the mainland civilization. Advanced blind boxes have a chance of revealing high-level weapons and daily necessities that are closer to mainland civilization. As for the intermediate blind box, there is a chance to reveal sea-level weapons and more ordinary supplies. There is no need to talk about ordinary blind boxes. They are similar to intermediate blind boxes. They also have a chance to reveal sea-level weapons and a small amount of ordinary supplies. Okay, the blind boxes are all opened. Let's change the taste tonight and eat instant noodles together. If you want to smoke, you can come with me to the villa and have 1 cigarette each. Yeah, great. As soon as the words fell, everyone cheered. It's really ironic. Instant noodles and cigarettes, which are common things in the mainland civilization, have become so precious here that I have never seen them before. Lao Tan Pickled Cabbage probably didn't expect that there would be a day when it would go from being condemned and boycotted by everyone to being a delicacy that people long for. Return to the villa manual. Li Tian took out the Xin Shimin. I only smoke Xin Shimin, and I only love one person in my life. The appearance of this cigarette is the same as that of the mainland civilization, but as for the taste, Li Tian is hard to judge. In fact, Li Tian was quite resistant to smoking at first. He felt that it was a waste of money and harmful to his health, and it was completely a waste of money. Not profitable. But she was cheated on by Wang Li and was very unhappy that night. After she sucked on one at the suggestion of her roommate, she completely embarked on a path of no return. You can't say smoking is pleasurable, nor can you say it relieves anxiety. But once I touch it, I can't get rid of it. Do you think this guy is hateful or not? In fact, it's just dopamine that's at work. Taking one and then a piece of wood and lighting them on the gas stove, Li Tian led everyone to the evolution area of the island. After all, there are many non-smokers in residential areas, and secondhand smoke is still very toxic, so we should also consider other people's feelings. Then, Li Tian distributed the cigarettes to everyone. However, when distributing cigarettes, Li Tian did remind them, let's smoke less. Today is a special case. From now on, we will mainly sell cigarettes. Just smoke one cigarette every half a month to satisfy your craving. Everyone also understood Li Tian's good intentions. Besides, since Li Tian was the boss, they naturally would not disobey, and they all took the cigarettes and nodded to show their agreement. In this way, the smokers in the evolution zone began to feel ecstatic. Friendly reminder: smoking is harmful to health. Underage readers must remember not to touch cigarettes. As long as you study hard and don't do anything out of line, I will update every day. After smoking, everyone returned to the residential area and went about their business. Li Tian replaced Li Ro and continued to be responsible for the monthly package. Li Ro was arranged by Li Tian to find an architect. After all, when I asked Li Ro to find an architect, something happened to me, so the matter was delayed. Today, there are nearly 300 members of the Tiangong crew, and housing is still a problem that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. As for Li Erbio, when he came back and heard that smoke was seen, his eyes lit up and he went straight to find Li Tian. Seeing this, Li Tian was not stingy and directly took one out from the manual warehouse. Brother Biao, your health is more important. Share this cigarette with the brothers who haven't smoked yet. They only need one each. Don't get addicted. You keep the rest for yourself. Li Erbio was very experienced and calm. He nodded and said, I know. It's enough to satisfy my craving. I don't need that much. I can sell the rest. If you sell one expansion pumice stone for $20, maybe someone will want it. When dinner comes, the number of people who purchased the monthly subscription service increased by 2,696. Among them, 103 were purchased for monthly food packages. The total amount of expansion pumice is 138,920 expansion pumice stones, and 3 times that is 416,760 expansion pumice stones. Although there is still a long way to go to reach the target of 10,000 people purchasing, the buff time of the triple card is 24 hours, and there is still one night left, so there is no rush. Taking advantage of the fact that there were not many people asking questions, Li Tian went to eat in the building. Just as Li Tian said, everyone is eating Laotan sauerkraut noodles tonight. It's sour and refreshing, you know? After dinner, the first thing Li Tian did was to transfer 200,000 pieces of expansion pumice to the manual for replicating the island. Naturally, I want the replica island to be promoted to a large island, so that more supreme blind boxes can be opened. After finishing all this and returning to the main island, Li Ro also brought good news. Brother, we found a few people who work in construction. Not to mention big projects, they can still complete ordinary house construction. Li Ro asked for credit. Hearing this, Li Tian also showed his joy. Then go pick them up tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. As he said that, Li Tian rubbed Li Ro's little head again, causing Li Ro to roll her eyes, which was quite funny. Okay, then, Ruru, you can continue to go to my place and take charge of the monthly subscription. By the way, you can send a voice message in case someone else doesn't know about this. Brother, what about you? Li Ro nodded and asked back. Brother Biao and I are going to sell cigarettes. 086. Cigarettes are selling well, and pirates are developing rapidly. Came and sat down in front of Li Erbio's manual. Li Tian took out a box of cigarettes and said, let's sell 20 cigarettes at auction first to test the waters and see how strong their purchasing power is. Then we can set the price for the sale. After hearing this, Li Erbio nodded and posted the message directly on the public screen. I have 20 Xianqimen cigarettes and plan to sell them at auction. If you're interested, you can bid. The starting price is 5 expansion pumice stones. Since Li Erbio brought Xianqimen cigarettes with him when he sent the message, everyone had to believe it whether they wanted to or not. For a moment, the barrage was in chaos again. Fuck, the big guy got all the cigarettes? Damn it. I signed up for a monthly subscription and don't have any extra expansion pumice stones. Boss, please be merciful. I'm craving cigarettes and I'm foaming at the mouth. I don't want to ask you to give me a cigarette, but I just want you to give me the cigarette, but so I can smell it. The guy upstairs. You're too greedy. Forget about cigarette butts. Just give me the ashes. The people upstairs. How did you survive until now? Haven't you seen the world clearly? No one will sympathize with you. Instead of begging for help here, you might as well find a way to get more expansion pumice. Also, I want it. I'll offer 6 expansion pumice. Don't rush. I'll give you 7 expansion pumice stones. 8. $10. At the same time, Yin Emperor Island. He was no longer alone. In addition to the female native who followed him in his pajamas, Era and Ostrich from the Yin League also drove small wooden boats to his island one after another. Today, Emperor Yan's island has an area of 2,973 square meters. Even in his heart, he felt that he was not much different from Chanqian Jiaozi. Boss, someone is selling cigarettes. Era, who was guarding the manual, suddenly shouted. When Emperor Yin, who was chewing bread nearby, heard this, sparks appeared in his eyes. What? Selling cigarettes? Holy shit, how much? It's being sold at auction, and the current bid has reached 36 pieces of expanded pumice. Hearing this, Emperor Yin frowned. What a bunch of idiots, 36 expansion pumice stones for 1 cigarette. You really are willing to spend that much? But if this civilization didn't have something like cigarettes, he would just have to endure it if he didn't want to. Now that he suddenly knew there were cigarettes, he was really itching to get them. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Take a picture for me. I'm dying of suffocation. I'm going to indulge myself today." Good. On the vast ocean, the pirate group now has as many as 300 people, including 93 small wooden boats and 19 small sailing boats. The reason why pirates can grow rapidly is naturally due to human greed. Many survivors, after being attacked by pirates, will choose to join pirate gangs, either for the sake of survival or for wealth and glory. Of course, the pirate gangs are not doing charity work. Of course not, everyone is welcome. First of all, women, no matter whether they are beautiful or ugly, old or young, will never be killed if they can be captured alive. After all, it's the same if the lights are turned off. For men, it depends on the other person's physical fitness. If it is weak and fragile, we won't take it and just slaughter it and eat it as meat. So, it can also be said that the men in the current pirate groups are basically humans with physical fitness above average. Other survivors at the same level naturally have no ability to resist. On the small sailboat in the middle, there were 10 people in total, and they sat in front of their respective manuals, carrying out the fraud. The so-called scam is to pretend to be a woman and find someone to chat with on the public screen. After gaining the trust of other LSPs, they trick them into giving them supplies and using locators. Needless to say, the final result was naturally a massacre, burning, killing, and looting. And, so far, their success is 100%. Because during the scam, pirates will also ask female survivors to video chat with LSP. When the LSPs who have been lonely for a long time see that it is a real woman, they naturally lose their IQ and are willing to do anything. At this time, an island elder also asked suspiciously, "Huh? Third brother, what's wrong?" asked the pirate leader who was sitting on the deck of the ship and picking his toes. "Boss, someone is selling cigarettes," the third brother replied with envy. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the other pirates were filled with greed. Hiss, "Do you have all this?" Having said that, the pirate leader quickly returned to the manual and took a look. Another auction format? Fuck. Last time they auctioned off grilled fish, now they're auctioning off cigarettes too. When we find the island where these people are, we'll kill them. After venting his anger, the pirate leader also joined the auction in order to satisfy his desire to talk. After selling 3 pieces in a row, and the final bid was higher than 50 pumice stones, Li Tian and Li Erbio were very happy. I thought 20 pumice stones was the limit. Who would have thought that a cigarette could be sold at such a high price of 50 pumice stones? It seems that compared to the smoker, the expansion pumice stone is nothing. Immediately, Li Erbio struck while the iron was hot and continued to show off the 4th cigarette, with the starting price also being 5 pieces of expanded pumice. People bid quickly, and the price was collected quickly. Probably after the bid was higher than 50 yuan for the expanded pumice stone, there were fewer people bidding. I guess others couldn't afford the price and had to give up bidding. At last, 20 cigarettes, earning a total of 980 pieces of expanded pumice. Now, Li Erbio's manual is a subsidiary manual of Li Tianhado, so he also enjoys 3 times the blessing, which means he earned a total of 2,940 expansion pumice stones. After calculating it this way, Li Tian felt that it was not bad. When opening the Supreme Blind Box today, the minimum number of items required is 10. In other words, the Supreme Blind Box, if it can open cigarettes, there will be at least 2,000 cigarettes. If you sell it at the price of 50 expansion pumice stones, you can earn 100,000 expansion pumice stones. Thinking of this, Li Tian was too lazy to auction it off and directly put all the remaining cigarettes on the trading hall at the price of 50 expanded pumice stones per cigarette. Those who want to buy will buy. Farewell Li Erbio for the time being. Li Tian found the Fights Break Sphere duo again, namely Su Yaoqian and his friends. Upon asking, I learned that they were also making good progress. I've done a lot of research, and now the functions derived from the skill book in the manual can already make bricks, steel bars, and the like. Of course, if you want to build a house, you still have to mix cement and build walls by hand. Li Tian doesn't have to worry about this. Li Ro has already found someone and will pick him up tomorrow. After returning to his room, Li Tian began to think about his future plans. You don't have to worry about life's problems anymore, but self-defense still needs to be strengthened. Today, we still need to train a group of people to deal with attacks by sea beasts, indigenous people, and even pirates. Otherwise, I'd be in a rush every time. There are also technological issues that need to be developed quickly. 087. The origin of the indigenous woman. After thinking for a while, Li Tian came to the manual and sat down again. He opened the warehouse and looked at the weapons taken out of the Supreme Blind Box and the Advanced Expansion Pumice Stone. A level Haotian hammer. The divine weapon left behind by Haotian God King in the mortal world. It is made of 1,000-year-old black iron and hell ghost stone. No matter its lethality or hardness, it is hard to find an opponent in the world. B-rank Huangzhong crossbow. The most beloved weapon of the 5 tiger generals Huangzhong. It can kill enemies thousands of miles away as easily as taking something out of a bag. Advanced Expansion Pumice. After use, it can expand the area of the island by 100. It can only be opened from the Advanced/Supreme Blind Box. The two weapons looked extremely powerful just by looking at their descriptions, so Li Tian took them out immediately. In the blink of an eye, a stick-like object and a crossbow appeared in Li Tian's eyes. It's just okay. Taking time factors into consideration, some corners were cut when drawing the Haotian hammer, and there is actually an element of deliberate ugliness in it. Huangzhong crossbow has a domineering appearance, and its craftsmanship and materials give people a sense of dignity and luxury. But this Haotian stick, no matter how Li Tian looked at it, he felt that he was being fooled. Is this thing really an A-level weapon? And it's also the divine weapon of the God King? Is this the face of the card? My feather duster is prettier than this. Looking at the thing in front of him that looked exactly like the mallet used for washing clothes, Li Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. The Haotian mallet and the laundry mallet are similar in appearance and almost the same in size. The only difference is the material, color, and the stripes. The laundry mallet is made of wood with a wood texture, while the Haotian mallet is purple-black all over, with stripes that somewhat resemble lightning. But even so, it still looks like a pretty low-end weapon. Forget it, let Brother Biao use this thing. I can just use the sky-breaking sword. After looking at it carefully, Li Tian really couldn't find anything unique about it, so he stopped studying it. Anyway, the Supreme Blind Box prompt is A-level, and the information read is also about a magical weapon. That's enough. As for the Advanced Expansion Pumice, a total of 386 pieces were opened, and Li Tian used them directly on the main island. The only drawback is that the Advanced Expansion Pumice cannot trigger the 3x buff, which is a pity, otherwise it could increase the area by 100,000 square meters. When 12 o'clock midnight comes, Li Tian expanded the area of the island again. In one night, with the hard work of Li Ro and the 50 Tiangong members, they received 961 people who applied for monthly membership. Among them, 72 people applied for monthly food packages, which means they earned a total of 50,930 expansion stones, which is 3 times the amount, or 152,790 expansion stones. Add to that the 302 cigarettes sold, which, tripled, would be 45,300 expanded pumice stones. Today, the island area has exceeded 1.2 million square meters. The Supreme Blind Box can open 12 items, the Intermediate Blind Box can open 3 items, and the Ordinary Blind Box can open 69 items. By the time all the blind boxes on the 2 islands were opened, it was already 12:30. Unfortunately, I didn't get anything amazing when I opened the blind box this time. There were several B-class weapons, and the rest were either cigarettes, food, drinks, or high-level expansion pumice stones. Then Li Tian and Li Erbio returned to their respective rooms to rest. However, considering that they now have to guard against attacks from sea beasts, natives, pirates, etc., Li Erbio has arranged many members to keep watch. Now that there are more people, it's no problem to take turns on duty. Yin Emperor Island. With the efforts of the group, they also caught all the blind boxes refreshed today. When he opened them all, he found a native plum. He did not have the ability to read information, so he did not know the effects of the indigenous plums, but at least he could tell that they were edible. Therefore, he stuffed the native plums directly into his mouth because of his greed. It was at this moment Yin Di suddenly felt that his talent for languages had improved, and he had an additional ability to express himself in language. Recalling his life with the female native these days, Yin Di immediately concluded that what he had understood was the native language. He looked at the native woman and said tentatively, "Jijagaga, Gugadada, do you understand what I'm saying?" The female native was also stunned when she heard this. Kakas say, "Yeah, I understand." Then, she asked again, "Damii, how can you speak my hometown dialect?" Emperor Yin explained, "Cut it, Zhao Guili. I just ate a plum, and I will do it." Afterwards, Emperor Yin directly dragged the female native back to the stone house and had an in-depth cultural exchange with her. It must be said that after understanding what the native woman meant when she grumbled, Emperor Yin became even more excited. Unfortunately, due to being too stimulating, the cultural exchange this time lasted a short time, probably just a few minutes. Afterwards, the female native snuggled in Yin Emperor's arms and told him her life story. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yin was shocked. His wife was actually the daughter of the chief of the fox-hunting tribe. "So, I became the son-in-law of the indigenous chief? With this kind of relationship, why would I still need to develop any further on the island? I could just bring my wife back to the indigenous tribe. Wouldn't that be wonderful? By then, Qianqian Jiaozi will still be nothing." But if the communication continued, Yin Emperor's beautiful dream would be shattered. It turned out that his native wife didn't know the way back. When they came to attack Emperor Yan's island, they actually came here by accident. It seemed that the other natives didn't know how an island suddenly appeared. Now, if he wants to return to the fox-hunting tribe again, he can only wait for other natives to find him. But just when Yin Emperor wanted to ask more questions, he found that he had lost the ability to express himself in his native language again. This made him angry. He thought he would always have this language ability. Have no choice. He had no choice but to let Era try to collect more native plums on the public chat screen. He hugged his native wife and once again started an in-depth cultural exchange. 088. Merger of two islands. The next day, after breakfast, Li Tian returned to the manual. Before the triple card expired, the monthly rental fee for the monthly service helped Li Tian earn more than 30,000 expansion pumice stones. With the triple blessing, it is about 100,000 yuan. The area of the island is only 1.3 million. Li Tian found his sister, got the locations of several architects from her, and then embarked on his journey. These architects had used the Tongxin cards yesterday at Li Ro's instruction, so Li Tian had nothing to hide and set off directly in the helicopter. When Li Tian returned to the island, it was almost noon. As for the architects, Li Tian temporarily arranged them to stay with Su Yaoqian. Although construction is urgent, we cannot be blind. Now, there is no point in rushing to start construction when the layout has not been decided and the blueprints have not been drawn, lest after it is built, it is discovered that the location is wrong or something and it has to be demolished again. After lunch, Li Ro is still handling the challenge mission. Li Tian convened Su Yaoqian and other members in charge of construction to discuss the island's construction planning. Considering that Li Erbio's automobile manufacturing industry is also progressing gradually, Li Tian decided to leave space for future road construction between the buildings. After several hours of discussion, the sketch was finalized. Li Tian's main island has always been based on a regular pattern of expanding outward based on a square, since he entered this civilization, so the buildings and island layout are relatively easy to plan. At present, Li Tian's island is about 1,150 meters long and wide. Remove half of the evolution zone. That is 1,150 meters long and 575 meters wide. Li Tian and others added road planning based on the previous layout. Li Tian also divided the residences of the Tiangong members into two parts. One is responsible for military affairs and the other for logistics. The residences for the military members will be set up on the replica island, which has an open space suitable for training. The residences of the members responsible for logistics are located behind the residential area. An improvement over the previous layout is that multiple roads have been planned in the livestock area, evolution area, and planting area to facilitate future transportation. This is the general layout. After making the decision, Su Yaoqian and others went straight to carry it out. Because we only need to build a simple house at the moment, steel bars, cement, and bricks are enough. As for the steel bars, they only need to be exchanged for metal according to the construction functions derived from Su Yaoqian's manual. Bricks are exchanged for stones. As for cement, it can be opened from ordinary blind boxes. Li Tian has a lot of stock, so there is no need to worry. Li Tian was the initiator of the plan, so he didn't need to participate in the process. He went straight back to his room for a nap. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Tian woke up from his sleep. He had just walked out of the room when he met Li Erbio, who was rushing over. "Oh, I was just about to look for you." Li Erbio stopped and looked at Li Tian and said, "Brother Biao, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Li Tian asked back. Li Erbio shook his head, but he couldn't hide the joy on his face. "I found a good thing." "Oh, what good news?" Seeing Li Erbio acting mysterious, Li Tian also became interested. Li Erbio smiled without saying anything, grabbed Li Tian's arm, and walked out of the villa. One look. Li Tian was also stunned. He never thought that there would be a road leading to the copy island at the edge of his main island. Forehead. It cannot be said to be a road. In fact, it is the result of expansion with expanded pumice. "Brother Biao, did you do this?" Li Tian asked back. Li Erbio nodded and explained, "Didn't you ask me to take some people to replicate the island development? I thought it would be too much trouble to rely on a helicopter to get back and forth like this. It just so happens that during your lunch break, our island has stored a lot of expansion pumice, including the sales of materials and the trading hall. I was wondering if I could use them to build a road to connect the two islands. It seems feasible at the moment." Hearing this, Li Tian nodded to show his understanding. He had never thought about this before. The original plan was to build a bridge connecting the two islands after development reached a certain level and the technology to build bridges was acquired. Now it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. The distance between the two islands is 1 kilometer. The road that Li Erbio is currently expanding is 2 meters wide, which is a bit shabby. Li Tian directly suggested, "This is a good idea. If that's the case, there's no need to be so shabby. Make the road wider, at least 5 meters wide. It will be easier for cars to pass in the future. It is 5 meters wide and 1,000 meters long, so it actually only consumes 5,000 expansion pumice stones." Now these 5,000 expansion pumice stones are a piece of cake for Li Tian. However, Li Erbio smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's talk about the width later. There is a problem that you need to solve right now." "What's the problem?" Li Tian asked back. "During the expansion period, when I expanded to 999 meters, my manual reminded me that I was a subsidiary island and had no right to continue expanding. I needed to use the main island manual to expand." After listening to Li Erbio's words, Li Tian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go and fill in the last meter right away." After saying that, Li Tian and Li Erbio returned to the room together, opened the manual information, and clicked on the expansion. Who knows? As soon as I clicked on the extension, a pop-up window appeared. "The expansion of your island has infringed upon the territorial rights of other islands. If you continue to expand, you must obtain the consent of the other island. Send an extension request to the other island?" Whether. No wonder the main manual is required to do this. It turns out there is such a step. Li Tian smiled and looked at Li Erbio again. "Brother Biao, then you drive the helicopter to the other side and click on the island manual and click to agree. I will control the manual of the main island." After listening to Li Tian's explanation, Li Erbio nodded, then quickly ran out of the villa and headed straight for the helicopter. Less than 2 minutes. After Li Tian received the message from Li Erbio using the copied island manual, he clicked yes. The next moment, a pop-up window popped up. "Extension request has been sent. Please wait." If the other party agrees, the two islands will be merged, the larger island will become the main island, and the smaller island will become a subsidiary island. After a while, the pop-up appeared again. "The other island has agreed to your expansion, and the two islands have merged successfully. Your island has become the main island due to its larger area." Hiss, they're merged now? At this time, Li Tian was a little confused. "I didn't expect that merging islands would be so simple. When the members of the Heavenly Palace came here before, they could only bring the Doomsday Communication Manual, and the island could not be transferred over." Li Tian thought that the island could not be merged and only the manual could become an attachment. After the merger, won't the areas of the two islands merge into one? Thinking of this, Li Tian quickly opened the island information and took a look. Really? The island area has reached an astonishing 2.3 million square meters. Unfortunately, the third page of the manual is not opened. An area of 2.3 million square meters cannot open the third page? Why? After sighing with regret, Li Tian stopped dwelling on the matter. The connecting road was further expanded to a 5-meter wide road. After finishing all this, Li Tian walked out of the villa. Coincidentally, Li Erbio also rushed back in a helicopter. This place can be used as a running track for morning training in the future. Li Urbio came to Li Tian and was ecstatic looking at the 5-meter-wide sea road. 089. News from the female archer. Hearing this, Li Tian also responded cheerfully, more than just morning training. Now that the two islands have merged, it will be much easier for us to catch blind boxes, complete challenge tasks, or prevent sea beast attacks. After that, Li Tian remembered something and asked again, "By the way, Brother Biao, how is the research on the car going?" Forehead. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Urbio, who was still laughing, stopped laughing abruptly. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Don't mention it. I can build a cart, but I can't build anything more advanced. Just the engine of that car is giving me a headache." "Don't worry. You don't need the car right now. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Li Tian nodded after listening, but didn't say much. After all, building a car is not something that can be completed overnight, and the difficulty is no easier than making a mobile phone. But since you can make a flatbed cart, you can also make a few, Brother Biao. Recently, Su Yaoqian and his team have started building a house, so it's still useful to transport things. Anyway, we have cows, pigs, and polar bears, so we can just let them haul the goods for exercise. Li Urbio nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." "Okay, I'll go check out the construction site first and wait for you there." "Good." Come to the construction site. At this time, architects such as Su Yaoqian were proceeding in an orderly manner. However, Li Tian was surprised by the type of house they built. "Boss, you're here." Su Yaoqian had sharp eyes and noticed Li Tian's appearance at the first moment. He quickly came forward and greeted him. Li Tian nodded, looked at the several iron houses that had been built nearby and asked, "What's going on?" "Boss, this is it." Because building a brick house requires laying the foundation, it is not only cumbersome, but it will also be troublesome to demolish it in the future. So we decided to build this simple tin house using wood and tin sheets. This house has a short construction period. Without considering renovation, it is no worse for living than a brick house. Moreover, it will be more convenient to renovate and demolish it in the future. After Su Yaoqian's explanation, Li Tian nodded in understanding. "I think so. Although current technology cannot build tall buildings, it will be possible to build them one day in the future. It seems to be a better choice to use tin houses as a substitute now and then. When the technology matures, demolish the tin houses and build high-rise buildings. If you build a brick house, it will be more troublesome to dismantle it after laying the foundation." Thinking of this, Li Tian couldn't help but praise him again. "Not bad. You did a good job. Keep up the hard work." After saying that, Li Tian went into one of the iron houses and began to feel it. The structure of this tin house is actually just 4 thick wooden sticks standing at the 4 corners, and then the front, back, left, right, and top are wrapped with tin sheets. It is 5 meters long and wide, with 2 ventilation holes on each side, so it doesn't feel oppressive at all. There is no problem with putting 2 beds and 2 people living there. Immediately, Li Tian checked the safety of the house again. He pushed the iron sheet hard. Except for the fact that the iron sheet was dented due to the force, there was no sign of it swaying. As long as it can provide shelter from wind and rain and is safe enough, that's enough. After leaving the tin house, Li Urbio just happened to arrive with a group of people pulling a dozen carts. "We built 15 for the construction site first. Should that be enough?" "That's enough, but remember to make some more for Mr. Wong when the time comes." "Okay. Then I'll go back first." After finishing the conversation, Li Tian walked towards the villa. Now everything is developing according to its own established trajectory. Logistics and military operations are in progress. On the military side, Li Urbio is in charge, so Li Tian doesn't have to worry about it. However, there is still a lot to do in terms of logistics, which gives Li Tian a headache. Food, clothing, monthly services, and the research and development and construction of various products all require manpower. Now even the 50 people who provide monthly services are borrowed from Li Urbio. As for Mr. Wong, he has not been assigned any assistant except Xiaoyi so far. Although the Tiangong members will help when Mr. Wong needs it, they are just helping after all and will not stay in the planting area for a long time. Now that there are more people and more food to eat, it is naturally impossible for Mr. Wong to handle it all by himself. Just harvesting the crops and transporting them back to residential areas is a considerable amount of work. It seems that we still need to recruit more members. Li Tian sighed helplessly and went to Li Ro's room. "Ro, help me recruit some members when you have time. As for the requirements, as long as it is related to planting, sowing, research and development, and construction, it's all fine. Of course, young people are best." "Okay, but brother, I'm afraid we don't have so many Tongshin cards." Li Ro nodded and reminded. Forehead. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Without the Tongshin card, the loyalty of that group of people cannot be guaranteed. With more people, there are bound to be some rotten fish and shrimp. If someone betrays the information of the Heavenly Palace, or steals, or even harms other members, it will be a loss. You go first. As for the Tongshin cards, take your time and recruit as many people as you have. This is the only way at the moment. It would definitely not work if we don't continue to expand the population, so recruiting first is a way to be prepared. Return to your room again. What Li Tian didn't expect was that Su Huanfeng sent him a message, saying that the female passenger who had helped him drive away the natives on the sailboat had contacted him. Seeing this, Li Tian went straight to Su Huanfeng's room. Boss, you're here. Seeing Li Tian appear, Su Huanfeng hurriedly stood up from in front of the manual and gave up his seat. Li Tian sat down and took a look. Yang Shui, hello, are you there? The boy at the beach, Su Huanfeng, yes, what's wrong? Yang Shui, can I work for you? The boy at the beach, Su Huanfeng, working? Baibu Xinyang, Yang Shui, yes, I can help you drive away the natives and pirates on the ship, and I can also go to your island to help you drive away sea beasts and even do other physical work. Yang Shui, you just need to give me food and water. Boss, after she said this, I came to you immediately. I couldn't make a decision. Su Huanfeng explained after seeing Li Tian finish reading the chat records. Yeah. Li Tian responded and started typing in Su Huanfeng's manual. Li Tian, of course no problem, but since you have the idea of working, do you want to join us? The manual ID is Su Huanfeng's ID, but to make it easier for you to read, I will use Li Tian's name instead. After all, it is Li Tian's words. 090, Yang Shui and Yang Yu. But who knows? The other party rejected Li Tian's invitation and replied, I'm sorry, I already have a team I want to join. Baibu piercing the willow, Yang Shui. It's just that the Heavenly Palace doesn't seem to be hiring people right now, so I want to work with you temporarily. Is that okay with you? When he saw Yang Shui's previous reply, Li Tian was still wondering if there was some new force emerging. It wasn't until he saw her next sentence that Li Tian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So, it turns out that she also wanted to join the Heavenly Palace? Li Tian, then how do you confirm that I am not a member of Tiangong? As soon as these words were spoken, the other party's chat box kept showing typing, but no message was sent. This stage lasted for several minutes, and in the end she only replied, Are you a member of the Tiangong? Presumably, during this period, her inner world was extremely colorful, and the text was edited and deleted. Otherwise, how could it take several minutes to type just one sentence? Li Tian, what else? Yang Shui, it seems that I am too naive. When I bought the ticket, I asked you, and you said that this was not Tiangong's property, and I actually believed you. Yang Shui, now that I think about it, apart from Tiangong, how could there be other forces that can provide maritime transportation services? Li Tian, but I'm still very curious. Why did you want to work for me? Yang Shui, because... Next, Yang Shui told us about her experience of survival on the island. It turned out that Yang Shui was on a sailboat heading to her sister's island. But after arriving, he found that his sister was not living well on the island and had become extremely skinny. However, in order to reach where her sister was, she had already exchanged all her supplies for expansion pumice to buy a boat ticket. The blind boxes she caught every day could not meet the survival needs of the two of them. If she delayed it any further, her sister would die of malnutrition sooner or later, so she thought about working. I happened to have added a friend with the ID Boy by the Sea, so the first thing I thought of was looking for him. Why? In fact, Yang Shui is also a poor child. Her parents died long before they entered this civilization, and she and her younger sister depended on each other for survival. After much difficulty, they were able to earn some money through archery, but before their younger sister could enjoy the happiness, the two sisters came here and had to start all over again. Li Tian naturally would not give up on such an archery talent. At this stage, there are no hot weapons. If you want to attack from a distance, the bow and arrow is naturally the most commonly used and most suitable weapon. If a Tiangong member has a professional archer who can help teach other members, then once there are more archers, they will basically be invincible before hot weapons appear. Therefore, Li Tian agreed to her request without hesitation and not only brought her to the island, but also brought her sister together. Certainly, the prerequisite is that they use the concentric cards together. There is no way. This is not a question of trust or not. The main thing is that on this island, there are no constraints or regulations, and verbal promises are meaningless. After Yang Shui and her sister had used up their Tongshin cards, Li Tian took out two disposable locators, connected, and bound them, and then traded one of the locators to Yang Shui. Then, he took Li Ro and some food and boarded the plane directly towards the island where Yang Shui was. When we arrived at Yang Shui Island, the setting sun had just penetrated into the quilt and was replaced by a crescent moon. Li Tian drove the helicopter and turned on the searchlight. Under the searchlight, there is an empty group of floating stones, less than 10 square meters, so it can't be considered an island at all. This island was even more shabby than the one his sister lived on at the time. And at this time, there were two girls standing on the island. One of them was naturally Yang Shui, whom Li Tian had seen in the video before. Yang Shui was holding a little girl tightly in her arms. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, with two ponytails. No wonder she is so skinny. She is younger than her sister. It is a miracle that she can stay on this island for so long without crying to death. How can she expect her to live well? Ro, you stay up there and I'll go down to pick them up. After telling his sister, Li Tian climbed down the gangway. Of course, at this height, it would be no problem for Li Tian to jump down. But the group of floating stones was really too small, and Li Tian was afraid that they would be crushed by a mountain. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian's feet touched Yang Shui's island. At this time, Yang Shui and her sister looked confused, as if they were frightened by the helicopter. After a while, Yang Shui finally spoke. Are you Su Huanfeng from the Heavenly Palace? No, my name is Li Tian, which means modest and proud. Li Tian introduced himself with a smile on his face and shook his head. Oh, okay, hello. Yang Shui nodded after hearing this, but she quickly came to her senses. What? You are the modest and proud man? Are you the founder of Tiangong? How come you are so young? Hearing this, I never said I was old. Welcome to join the Heavenly Palace. Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Li Tian shrugged his shoulders, as if he was used to it because every time he introduced himself to new people, they would have the same reactions. By the way, remember to bring your manual with you. Li Tian reminded again. Yang Shui was aware of this, nodded, and quickly took down her sister's manual. Then she looked at the helicopter gangway again, showing a hint of embarrassment. Can you help me carry my sister up? I'm afraid she can't climb this gangway. Hearing this, Li Tian looked down at the girl who had been following Yang Shui with her head down and holding the corner of Yang Shui's clothes tightly, and asked softly, Little sister, what's your name? My name is Yang Yu, hello brother. After hearing this, the little girl plucked up the courage to raise her head, blinked her round watery eyes, and greeted. Yang Yu, right? You're so cute. Come on, brother will carry you. Li Tian couldn't help but rub Yang Yu's head, then squatted down in front of her. Seeing this, Yang Yu was a little hesitant and looked at her sister, seemingly afraid, or asking her if she could really do this. Xiao Yu, be good. It's okay. After hearing her sister's reply, Yang Yu nodded, and then she pressed her chest against Li Tian's back. The moment of contact, Li Tian just felt his body was a little numb. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, or if I really got an electric shock. Who would have thought that this little girl, though still young, was actually quite mature? The most important thing is that through the feeling from the back, Li Tian can clearly feel that this little loli doesn't seem to be wearing any inner clothes. Li Tian was also a young man in his early 20s, full of vigor and vitality. At this moment, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He cursed himself in his heart. Li Tian, you bastard. What are you thinking? She is still a child.